Zhao Chang'an had returned to the year he graduated from senior high. That was the year his mother still cooked for the construction workers on site, and his father still carried bricks under the hot sun. That was the year when he and his buddies still sat side by side with girls they'd eventually forget in the sea of life, dreaming endlessly about the future. That was the year when the 18 Arhats were still taking web development gigs, when Donggu was still selling CD burners, when Xiaomage was making money off stock market cards. Zhao Chang'an looked around at this pivotal moment in time. Even a pig could fly here because in this era, even a pig had infinite possibilities. Chapter 1. Let this kiss be the turning point. He felt a light bump against his left elbow. Swoosh. Clang. A short piece of white chalk whistled through the air and smashed into the classroom window right in front of Zhao Chang'an's eyes. It left a small white mark before bouncing off and hitting the corner of his left eye. Ow! Pain shot through his face as he instinctively covered his eye, tears welling up. The entire class burst into laughter, especially Yingming, his longtime rival, whose crow-like laugh rang out the loudest. Zhao Chang'an, I can see your mind's already wandering. Don't worry about getting back into the real world yet. With your grades, if you don't start busting your ass now, for a month from now, you'll be right back on that construction site, helping your dad carry bricks. Physics teacher Lu Dapeng was clearly proud of his trick shot. The chalk had veered wide, but somehow curved back like a boomerang to hit its target. Huh. Another round of laughter echoed through the classroom. Most students were just passive spectators, entertained but not malicious. Zhao Chang'an, with your rotten grades, I guarantee you'll be the first one in our class to start earning money. When the construction payroll opens up, don't forget to treat us. Swoosh. Smack. Ow. This time, Lu Dapeng didn't hold back. Instead of flicking the chalk with 2 fingers, he hurled an entire stick with full force. It struck Yingming right in the face, who was sitting in the 5th row, happily chatting away as loud as a firecracker going off. The chalk shattered into 3 pieces, and you screamed in pain. The whole room fell silent, because everyone knew when Mr. Lu switched from flicking chalk to throwing it, it meant he was truly furious. And when the golden-winged rock got angry, no one dared provoke him. I know there are some academic competitions, love triangles, grudges, and rivalries among you classmates, said Lu Dapeng, scanning the room with fierce eyes. But this is Shulit should be the purest place for learning. I don't care what kind of backstabbing, flattery, power plays, or dirty tricks you pull outside once you enter society. But don't bring it into my classroom. Zhao Chang'an let go of his eye, which still stung and watered slightly. But compared to the storm raging inside him, the physical pain was nothing. The familiar, yet strange classroom. Outside the window, spring was blooming green grass, chirping birds, and tall buildings rising from golden fields of rape blossoms. The youthful faces around him, full of fresh energy and collagen. The old-fashioned clothes straight out of 90s memories. And those words etched so deeply into his mind. Zhao Chang'an whispered silently to himself. But this is Shula, at least here, learning is fair. There's no hierarchy, no scheming. Lu Dapeng took a deep breath and gulped half a cup of tea. Then he thundered again, voice booming across the classroom. But remember, this is school. At least when it comes to academics, everything is fair. No class divides, no scheming. His voice shook the walls. You can mock others outside, but here you have no right to attack anyone like that. You can insult whoever you want once you're out in the real world. I won't stop you. But here in this classroom, you have no right to personally attack anyone. If you got talent, put it towards studying. Show me results, not cheap tricks. It really is true. Zhao Chang'an covered his face with both hands. He rubbed hard over and over again. Damn it really is true. Throughout Zhao Chang'an's long life, he had always had an exceptional memory for words, and some phrases stuck in his head like audio loops. This was definitely one of them. So had really come back. Chan Yirla. He couldn't help but glance at the student in front of him. Plump, fair-skinned, soft, and round Zhang Shan. He was alive. Of course he was right now. He should be. It had been over a decade since they last met. He then turned his gaze toward the nearly completed buildings about 200 meters away. He could almost see the faint smoke rising from the chimney of the small temporary kitchen. There, his father was probably carrying bricks and his mother washing vegetables and chopping firewood. I am Lu Dapeng. Ding, ding, ding. The bell rang, and a collective sigh of relief swept through the classroom. At last, the bombardment from Big Cannon was over. For the past 10 minutes, their ears and brains had been pounded relentlessly. Their pupils were unfocused, their heads ringing like gongs. They were exhausted. Lu Dapeng had been caught mid-speech, passionate and fired up, and now looked disappointed. He hadn't finished emptying his chamber. As soon as the bell rang, the room came alive again. Chatter, stretching, heading to the bathroom in groups, buying snacks. Flirtatious glances, playful touches, secret smiles. Bang bang. Someone slammed the back door twice. The class quieted instantly, turning to look. Standing at the doorway was Xiao Lan, the monitor from Class 5, her pretty face flushed with anger. You guys in Class 6 sure are something. The cannon fire from your physics class drowned out teacher Shu's entire lecture. Sorry. Next time, well, close the doors and windows during physics class. Fan Chao, the monitor of Class 6, quickly stood up to apologize. They were clearly in the wrong. Oomph. Xiao Lan huffed angrily, twisting her waist and stomping off with her braids swinging behind her. Yingming, next time, shut up during class. No one thinks you're mute. Because of you, all of us got blasted by the golden-winged rock for 10 minutes, and now we're being scolded by the other class. After she left, Fan Chao turned to Yingming with clear irritation. How's it my fault? If Zhao Chang'an hadn't zoned out thinking about moving bricks, none of this would have happened. Yingming, who had been hit with chalk and humiliated, shot back defiantly. He shot Zhao Chang'an a sidelong glance from his seat in the 5th row near the window. They were all 17 or 18 now, practically adults, and in 4 months, they'd all scatter to different paths. Who was afraid of whom? You mean if today's class hadn't been rescheduled because of teacher Li's lesson change, this wouldn't have happened? Deputy Monitor Qi Xiangfeng added with a sarcastic tone. You mean if Li Jiayao hadn't gotten married, this wouldn't have happened? Added Lu Chui, the class party branch secretary. Ha. Everyone laughed, except Zhao Chang'an, who remained expressionless, and Yingming, who turned red with embarrassment. Zhao Chang'an, did you really see your dad carrying bricks and Annie Zhang cooking for the migrant workers? Man, your eyesight must be 1.5. Zeng Xiaoxiao, who lived across from Zhao and was close with Yingming, asked with a curious smile, pretending innocence. The laughter died down immediately. So that's why. I get it now. So loyal, so respectful, huh? Ha. Yingming gave Lu Chui, who had suddenly narrowed her eyes, a meaningful smirk and stopped talking. After that, the class seemed to lose interest in dragging the matter further. Some talked quietly, others opened books. Overall, most students were still innocent and pure except for a few troublemakers. It really is true, Zhao muttered again, casting a complicated gaze out the window. If his memory was correct and if he really was in that timeline. Then yes, his parents had been laid off from the city construction company for 3 years, struggling to make ends meet. Last December, to earn money for the family, his father had gone back to work construction using connections from his former assistant, Master Xia. He worked every day for a month and earned only 600 yuan, about 20 yuan per day. Half a month ago, the cook at the site quit, and his mother tried preparing lunch for the workers. The foreman immediately hired her. She earned 600 yuan a month too. Anzi, I told you I wanted to taste your mom's stir-fried pork with pickled cabbage, and you kept refusing me. Now I get it, your mom and dad are busy working on the site. Lu Yihui, Zhao's desk partner, said with envy. You must be making a lot of money now, huh? Zhao turned to look at old Lu, just as he remembered, still dark-skinned, thin, wiry. No trace of the cultured-looking Lu CEO from 20 years later, who wore gold-rimmed glasses, practiced calligraphy, and did Tai Chi. In his vague memories, this exact scene had played out before. Back then, ashamed of his parents' lowly jobs, Zhao had argued with Lu and ignored him for nearly 3 days before patching things up. Come here, boss Lu, give me a kiss. Zhao grabbed Liu's head and planted a loud, wet smooch on his cheek. Let go of me. Let go. Lu struggled, arms flailing, wiping furiously at the spit on his face. Yo, that's disgusting. Zhang Shun, sitting in front, widened his round eyes and pretended to vomit. Ha. Zhao laughed heartily, letting loose. Zhao Chang'an's gone crazy. Zhao Chang'an's lost his mind. He must snapped after what Zeng Xiaoxiao said. The nastiest poison is a woman's heart. So are they in love or hate? Was it just one kiss? More than one. The whole class buzzed. Zeng Xiaoxiao blushed with rage. Yingming clenched his teeth. Ha. Zhao kept laughing. If each person's life was a single thread of events, then Zhao Chang'an's new universe had just branched off. This twist in fate began with this kiss. Chapter 2. The necessity of deliberate forgetting. The classroom bell rang, resonating through the air as Zhao Chang'an glanced at the clock, which read 11:10. Beneath the clock hung a small blackboard, upon which was inscribed in thick red chalk, 119 days until the college entrance examination. The homeroom teacher, Old Chang, strode into the room with an unmistakable expression of anger, evoking a sense of familiarity that Zhao Chang'an found oddly comforting. This old firebrand, a literary soul he had known for over 20 years, always seemed ready to challenge the heavens, the earth, and society itself. Once, during a raucous gathering in Zheng City, a group of revelers was in high spirits when old Chang, having previously given Zhao a hard time, found himself in the company of old Zhang, who sat at the back of the room by the doorway. Old Zhang later complained to old Chang, "Teacher Chang, you show favoritism." Drunkenly embracing old Chang retorted, "You are all my dear students, while they are merely a few." Zhao Chang'an, who was busy chewing ice to sober up, nearly spat out his drink, thinking it was better if old Chang had remained silent. Nonetheless, he was a man of genuine character. This time, however, the results of the tri-mock examination were disheartening. Old Chang wasted no time in addressing the class. Just that single statement tightened the atmosphere in the room. "Teacher, I felt I did quite well this time." One student ventured. The class had consistently ranked first, and Lu Dapeng, the favored student of old Chang, looked astonished with his score of 46th place in the school. Yin Xiao also performed admirably, ranking 87th. Old Chang rarely smiled, but on this occasion, his demeanor softened, only to shift once again. The others, Lu Chui, Zhang Xiaoxiao, Fan Chao, Ho Jiafeng, and Xin Yueling, had not made it into the top 150. The expressions on their faces betrayed disbelief and discontent. Old Chang declared, "The reason you believe you performed well is that the questions on this exam were deceptively simple, providing you with a false sense of security. You may think you excelled, but others outperformed you." Silence enveloped the classroom, save for Lu Dapeng, Li Yinxiu, and a few students who had little hope of faring well. The remaining faces turned pale. Lu Dapeng, 631, 46th place. Li Yinxiu, 598, 87th place. Lu Chui, 577, 153rd place. Zhang Xiaoxiao, 561, 190th place. Zhai Bei, for 62, 513th place. Zeng Xiaoxiao, for 57, 523rd place. Usually, old Chang would only announce the top 10 scores, but this time, he seemed relentless, calling out names for 3 or 4 dozen students, continuing unabated. Yingming, 440, 569th place. Yingming turned back, grinning with pride as he glanced at Zhao Chang'an in the corner. With a little more effort, he believed he could apply to a vocational school for agriculture or forestry and perhaps secure a place in an undergraduate program. At the very least, a diploma seemed attainable. "Have I stolen your wife or something?" Zhao Chang'an thought, as he inadvertently locked eyes with Yingming's mocking gaze. Initially taken aback, he soon felt a surge of anger. In the future, the king of the prairie seems to have crossed swords with Laozi. How utterly disdainful. Zhao Chang'an, 401, 683. Lao Chang recited nearly 60 names in one breath, with over 20 still remaining unmentioned. "Among those I named, including the last, Zhao Chang'an, you may at least have a chance of attending school." As for the rest, Lao Chang surveyed the classroom, where everyone held their breath, bowing their heads in fear of attracting misfortune. With diligent effort, even if it is arduous, you might still gain admission to a mediocre technical college. Otherwise, for months from now, as you step into society, I hope you do not forget the principles of integrity that Teacher Chang has imparted to you. Stand tall and walk with righteousness. Ding, ding, ding. As the school bell rang, the campus instantly erupted with life. A majority of the students boarding in the dormitory, both male and female, rushed towards the cafeteria with their meal boxes. "Anzi, let us go." "Why the hesitation? Will you?" Seated in the 4th row, shared the path with Zhao Chang'an for the most part. "You go ahead. I want to be going home for lunch," Zhao Chang'an replied, his heart swelling with a bittersweet blend of joy and sorrow as he gazed at Wu Yu's vibrant smile. Wu Yu was attending medical university, a 5-year program, and had pursued an additional 2 years for a graduate degree in imaging. After a brief respite at home post-graduation, awaiting a position at the provincial hospital, he had confronted Xia Wenjue over a contractual dispute, vandalizing Xia's office in his fury. The very next day, he was struck by a drunk driver, resulting in a shattered left leg. Subsequent investigations deemed it a traffic accident due to drunken driving. Yet, Zhao Chang'an was acutely aware that the situation was far from straightforward. "Oh, let's south eat at my place." Wu Yu suddenly recalled a remark from before, knowing Zhao Chang'an's parents were at the construction site, leaving him alone upon his return. "No, your dad will insist on escorting us both through the school gate for peace of mind." Zhao Chang'an hastily waved his hand. The terrifyingly earnest nature of Wu Yu's parents was an indelible memory that time could not easily erase. Wu Yu's face fell in disappointment. He had hoped to finish lunch early and engage in a round of Street Fighter at the game room. The classroom soon emptied. Zhao Chang'an remained seated, subconsciously feeling the emptiness of his pockets, only to realize he was still a good youth in his 3rd year. untouched by the vices of smoking or drinking. Zhao Chang'an, aren't you going home for lunch? Lu Chui, seated in the third row, turned her body. Due to the dense array of textbooks on the desk behind her, only half of her delicate face was visible. Her eyes, slightly sharp, stood out distinctly. I'm not hungry, he replied. Listening to Zhao Chang'an's evasive answer, Lu Chui furrowed her elegant brows. I was asking why you aren't going home. Don't you return for dinner after night study? Can you handle that? Zhao Chang'an rummaged through the inner pocket of his uniform jacket, discovering 3 10-yuan bills, 1 2-yuan bill, and 3 1-yuan coins. A total of 35 yuan. Indeed, after many years, he had forgotten many details, even whether he left right after school or stayed behind to be cared for by Lu Chui's inquiries. However, he could surmise that having money in his pocket was a certainty. The father labored at the construction site, transporting bricks, while the mother prepared meals there. With utmost caution, they broached the subject with their son, explaining that the foreman had consented to allow him to dine 3 times a day at no cost. Despite his abysmal academic performance, Zhao Chang'an stubbornly considered himself a student of a prestigious high school, a favored child destined for greatness, and thus deemed it beneath him to share meals with construction workers. In a fit of indignation, he stormed out. Consequently, his mother provided him with money, so he could eat out for breakfast and lunch, while she prepared a special dinner for him at home. As he clutched the 35 yuan in his hand, Zhao Chang'an felt a deep sense of discomfort settle in his heart. Years later, after establishing a family and enduring the relentless trials of life, Zhao Chang'an finally comprehended the hardships and sacrifices his parents had endured over the years. By that time, however, his parents had also retired. His father, now in his 60s, was reluctant to remain idle and took on an apprentice, offering technical guidance at his workshop, working one day and resting the next. Zhao Chang'an had urged his father to cease this endeavor, but his father insisted, claiming that a few days away from the workshop left him aching all over. Zhao Chang'an understood that his father was gripped by a fear of instability, haunted by poverty. Having worked as a plasterer for nearly 2 decades, his body was perpetually in pain, whether or not he entered the workshop. Zhao Chang'an and his wife worked in Zheng City, though their labor was arduous. Their wages were decent. They had purchased land in their hometown and constructed a modest 3-story building, renting out the storefronts on the 1st and 2nd floors, yielding an annual income of 40 to 50,000 yuan. Their daughter was sensible and understanding. Although the family was not affluent, they managed to live a relatively comfortable life. At this juncture, both Zhao Chang'an and his parents endeavored to deliberately forget the most arduous and bitter periods of their past. The betrayals, setbacks, humiliations, and resentments were deeply buried within their hearts, concealed from their closest relatives, as if they had never been remembered. Why are you silent? Lu Chui observed Zhao Chang'an pulling out a handful of money, his expression occasionally contorted and grim, feeling her heart race. What? Zhao Chang'an exhaled heavily. Some things were irretrievable, and the only option was to turn the page. Yet from this moment forth, he would hold his head high, gazing at the ceiling of the classroom above. To declare that his fate was determined by himself, not by fate, might seem overly theatrical. Nevertheless, he resolutely vowed never to live in such frustration again. Why haven't you gone home, Zhao Chang'an? We have only 4 months until the college entrance examination. Once we enter university, the world will be our oyster. It's not worth it to engage in petty disputes. You remain in class out of fear that I might cause trouble for you, Yingming and Zeng Xiaoxiao. Zhao Chang'an looked at Lu Chui in astonishment. Do you think I am so foolish and immature in your eyes? Huh, I'm not hungry either. Lu Chui felt her cheeks flush at being called out for her thoughts. However, she genuinely feared Zhao Chang'an's desire for revenge at this moment. The school, and even the entire mountain city, had scarcely a few surveillance cameras. Incidents that went unrecorded could easily spiral out of control. Should such conflicts escalate, it could lead to significant repercussions, as similar occurrences had transpired in the school before. As the class representative, it was her responsibility to maintain order. Zhao Chang'an glanced at the time. It was 12:11. He rose to his feet, a smile gracing his lips as he looked at Lu Chui. Well, we certainly cannot allow our esteemed secretary, Qin Didi, to accompany me in hunger. What did you say? Lu Chui's face flushed bright red, her eyes flashing with indignation. Chapter 3. Insufficient funds. Apologies, a mere slip of the tongue. Oh dear, I am so hungry. Zhao Chang'an suddenly realized. This jest should be reserved for 15 years hence, in front of a female classmate, to elicit a knowing smile. To utter it now would only be perceived as teasing her. Teasing Lu Chui? Zhao Chang'an inwardly lamented. This is dire. Retreat is the best strategy. He feigned a distressed expression, clutching his stomach, and hastened towards the back door. Zhao Chang'an, stop right there and clarify your words. Lu Chui, witnessing Zhao Chang'an's audacity in attempting to slip away after teasing her, was incensed. Her cheeks flushed with anger as she darted towards the front door to block his escape. Passing the podium, she snatched the bamboo teaching stick resting on the desk. At the very moment Zhao Chang'an burst through the back door, he turned to see Lu Chui wielding the whip of the elder. A chill ran down his spine. Lao Chang was a man of true grit, unafraid of confrontation. Thus, over the past 2 years, the mischievous boys in class had frequently felt the sting of that wicked stick, which they humorously dubbed the dog-beating stick, while those who had endured it referred to it as the whip of the elder. Lu Chui, not only a champion in the city's Spring Seed Cup ballet solo for youth during her 3rd year, but also the victor in traditional martial arts, was formidable. Her uncle was a prominent figure in the city, and her aunt was even more formidable. In the face of such a talented young woman, Zhao Chang'an, who had no ground to stand on, realized that if the enraged Lu Chui caught him, he would have no justification for receiving a couple of lashes from the whip of the elder. Moreover, given Zhao Chang'an's actual psychological age, he could easily be her father. If that little girl were to strike him twice, he would surely be mortified. Zhao Chang'an burst through the back door, only to see Lu Chui emerging from the front, compelling him to flee eastward. Observing this scene, Lu Chui couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. What a fool. Instantly, she felt less rushed, rolling up her sleeves to reveal her delicate, fair arms, preparing to ensnare him. However, as Zhao Chang'an dashed beyond the teaching building, he was taken aback. Class 6 of the senior year occupied the eastern side of the first floor of this building, adjacent to the key science class, Class 5. To the far east lay a large public restroom, with the men's on the left and the women's on the right. To the south was the sophomore teaching building, and to the north stood a formidable wall over 2 meters high. After 20 years, Zhao Chang'an had shockingly forgotten this detail. He should have dashed southward upon exiting the back door, racing Lu Chui to reach the corridor between the sophomore teaching building first. Though he doubted he could outrun Lu Chui's long legs, it would have been 100 times better than now being trapped. Zhao Chang'an glanced at Lu Chui's flushed face, steadily encroaching under the midday sun, her eyes unmistakably conveying a deadly glare. In a moment of desperation, he found himself looking towards the men's restroom. At this juncture, it appeared that his only recourse was to seek refuge in the lavatory. Run. Let us see where you go if you enter the restroom. I truly have no means of escape. However, I can wait patiently. Shall we test our endurance? Lu Chui observed Zhao Chang'an gazing at the men's restroom door, and she could easily discern his thoughts. Deep down, she hoped he would enter, preferably to be overwhelmed by the stench and rendered speechless. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed 3 individuals emerging from Class 5. Lu Chui turned her head slightly to take a look. Leading the pack was Xiaoxiao, a perennial top scorer in the science stream, who had once again secured first place in this round of mock exams. Accompanying him were Class 5's monitor, Xiao Lan, who consistently ranked among the top 50 in the school, and Pei Xuezha, the son of her uncle from her middle school days in the high-tech zone, who was also a scholar among the top 10. How bothersome. Lu Chui furrowed her brows, feeling displeased, yet she could not bring herself to shoo them away. She continued to glare menacingly at Zhao Chang'an. Go inside. At that moment, upon catching sight of Xiaoxiao, Zhao Chang'an felt his scalp tingle, as if the world around him had lost its hue and come to a standstill. Only the spot where he stood shimmered with a blinding brightness. It had been a staggering 15 years since he had last seen this woman, discounting the fleeting glimpses on television, in magazines, or on his phone and computer. There was no lingering love that had faded with time, nor was there any hatred that had never truly existed. Zhao Chang'an took a deep breath, his complexion paling as he endeavored to dismiss the swirl of negative emotions in his mind. He focused intently on Lu Chui and the whip she held. This girl, has she really gone so far as to use that on me? Zhao Chang'an inwardly lamented. He certainly did not harbor a penchant for lurking in restrooms to gather his thoughts. Moreover, being cornered by a girl in the lavatory could very well lead to his social demise. Nonetheless, being struck by Lu Chui's whip would equally spell social death for him, particularly in front of this woman. Do you have any paper? Zhao Chang'an deliberately sought to irritate Lu Chui, raising his voice in hopes of startling her away. Is this the end of your wits, or do you still have some semblance of dignity left? Lu Chui, unfazed, gripped her whip with her right hand, playfully tapping her left palm, a smile gracing her features as she advanced with menacing intent. Ah, I do have some. Would you like it? Suddenly, Xiaoxiao, who had been observing the scene from the corner, spoke up, startling the four present. Xiao Lan and Lu Chui stared at Xiao Wenjua in bewilderment. How could these two possibly be connected? Pei Shueizhe, wearing glasses, cast a cold gaze towards Zhao Chang'an, whom he viewed as a little delinquent and a poor student. Huh. Just playing with you all. It's time for me to grab a bite. Zhao Chang'an paid no heed to Xiao Wenjua, abruptly bolting northward. With a rush of wind, he sprinted toward the northern courtyard wall, leaping high as he approached, his left foot forcefully pressing against a brick nearly a meter high. He aimed to use the momentum to elegantly vault over the wall. With a casual wave to Lu Chui, he departed without a trace. I shall dine at the construction site by the rapeseed flower fields. At that moment, Zhao Chang'an had come to a clear resolution. His former pride and self-esteem were nothing short of ignorance, arrogance, superficiality, and shame. How much guilt and burden they added to the hearts of his parents. In this lifetime, he shall no longer be that way. He shall make amends. Suddenly, a softening beneath his feet. The wall collapsed. Amidst the swirling dust, Lu Chui, Xiao Wenjua, Xiao Lan, and Pei Shueizhe gazed in shock at Zhao Chang'an, who staggered and steadied himself awkwardly amidst the haze, while the wall continued to crumble with a resounding crash. The wind carried their speechlessness. Lu Chui, Xiao Lan, and Pei Shueizhe mused that the wall, so easily toppled, had actually fallen for the best, eliminating a safety hazard. Could they not frame it differently and say that Zhao Chang'an had simply knocked it down while stretching against it? Xiao Wenjua's delicate face turned pale. This incident could escalate or diminish. However, if it were to escalate, expulsion would not be out of the question. Yet, if it could be deemed an accident, no. I am the class monitor, the president of the student council. Xiao Lan decisively refused. Then, sticking her tongue out at her glaring friend Xiao Wenjua, she added. She yes in class, studying diligently, saw nothing at all. With that, she turned and hurried back to class. Pei Shueizhe, could you return to the classroom? Wenjua. Do you know him? They both belong to the city construction program, having been neighbors in the same building since childhood. Fine, let him pass through the fallen wall. I shall take the blame. Pei Shueizhe looked at Xiao Wenjua, the unspoken understanding in his eyes clear. You needn't shoulder this. The incident originated with me. You two should attend to your own matters. Lu Chui cast a glance at Xiao Wenjua and rushed towards Zhao Chang'an. Zhao Chang'an, are you all right? Did you get hurt? Upon reaching him, Lu Chui noticed that Zhao Chang'an was merely dust-covered, with no debris around, which eased her concerns. Damn it, Zhao Chang'an instinctively reached into his pocket, finding only a thin 35 yuan. Gazing at the gap in the wall, measuring no less than 30 or 40 meters, he swallowed hard. His face paling as he struggled to utter, how much will this cost to repair? Undoubtedly, the 35 yuan in his pocket would be far from sufficient. Chapter 4. Why such harshness? What is happening? The wall has collapsed. The sound of the crumbling was truly terrifying. Before the dust could settle, teachers were already shouting and rushing towards us. In the southern high school building, students who had skipped lunch to witness the commotion were perched precariously on the windowsills, stretching their necks to see. In the nearby senior building, many students were also sprinting down from their classrooms. Noticing the crack in the wall, Zhao Chang'an and I tentatively pushed against it, and it crumbled down. Lu Chui, upon seeing an unfamiliar male teacher approaching, quickly raised her voice to explain. After Lu Chui had previously told the pair to go do what you need to do, Xiao Wenjua, who had remained silent, cast a deep glance at Lu Chui without uttering a word. Is anyone inside? The male teacher's voice trembled, revealing his deeper concerns. There is no one here. And there shouldn't be anyone over there either, right? Lu Chui's complexion turned pale as she spoke, her voice beginning to quiver. Beyond the wall lay a desolate hillside of pine trees and a cluster of neglected graves, which had become accessible through a narrow path that frequently saw passers-by. At this moment, our only hope was that it was noon, and no one would be traversing that area. What are you waiting for? Go check. The male teacher dashed past Lu Chui and Zhao Chang'an, leaping onto the pile of rubble. Realizing the urgency, Zhao Chang'an, Lu Chui, Xiao Wenjua, and Pei Shueizhe hurriedly climbed onto the pile, frantically searching for any signs of life. Heaven help us. Please don't play tricks on me. At that moment, Zhao Chang'an was also drenched in cold sweat, his limbs feeling weak and unsteady due to the teacher's alarming words. Don't let it be that we just came here and now we have to go in for a few years. Stay away from the collapsed wall. Be careful of a second collapse. The male teacher swiftly surveyed the 30 to 40 meters of rubble, but found no clear signs of blood or clothing. A wave of relief washed over him. Meanwhile, more students and teachers rushed to the scene, 300 meters east of the city high school gate. At the roadside green belt in front of the business school, Yingming, Deng Rue, and a group of 5 unruly youths stood smoking and sipping soda. Concealed behind the lush foliage, they swaggered as if they were kings, wielding the power of life and death over the hapless students. At this point, very few daze students were on the road, making it appear desolate. What is going on? Yingming urged. Is that kid sneaking away through another route? A slender, disheveled boy with messy hair grew impatient. Brother Jean, this road is his only way home. He would have to take a much longer route if he went north or south from the school gate. Yingming explained with a forced smile. Your so-called only way home doesn't mean a thing to me. Do you think you're so wise? The boy snapped back. You two are simply foolish. Yingming and Deng Rue exchanged a glance, their expressions fraught with concern. Immediately after school, they rushed over. Yingming entered to summon someone, while Deng Rue kept a vigilant watch outside. Once they managed to bring out the 5 unruly individuals engaged in a card game, they collaborated to scam the crowd for Zhao Chang'an. However, within those brief minutes, nearly 2,000 students, a couple of hundred teachers, and a multitude of parents arriving to pick up their children surged forth. The scene was a chaotic amalgamation of pedestrians, bicycles, motorcycles, vans, and cars, all blending into a bustling throng. Furthermore, as all the students were clad in uniforms, they dared not guarantee that they hadn't missed Zhao in the crowd. Even if they hadn't overlooked him, Yingming and Deng Rue lacked the courage to contradict the boisterous group, opting instead to wear forced smiles. The leader of the unruly group, holding a pager at his waist, glanced at the time and remarked, if I have to wait for this brat for another 10 minutes. Yingming, whether we proceed today or not, you must adhere to the rules. Understand? All right. Jinggu, no problem. Yingming replied, his mouth feeling bitter. What's wrong? Are you worried about the money? I understand. Jinggu, I understand. If we can't catch him at noon, shall we continue the pursuit in the afternoon? After drinking at noon, the brothers will be occupied with chasing girls in the afternoon. What about evening study? Haha. Jinggu and his 4 companions erupted in laughter. By then, the brothers will be cozying up with the girls, discussing life in bed. And tomorrow morning? You all must arrive at school before 6:30. Am I your mother? Waking up this early? Jinggu, growing impatient, glanced at his pager. Time us up. Brothers, let us go drink. All right. After drinking, we'll chase girls. How exhilarating. Cheered the small gang, their faces alight with excitement. Yingming, if you want to fight, you can. Jinggu and his 4 companions exchanged glances. All recognizing the implication of foolish and affluent, they continued to entice Yingming. Tomorrow at noon, you choose the location. We could block the school gate directly, allowing you to vent your frustrations. You could gain some face at school. What do you think? Yingming and Deng Rue exchanged another glance, their hearts filled with helpless rage towards Zhao Chang'an. Why couldn't this fellow simply walk out calmly, appearing before them so that Jinggu and his crew could administer a well-deserved lesson? Once they confirmed that the collapsed wall had not harmed anyone, a vice principal swiftly approached, gleaning the situation from Lu Chui in just a few words. He instructed all students not to congregate there and to return to their classrooms, canteens, or restrooms, resuming their activities. You two should not bear any psychological burden. If it was not reckless wall-pushing, but rather the timely reporting of a crack to a teacher, it would merit commendation. Nonetheless, this is not a significant issue. Hee. It seems you inadvertently accomplished a seemingly negative task, thus eliminating a major safety hazard for the school. Who is she? Pei Shueja, observing the unfolding drama, discerned the peculiarities of the situation and quietly inquired of Xiaowenshua. It was amusing that Lu Chui had spent an entire academic year living in the high-tech district, yet had no recollection whatsoever. That's unimportant. Let us go. I'm heading to the canteen. Xiaowenshua cast a glance at Zhao Chang'an, who had regarded her as mirror throughout their interaction, and sighed inwardly before turning to leave. Sometimes, the entangled grievances and disputes among adults profoundly affect their offspring. No matter how harmonious their prior relationship, such outcomes are unavoidable. Zhao Chang'an, why are you heading that way? Aren't you wealthy enough to go home and buy something to eat? Lu Chui observed with puzzlement as Zhao Chang'an veered away from the main entrance toward the collapsed courtyard wall. I'm going to the construction site for a meal. My parents arranged with the foreman there to provide 3 hearty meals a day at no cost. My mother mentioned that they make rice in makeshift pots using worn-out wooden molds and broken pine strips, and the crispy bottom is simply delightful. What do you think? Are you envious? Is your mouth watering? Zhao Chang'an glanced at the electronic watch on his wrist and exclaimed, It's 12:30. Time to eat. I must run. Goodbye. He waved cheerfully at Lu Chui, flashing a radiant smile, and hurried away, swiftly traversing the chaotic graveyard. What are his parents doing at the construction site? Vice Principal Duan inquired curiously, watching Zhao Chang'an's retreating figure. I just found out they lost their jobs and are working there, Lu Chui responded vaguely. As she watched Zhao Chang'an disappear into the pine forest, a complex mix of astonishment filled her heart. She pondered that at her age, if her parents were in such a predicament, she would struggle to maintain such a carefree attitude and openly admit to scavenging meals at a construction site. Whether deemed hypocritical or pretentious, who among children relishes the thought of others discovering that their parents are floundering in their middle age? Struggling to make a living through sheer physical labor? This student is rather intriguing, Vice Principal Duan mused. He can't possibly be involved in any wrongdoing. Lu Chui's heart sank suddenly. Enough. Vice Principal Duan firmly interrupted a nearby teacher, speaking in a stern tone. Let us refrain from baseless speculation in the absence of evidence. Moreover, having identified significant safety hazards in advance, why must we be so harsh on our students? Lu Chui cast a surprised glance at Vice Principal Duan. In truth, she had previously held a degree of disdain in her heart. Now, however, she realized she had been a fool, arrogantly looking down on the noble character of others. Chapter 5. On the construction site, upon traversing the disordered graveyard and the small pine forest, Zhao Chang'an found himself standing before an expansive field of golden rapeseed flowers. 3 towering buildings were rising majestically, accompanied by several rows of villas under construction along the southern bank of the Fu River. Witnessing this scene stirred a subtle excitement within him. Even in his previous life, working in Zheng City, he had not returned home for nearly half a year. Zhao Chang'an shook his head vigorously. Having arrived, he would settle. There was little purpose in ruminating over matters that could not be altered if he truly wished for change. He must strive with relentless effort. When he amassed sufficient resources and influence, he could then contemplate those seemingly unattainable possibilities which might, in truth, be within reach. Zhao Shubin sat on a pile of pine poles at the edge of the kitchen, holding a large bowl and devouring his meal with fervor. His partner, Zhang Lishan, also held a sizable bowl, but only filled it halfway with rice, eating delicately. The surroundings were filled with construction workers. Couples sat together, sharing meals and conversation, while solitary men and women engaged in laughter and merriment. Some indulged in a sip of liquor, puffing on cigarettes, exuding an aura of leisure. A few with a penchant for gambling hastily consumed their meals, seizing the midday break to wager a little, hoping to win back some cigarette money. Brother Zhao, have you spoken to Huang Yichun? Asked Xia Changhai, a plasterer whose wages were commendable. He finished washing his bowl, lit a cigarette, and plopped down beside Zhao Shubin. I have, but merely mentioned it to Laonyo. He said he would address it at the next site, Zhao replied, his voice filled with enthusiasm. Xia, our site will be nearing completion this autumn. By this time next year, my wife and I will also be high-earning plasterers. Zhao Shubin swallowed his food with delight. Xia Changhai paused, sighing inwardly at Zhao Shubin's ignorance of social nuances. Such trivial matters, in Niu Mingyan's eyes, would undoubtedly involve Huang Yichun's intervention. After all, who was Niu Mingyan to regard Zhao? Brother Zhao, Jiang Jia interjected with a slight frown. Xia Changhai glanced at his wife, who was about to speak, and smiled. That sounds splendid. Brother Zhao, let us proceed as we are. We'll cross each bridge as we come to it. Zhang Lishan offered an awkward smile towards Xia Changhai and Jiang Jia, aware that her husband was oblivious to the subtlety of social interactions. Yet, what could be done? They could only proceed as Xia Changhai suggested, step by step. Moreover, with a monthly income of around 1,000 yuan, their food expenses were manageable. A far cry from last year's struggles where even money for meat during the new year was acquired through selling household items. It is worth noting that their son's tuition this semester was still borrowed from Xia Changhai and Jiang Jia. Changhai, Jiang Jia, the money I owe you. My husband and I, Sister Shan, what are you saying? Right now, Chang'an is preparing for university entrance exams. As his godmother, I should have been more considerate. I feel utterly remorseful for even bringing this up, Jiang Jia replied, her voice filled with concern. Jiang Jia directly interrupted Zhang Lishan, saying, if you want to repay her, you can tell Chang'an that when he graduates from university and starts earning, he should buy his godmother a piece of fur. How ruthless you are. Meanwhile, Xia Changhai noticed that Zhao Shubin had finished his meal and promptly offered him a cigarette. My godson honors me. What business is it of yours? Jiang Jia spoke with a visage full of happiness, as if she were already adorned in the fur that Zhao Chang'an would purchase. And Zhang, your cooking is truly delightful. The fish soup is exquisite and clean. Today's fish head and tofu soup has not a single scale on the fish head. At that moment, A petite girl in a school uniform approached with a lunchbox, ready to wash the dishes. The uniform she wore was evidently 2 sizes too large, hanging loosely like a robe. With a scruffy boyish haircut, she looked like a malnourished tomboy, despite her fair skin and delicate frame. Eat more fish to become smarter. There's plenty left in the pot. Have another bowl of fish soup, Zhang Lishan said with a smile, gazing at the foreman's daughter. Well, I'll just have the soup. Don't let my mom know, or she'll nag me to madness. The tomboy hesitated, unable to resist the allure of the delicious food, and despite knowing her parents were not on the construction site, she cautiously glanced around before sneaking into the kitchen. If that girl were to dress up, I bet she wouldn't be inferior to Xiao Wenjuo at all. Her studies are equally commendable. I've heard she ranks first in science in her 2nd year of high school, Zhang Lishan thought, admiring the beauty of others' daughters as if envisioning her future daughter-in-law. Don't be fooled by Xiao Qingqin, who boasts daily about her daughter being the top of her class and a school beauty, Jiang Jie chimed in, stirred by unwelcome memories. That girl's future will surpass Xiao Wenjuo by 100-fold. All right, why drag the children into the adults' grievances? Zhao Chang'an interjected, putting an end to the women's chatter. Mom and Dad, is there any food left? I'm starving, cried Zhao Chang'an. Uncle Xiao, Aunt Jiang. Just as Jiang Jia was about to chastise the man who dared address her so casually, she was pleasantly surprised to hear Zhao Chang'an's voice. She quickly turned around and was greeted by his radiant smile, which she adored. Chang'an, it's been nearly a year since we last met. You've grown so tall. You're just 2 centimeters shorter than Uncle, she exclaimed. Zhao Chang'an now stood at 1.76 meters, while Xia Chahai was 1.78 meters, leaving a slight difference between them. There's still food. Let me serve you some, Zhang Lishan said, exchanging a look of surprise and joy with her husband, Zhao Shubin. She set down her bowl, preparing to rise. Mom, you keep eating. I'll get it myself. With that, Zhao Chang'an slipped into the kitchen. Jiang Jia, a female cashier at the original Mountain City lumber mill, and Xia Chahai, the male deputy factory director, found themselves forcibly laid off without conditions when the lumber mill was compelled to be cut down by Xiao Wenyang, who co-invested in a clothing and department market. Jiang Jia, Xia Changhai, and around 7 or 8 other employees with good relations with Zhao Shubin and Zhang Lishan were all unceremoniously dismissed. Tragically, during Zhao Chang'an's first year in college, Jiang Jia met an untimely end when she fell from a building under construction, losing her life in the accident. Not long after, Xia Chahai rode his bicycle and unexpectedly found himself underneath a large truck. Their daughter, Zhao Chang'an's younger sister, Xiao Weiwei, resigned from her position as a sales clerk in a mall. From that moment on, she vanished without a trace into the vast sea of humanity. Ah, the aroma of fish head and tofu soup is simply delightful. Zhao Chang'an emerged with a large bowl brimming with the fragrant broth, his face alight with joy. Chang'an, how did you fare in the mock exams? Xia Chahai inquired, his gaze filled with fondness for Zhao Chang'an. Honestly, no embellishments? Zhao Chang'an savored a generous sip of the fresh fish soup while perched on a concrete block beside his mother. Well, if you're going to boast, I'll be listening. Xia Changhai noted the stark contrast in Zhao Chang'an's demeanor compared to a year prior, which only heightened his delight. To speak plainly, I scored 401, placing 683rd in the science rankings. Unless there is a significant leap in the next 4 months, I might barely manage to enroll in our city's agricultural college. The agricultural college is quite commendable. Don't underestimate it. Many leaders from my hometown's rural areas graduated from there, he remarked. Jiang Jia, intrigued, added, once Chang'an graduates, if he gets assigned to the countryside and works diligently for a few years, he could easily become a village official. It sounds simple, but there are no clear pathways. Zhang Lishan interjected, shaking her head. Let us not rush. Once Chang'an is admitted to the agricultural college, we can sit down and strategize together. Jiang Jia smiled mysteriously. Nearby, Xia Chahai was aware that Jiang Jia's younger brother served as the deputy secretary in Leishan Township, having dedicated several decades to his post and nearing retirement. It would be quite reasonable, before his retirement, to arrange for a university graduate in agriculture to contribute to rural development, and no one would raise an eyebrow at it. Their daughter, Xiao Momo, had just graduated from vocational school and had already expressed her desire to find work in the city. This opportunity, which could only be utilized once, was a favor that they were preparing for their future son-in-law, just in case. Zhao Chang'an was recognized as their godson when Xia Changhai and Jiang Jia were expecting their child. The couple cherished him dearly, nearly regarding him as their own son. As he and their daughter grew up together, their bond flourished in a sibling-like camaraderie. There was an unspoken understanding between the two families. However, shortly after Zhao Chang'an's entrance exam, the city's lumber mill was forcibly shut down by Xiao Wenyang, plunging Zhao Chang'an's family into dire straits. The once vibrant and sunny disposition of Zhao Chang'an morphed into a peculiar, sullen, and irritable character. Jiang Jie had even witnessed him on the streets, mingling with a group of ruffians, smoking and engaging in brawls. Xia Chahai and Jiang Jie's hopes for him had dwindled. Yet, now, seeing the once radiant godson return to form, they could not help but feel genuine joy. Chapter 6. Hey, buddy. The fish soup was exquisite, and the crispy rice added a delightful aroma, creating a perfect combination when mixed in a large bowl. Zhao Chang'an held the thick porcelain bowl, eating heartily, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, utterly engrossed in his meal. Take your time, be careful of the fish bones. No one is competing with you. His son's unrefined way of eating made Zhang Lishan feel anxious. How old are you? And you're still making me worry about you eating fish. Chang'an, you should slow down. Savoring your food is beneficial for your health. Zhao Shubin, seated nearby, shared his concerns but articulated them with finesse. He's still my son, no matter how old he gets. Zhang Lishan shot her husband a glance and turned to Zhao Chang'an, saying, Chang'an, did you hear what your godmother said? Just 4 more months of hard work, and we'll secure your admission to the agricultural college. Alas, you truly have no faith in me. Zhao Chang'an chuckled, his mouth full of crispy rice and fish soup. Did you not hear? Your mother Jiang Jie has connections. With her help, gaining admission to an agricultural college is far more feasible than getting into a typical undergraduate program. For the sake of her son's promising future, Zhang Lishan elevated godmother to mother Jiang Jie. This was a given. However, if only Chang'an could eliminate the name Jiang Jie, both she and Xia Changhai would be even more pleased. Jiang Jie had not borne a son and had harbored regret for many years. Watching Zhao Chang'an devour his food with such enthusiasm only endeared him to her further. Chang'an, remember, the first month you receive your salary after graduation, by your mother, not me, a fur coat, all right? Zhao Chang'an suddenly choked, fully aware of the underlying reason for his mother's words. However, that realization would come 3 years later when he received his first paycheck and understood the weight of that promise. He knew that the family still owed his godparents 2,000 yuan. Back then, the interest on a 3-year bank deposit was nearly 10, sometimes even higher, accumulating to about 2,007 or 800 yuan in total. In 2001, the average salary was only 7 to 800 yuan. Upon learning the truth from his mother, Zhao Chang'an saved diligently for 4 months, managing to buy a rather ordinary fur coat, costing 4,000 yuan, along with 2 bottles of fine liquor priced at over 100 yuan each. He offered these at the graves of Xia Chahai and Jiang Jie. In that moment, as memory surged forth, Zhao Chang'an felt a wave of emotion. His nose tinged with sorrow, tears streaming down his face, unable to be wiped clean even with his school uniform sleeve. His parents and the couple, Xia Changhai and Jiang Jie, stood by, utterly stunned. Seriously? You get so upset over buying a fur coat? At that moment, Zhang Lishan was left speechless by her son. Unsure of what to say, the fur coat was merely a jest, signifying that Chang'an understood the value of money and how to manage life wisely, not like Zhaoge and my husband Xia, who believed that money is for earning, not saving. The chuckle from Jiang Jie made Zhao Shubin and Xia Changhai's faces flush with embarrassment. Wait, Zhao Chang'an swallowed the food in his mouth, wiped his tears, realizing he needed to address the situation. Otherwise, he would truly hurt his godmother's feelings. My mother's words were not said lightly. Before the new year, my mother lost her gold ring. However, with so many relatives in the family and my parents being quite concerned about appearances, the expenses for entertaining guests, including lavish meals, tobacco, and alcohol, as well as the customary red envelopes of 20 for the children, barely sufficed for the festivities. Zhang Lishan and Zhao Shubin's expressions immediately changed. They exchanged discreet glances and shook their heads, indicating they had not mentioned this matter to their son. They had always thought their son was too young to notice such things, but it turned out he was already aware and had silently kept it in his heart. My son has grown up. He understands now. Zhang Lishan felt a pang in her heart, tears welling in her eyes. Zhao Shubin's eyes also appeared somewhat reddened. Thus, my tuition fees and the living expenses for the new year were left uncertain. Zhao Chang'an looked at Jiang Jie, smiling through tears, and said, It must be my mother who mentioned this money matter. Godmother, if you don't wish to accept it, just casually say you'll buy me a fur coat when I graduate from university. His mother, genuinely grateful, had unwittingly become steadfast in her own way. Therefore, My tears were shed for my own ignorance. My parents struggled so much, yet I failed to study diligently, only complaining and indulging in frivolities. Zhang Lishan covered her face, overwhelmed with tears, while Zhao Shubin turned his head aside, quietly wiping his own. Even Xia Changhai and Jiang Jie could not help but shed tears. Zhao Chang'an, having perfectly explained why he cried through a heart-wrenching performance, left Zhang Lishan and Zhao Shubin feeling bittersweet about their son's maturity, while Xia Changhai and Jiang Jie shared in the poignant sorrow of their circumstances. It took a long while for emotions to settle somewhat. Zhao Chang'an devoured a bowl of fish head rice, then filled another bowl with fish soup and tofu, and continued eating. Finally, he set down the empty bowl, wiped his mouth, and satisfiedly burped. He cast an envious glance at the workers smoking leisurely after their meal, feeling a twinge of desire. His father and Uncle Xia were also smoking, but even with 10 times the boldness, he dared not approach them for a puff. Regretfully smacking his lips, Zhao Chang'an moved to the sink to wash the dishes, only to be surprised to see a short student wearing large black glasses, bent over washing dishes. So that's how the foreman agreed to let me join for a meal. There are indeed others here. Zhao Chang'an mused as he observed. The student had short hair and deep blue sneakers. A cheap electronic watch lay by the sink, and the school uniform he wore was 2 sizes too big, resembling a monkey draped in a robe. Despite being poor, couldn't his parents manage to get a proper-fitting uniform? Zhao Chang'an felt a surge of empathy and walked over to the sink, affectionately wrapping his arm around the boy's shoulders. In this era, high school students often express enthusiasm for their peers of the same age and gender by casually linking arms. The boy's body felt frail and soft, and Zhao Chang'an warmly asked, "Hey, buddy, my mom's cooking isn't too shabby, right?" As Dan Kai was washing the dishes, she recalled the fish soup she had just savored in her father's office. Her attention was drawn to a male student clad in a school uniform at the construction site outside the kitchen window. Earlier, she had caught a glimpse of him approaching with a bowl, yet she had paid little heed to it. To her astonishment, he dashed over and brazenly made an advance. Startled, Dan Kai's body shuddered slightly, and a mix of embarrassment and indignation surged within her. However, she was acutely aware of her own circumstances. The high school uniform from the municipal institution had remained unchanged for 4 or 5 years. The distinction between the male and female uniforms lay solely in the embroidery. The male uniform featured a green tree, while the female counterpart displayed a pink flower on the chest. In her current posture of bending over to wash the dishes, the pink flower was undoubtedly obscured. Moreover, her mother had dressed her in a manner that rendered her unrecognizable as anything but a tomboy, making it entirely plausible for someone to mistake her for a male student. The only notable difference was that those who misidentified her would never approach so boldly, nor would they dare to embrace her outright. Chapter 7. Dan Kai, are you Aunt Zhang's son? Dan Kai, forcing herself to regain composure, attempted to wriggle free from Zhao Chang'an's embrace while striving to maintain a calm tone as she gazed at him. Huh. Zhao Chang'an, momentarily bewildered by the feminine voice he heard, looked down to find a glaringly bright pink flower embroidered on the front of the robe. A woman? Startled, Zhao Chang'an's body shuddered. His left hand, which was wrapped around the shoulder of this disguised girl, felt as though it were pressed against a searing hot iron. Chang'an, what are you doing? Let go. His mother's voice rang in his ears, a mixture of urgency and fear. Zhang Lishan, sitting 30 to 40 meters away, was taken aback by this surreal scene, her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat. She initially thought her son was merely teasing the attractive daughter of the foreman. Meanwhile, this pair of high school students, already eye-catching on the construction site, had drawn the attention of nearly all the workers, who stood in stunned silence, marveling at the audacity of the so-called daughter of the bull demon king being embraced by a boy. They whispered among themselves, incredulous at his gall, unaware of the consequences that awaited him. Apologize, apologize. I was blind. Upon hearing his mother shout, Zhao Chang'an promptly reconsidered his actions, not hastily releasing Dan Kai, who felt like a hot iron in his grip. Instead, he quietly offered a sincere apology, then called out to his mother with feigned nonchalance, "Mom, this is my buddy. Why are you overreacting?" He then casually released his hold, discreetly creating some distance between himself and Dan Kai. "Who is your buddy? Do I know you?" Dan Kai, hearing Zhao Chang'an's blatant lies, felt a wave of disdain wash over her, her cheeks now flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger. "Don't worry. We'll find a quiet spot later to sort this out. If I furrow my brow, it means I'm a coward. Not admitting to any wrongdoing will only allow the workers to speculate, turning us into a joke during their drinking sessions." Zhao Chang'an gazed at Dan Kai with pleading eyes. If this incident escalated, it would appear as though he had intentionally teased a girl. Given his father's temper, he would undoubtedly be humiliated and unable to continue working at the site, likely dragging Xiao Chang'an and Jiang Jie down with him. Dan Kai understood the implication behind Zhao Chang'an's words. Referring to her as his buddy might keep the rumors at bay for a time. In truth, if one were to look at it more openly, it was not such a grave matter. However, if she were to tacitly accept being seen as a boy in his embrace, it would provide ample fodder for laughter long after the site was completed. In the face of two significant losses, Dan Kai realized that while she had done nothing to provoke this situation, she had nonetheless found herself in a predicament. At that moment, if Dan Kai were to feel any joy, it would indeed be a miracle. She resolved to keep her distance henceforth. Initially, she intended to say, "Do not come near me again." Yet she recognized the dismal circumstances of the scoundrel-s family, one parent laboring as a construction worker and the other preparing meals for laborers. With a clenched jaw, she opted for a more restrained remark, implying that they should remain worlds apart and not trouble her any further. Certainly, without a doubt, Zhao Chang'an sensed her restraint and quickly nodded in agreement. He promptly turned on the tap and began washing the dishes, while Dan Kai continued to focus intently on scrubbing the plates and utensils, showing no inclination to acknowledge their shared school background or to introduce herself. "You must be a sophomore, right? Did you ride your bicycle here?" Zhao Chang'an mused aloud, noting her stylish attire, which he had never encountered before. Confirming she was not a senior. The journey from the school gate to this location typically required a detour of approximately 4 miles. Moreover, the path from the main entrance of the city high school to the parking area for bicycles, situated to the west of the 3 teaching buildings, involved nearly a mile and a gradual uphill walk. Having inadvertently wronged her, Zhao Chang'an felt inclined to offer her a suggestion to save some distance. Observing that she was ignoring his words as if she hadn't heard him, he was not perturbed. After all, what was the point in engaging in a battle of wits with a girl of merely 15 or 16, who could easily be his daughter? Thus, he kindly persisted. "You could take the southern path through the woods. It's just 100 meters past the old gravesite. I don't know if that frightens you, but it would save you a direct route to the campus. Are you just making conversation? Do you realize how annoying this is?" Dan Kai was genuinely incensed this time. She suspected that this boy's mother had informed him about her not riding her bicycle, as she always scaled the wall to eat. Consequently, the thoughts of this mother-son duo, along with his father, seemed rather insidious and unwholesome. To put it bluntly, they appeared to be overstepping their bounds, akin to a toad aspiring to consume swan meat. The very notion that these three, this trifecta of trash, could harbor such base thoughts about her infuriated Dan Kai, prompting her to storm back to her office to call her father and demand that these three be expelled immediately. "Are you suggesting I jest with you? That I can't get my bicycle over the courtyard wall? Huh, you should know, the wall has collapsed." Zhao Chang'an, feeling a twinge of guilt, added, "It collapsed on its own." "What?" Dan Kai was perplexed. "Go upstairs and see for yourself." Zhao Chang'an gestured toward the towering 7-story building. "You can see from the 3rd floor, over by the restrooms, it's collapsed for about 30 to 40 meters. Dan Kai cast a skeptical glance at Zhao Chang'an, discerning that this rogue had no reason to fabricate such a tale. Her fair face paled suddenly, and she ceased her dishwashing, turning on her heel towards the building. "Your watch. Where is it?" "It won't get lost. I left it with my mother. You can go retrieve it." Zhao Chang'an watched as the little sister strode away with purpose, softly calling out instructions while picking up the digital watch resting by the sink. She casually placed it in her jacket pocket. The construction site was bustling with a diverse crowd: carpenters, electricians, masons, delivery drivers, and security personnel amounting to 300 or 400 individuals. Zhao Chang'an truly wondered where her confidence stemmed from, thinking, "It can't possibly be lost." Suddenly, the loudspeaker at the site blared twice, causing everyone to cease their conversations. Recognizing the voice of the second foreman, Zeng Xiaoxiao, it was evident that new directives were being issued. Today, all masons were to report to the northern wall of the first high-rise, alongside Tian Shiwu, who was instructed to dispatch 2 excavators. Additionally, they were to transport sufficient sand, steel reinforcement, cement, gravel, and granite for the foundation. The northern wall of the high-rise was to be demolished and rebuilt. The carpenter and electrician teams were also to proceed there to construct a temporary wooden partition wall. What was happening? What did it mean? A buzz of speculation swept through the site. The collapsed section of the wall had been obscured from view by the pine trees, and at that moment, all workers were downstairs having their meals, completely unaware of the thunderous collapse. However, for Shan Kai, she had already discerned that this boy, whom she found so distasteful, was not merely engaging her in idle chatter. When he said, "The northern wall has collapsed," it truly had. Shan Kai turned and walked back, extending her hand toward Zhao Chang'an. Chapter 8. The girl's surname is not Niu. Having traversed approximately 3 hours, Zhao Chang'an's mind was still somewhat disconnected from reality. He was lost in a rapid stream of thoughts, contemplating which university and major to pursue. Should he embark on a solitary journey to reconnect with his acquaintances, Xiaoma, Dongge, Dingge, and Xiaozhang, once the college entrance examination was concluded? As he mused, he noticed a delicate, pale hand reaching out towards him. Instinctively, he responded as if he were in a professional setting 2 decades hence, extending his own damp hand to firmly grasp the girl's. To convey his sincerity, he exerted a bit more pressure, shaking her hand vigorously before releasing it. The girl, San Kai, felt a bit dazed. What was happening? It soon dawned on her that this rogue either genuinely did not comprehend the situation or was feigning ignorance. In any case, she felt somewhat aggrieved by his audacity. 3 consecutive blows. My watch. Fuming as though she might devour Zhao Chang'an whole, words tumbled from her lips one by one. I completely forgot about that. Zhao Chang'an's face flushed slightly, and he quickly retrieved her watch, offering it back to her. He sheepishly added, I thought you were apologizing for your previous doubts about me. Apologize? To you? Not a chance. San Kai seethed, snatching the watch from his hand and turning to leave. The sight of his cheeky grin made her fists itch, yearning to deliver a blow. At that moment, the construction site buzzed with activity. Chang'an, stop dawdling. Hurry back and memorize some more vocabulary. Zhao Chang'an's English skills were lacking. Truth be told, he struggled in all subjects, so his father, Zhao Shubin's admonitions seemed quite reasonable. Upon seeing his parents, the couple Xiaoqiao Hai, armed with shovels, trowels, tile cutters, and hammers, preparing to set off, Zhao Chang'an rushed over with a smile. Chang'an, do you know that girl? Jiang Jia inquired casually. However, his parents and Xia Changhai's gaze turned towards him, clearly intrigued by the question. I really don't know her. Zhao Chang'an replied with a laugh as he took the shovel from his father's hands. I initially thought she was a boy. How could I have known she was a girl? I quietly asked her if she preferred to acknowledge our acquaintance or let others think she was mistaken. San Kai's peculiar thoughts baffled him. Surely she had chosen to deny recognition? Xia Changhai found the situation utterly incomprehensible. Was it merely because they attended the same school that she chose to save face? Zhao's father furrowed his brow, speculating that this was indeed the only plausible explanation. This girl has quite the sense of pride, he mused. It appears she is quite resistant to her mother's styling efforts. Among the 4, it was Zhang Lishan who first grasped the situation. I heard that last year, Mr. Niu bought his daughter a dress, but she never wore it. It was reported to her uncle in the provincial city, who called to berate Mr. Niu thoroughly. She then shot a fierce glare at her son. You know, although you managed to evade her this time, she probably despises you. Keep your distance from her in the future. Sister-in-law, Jiang Jia, still could not comprehend the situation, feeling quite dissatisfied with her own intellect. In a nutshell, if you were a spirited and beautiful young woman, would you prefer that everyone knew Chang'an embraced you as if you were a boy? Or would you rather acknowledge him as merely an acquaintance? So that's how it is. Chang'an, this girl is the daughter of the foreman Niu Emma Wang. Stay away from her, as your godmother advises. Women can be quite vindictive with their petty grievances. Is that so? Let us maintain our distance, as there is no need for unnecessary entanglements. Zhao Chang'an nodded obediently, though he was not particularly concerned. He was merely astonished to discover that this girl did not dress poorly out of poverty. Her surname Niu truly matched her disposition. His gaze fell upon the girl in the Dao robe, accompanied by 2 security guards, meandering through the canola flower fields toward the south. At this moment, Zhao Chang'an had 2 principal objectives occupying his mind. Firstly, to earn money, enabling his family to escape their current predicament, relieving his parents from their arduous struggles. Secondly, to diligently review his studies, striving to recall this year's examination questions in hopes of gaining admission to a 211 university. If Zhao Chang'an were to vocalize these aspirations, it would surely provoke laughter. However, setting aside the first goal of making money, the second target for him was clear. As long as it was the 2 prestigious 985 universities, Tsinghua and Peking, that were expected to announce their admissions in a month, he could take a chance with the other 211 universities. The reason being, he had not only completed the science examination paper this year, but had also done so twice. The first attempt was during the July exam, covering 5 subjects: Chinese, mathematics, English, physics, and chemistry. The second was a mere 3 hours ago, 6 years later, when he tackled mathematics, physics, and chemistry once more. Furthermore, this time, he had reviewed all the standard answers. Of course, another 6 years had passed, and he had forgotten nearly all the exam questions. Nevertheless, he remained extremely confident. As long as he settled down to study diligently, he could at least revive some semblance of memory regarding these subjects. Simultaneously, he was fervently reviewing English and repeatedly filtering through his Chinese textbooks from high school. Zhao Chang'an was filled with confidence. "Why isn't she riding a bicycle?" Zhao Chang'an casually inquired, observing the figure of the girl in the canola flower field. "What bicycle? This girl is wild. She always climbs over walls to get around. Don't you dare emulate her. That graveyard is eerie. Isn't a girl afraid?" Jiang Jie remarked, clearly disapproving of such a girl. Zhao Chang'an stared blankly at Jiang Jie. This wasn't he about bravery. "You missed her during lunchtime when you were leaving work, and you weren't paying attention. The 2 security guards are stationed by the city court wall to escort her. Truly, the daughter of a wealthy family. She may appear rustic, but how much does it cost to maintain 2 security guards every month?" Zhang Lishan gazed intently at her son and earnestly advised, "Chang'an, you should maintain your distance from her. Her father is a multimillionaire, and her mother is a renowned host on provincial television. She ranks first in the science stream of her sophomore year. Isn't the top science student named Dan Kai?" Zhao Chang'an exclaimed, bewildered. "Isn't she in the arts?" "Indeed, she is Dan Kai," Zhang Lishan affirmed with a nod. "She doesn't carry the surname Niu. She takes after her mother." A flicker of realization stirred within Zhao Chang'an, as if he were on the verge of grasping something significant. Dan Kai, the crumbling courtyard wall. The act of climbing over the wall, the father who is a multimillionaire, the mother, a celebrated host, and the top science student of her grade. Previously, Zhao Chang'an had noted that the voice of this faux boy bore a northern accent, characteristic of the provincial capital of Zheng City, although he had not given it much thought. At that moment, these fragmented pieces coalesced in his mind like scattered pearls, strung together by his rational analysis and fleeting memories. It all made sense. If the course of the universe had not diverted, 15 years hence, Zhao Chang'an would transition to Dan Kai Group's subsidiary, Dan Kai Education, where he would diligently serve for 4 years. Upon entering the Dan Kai Group, he had come across the name of the chairman, Dan Kai, and paused in surprise. He vaguely recalled that during his high school years, the science prodigy 1 year beneath him had also been named Dan Kai. Given the rarity of the surname Dan, especially among females, sharing the same name and being of similar age was an extraordinary coincidence. However, after a brief online search, Zhao Chang'an discovered that this General Dan had graduated from Zhengzhang and, notably, was physically impaired. Thus, he had resigned himself to the notion that he had misjudged. Now, reflecting upon it, within Zhao Chang'an's timeline, Dan Kai Group had undergone 7 years of rapid expansion, evolving into a colossal entity with an annual output value exceeding 20 billion, ranking among the top 30 in the province. Dan Kai herself had ascended to the ranks of the top 10 female tycoons in the region. "By my word," Zhao Chang'an murmured softly, incredulity washing over him. Chapter 9. The esteemed disciple of my aunt. When Zhao Chang'an returned to the classroom, half of the students had already arrived. However, they were all boarders. Not a single day student had come. "Zhao Chang'an, you are truly remarkable. Iron legs indeed. And hero, do you possess any secret teachings? I am willing to offer myself in devotion." "Well, a single kick can topple half a wall. Zhao, you are indeed extraordinary." Upon seeing Zhao Chang'an enter through the back door, an uproar akin to a landslide erupted within Class 6 of the senior year. Various expressions of reverence filled the air. Although Lu Chui had previously mentioned that 2 individuals were involved in pushing the wall, and that Xiao Wenjua and the others were not prone to exaggeration, a few second-year students fortuitously gazing out the window towards the vast expanse of golden rapeseed fields witnessed the vigorous scene of Zhao Chang'an kicking off the wall. The reality was evidently far more exhilarating than the mere antics of one boy and one girl. Thus, the narrative had evolved into the legendary tale of Hero Zhao with his iron legs toppling half a wall. Zhao Chang'an paid no heed to the buzzing distractions. At this juncture, he could only adamantly deny any involvement. Otherwise, he would not only face dire consequences but would also inadvertently implicate Lu Chui. Zhao Chang'an proceeded directly to his seat in the northeast corner of the classroom, casting a glance at the small blackboard that read, 119 days until the college entrance examination. A sense of urgency washed over him. "Anzi, you mustn't speak recklessly. If this rumor spreads poorly, certain individuals might report it, and that would lead to trouble. His deskmate Lu Yihui cautioned in a hushed tone. I understand. Zhao Chang'an nodded in acknowledgement, tuning out the incessant buzzing around him. He surveyed the cluttered array of textbooks and exercise books on his desk and extracted his English textbook from the first year of high school. As he casually flipped to a page, he found the book to be in pristine condition, almost suitable for sale as new, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. Ah! The folly of youthful arrogance. Ella Fant was a middle-aged lady who lived with her only son John in a small house, Zhao Chang'an read fluently, murmuring. Thanks to Li Xia. In middle school, at the prestigious No. 1 high school in the old district, Zhao Chang'an had excelled in mathematics, physics, and chemistry, achieving nearly perfect scores, while his Chinese language proficiency was commendable. He was a legend in his own right, yet his English was woefully inadequate, scoring a mere 63 out of 100 on the high school entrance examination. Despite this, his results placed him among the top 30 in the city. Previously, Zhao Chang'an's father served as the deputy general manager of a construction company and the director of a sawmill, while his mother was the cashier at a branch factory. The sawmill was the most profitable enterprise in the city at the time, boasting the highest wages and generous bonuses, with employees annually enjoying trips out of the province. Naturally, it also contributed the most to the parent company. The company, represented by a seasoned eagle, is approaching retirement age, having early on expressed a preference for Zhao Shuben's integrity and capabilities. The Zhao family has thus risen to prominence within the city's construction sector. Additionally, Zhao Chang'an possesses a commendable appearance and academic prowess. He is unperturbed by troublemakers and engages in fights without hesitation, regardless of the number of opponents or the disparity in strength, fearlessly brandishing a brick. In no time, he became the idealized Prince Charming for many infatuated young girls, including Su Wenxiang, Zeng Xiaoxiao, Xiao Momo, Wang Yinfei, and Yinwan. These young women vied for his affection, even resorting to challenges and duels. Proud and peacock-like, Xiao Wenjua occasionally made veiled attempts to draw closer to him. However, a pivotal shift occurred upon the retirement of the Eagle, who recommended Zhao Shuben and Xiao Wenyang to compete for the position of general manager of the construction company. At this juncture, the construction committee received numerous anonymous letters alleging that Zhao Chang'an's parents and deputy plant manager Xia Changhai, along with cashier Jiang Jie and her husband, colluded to falsify accounts. Although these claims were later proven to be slanderous, the position of general manager ultimately went to Xiao Wenyang, who was also a deputy manager and head of the precast plant. Subsequently, Xiao Wenyang relentlessly suppressed Zhao Shuben. The company dispatched a task force to audit the accounts, tracing back 9 years of old records from the time Zhao Shuben became the head of the wood sawmill. In a high-level decision-making meeting, despite Zhao Shuben's vehement opposition, it was resolved to sell the assets of the wood sawmill at a bargain price, repurposing the vacated space for a joint venture to construct a clothing market. Eventually, Zhao Chang'an's parents, along with Xia Changhai and several other colleagues, were ousted from their positions due to their unwavering integrity and lack of savings. They found themselves in dire financial straits. Consequently, Zhao Chang'an began to exhibit peculiarities, becoming morose and difficult to understand, while his academic performance plummeted. When the time came for the sophomore year to split into arts and sciences, he was expelled from the key class. Although Zhao Chang'an struggled with English, years later, he encountered an English tutor from Dankai Education, leading to a romance, marriage, and the formation of a family. The assertive Li Xia, citing the importance of cultivating her daughter's linguistic skills from a young age, insisted on using English at home on odd days, while even days were to be devoted to the same language as much as possible. She even threatened that if Zhao Chang'an did not cooperate during the day, she would not support him at night, effectively rectifying his English proficiency. Zhao Chang'an briefly skimmed through the first-year English material before returning the book, moving on to the second-year content with relative ease. He then jumped to the final lesson of the third-year second semester, leaving him momentarily bewildered. This year marked a significant turning point in his education. Thus, he redirected his focus back to the first semester of the third year, rapidly scanning through it. Soon, he identified his shortcomings. Most of the new vocabulary for the third-year English curriculum was unfamiliar to him. If only he could have delayed his studies by a year or so, it would have posed no issue, and he could even have gauged his daughter's examination results. With a sense of melancholy, Zhao Chang'an set the book down. Sighing deeply, he acknowledged that to claim he did not miss or think of them would be a falsehood. He shook his head vigorously, declaring, "Let us start with the first lesson of the senior year. Fortunately, for months should suffice." Then he gathered his spirits, opened the textbook, and began to scrutinize it with a fountain pen in hand. As Zhao Chang'an remained unresponsive, the classroom gradually fell into a serene silence. A student who had never previously engaged in study, who had once achieved a mere 401 out of 683, was now proactively immersing himself in his studies. What excuse did the other students, both high achievers and those struggling, have to avoid diligence? After all, the ominous reminder of 119 days until the college entrance examination hung conspicuously on the wall. At that moment, the spring sunshine streamed in through the window, enveloping the classroom in tranquility, interrupted only by the distant clamor of construction workers and the sounds of walls being dismantled. When Su Zhengfan received the news, he was attending a meeting on the outskirts of the mountain city. Just as he had settled at the table, he had no time to savor a warm dish and hastily grabbed a few dumplings to take back. Meanwhile, he made several calls to arrange various follow-up tasks. Upon returning to the school to conduct a thorough assessment and discuss solutions, he realized that by the time he wrapped everything up, it was nearly 2 in the afternoon, just half an hour before work resumed. Seizing this brief interlude, he retreated to his office, where he was pleasantly surprised to find his niece still there, engrossed in her exercises. Wan, today you did not push that wall. You merely took the blame for Zhao Chang'an, Su Zhengfan stated candidly, laying his thoughts bare. As the eldest in the family, he was no stranger to sycophants eager to report on others. Furthermore, with his understanding of his niece's character, he recognized that she would not recklessly push a wall upon discovering a crack, nor would she call upon a boy to assist her. Lu Chui looked up at her uncle and replied, "Uncle, please do not disturb me. I'm timing myself on these problems." With just those words, Su Zhengfan found himself devoid of irritation. He understood that his niece was subtly indicating that with the impending examination, the collapse of a safety hazard was less significant than the means by which it occurred. No point in being overly concerned. As he caught a glimpse of her uncle leaving the study with a frown, Lu Chui could not help but smile triumphantly. "You see, I am the direct disciple of Ant, and I can certainly handle you." The little imp. Exiting the study, Su Zhengfan chuckled helplessly, conceding, "Perhaps I should let this slip just once. After all, they are my students." If taken too seriously, Zhao Chang'an might face severe consequences before the examination, and the logistics chief, Old Duan, would find himself in a precarious position. Thankfully, there were no casualties. Yet, what was it about Zhao Chang'an that warranted Wang Quan shielding him? "This evening, I must thoroughly report this matter to my wife. I cannot afford to be reprimanded by her if anything goes awry." Chapter 10. The pinnacle of quarrels. As the students entered the classroom, the atmosphere once again became lively. Whispers of Zhao Chang'an's remarkable feat, iron legs breaking half a wall, circulated among them. Those closely associated with Zhao, such as Old Zhang, Wu Yu, and even students from the liberal arts class like Fu Qingwei, Yu Yiwei, and Zhu Liang, made a special trip to admire Zhao's flamboyant demeanor. Observing their youthful, collagen-rich faces, Zhao Chang'an could not help but lament the passage of time. Indeed, it is a merciless blade. Anzi, during lunch, Yu Yingming and Deng Rui sought to ambush you near the business school. Thankfully, you toppled the courtyard wall and didn't return. Zhang Shan, known in the circles as the white strip in the waves, plopped down at his seat and leaned in to speak softly with Zhao. Does he wish for death? Anzi, tonight, let us take those two to the old cemetery, hold them down over a grave, and force them to kneel and call out Father. Zhao Chang'an found camaraderie with Lui Hui, as his character mirrored his own, neither provoking trouble nor fearing it. When trouble does arise, he strikes first with precision and decisiveness. Indeed, such foolishness. Zhao Chang'an was bemused, realizing the unfolding of events was not as simplistic as he had initially thought. Rather, it appeared to transpire before the pivotal point of influence. Perhaps the radiating intensity of his existing point of influence was insufficient to alter the current course of events. "I just heard from Li Qing. Let us walk home together tonight. We can take a longer route. Or you could ask someone in the courtyard to relay a message to your mother. We can share a bed. You do love the wontons my mother makes, don't you? There's a whole fridge full of them. I'll call my cousin to find out who settled the score with you." Zhang Shun grinned darkly. "I'll have my cousin gather a few friends to give those two a good beating, then let them host a feast of apology. Please. Your mother comes over to cover you with a blanket in the middle of the night, 2 or 3 times. It gives me the creeps. Forget it. You all needn't worry about this. The college entrance examination is approaching. Who cares if I fall out with someone?" Zhao Chang'an first looked seriously at the unpredictable Zhang Shun. Upon seeing his reluctant nod, he broke into a radiant smile. "Brothers, sit back and enjoy the show. It will surely be spectacular, beyond your wildest imaginations. That golden-haired lion is quite the character. Golden-haired? That mangy dog from the business school. Zhang Shun exclaimed in astonishment, cursing. Does he wish for death? Suddenly, an irritating voice echoed in the classroom. Which of these laborers is your father? Yingming, having suffered at the hands of the 5 golden-haired thugs, entered the classroom and immediately learned of Zhao Chang'an's midday exploits. Infuriated, he nearly spat blood. He had stood outside for 20 minutes, wasting a fortune, only to discover that this rascal hadn't even gone home, but had instead been showing off. How could he not be enraged? The effects of the beer he had consumed during lunch surged as his eyes turned crimson. Ignoring all decorum, he shouted, hoping to humiliate Zhao Chang'an with his words. Yingming, how can you speak like that? As Lu Chui entered the classroom, she abruptly stood up and slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, Are you drunk and looking for trouble? I'm merely curious. Yingming dared not provoke Lu Chui. Especially when she was intoxicated, he realized that engaging with her would only lead to his own misfortune and quickly silenced himself. However, his gaze remained fixed on Zhao Chang'an, who was grinning nonchalantly, his heart seething with resentment, silently vowing, just wait until tomorrow at noon when you're beaten to a pulp. And then we'll see if you still laugh. Yingming thought to himself, do you know what you are to me? At that moment, the classroom fell silent, everyone straining to hear what Zhao Chang'an would say next. Zhao Chang'an, you too, should keep your mouth shut. Haven't you heard what Teacher Lu said about proving your worth through studies? Lu Chui frowned, casting a disapproving glance at Zhao Chang'an in an attempt to halt him. Yet, Zhao Chang'an reiterated his earlier statement word for word, plunging the classroom back into silence. Suddenly, a prolonged and resounding fart erupted from Zhao Chang'an, accompanied by a whimsical sound. Oh my, damn it! A wave of startled cries erupted as Lu Yihui, Zhang Shun, and Hu Wagong scrambled away from their seats. The students were momentarily stunned, having never witnessed such an audacious display of flatulence. Fart. Ha ha, it was just a fart. Ha ha. Will you, seated in front and friendly with Zhao Chang'an, quickly grasped the situation and burst into laughter, prompting an uproar throughout the classroom. The laughter reverberated like an earthquake, with some students clutching their bellies in tears of mirth. Zhao Chang'an was undeniably mischievous. This incident would undoubtedly echo throughout the campus for days to come. Zhao Chang'an, I will get even with you for this. In that moment, Yingming, his face flushed with rage, felt an urge to confront Zhao Chang'an, desperate to rid himself of the humiliation. Yingming, please don't lose your composure. Class Monitor Fan Xiao and Deputy Monitor Qi Xiangfeng clung tightly to Yingming, preventing him from advancing. Am I losing my composure? Fan Xiao, don't be biased. Yingming bellowed. How am I being biased? What has Zhao Chang'an done to you? Did he hit you or insult you? You're the one who walked in here looking for trouble, Fan Xiao replied, exasperation evident on his face. I'm looking for trouble? Did he not insult me? Yingming retorted, exasperated yet incredulous. What did he say to you? At that moment, Li Yinqiu, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up, leaving the entire class in stunned silence, including Lu Chui, who had yet to take her seat, all gazing at Li Yinqiu in bewilderment, wondering when Zhao Chang'an had become entangled with her. Yingming found himself at a loss for words. He certainly could not divulge that he had simply released gas. He didn't say anything. He just let out a fart. Old Zheng interjected with utmost seriousness. Ha! The classroom erupted into laughter once more. Just then, the preparatory bell rang. Stop laughing, Fan Xiao shouted loudly, casting a complex glance at Li Yinqiu, who was oblivious to him, and instantly lost all interest. Releasing his embrace of Yingming, he said with indifference, class is about to start. You better think this through. As you have no say in this matter. Yingming retorted, enough already. If you truly wish to graduate soon, you might as well earn a major demerit. Finally, Zeng Xiaoxiao, who had been silently observing, spoke up. Zhao Chang'an, just you wait. Upon meeting Zeng Xiaoxiao's furious gaze, Yingming immediately felt intimidated. Shot a harsh remark at Zhao Chang'an, and returned to her seat. Don't just talk the talk. I might wither away waiting. Zhao Chang'an, unfazed by the threat, shot back. Do you even realize how long I've been waiting? I might as well wither too. Almost everyone in the class could sing along to the songs of the legendary singer Jackie Chung, and Zhang Shun, who had long harbored disdain for Yingming, immediately belted out a lyric. Laughter erupted throughout the classroom. Amidst the chuckles, their English teacher, and I yawned, entered the classroom in a dress and high heels, her long hair cascading in waves. Clop, clop, she walked in, and without hesitation exclaimed, the students are so happy, who can tell me why? The entire class erupted in laughter once again, save for Yingming, Deng Rui, and Zeng Xiaoxiao, whose faces turned ashen. Zhao Ge, I saw Anzi in that classroom. He was so engrossed in his book. He is certainly going to get into our city's agricultural college, Jiang Jie said joyfully as she approached Zhao Shubin and Zhao Chang'an, who were leaning against the wall. Jiang, keep your voice down. You're making it obvious. Zhao Shubin's face flushed red. In truth, he too had contemplated peeking into his son's learning environment, but he feared being recognized by the students from the city school and embarrassing his son. Isn't the agricultural college a university? Jiang Jie seemed unfazed. With the thought that her godson might become a treasured son-in-law, her heart swelled with even more joy. Chapter 11. A good melon requires multiple cuts. As Jean Sherbois savored a hearty meal, a toothpick precariously perched between his lips, he ambled contentedly down the bustling street. His eyes darted around, fixated on the comely young women mingling within the crowd, their flirtatious antics accompanied by playful whistles. Alas, in the year 1998. As society's economy and order continued to improve, the days of brazenly asserting dominance alongside a band of ruffians to amass wealth had long since passed. Jean, a destitute drifter without even a motorcycle to his name, found that the young ladies he admired offered him not even a glance, let alone a modicum of interest. Brother Jean, let us stir up some trouble at the school gate tomorrow. The security at number 1 high is no mere decoration, cautioned Yin Lu, whose family was pressuring him to take over their business. His father had issued a stern warning. Should he cause any trouble during this period and lose his job, he would face dire consequences. Have you lost your senses? That lad is nearing his college entrance examination. Better to stay out of trouble, or we may all face the consequences. Yin Lu and his companions wore expressions of bewilderment. What was Jin's intention? Jean Sherbois raised his left hand, palm facing upward, while his right hand sliced through the air like a blade. Repeatedly, he gestured as if to cut the melon. A good melon requires multiple cuts. Still do not comprehend. We must take action against Yingming, that foolishly wealthy simpleton who fails to learn from experience. It would be unjust to let him off easily. But what shall we do at noon tomorrow? Yin Lu remained perplexed. Sanner, do you not have a brother at number 1 high? Have him discreetly inform Zhao Chang'an after the 3rd period tomorrow that someone plans to ambush him at the school gate, advising him not to venture out for lunch. What? The group stared blankly, utterly astonished at Jin's audacious scheme. What nonsense is this? If we do not act, we shall miss out on a splendid meal. Indeed, this lad is a day student, just as impoverished as the rest of us. Give him this 5 yuan. Do not let your classmates down, or we shall ruin everything. Ensure he buys something to eat at noon. As Jean handed over a crisp 5 yuan note, Sanner Gengxian felt a deep admiration for Jean. Akin to the relentless flow of the Yangtze River, realizing there were indeed such clever tactics to employ. Later that evening, while attending night classes, Zhao Chang'an was taken aback to find Wen Yi, a student from the key science class, waiting by his bicycle to walk home together. What news do you bring, brother? It has been ages. Zhao greeted one, who bore a familiar yet distant expression, playfully punching his shoulder. Nothing much. Just heard that a certain Yingming is looking to ambush you. My hands were itching for action. Zhao then noticed the redness around Wen's eyes. Who told you this? Zhao was astonished at how swiftly the news had spread. Among his close friends, Zhang Shun and Lao Zhang were not walking with him. And Wei was being picked up by her father that evening. He often traversed home alone, a lone wolf in the night. Do not concern yourself with the details. Wen Yi mounted his bicycle and turned back to urge Zhao Chang'an. In Wen Yi's eyes, Zhao Chang'an detected a fierce glint. Have you and Chen Jing encountered some troubles? Observing Wen Yi's suddenly ashen countenance, Zhao Chang'an's heart sank, prompting him to press further. Did you drink an entire bottle of Erguo-Tu in one go? How did you know? This revelation startled Wen Yi considerably. Just 2 days prior, on the weekend, he had ventured to a remote spot to procure a bottle of Erguo-Tu. He had then retreated to a secluded pine forest behind the school, consuming the entire bottle in one breath. Subsequently, he slumbered until around 7 or 8 in the evening before returning to campus. In his mind, such a clandestine affair was known only to him, or perhaps a ghost. How infuriating! Zhao Chang'an muttered under his breath. It seemed that because of this woman, his brother's life had been irrevocably altered, transforming from a passionate romantic into a jaded libertine. Let us go? The intricacies and details surrounding the relationship between Wen Yi and Chen Jing remained unspoken between them, leaving Zhao Chang'an, an outsider to their predicament, feeling helpless. However, this time, Wen Yi, who had consistently ranked among the top 200 in science at school, ended up achieving results comparable to Zhao Chang'an, both entering a rather mediocre college within the province. Xinjing bore her share of culpability. Meanwhile, this woman excelled in her literary studies, ranking within the top 15 in the region and gaining admission to Nanda University. The previous year, when Zhao Chang'an arrived, Wen Yi, who was already a notorious womanizer, passed through Zheng City. The two brothers indulged in a raucous feast at a bustling eatery. In a drunken stupor, Wen Yi foolishly inquired, "Are you still in touch with Xinjing? How is she?" He soon learned that she had become Dr. Chun, a professor, married to an executive from a multinational corporation, leading a blissful family life, and at nearly 40, had recently welcomed another child, completing her family with both a son and a daughter. In stark contrast, Wen Yi, now in his 40s, remained a solitary bachelor. This revelation provoked a sharp exclamation from Zhao Chang'an. "What a wretched life! Enough of the curses, my friend, let us drink." They both downed their drinks in one go. Then, Wen Yi disclosed a shocking truth that had always eluded Zhao Chang'an. "What else could we expect? I am an orphan, raised solely by my grandmother who scavenged to support me. Who would ever regard me favorably? What parents would entrust their daughter to someone like me? Especially given my dismal academic performance? We exist in entirely different worlds." That night, the two sang loudly, intoxicated by their spirits. As they sped through traffic, demonstrating their reckless cycling skills, Zhao Chang'an was still puzzled. "You Haven Tea told me how you knew." Wen Yi pedaled fiercely, catching up to him with the question. "Don't ask, it's a secret," Zhao Chang'an replied, indicating that Wen Yi should remain silent. They parted ways at an intersection, with Zhao Chang'an continuing to race down the road. As he gazed at the old buildings, stripped bare over the past 2 decades, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. With the removal of these structures, he felt a profound loss of warm memories associated with his hometown and his contemporaries. Before long, they arrived at the old courtyard of the city's construction zone. Within this expansive courtyard stand 11 buildings, alongside numerous dilapidated bungalows that, remarkably, remain steadfast even after 2 decades. The residents yearn for demolition, yet no foolish developer has been lured into the venture. Upon reaching the ground floor of his building, Zhao Chang'an parked his vehicle and secured it with a lock. Ascending to the 3rd floor, the light at the entrance illuminated the stairwell. The lighting was alternately connected to the circuit breaker of Zhao's household and that of the Zeng family every 6 months. Both doors were ajar. Zhao Chang'an glanced at the door across the way, only to unexpectedly meet the gaze of Qiu Jinwei peering through the crack. With an expression devoid of emotion, she regarded Zhao Chang'an briefly before turning away with a sway of her hips. Zhao Chang'an stifled a silent chuckle. Indeed, where there is a benevolent mother, one can expect a benevolent daughter. He opened his door, clicked the lock shut behind him, and called out, "Mom and Dad, I'm home. Why are you in such a rush?" "It's not like you're storming a fortress," came the response. The room was bright, with his father engrossed in a newspaper, who paused to acknowledge him. Meanwhile, his mother emerged from the kitchen, beaming as she carried a fragrant dish of spicy scrambled eggs. "Your father and I saw you come into the courtyard from the balcony," she remarked, inadvertently unveiling Zhao Shubin's secret. Chapter 12, Butterflies and Storms in the Stillness of the Night. A bright light illuminated Zhao Chang'an's modest room. To spare his parents the worry of his late-night activities, he stuffed old clothes into the gap beneath the door and securely locked his bedroom. Glancing at the wide-open window, he spotted the light from the opposite room shining through the sparse steel security bars. However, the window was tightly shut, with curtains drawn firmly shut. In the silhouette cast by the light, a vague, slender figure could be seen pacing back and forth. It was Zeng Xiaoxiao. Zhao Chang'an had long harbored suspicions about the mental acuity of the architect who designed this dilapidated building from the late 1970s. The cramped quarters and illogical layout were just the beginning of his grievances. Among the absurdities was the fact that the outward opening windows of the small bedrooms in the same unit faced each other, separated by a mere 1 meters. In the days when he and Zeng Xiaoxiao shared a good rapport, he would leap into her room to escape his mother's restrictions on going out to play football. Subsequently, Zhang Lishan had installed security bars, not out of concern for her son as potential mischief, but rather to prevent any mishap that could lead to a fatal fall. However, this action had incensed the petty-minded Zeng Xiaoxiao, leading to a gradual deterioration in relations between the two families. This animosity intensified especially after Zhao's family fell from grace, and Xiao Yang promoted Zeng Xiaoxiao to the management office of the clothing market. With his new title as deputy director, the Zeng family's arrogance towards the Zhao family surged. The once carefree Zeng sister, who would lounge in her floral nightgown, calling out engage from her window without a care, now acted like a paranoid guardian, ensuring her windows were sealed tight and adorned with heavy curtains. Zhao Chang'an had never been able to comprehend Zeng Xiaoxiao's peculiar psyche. He, who had been unjustly labeled by Xiao Wenyang, felt no anger. Yet the installation of a security window had ignited a feud? Absurd. Determined to dismiss such trivial matters, Zhao Chang'an shook his head vigorously and began to scrutinize his bedroom. After 2 decades apart, everything appeared strangely unfamiliar until, after a prolonged gaze, fragments of vague memories began to resurface. In his room stood a stainless steel bookcase, comprising 3 shelves atop a table with 2 drawers beneath. When his father, Zhao Shubin, served as deputy general manager of the branch, this bookcase had housed various company documents and resolutions. After losing his job, Zhao Shubin found the once prized possession to be a painful reminder of his past, prompting him to relocate it to Zhao Chang'an's room. Only he possessed the keys to the lower drawers. Years later, Zhao Chang'an's mother, Zhang Lishan, would smile as she confessed to her numerous covert explorations of her son's room. She had longed to uncover the secrets hidden within his drawers, curious about the clothes he had changed out of and the backpacks left behind during weekends and vacations. She even considered crafting duplicate keys to facilitate her surveillance, yet she had never once succeeded in her quest. Zhao Chang'an then retrieved a small star screwdriver from the toolbox nestled in the middle shelf of the bookcase. He turned around the imported Sony tape recorder, which Zhang Lishan had always hesitated to touch for fear of damaging it. With deft precision, he unscrewed 4 tiny screws and opened the back cover, where 2 pure brass keys were affixed with adhesive tape. A gentle click echoed as Zhao Chang'an pulled open the top drawer. A waft of history greeted him. Inside lay an open box of used cigarettes, a sharp knife, a tactical belt, a lighter, and a collection of Jean de Sia's renowned novels, The Legend of the Eagle-Shooting Heroes, The Return of the Condor Heroes, The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, and The Deer and the Cauldron. These books had been acquired during more prosperous times a few years prior, while the popular novels of recent years, such as The Cloud and Rain and The Twin Dragons of the Tang Dynasty, were nowhere to be found. Is this all? Zhao Chang'an shook his head in disappointment and opened the bottom drawer. Within were 2 photo albums, a thick stack of letters, a small glass bottle filled with paper cranes, a sachet, and a love knot. An impressive collection of certificates, awards, and trophies from his elementary and middle school days, alongside 8 notebooks. Damn you, Xiao Wenyang. In an instant, tears streamed down Zhao Chang'an's face uncontrollably. He took out a cigarette and a lighter, moved to the window, and lit it. A sudden clap. The light from the window across the way, just 1 meters away, extinguished immediately. From the darkness, a voice, neither loud nor soft, came through the tightly shut window. Rogue. Zhao Chang'an chuckled coldly to himself. Many years later, during a drunken reunion in a mountainous city, the Chao Yuan would inadvertently let slip that although Zhao Chang'an had caused him considerable trouble, his partner's family had also brought significant woes to the Zhao family. When his partner had just graduated from junior high, she had written back in defiance, only to realize her folly and resolve never to utter another word about it. The reason those anonymous tip-off letters garnered the building committee's serious attention was simply due to their strikingly authentic semblance. Thus, even when it was later revealed that Zhao was wronged, no one in the building committee dared to mention Zhao Shubin again. As Secretary Oldley put it, this indicates a problem with Zhao Shubin's management. If this happens again, or even escalates to the city level, who will take responsibility? After finishing his cigarette, Zhao Chang'an closed the window and drew the curtains. He then sat at his desk, took out a pristine notebook, and began to reflect on any useful information he could recall, starting to document his thoughts. As time would wear on, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, many memories would inevitably fade. Thus, it was imperative to seize the present moment, to remember as much as possible, and to record extensively. Bite, light. Deep Jin Xing 126, 1B, 1, 6, 14, 2202, 7, 10, 17, 6214, Storm, Tung Washan, 15, 6, 12, 5178, Matai, Jadeite, Sheep Fat Jade, Facebook, Amazon, Apple. Fragrance 03, North Deep Shangxia, Guangnan Hang. These items would serve him well on the path that lay ahead. More opportunities, fewer pitfalls. Although it may not allow him to dominate the world, becoming a millionaire or even a billionaire in 20 years is certainly within reach. Without aspiring for great wealth or fame, one must at least ensure the fundamental quality of survival for oneself and one's family before considering anything else. Zhao Chang'an's arrival in this world may, akin to a butterfly flapping its wings in South America, alter the course of events. However, The brewing of a storm requires considerable time. By the time a tempest forms in North America, the butterfly of South America may have long turned to dust centuries ago. In the interim, that singular flap of its wings would not yield any transformative impact on the trajectory of events. In other words, should Zhao Chang'an merely focus on opportunistic wealth accumulation while maintaining a low profile? Even if he experiences exponential growth now, he may eventually become Zhao Chang'an the tycoon, amassing an astonishing fortune and achieving financial freedom for his family. Yet, his influence on the world around him would be minimal, perhaps limited to specific data points and the timing of peaks and troughs. It is certain that, regarding the broader economic landscape and the strategic geographical dynamics of the world, his aspirations for significant impact, without possessing substantial authority, would be nothing but a delusion. Nonetheless, having entered this world, he is evidently unsatisfied with such a fate. It is not the life he truly desires. Zhao Chang'an wrote fervently until his eyes grew heavy, then closed his notebook and locked it away in a drawer, carefully concealing the key. He turned off the lights, shed his clothes, and collapsed onto the bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. Many of his thoughts were initially structured in a basic framework, which he would gradually fill in over time. As Zhao Chang'an drifted into a deep sleep, a cautious sound of the door opening echoed from the living room. It was 4 a.m. His mother, Zhang Lishan, needed to prepare breakfast for the workers at the construction site before 6 o'clock, while his father, Zhao Shubin, would have breakfast at 7 and start work by 7:30. However, Zhao Shubin was clearly concerned for his wife's safety, and they would go to the site together each morning. "Dad, Mom, thank you for your hard work," Zhao Chang'an murmured softly, allowing himself to sink back into slumber for another hour and a half. Chapter 13. A one-handed carriage. As the faint morning light began to break, Zhao Chang'an arrived at the construction site on his bicycle and caught sight of the bright foreman's office, where Dan Kai was enjoying her meal. Outside the office stood a rather unremarkable black mountain bike. Fried vegetable dumplings, shrimp wontons, black rice porridge, and pumpkin congee, my absolute favorites. Zhao Chang'an felt his mouth water at the sight. "Had you come earlier, we would have indulged in these delights more often." Zhao's father chuckled heartily while rolling dough, his face and hands dusted with flour. "Could you not bring me a little something to take home?" Zhao Chang'an replied with a playful pout. "What nonsense are you spouting? This is food from the site. You're allowed to eat it here, but not take it away." "All right then," Zhao Chang'an smiled. His father had always been like this. Though he had not achieved great wealth or status, he had endured much hardship and treachery. Yet, he remained steadfast, content with his life. "Our dining conditions here are the best on the site. The other teams often complain out of envy. The foreman's girl, your buddy, never came by before. But ever since your sister-in-law took over as the chef, he shows up 3 times a day." A young worker beside him, happily biting into a greasy dumpling, chimed in. After finishing his breakfast, Zhao Chang'an glanced at Dan Kai, who had already completed her meal and was reading in the office. After washing his bowl, he was astonished to see Dan Kai step outside. Could it be that she intends to accompany me to school? The thought seemed improbable. He regarded himself as neither a Pan and nor a Shi Gu, lacking such allure. "Dad, Mom, I'm off to school," he called towards the kitchen. Hey, ride safely," came the busy admonition from Zhang Lishan inside. "Got it." Zhao Chang'an mounted his bicycle, only to be taken aback as he noticed Dan Kai approaching him on her own bike. "What on earth?" he thought, bewildered. "Is she truly going to school with me? Am I losing my mind, or is she?" Dan Kai halted beside him, looking at him inquisitively. "Did you kick down that wall?" Zhao Chang'an felt a stir of realization within. He understood her intent. He decided to play a clever trick. "No, I didn't," he declared firmly. "Oh," Dan Kai replied, seemingly accepting his words without much thought. With a push of her long legs, she pedaled towards the south gate. Zhao Chang'an stood momentarily frozen. Why was she not following the script? Shouldn't she have said, "I know it was you. You are my savior. From now on, wherever I can be of assistance to you, it will be through thick and thin." There was a small door left on the west side of the northern courtyard wall, and he possessed the key. The sound was soft, yet in the tranquil morning it resonated clearly. A few workers scattered around, enjoying their breakfast, looked at Zhao Chang'an with envy. No wonder they referred to him as a buddy. He truly had made a fortunate connection. His future prospects appeared ever so bright. Upon hearing the words of the affluent young lady, Zhao Chang'an felt a surge of joy. He leapt into his vehicle and, amidst the uneven road, pursued her with a rattle and clatter. This was precisely the narrative arc that a script ought to possess. "Ah, the future super-rich young woman, here comes your brother Zhao." Meanwhile, in the 5th floor of the main building, Shan Xiaowei, who had been lurking for nearly an hour, seethed with anger as he caught sight of the scene below. Where did this little pauper come from? He exclaimed. He retreated to the spacious center of the floor, plopped onto the sofa, and lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply to quell his frustration. Mr. Shan, it's merely a trifling matter. A poor student, as you mentioned, is already in his third year of high school with the lowest grades. He is destined to remain a muddy eel in a stinking gutter for life, he scoffed. His devoted secretary, Xiao Jiai, offered a somewhat indifferent consolation. Shan Kai must have recognized the collapse of the wall and realized there's no need to traverse that eerie graveyard. At this point, Xiao Jiai couldn't help but gaze toward the south, where a narrow expanse of dark pine forest lay. A chill crept into her heart as she beheld it. She couldn't help but admire the audacity of Shan Kai, the little girl who was blissfully ignorant of danger. Without that forest, students can see from one end of the teaching building to the other, and having security escort them would be inappropriate. Thus, I sought a companion. She continued. Surely, I know my niece well enough to be wary of this toad who is oblivious to his own insignificance. Well then, let us see what my sister has to say. Xiao Jia merely mentioned that Shan Kai and Zhao Chang'an were heading to school together, deliberately omitting the detail of Zhao Chang'an embracing Shan Kai and loudly proclaiming, "This is my buddy." Strangely enough, Shan Kai seemed to tacitly accept this situation. The puzzling aspect for everyone lay in how this proud little princess, who had never deigned to speak to any boy, could tolerate a poor student with dismal grades as her friend, and an affectionate one at that, with an arm draped over her shoulder. This was indeed the most pressing dilemma. Shan Xiaowei was aware that his secretary was being evasive, skillfully sidestepping the core issue. However, considering he had just spent the night wrapped in her embrace, it seemed rather pointless to reprimand her now. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was 6:20 in the morning. At this hour, his sister should have already risen. With a headache, he picked up his phone, uncertain how to articulate this bewildering situation. As the refreshing spring breeze wafted through the morning, the two moved along the narrow path flanked by fields of golden rapeseed. The air was filled with the invigorating scent of flowers. Zhao Chang'an had never traversed this path, yet he followed closely behind, barely 2 meters away. "Where's your right-hand companion?" he inquired curiously from the rear. Shan Kai paid him no mind, her focus solely on racing ahead along the bumpy dirt road, her bicycle bouncing along, her figure rising and falling with the undulating terrain. Yet, she showed no sign of slowing down. Full of character and challenge, it was precisely what I adore. Though Zhao Chang'an found himself slightly dizzy from the chase, he couldn't help but smile with a sense of pride. The moment is perfect, and the spring light is gentle. There is no rush, for time is plentiful. Soon, the two arrived at the northwestern corner of the school. A long wooden fence stretched from east to west, dividing the school from the wilderness. They dismounted their bicycles, confronted by a slope devoid of a path, its overgrown grass and shrubs having been flattened by a bulldozer just the night before, leaving no trace of the chaos. However, the fallen branches were numerous, necessitating the lifting of their bicycles up the incline. "Wait a moment, I'll bring it up for you," Zhao Chang'an said, but fell silent, astonished to see that Dan Kai was effortlessly carrying her bicycle with one hand as she ascended the slope. How could this girl possess such strength? Zhao Chang'an watched in disbelief, aware that both he and Dan Kai rode similar mountain bikes, not the lightweight models designed for women, each weighing a hefty 40 pounds. "I cannot be outdone." Clenching his teeth, Zhao Chang'an attempted to lift his bicycle with one hand. It was incredibly heavy. He managed to hoist it, but not far up the slope before his arms trembled, his face flushed and breathless. "Damn," he muttered under his breath, gradually realizing where he had erred. Essentially, it was poverty that had constrained his imagination. Thus, he ceased his bravado and hoisted the bicycle onto his shoulder. Before he had even begun his ascent, he heard the sound of a lock clicking. Remember to lock the gate, he thought. When Zhao Chang'an finally made it up the slope, he encountered a slightly ajar makeshift wooden door, with Dan Kai having long since vanished from sight. Chapter 14. Zhang Shun's worldview after a night of sleeplessness. Zhao Chang'an could no longer endure by morning. The multitude of books scattered across the table provided him with a deceptive refuge. He dozed off atop the desk, missing the early reading session and the first 2 classes, only to awaken during the physical exercises for the first and second year students. After rushing to the restroom, he returned to his classroom and resumed his studies. Observing his diligence, I remarked that, indeed, what they were engaged in was merely a review. Exhausted and weary, taking a brief rest was of little consequence, especially when one considered Chaman's earnest approach to learning. During the first class, Zhao Shubin, Xia Changhai, and Jiang Jia, who were repairing the foundation of the courtyard wall, had noticed Zhao Chang'an sleeping soundly. inciting Zhao Shuben's frustration to the point of wanting to hurl a stone at him. However, upon seeing Zhao Chang'an earnestly immersed in his studies from a distance, his expression softened somewhat. Throughout this time, Jiang Jie consistently defended Zhao Chang'an, believing that if her future son-in-law continued with such a relaxed approach to his studies, he would merely need to pass the agricultural college entrance examination, rendering the intense pressure of academic rigor unnecessary. Nonetheless, Zhao Shuben held a contrasting perspective. Sleeping through 2 of the mornings for classes hardly constituted a mere brief rest. Yet, he was acutely aware that there were only 4 months remaining until the college entrance examination. Given his son's current academic standing, as his wife had pointed out, no matter how hard he studied, the outcome would likely be a mediocre institution. It would be more practical to pursue a vocational agricultural college with tangible prospects. Resigned, Zhao Shuben sighed deeply, choosing to bow to fate. As the 3rd class concluded, Zhao Chang'an, in an effort to avoid arousing Yingming's suspicions, diligently played along with the brilliant ideas of the Golden Lion. He deliberately exited the classroom, standing by a cluster of evergreen plants to wait. Anzi had just gone to the restroom, leaving Zhang Shun, aimless and idle, to saunter over. Scram! Zhao Chang'an shooed away the grinning Zhang Shun, resuming his patient wait. Within moments, guided by a classmate whose name Zhao Chang'an could no longer recall, a short, lanky figure approached, his hair long and unkempt, his gait somewhat unsteady, exuding an air of rebellious bravado. "Are you Zhao Chang'an?" he inquired, his tone dripping with arrogance. "What do you want?" Zhao Chang'an, already aware of the situation, recognized the tactic employed here. "Your mouth is quite foul," Zhao Chang'an retorted. "Spare me the pleasantries and get to the point." Lu Meng inhaled deeply, beginning to understand why Yingming was so intent on confronting this individual. If it weren't for the orders from the 3 brothers, he would have delivered a solid punch to Zhao Chang'an's face, hoping to send him sprawling. "Someone asked me to relay a message. Don't leave the school at noon, as someone is waiting for you." Having delivered his message, Lu Meng turned to leave. As for the 5 yuan, wasn't he better to buy a pack of cigarettes outside at noon? Wait, what? Lu Meng pivoted back, his expression rife with impatience. "Is that all the Golden Lion told you?" Zhao Chang'an smiled, though his eyes glinted with a sharp intensity. However, this response struck Lu Meng like a thunderbolt. How did he know about the Golden Lion? How did he know there was more to convey? "I forgot to mention the 5 yuan, Lu Meng said, his heart racing as he hurried back, producing the 5 yuan to hand to Zhao Chang'an. Yet, Zhao Chang'an refused to accept it. "It truly is 5 yuan. I tend to forget when it comes to business." Contemplating the Golden Lion's ruthless cunning, Lu Meng's face paled. "A flat fee of 15 yuan. And this matter will be settled. Otherwise," Zhao Chang'an's smile turned sinister. "You little..." Lu Meng was nearly choked with rage, struggling to suppress the urge to curse. This rascal was not only foul-mouthed, but also exceptionally unscrupulous. With the ringing of the dismissal bell, Yingming and Deng Rue exchanged victorious glances, suppressing their glee as they rushed out of the classroom. They intended to set a trap at the school gate, ready to ensnare their target. "Anzi, is that right?" Don't head home at noon. Let us eat together. I'll treat you to some meat." Louis Hue and Zhang Shun, privy to the situation, noted the oddity in Louis Hue's behavior, especially since he rarely offered to treat anyone. After deliberation, his face displayed a pained expression. "No need," Zhao Chang'an replied, pulling out a 50 yuan bill. The feeling of having money was exhilarating. "Big spender." Louis Hue gazed at him with envy. At this time, the meal tickets were calculated based on the food each student brought from home, and apart from those tickets, Louis Hue received merely 60 yuan each month. "As I engage in the mundane tasks of purchasing vegetables, notebooks, and ink, I realize that it is merely the 12th of March, and the holiday at the month's end is still a distant prospect. Furthermore, I must reserve 5 yuan for my return fare home." Suddenly, I am taken aback to witness Zhao Chang'an audaciously flaunting his wealth in front of me. Zhang Shun retrieves his wallet, eschewing the small change within, and instead slams 3 100 yuan bills onto Zhao Chang'an's table, a proud expression adorning his face. This display leaves Lu Yihue speechless, as if struck by an unrelenting force. "All right, I'm fine," Zhao Chang'an chuckles softly, adding mysteriously, "Keep this between us. I plan to dine at the back later, even if you were to knock down the walls. There are patrolling teachers by the wooden barriers. You still have to use the main entrance," Zhang Shun muses, sensing Zhao Chang'an's momentary lapse in judgment, likely overwhelmed by the sheer power of the 100 yuan notes he had just displayed. "There's a back entrance. You know, my father works at the construction site." And he has some influence, Zhao Chang'an boasts. Zhang Shun's eyes suddenly light up. Tonight, the teacher for evening study will come once. My friends, I shall treat you all to a night of entertainment at my aunt's establishment. With a mischievous grin, Zhang Shun adds, let loose. We can enjoy ourselves however we please. How vulgar. Lu Yihui retorts indignantly before querying Zhang Shun with a smirk. But I have no money. Isn't that a given? I'm the one treating. Why would you throw that in my face? Zhang Shun responds. Your aunt? Isn't she in partnership with your father? Zhao Chang'an reflects silently, akin to a witness to a foregone conclusion, feeling powerless to intervene. How do you know? Zhang Shun inquires, astonished. Just a guess. After all, a true man can maintain his reputation outside while keeping his home life intact. Zhao Chang'an replies, fully aware of the underlying truths. Zhang Shun clearly understands the situation. Yet Zhao Chang'an observes him with a mixture of indifference and envy, wishing he could navigate life with such ease. Well, it's good that you're open-minded, Zhao Chang'an acknowledges, realizing he is not a saint, and that whatever happens to Zhang Shun's father is beyond his concern. His only mission is to rescue his friend from despair before it engulfs him completely. Upon arriving at the northwest corner of the school, Zhao Chang'an spots Shan Kai. Clad in a Taoist robe, nestled in the shade of a grand tree, engrossed in a book with a bicycle resting nearby. As Zhao Chang'an approaches, Shan Kai closes the book, wheels the bicycle to the entrance, and deftly unlocks the chain. Lock the door. I arrived at 10 precisely. I want to wait, he exclaims, pushing the bicycle out. As Zhao Chang'an exits through the wooden door and turns to lock it, he observes Shan Kai gracefully descend the slope, mount his bicycle, and effortlessly glide through the narrow paths of the canola fields, seemingly oblivious to the notion of waiting for him. Gazing at the vast expanse of golden canola flowers stretching towards the northeastern construction site, Zhao Chang'an can't help but smile wryly. Brother, this iron leg of yours not only saved you but also paved a smooth road ahead. This location is unlike the eastern restroom, which becomes crowded during lunchtime. Moreover, there are several weeping willow trees by the wall, which can serve as cover when climbing over. Thus, in order to save on the monotony of the route, I have consistently scaled the wall at that very spot. Now, it is quite convenient. Aside from the slight inconvenience of moving the bicycle, everything else is remarkably smooth. Chapter 15. The loyal golden lion Dan Kai slowly savored the spicy diced chicken, home-style tofu, and tomato egg soup, while her father, Yingming, had already devoured his meal ravenously. Wiping his mouth, he lit a cigarette, occasionally glancing out the window or stealing furtive glances at his daughter, his face a canvas of unspoken emotions. Dan Kai glanced at the digital clock. It was already 12:50. The rascal was still eating, which irked her immensely. Pig, she muttered under her breath. Though her father heard her, the expression on Yingming's face became even more animated. At 12:53, the pig finally finished his meal. By 55, he had washed the dishes. Yet, this pig lingered, engaging in casual chatter with his parents and another couple. Scoundrel! Dan Kai could no longer contain her mounting frustration and muttered another curse. If it weren't for this guy, she would have finished her meal and washed the dishes at least 5 minutes ago, and already be on her way to the back gate of the city high school. She noticed the rascal glance at his watch and then at her. She shot him a fierce glare in return. Finally, he left for school. Dan Kai hastened her eating, finishing her meal and soup within half a minute. Much to Yingming's astonishment, rising to wash the dishes, her father exclaimed, Daughter, what is the situation here? Don't look at me. Your brother-in-law has already reported back to your mother, nearly scolding me to death this morning. This weekend, your mother will come over, so be prepared. Yingming grinned at Dan Kai, wary of provoking his cherished daughter. What situation? She shot him a discontented glare. Yingming cautiously whispered. It's about that kid by the sink yesterday. He claimed to be your friend. I didn't dare mention the hugging incident. In truth, upon learning of this early that morning, Yingming had been so furious he felt like chopping Zhao Chang'an to pieces. He*s just talking nonsense. I didn't even know him before. Dan Kai retorted. It's my mother who insisted I dress like a Taoist priest and cut my hair. It's a case of mistaken identity. Speaking of this matter filled Dan Kai with resentment. And you? Am I to admit he mistook me for a boy? I still have my pride. She glared at her father with a fierce, tiger-like intensity. Yes, it's all your mother's fault. No, it's all my fault. I'll make sure that. Yingming evidently could not recall the names of Zhao Shubin and his 3 companions. Those 4 must leave immediately. Now, his daughter was actually associating with that little rascal. To wait for him to leave first, she had dragged out her meal for over 10 minutes. Was this situation acceptable? Regardless of the circumstances or potential implications, it was better to err on the side of caution and eliminate any threat in its infancy. Father. It was he who knocked down the wall. He merely kicked it while trying to jump over. Dan Kai casually remarked. It turned out she and T caused the collapse. Old Sue had deceived her into believing it was her own doing. Yingming earnestly advised Shan Kai, just look at this boy. He's nothing but trouble. At such a young age, he's already a troublemaker. Your uncle has inquired, and the entire place is filled with impoverished souls. Here I am, a corrupt official, with abysmal performance, spending my days in brawls and romances. As Yingming gazed at his daughter's calm little face, a sudden realization struck him, causing his heart to leap and his expression to shift dramatically. Where is he stomping? From the inside out, right by the willow tree I scaled. In that moment, a chill coursed through Yingming's veins. This meant that even if the boy had not been stomping, barring any unforeseen circumstances, that wall would not withstand 6 months. It was on the brink of collapse at any moment. This 2-meter-high brick wall, with each brick weighing 3 to 4 pounds, could come crashing down. Yingming, as a construction boss, understood the hidden dangers and terrors all too well. Dad, I'm going to wash the dishes now. The site is yours, whether to reward or dismiss. I'm merely a sophomore, no need to discuss it with me. Watching his daughter exit to wash dishes and then ride away, Yingming felt a wave of weakness wash over him, collapsing into the expensive chair he had acquired for himself. Just the thought sent shivers down his spine. He felt fortunate. He contemplated for a moment before picking up his phone. Xiaowei, I inspected the slope this morning. Please clear a path this afternoon, creating a gravel road from the south gate to the temporary entrance by the school as soon as possible. Keep your mouth shut. Just say the roadwork is for transporting materials for the wall. Erect some wooden posts along the way and string up some wires. After hanging up, Yingming pondered further and summoned Huang Yichun, the foreman responsible for the main building's construction. The dining crowd at the main building was nearly double that of the other 4 buildings. Hire another kitchen assistant. By the way, what were the names of that couple who cooked? Huang Yichun, overseeing around 120 to 30 workers, was momentarily bewildered, unable to recall such minor details. Didn't that couple want to learn plastering from acquaintances? Arrange something for the man and raise their wages by 200 each. The woman should primarily focus on cooking. Let her know if she excels, she'll be the chef at all new sites, with a salary on par with plastering. Brothers, eat well and drink well. Once we're satisfied, we'll head out to the streets to admire the lovely ladies. In a small hotel near the entrance of the business school, Jean Sherbois, Yin Lu, and a few small ruffians feasted with greasy mouths and lively spirits. Meanwhile, at the table, Yingming's face was ashen, having been thoroughly drained by this meal. Yingming, don't be disheartened. Don't you all know that failure is the mother of success? Next time. He escaped. Jean Gu, let it go. Consider it my misfortune. Upon hearing Jean Sherbois' intentions to stir trouble, Yingming nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. After these 2 meals, he was already down $700, and another round would completely empty his pockets. What was even more dire was that he hadn't managed to take a single hair from Zhao Chang'an yet. While he truly loathed Zhao Chang'an, he was no fool. What did you say? In an instant, Jean Sherbois' previously cheerful demeanor darkened. In the current circle, everyone is aware that you have asked me to teach a lesson to a certain student. If you now claim to abandon this endeavor, will it not be perceived as defamation, suggesting that I am afraid and too cowardly to act? Or worse, will it imply that I am under your influence? With a resounding slap on the table, Jean Sherbois declared, am I truly such a person? This left Yingming and Deng Rui trembling in fear. Meanwhile, Yin Lu, Geng Jin, and others paused their meals, glaring fiercely at Yingming, as if any disagreement could lead to a violent confrontation. But Jean Gu, I am genuinely out of money, Yingming lamented, his face contorted in despair. He had initially set aside this money to book a room with Zeng Xiaoxiao, only to find her consistently elusive. Additionally, he had heard various rumors, such as, during middle school, Zhao Chang'an would sneak out at night, jumping through windows to spend the night with Zeng Xiaoxiao, and his mother was so furious that she installed security bars to prevent him from wandering off. Consequently, Yingming had been tirelessly targeting Zhao Chang'an for some time until he received a reminder from Deng Rui, leading him to seek out Jean Sherbois. Look, brother, we are here to help you, not for your money. None of us have taken a dime from you. Jean Sherbois' demeanor brightened immediately. Indeed, Yingming had never given Jean Sherbois, Yin Lu, or Geng Jin a single cent. Right? Out of brotherhood. When we men venture out, money is trivial. What truly matters is loyalty and support. Jean Sherbois emphatically patted Yingming's shoulder and continued, So, brother, let us hold off on dealing with that scoundrel for now. Gather some funds. Will a week be sufficient? We, as brothers, do not concern ourselves with money. It is insignificant. However, we must ensure our comrades are well fed to retain their vigor, right? Come, let us toast. The three raised their beer glasses, standing up. Cheers. True brothers. Loyalty. The entire table rose in a toast. With a swift gulp, Yingming downed his drink, only to erupt in coughs, tears streaming from his eyes. Deng Rui. He glanced at Deng Rui, who had remained silent, preoccupied with eating and drinking. At that moment, he realized that his greatest animosity was no longer directed at Zhao Chang'an or the greedy Zeng Xiaoxiao, but rather at this so-called good brother who had led him into this mire. Chapter 16. Old grudges and silent partings at the entrance of the city high school. 5 unruly youths under Zeng Xiaoxiao were acutely aware that after this midday feast, they would likely be unable to extract any funds from Yingming for at least 7 or 8 days. Thus, they indulged in their libations with fervor. Despite feeling a pang of regret over the cost of the beer, Yingming consumed 3 or 4 bottles. Meanwhile, Deng Rui drank even more, burping contentedly after the meal. Subsequently, the 7 of them dispersed at the school gate, with Yingming and Deng Rui stumbling drunkenly towards the entrance. Old Deng, I'm completely broke. Lend me $200, Yingming slurred, casting a sidelong glance at the inebriated Deng Rui. Where am I supposed to find money? Deng Rui bluntly rebuffed him. I just spent 7 or 800 on 2 meals, and you want me to lend you 200? What else with the hesitation? Yingming halted, his gaze fixed on Deng Rui. Are we still brothers? Where's your loyalty? You spent money to treat and brawl. If it didn't work out, go ask Zeng Xiaoxiao for it. Why drag me into this? Don't treat me like I'm some sort of charity case. Deng Rui, though fearful of Zeng Xiaoxiao, had no intention of being cowed by Yingming. Seeing Yingming trying to turn the tables on him, his expression darkened. Fueled by liquor, he shot back. You bastard. We're 7 in total, and you still consumed over 100 from me. If it weren't for your harebrained scheme, I wouldn't have been so thoroughly blacklisted by Zeng Xiaoxiao. Yingming, incensed, erupted in anger, shouting at Deng Rui, attracting the attention of numerous passing students. You think I relish this meal? It's a blessing I didn't ask you for drinks. From now on, let us keep our paths separate. Don't come looking for me again. Damn you. I'll give you a beating. Deng Rui retorted. Both believed themselves to be quite well regarded within the school. And with so many onlookers, neither could afford to show any weakness. They erupted into a furious altercation at the school gate, as the alcohol took its toll. An overindulgence led Deng Rui to vomit directly onto Yingming, prompting 2 nearby onlookers, their stomachs weak, to also retch. Consequently, the commotion drew the attention of the security personnel stationed at the school entrance. The truth of the matter soon became widely known. From that point onward, Yingming and Deng Rui were never seen again in Class 6 of their senior year. Their parents came to collect their belongings. In Zhao Chang'an's existing memories, both eventually sat for the college entrance examination but ultimately failed to gain admission, opting instead for self-funded adult education. Deng Rui vanished from sight, lost in the vast sea of humanity. Yingming, however, leveraged his family connections to secure a position at a food company and became entangled with Zeng Xiaoxiao from the clothing market management office. Thus began his audacious and expansive journey through life, akin to a boundless prairie. By 2007, the food company collapsed, and Yingming, through his wife's connections, found work in the garment market as a toll collector. His notorious reputation led to an incident where someone stealthily painted his and his father-in-law Zeng Xiaoxiao's hats green, crafting a couplet that read, "Green-hatted father-in-law and son-in-law, a pair of green-haired turtles," which became a source of amusement for many. Zeng Xiaoxiao had been subjected to labor education for 6 months. When Zhao Chang'an returned home for the new year from a vocational college in Zheng City, Zeng Xiaoxiao made a special trip to pay his respects beneath Zhao's building. In his own words, if he could not see Zhao Chang'an in person, he would be so tormented that he could scarcely eat or sleep, making it impossible to celebrate the new year. Subsequently, the two went out for drinks and became thoroughly intoxicated. For the next 20 years, whenever Zhao Chang'an returned to Shanqing, he would call upon this drinking companion for a couple of rounds. During the evening study session, Zhao Chang'an learned of a matter he had already known, which turned out to be fundamentally unchanged. Reflecting on this, he sighed, "Even without this experience, my life has been quite amusing. The only downside is that I've squandered a good hand of cards." The following afternoon, after the unfortunate incident involving Yingming, Principal Su specifically convened a motivational assembly for the senior students. His speech was impassioned and heartfelt, emphasizing that no matter how poor the relationships among classmates may seem now, in 20 years, one will realize their naivety and that every reunion feels more precious than anything else. He reminded them that there were only 117 days until the college entrance examination, quoting Zhang Rumin's belief that success requires enduring solitude and resisting temptation. To Zhao Chang'an, who had experienced 2 decades of reality, all but the remarks about the exam felt like mere platitudes. 20 years later, most of Zhao Chang'an's good friends remained steadfast, with only a few having vanished, while his adversaries still evoked deep disdain, devoid of any joy at unexpectedly meeting old acquaintances. In the days that followed, Zhao Chang'an's life proceeded with a serene regularity. He awoke at 5:30 a.m., washed up, and descended by 5:50. By around 6 o'clock, he was indulging in a hearty breakfast at the construction site. He then rode his bicycle, following Dan Kai along the gravel-paved road lined with carbonized wooden lamp posts amidst fields of rapeseed. After a final uphill acceleration, he arrived at the newly constructed temporary wooden gate. On the 5th day after the altercation between Yingming and Deng Rui, the new wall was completed, and the temporary gate was replaced with an official iron gate. After assuring Huang Yichun that it would be used solely for his own access, he received a key for the back entrance. Henceforth, his path diverged distinctly from Dan Kai, with whom he had barely exchanged words in recent days. Unbeknownst to Zhao Chang'an, Dan Kai's mother, a prominent host from the provincial station, had planned to visit that weekend but was unable to do so due to an urgent assignment. In preparation for her arrival, Niu Mingyan had conferred with the logistics department at the high school for an extended period before securing permission for an additional key from the city high school. Each morning, upon entering the classroom, Zhao Chang'an would first take a nap during the early study period, followed by the first 2 classes. By the time the large recess arrived, he would awaken and promptly head to the restroom. Except for restroom breaks, he would bury himself in textbooks and practice exercises, pen in hand, continuously scribbling away. This left Zhang Shun and Lu Yihui in bewilderment, while Lao Zheng and Wu Yu could only watch in astonishment. Among the brothers, Wu Yu boasts the highest academic achievement, ranking 9th in the class and 318th in the school with a score of 533. Lao Zheng, a student of physical education, holds the record for the 200-meter and 400-meter runs in the provincial high school competitions and has already been granted early admission to the provincial sports university. Lu Yihui outperformed Zhai Bei by a mere position in the mock exam. Should he excel in the college entrance examination, he might barely secure a place at the normal university in Shancheng. Zhao Chang'an's performance, even by the standards of the most mediocre vocational institutions, remains an enigma akin to Schr Dinger's cat. Conversely, Zhang Shun's results are at the bottom of the class. His chances of admission are slimmer than winning the lottery. In truth, he has long since given up, yet he cannot resist his mother's hopes, and thus muddles through life like a dying horse being treated as a live one. Anzi, if you study diligently, you will surely gain admission to a college, but do not aim too far. At least do not venture out of the province. I shall visit your dormitory then, mingling among the female university students. Zhang Shun, you may not recover your English skills, but your proficiency in Chinese is commendable, and your foundation in mathematics and the sciences from middle school will suffice. High school merely deepens that knowledge. If you truly make the most of these 4 months, I would not doubt your potential to gain admission to an undergraduate program. Lao Zheng, a staunch supporter of Zhao Chang'an during middle school, is well aware of his friend's former prowess. Anzi, we should apply to the same school and major when the time comes. Lu Yihui insists that if Anzi genuinely wishes to study hard, she must forego late-night cramming. Mornings are the optimal time for learning, yet she often succumbs to sleep. Wu Yu observes Zhao Chang'an, who sleeps in the mornings but studies fervently at other times. The rest of the classmates and teachers are acutely aware of this. While they recognize the flaws in his methods, no one intervenes at this juncture. The students are too preoccupied with their own affairs, while the teachers pragmatically devote their energies to the top 30 students. In the eyes of Lao Cheng and Lao Lu, the prodigal's return is regrettably belated. If he were truly committed, he would repeat a year, making next year Zhao Chang'an's true college entrance examination year. Every evening after self-study, the light in Zhao Chang'an's bedroom remains lit until 3 or 4 in the morning. The time spent recalling and recording diminishes, while he devotes increasing hours to reconstructing the obscured college entrance examination questions, meticulously inscribing them into notebooks and securing them. In response to Zhao Chang'an's eccentricity, the Zeng family could no longer endure it by the 5th day. As Qiu Jinwei remarked to the residents of the compound, He is failing academically and wishes to influence my daughter Xiaoxiao. The entire household is tainted with negativity. Does he truly believe that studying until 2 or 3 in the morning will yield results? In reality, he is perusing inappropriate material at such a young age. Neglecting his studies will surely lead to a life of hardship. Mark my words, come autumn, my daughter will happily attend university, while he will either labor alongside his parents at a construction site or loiter aimlessly on the streets. From a distance, he is unworthy even to carry my daughter's shoes. Consequently, on the afternoon of March 16th, the Zeng family took the initiative to seal the window in Zeng Xiaoxiao's bedroom with bricks and cement, symbolizing the irrevocable severance of ties between the two families. Chapter 17. Sealing the windows due to Zhao Chang'an's transformation. Coupled with a pay raise for Zhao Shubin and his wife at the construction site, and with Zhao Shubin no longer carrying bricks, but instead learning plastering alongside Zhao Chang'an and his spouse, the Zhao family, which had languished in despondency for the past 3 years, finally experienced a joyful change. Stop rummaging, turn off the lights, and come out quickly. Zhao Shubin, seated on the living room sofa, pretended to read the newspaper while his gaze frequently darted toward the clock on the wall. Noticing it was already 10:05 p.m., he hurriedly urged his wife, who was searching in their son's room. What's the rush? He finishes his night study at 10. And it takes him 10 minutes to walk from the parking shed to the school gate. This little rascal certainly knows how to hide his keys. Old Zhao, you can come looking tomorrow night. I refuse to believe it. Zhang Lishan had searched both inside and outside for nearly half an hour, ultimately giving up and turning off the lights before closing the door to Zhao Chang'an's bedroom. It's rather shameful for a father to rummage through his son's room. Zhao Shubin immediately declined. Are you implying that I lack dignity? Zhang Lishan shot him a mock-serious glare, feigning anger. Last night, old Zhao was quite pleased. And now that he no longer needs me, he is turning his back. Isn't? Coughing awkwardly, Zhao Shubin quickly shifted the topic. Honestly, you're just overthinking. Chang'an leaves for school before dawn and is only just now coming out. Even if he wanted to sneak a peek at books, where would he go? You know how chatty Jin we can be. What nonsense are you talking? How could I not know my own son, flesh of my flesh? I simply wish to see what little secrets he keeps in those 2 cabinets. Zhang Lishan, of course, refused to admit her underlying worries. What young person doesn't harbor a few secret thoughts? I'm already content with how Chang'an is doing now. As a father, I feel I have fallen short, and I owe him an apology. As he spoke, Zhao Shubin's eyes grew misty. With our son's academic capabilities, he should have been destined for a 211 university. Do you know who purchased that vast expanse of land across the river from the construction site? Upon hearing her husband mention this, tears threatened to spill from Zhang Lishan's eyes. Who? Zhao Shubin, observing his wife's expression, began to harbor ominous suspicions. Today, while washing vegetables by the riverside with Xiao Feng, I spotted Xiao Wenyang and Old Li from the construction committee, along with a large group of people on the opposite side. Later, in the yard, I overheard Fan Malin say that Xiao Wenyang had mortgaged the market shares held in his brother-in-law's name to secure a loan of 10 million to purchase that land. With a snap, Zhao Shubin lit a cigarette. This is the very neighbor from our childhood, who incessantly called me second brother in his relentless quest for advancement. He has plunged the knife deep into his own back. Was he just last winter, during the new year, when he borrowed 2,000 from Xiaocha High-End. Through his connections, found work at these 2 construction sites? This family is on the brink of collapse. He would never forget the despair of last year's end when his son needed money to buy winter vacation assignments. And they turned the house upside down yet couldn't find 11 yuan. In that moment, he felt as though he could leap from the 3rd floor, consumed by thoughts of despair. On that very day, the Zeng family across the hall expended over 10,000 to acquire a lady's motorcycle, filling the courtyard below with the sounds of test rides and the laughter of the 3 members of the Zeng family. The light, cheerful sound of footsteps ascending the stairs echoed outside. Chang'an has returned. I shall serve dinner. Zhao Shubin and Zhang Lishan swiftly wiped their eyes, revealing expressions of sheer relief. No matter how arduous life may be, the couple diligently cultivates their humble abode into a warm haven, allowing their son to rest undisturbed. Zhao Chang'an devoured a generous bowl of his mother's fried rice with eggs and savored a large bowl of egg soup, contentedly wiping his mouth before rising to open the door to his bedroom. He was momentarily taken aback. How dark it is. Striding directly to the window, he soon comprehended the situation. To his delight, he observed a remarkable transformation. It was not solely due to his recent suspicions that Zeng Xiaoxiao, that insufferable woman, had been peering at him through the curtains in the fleeting moments before sleep and upon waking. It was also because of his own evolution, which had begun to radiate a significant change. In Zhao Chang'an's timeline, even 4 years later, when the Zeng family relocated to the Fuha Academy behind the city, that window remained unsealed. The intention was to enable the petty Zeng Yingming to eavesdrop on their affairs, subsequently reporting to his wife, Qiu Jinwei, allowing her to relay information to Xiao Wenyang's bed. In Zhao Chang'an's timeline, 3 years later, just before his graduation from college, as nearly all of his classmates faced the grim reality of finding jobs, positions limited to factory assembly lines, distributing flyers, engaging in commission-based sales, or working as cashiers, he, too, found himself jobless. Determined to pursue a better path, he decided to upgrade his education. One day, he received an unexpected call from someone claiming to represent the Human Resources Department of the Qiajiashan Brick and Tile Factory, inquiring if he was interested in employment. For a college graduate, the terms offered were exceedingly generous. At that moment, Zhao Chang'an was so elated that he did not question how the factory had obtained his information or learned of his job search. He presumed they were a fledgling enterprise eager for talent. Without hesitation, he agreed and signed a 6-year contract. Thus, he found himself in a remote mountain town beneath the city, enjoying a life of high wages, excellent benefits, and a remarkably easy workload, living in leisurely bliss. It was not until 3 years later, during an unanticipated inspection by the newly appointed young vice president, that he discovered the true nature of Xiao Wenju's meticulous and insidious character. Subsequently, Zhao Chang'an found himself entangled in contractual disputes, enduring years as an unregistered citizen, until he finally liberated himself from that nearly decade-long nightmare upon entering the single-color education sector. Zhao Shubin and Zhang Lishan, after witnessing their son's outburst, stood in front of the window, lost in contemplation, their hearts burdened with frustration and gloom. That evening, as Zhang Lishan descended to dispose of the garbage, she engaged in casual conversation with Fan Meilin, Su Yukai, and Jiang Jie. A few close old friends urged Zhang Lishan not to be upset and to comfort the emotions of Zhao Chang'an, who was preparing for the college entrance examination. You must not fall for the tricks of the Zeng family. However, upon witnessing their son's profound silence, the couple found themselves at a loss for words. They were unsure how to console their son and disregard the deliberate humiliation inflicted by the Zeng family. Mom and Dad, do you believe that today they have sealed the wall? Sooner or later, it will become a laughingstock in the entire mountain town. Zhao Chang'an turned to see the worried expressions on his parents' faces, turned on the light, and smiled. Believe. How could you not? My son is the best. Seeing the radiant smile on Zhao Chang'an's face, Zhao Shubin and Zhang Lishan finally felt a sense of relief. Dear daughter, you can sleep soundly tonight. Without fear of that scoundrel Zhao Chang'an. Got it. Zeng Xiaoxiao, irritated by her father's nagging, entered her bedroom and locked the door. In the bright light, through the newly opened window, she could see her former middle school, the old city number 1. Previously, it had been a vast graveyard. Zeng Xiaoxiao cast another glance at the sealed wall. The thick curtains no longer allowed a glimpse into that bedroom's faint scenery. A myriad of emotions surged within her heart. There was a subtle melancholy, along with deep-seated hatred and a sense of exhilaration. A lifetime spent carrying bricks at the construction site, destined to be a lowly person. A venomous curse escaped her thin lips. Chapter 18. Using the mountain as a stern, Zhao Chang'an closed the bedroom door, adhering to his routine of quietly blocking the gap beneath it with old clothes. Bathed in the slanted moonlight, he stood silently by the window, gazing at the new wall just 1 meters away. The entire community comprised 6 buildings, 2 rows of bungalows, and over 200 households. It would be disingenuous to claim that he felt no ire from such affronts. Yet, understanding the base nature of the Zeng family allowed Zhao Chang'an to comprehend their actions to some extent. He suddenly grasped the sentiment that must have consumed Zeng Xiaoxiao when his mother had sealed this very window with a security grate 4 years prior. As long as Zeng Yingming's wife and Xiao Wenyang, along with Qiao Er, were not caught in the act, he could conveniently dismiss the incidents, convincing himself that they had not transpired. However, his mother's brazen act of installing the security window was akin to a blatant slap to his face. Zhao Chang'an had always believed that the actions of the Zeng family were utterly shameless. Do not squander time on such trivial matters, he thought, shaking his head vigorously. With determination, he opened the top drawer of the bookshelf. Inside lay a box containing a few Yuyan cigarettes, a lighter, and a stack of notebooks. In recent days, he had paused his recollections of the future to focus entirely on the impending college entrance examinations. Over the past 5 or 6 days, he had swiftly reviewed all his high school physics, mathematics, and chemistry textbooks. The next 100 days would be dedicated to practicing problems and reinforcing his grasp of knowledge. For Chinese, he intended to familiarize himself with past examination papers and the Huanggong test papers to master the examination's approach. However, in studying English, Zhao Chang'an found himself struggling the most, diligently memorizing the texts and vocabulary from the first semester of his senior year. Ding, ding. The clock in the living room chimed twice, and Zhao Chang'an realized it was already 2 in the morning. Unable to fight off his fatigue any longer, he stood and lit a cigarette by the window. Suddenly, a cigarette butt flew in from above. Zhao Chang'an quickly dodged, narrowly avoiding the projectile that landed on the floor of his bedroom. Zhong Lianwei. Zhao Chang'an looked up and confirmed that it was indeed his old friend from the city construction crew, Zhang Lianwei, who lived above Zeng Xiaoxiao. Damn. Zhao Chang'an gestured with a middle finger. This kid was 2 grades below him. Last year, he failed to enter high school and enrolled in a computer school. In his free time, he smoked, drank, and roamed about, getting into fights. When he returned home, he was often beaten mercilessly by his alcoholic father with a belt. After graduating, Zhong Lianwei moved to Huadu, where he briefly became a motorcycle ignition expert, only to be imprisoned for 6 months. Later, he passed the MCSD exam for Microsoft and eventually immigrated to Star City, securing a position at an online gaming company, where it was said he flourished. However, the two had not crossed paths in nearly 20 years. You seem lively. Didn't your father beat you today? Zhao Chang'an inquired. He did, and go. Just because of this. I got a beating for tossing the cigarette but down. I only smoke the cheap Butterfly Spring brand. Zhang Lianwei replied, his voice low and filled with frustration. Did you not even try to defend yourself? Zhao Chang'an asked. How could I? The more I denied it, claiming I only smoked the cheap stuff, the harder I got hit. The old man claimed that it was precisely because I indulged in the 4-yuan cigarettes, which surpassed his own preference, that he sought to punish me and demanded my compliance. Zhong Lianwei, with a melancholic and profound demeanor, lamented, What should I surrender? Huh. Zhao Chang'an observed that the cigarette had been consumed, casually discarding the butt. He also retrieved the Butterfly Spring cigarette, but that Zhong Lianwei had tossed into his bedroom and discarded it as well. Damn. Zhong Lianwei muttered under his breath, his head disappearing from the window. Huh. Zhao Chang'an's momentary displeasure dissipated like smoke in the air. Indeed, witnessing the misfortunes of friends proved to be an excellent remedy for vexation. Consequently, he lit another cigarette. Before long, he noticed Zhong Lianwei in his misfortune, scouring the corner below with a flashlight in search of cigarette butts. When he glanced up to seek out the discarded remnants, Zhao Chang'an's spirits soared even higher. After finishing this cigarette, he tossed the glowing butt down. Damn. Upon hearing Zhong Lianwei's curses, he threw down another one. It was a meager gesture, a token offering to this younger brother after a span of 20 years. Just one? Too stingy. Zhao Chang'an chuckled, his drowsiness vanishing entirely. Returning to the bookshelf, he resumed his studies with renewed vigor, diligently noting down the inspirations for exam questions he had gleaned today. In the early morning, the faint moonlit dawn graced the eastern horizon. On either side of the nearly 3-meter-wide gravel road, the rapeseed flowers were on the verge of wilting, while the streetlights flickered with undying light. The air was imbued with a rich and refreshing fragrance. Zhao Chang'an arrived at the foot of the northwest back hill of the city high school, spotting the ever-constant Dan Kai, clad in her robe-like school uniform. He parked his bicycle at the bottom of the slope, preparing to accelerate up the hill. Noting that Dan Kai had not glanced his way, he assumed she had forgotten her keys, thus maintaining his speed, zipping past her in a blur. Hey, Zhao Chang'an. Creak. What? Zhao Chang'an abruptly halted his bicycle halfway up the slope, tilting it, his left foot pressing against the ground, glancing back. Nothing. Dan Kai hesitated, choosing not to engage further, instead pushing her bicycle slowly up the hill. I know, you don't lock the door. Zhao Chang'an chuckled, believing this young girl, with her tender countenance, was reluctant to ask for assistance. My love. Oh, my love, you incite a fervor within me, yet you must not allow me to remain lonely. From the 3rd-floor window of Class 3 in the Humanities Wing, 3 heads emerged, one of them bellowing in a comically hoarse voice. It was Fu Qingwei, Yui Wei, and Zhu Liang, those 3 rascals. The final exclamation of was a cacophony of their dissonant voices, painfully unbearable to the ears. Zhao Chang'an raised an approving middle finger towards the trio, shouting, that was truly dreadful. As Dan Kai pushed her bicycle up the slope, she cast a casual glance at the 3 heads by the window, passing by Zhao Chang'an. A cool breeze carried a hint of jasmine fragrance. Show us what you've got. Give us a song. This time, It was Wen Ye's voice echoing from a fourth-floor window. "Come on, let us hear it. Brother, you are truly impressive. Even the top students have fallen under your charm. Top male students, to be exact, haha. Your taste is remarkably diverse. I must express my admiration. If you're not convinced, shout a few lines. Don't just speak without action. She is indeed unique. That robe she wears is no mere fade." In a moment, the rear windows of the third-year classrooms became crowded with eager faces. Clang. Zhao Chang'an lowered the bicycle stand. As an older man, he felt no fear of this throng of youngsters. With the mountains as his backdrop, Zhao Chang'an bellowed loudly, startling the high school building into a brief silence, leaving everyone in astonishment. What is he shouting about? With the sea as his inspiration, Zhao Chang'an followed up with a second line, and regardless of their academic standing, the students in the building were among the more cultured individuals in this mountain city's populace. They all recognized the essence of his words. The smoke of those times ignited, blossoming like a flower in bloom, with the ocean as his wellspring and the earth as his courtyard. He gazed upon the walls adorned with poetry, illuminated by the light of 1,000 rivers' moons. The entire rear window assembly of the third-year classrooms fell silent. Dan Kai pushed her bicycle to the back door and came to a halt. "Haha, how is that?" Zhao Chang'an ceased his vocal performance. Laughing heartily, he certainly had no intention of treading the path of old plagiarism. Striding up the slope with his bicycle, he wished to avoid making his companion wait too long. "That was truly dreadful." Fu Qingwei, Yu Wei, and Zhu Liang chorused in response to Zhao Chang'an. "You haven't finished singing yet. Don't leave." Several voices from the windows cried out in an attempt to retain him. Clang. Just as Zhao Chang'an reached the back door, he saw Dan Kai open it, not sparing him a glance as she rode away into the distance. "If you have the key, why did you call for me?" Zhao Chang'an was left utterly bewildered. Chapter 19. The unbearable urge to boast. As the early morning bell rang, Zhao Chang'an stepped into the classroom. At this moment, old Chang was no longer the ever-present figure he had been in the past. He had begun to indulge himself, appearing for early reading sessions only when there was a class during the first period. His sole demand was simple: maintain silence. You may choose not to study, but do not disrupt others' learning. Whose broken poetry is this? Not bad. Louis Hue, who had been leaning against the window, asked disinterestedly. What I sing is a song, not poetry. Do not belittle the art of song, Zhao Chang'an quipped. Huh, is that a song? If it sounds awful, then return to your singing. You make it sound good, Louis Hue retorted, merely asking out of casual curiosity. He was a fan of the Four Heavenly Kings and Little Tigers, unable to appreciate such refined style. Even if Zhao Chang'an revealed the author of this broken poem or placed the anthology before him, he would not bother to turn a page, continuing instead to focus intently on his book. Zhao Chang'an glanced at Time-Space Nomads, authored by Master Huang. A decade which cannot be carved. He chuckled, propping himself up with 2 thick volumes on his desk, and soon succumbed to slumber. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of tapping on the window jolted Zhao Chang'an awake, his drowsy eyes opening as he first glanced at the clock on the wall. 7:43. The morning reading had just concluded. Damn, he muttered, turning his head to see who was being so inconsiderate. Lu Chui stood outside the window, adorned in a white dress with blue floral patterns. Why are you always cursing? What were you singing with that broken voice this morning? You're aware of my broken voice yet still inquire? Zhao Chang'an, truly fatigued, turned his head towards Louis Hue, who was engrossed in a novel, oblivious to the world outside. Clearly envious of Li Xiaojia's prophetic dreams and romantic escapades, he drooled in admiration. Just like back in the day, he only saw the alluring parts, oblivious to Master Huang's astute insights into real estate. Zhao Chang'an sighed inwardly and returned to sleep. I asked what you were singing with that broken voice. Who wrote it? Though your voice may be flawed, it cannot overshadow the beauty of the lyrics, Lu Chui remarked, observing the back of Zhao Chang'an's head while suppressing a smile. Unexpectedly, this fellow was quite bold, not only mingling with the peculiar academic prodigy of the second year, but also daring to belt out songs in front of the entire third-year cohort of 16 classes. I never noticed this side of him before. Zhao Chang'an kept his eyes closed, ignoring her. Humph. Lu Chui, seeing Zhao Chang'an's indifference, snorted and hurried off to the restroom with a roll of tissue. If not for her genuine appreciation of the lyrics, she would never have bothered to endure her urge to relieve herself just to engage Zhao Chang'an in conversation. Just as Zhao Chang'an finally dozed off, he heard, Zhao Chang'an. That lyric is truly wonderful. What is its name? Where can I find it? Damn, is this never-ending? Zhao Chang'an growled, sitting up in surprise to see it was Li Yinxiao, momentarily taken aback. since their separation into different streams in their second year. He and Li Yinxiu had been classmates for nearly 2 years without exchanging a single word. In the temporal realm of 2 decades hence, if one were to conduct a comparative analysis of over 1,000 students across 16 classes in the esteemed High School 98, evaluating them based on assets, status, and influence, the wealthiest would be Hu Wenjue from the neighboring Science Class 5, while the most esteemed would be Guan Xini from the Liberal Arts Class 1. However, the most influential among them would be the captivating young lady before us, Li Yinxiu. Although her initial attempt at the college entrance examination did not yield her desired institution, she persevered through a year of repetition and astonishingly triumphed the following year by gaining admission to the University of Science and Technology of China. She later ascended to the position of associate professor at the University of California and became a foreign academician of the National Academy of Sciences in the United States. What? In truth, the words spoken by Li Yinxiu did not quite reach the ears of Zhao Chang'an, who had drifted into slumber. What was the name of that song? And where could one find it? Li Yinxiu gazed at Zhao Chang'an with a serene demeanor, indicating that she was not seeking to initiate conversation with him. Nevertheless, numerous eyes within the classroom were drawn to their exchange. The 2 most beautiful blossoms of Class 6 in their senior year, Lu Chui, vibrant and spirited, actively engaged in school activities, and Li Yinxiu, graceful and composed, seemingly oblivious to the world beyond her studies. The pivotal point was that neither of these flowers possessed a true guardian of their beauty. Ah, so you prefer such things? In this moment, Zhao Chang'an had no intention of relying on anyone or forging premature connections. Thus, he did not seek to ingratiate himself with Li Yinxiu. Had it not been for that day when Li Yinxiu had casually inquired of Yingming, "What did he say to you?" nearly leaving Yingming breathless, Zhao Chang'an's current response would have simply been, "I forgot." Rather than playfully teasing this future beauty and academic luminary, one must understand that the opportunity to jest with such a distinguished figure is rare, and one must not squander it. Indeed, I find myself drawn to such things. Li Yinxiu responded earnestly. Many might consider the lyrics unappealing, yet the grandeur of the words encapsulates a span of time and a breadth of space, creating an exquisitely beautiful ambience. Zhao Chang'an chuckled, sensing that his attempts at flirtation had not quite succeeded. Zhao Chang'an, with his mischievous nature, merely wished to engage in light banter. He felt a twinge of envy, wishing for the chance to tease her himself. But he kept his thoughts to himself, aware that such sentiments might appear rather unsavory among classmates. "Can you engage in such banter?" he asked with a chuckle. "Ah, but there's no opportunity for that. Have you ever seen her converse with a boy about topics beyond academics?" The exchange between Zhao Chang'an and Li Yinxiu sparked a flurry of chatter among their classmates. "I was merely singing off-key," Zhao Chang'an confessed without a hint of embarrassment. Li Yinxiu was taken aback. "It was a spontaneous creation of mine, just a whimsical tune," Zhao Chang'an boasted, unabashed. The front-row student, Fan Xiao, had long since been consumed by envy. Upon hearing Zhao Chang'an's audacious claim of improvisation, he could not help but laugh. A clown remains a clown, regardless of how extravagantly one performs in the presence of beauty to capture attention. Yet, the coarseness of one's words ultimately reveals the truth. This conveys the essence. Belief or disbelief is of no concern to me. I still need my rest. Zhao Chang'an uttered a remark to Li Yinxiu, then fell silent and resumed his slumber. In truth, Fan Xiao was not mistaken. Those lyrics were indeed not his own creation. Yet, how could he articulate such a truth? Observing Zhao Chang'an asleep, Li Yinxiu lacked the courage to rouse him, certainly doubting that he was fabricating tales. Thus, she reluctantly returned to her seat, feeling disheartened. "Yinxiu, ignore this fellow. I've memorized several lines of the lyrics. I will call my aunt when I return home at noon. She works at the city library and has access to all the latest newspapers and journals. If that doesn't suffice, she knows many poets from the city's Writers Association and can surely procure a complete version by tomorrow morning." Fan Xiao declared confidently, thumping his chest. "Anzi, remember how Li Yinxiu spoke on your behalf last time? You two must have a romantic connection." After finally dispelling Lu Chui, Li Yinxiu appeared. And just as he thought he was rid of her, Zhang Shun's incessant chatter began anew, which vexed Zhao Chang'an to no end. "Are you intentionally trying to keep me awake?" Zhao Chang'an felt no need to conceal his irritation towards his friends and scolded openly. "Don't get worked up. My mom is making braised pork tomorrow for Xiaoxiao. Should I ask if you're coming?" Instantly, Zhao Chang'an's drowsiness dissipated, and he felt his mouth watering. Zhang Shun's mother, Mo Tong Tong, was renowned for her exquisite braised pork. Of course, he would want to attend. Chapter 20. owing him 2 servings of braised pork in that alternate reality, 6 years hence. Zhao Chang'an found himself embroiled in a contractual dispute with the Chao family brick and tile factory, amidst the unemployment that plagued him at home. He pedaled 20 miles to the western suburbs pharmaceutical factory to seek out Zhang Shun. Upon knocking at the door, he was met only by Mo Tong Tong, whose eyes were red-rimmed. She informed him that Zhang Shun had gone south for work and had yet to settle down, lacking a contact number. Disheartened, Zhao Chang'an was about to depart when Mo Tong Tong insisted he stay, stepping out to procure some pork belly. She prepared a sumptuous feast of braised pork, which left Zhao Chang'an savoring every bite, burping contentedly. After their midday meal, he conversed with Mo Tong Tong for a considerable time before wheeling his bicycle home. Mo Tong Tong stood at the door, repeatedly urging him to come over whenever he craved braised pork, regardless of the hour. As Zhao Chang'an cycled past the pharmaceutical factory, he encountered a classmate from high school, whose name he had long forgotten, and was shocked to learn that Zhang Shun had jumped into the Peach Blossom River during the Great Flood a year prior. In the years that followed, each time Zhao Chang'an returned to the mountain city, he would bring gifts to Mo Tong Tong, hoping for a meal, while he would not speak of the other dishes. The braised pork beloved by him and Zhang Shun was always a certainty. Sister Mo was quite the flower of the city pharmaceutical factory in her youth. Alas, you young ones fail to appreciate the true allure of a beautiful woman. Zhao Chang'an chuckled awkwardly at Zhang Shun's peculiar gaze. I'm merely acknowledging your fine genes inherited from your mother, complimenting you as a handsome lad. Yet why does it sound so awkward? Zhang Shun retorted, still slightly miffed. You call my mother sister. You're taking advantage of me. I'm 19 this year, and your mother is 33, just a decade apart. Go ahead. Ask your mother whether she prefers to be called sister or aunt. Zhao Chang'an began to argue cleverly. Enough. Zhang Shun was well aware of his mother's naive and oblivious nature. Otherwise, the neighborhood would have already whispered about his father's numerous affairs. Yet she remained blissfully unaware. He also knew that when it came to the aunt or sister debate, his mother's choice would be indisputable. All he could do was offer Zhao Chang'an a friendly greeting. Hey, let us not digress. How delicious is your mother's braised pork? What is the flavor like? Lu Yihui, who had been silent, suddenly diverted his attention from Master Huang, his throat moving in anticipation, his eyes gleaming. Isn't that a given? Tomorrow, we'll gather, not at the pharmaceutical factory, but at the rental house south of the school gate. Zhang Shun waved his hand grandly, showing a magnanimous spirit. As it was Ti who would be cooking. Brother, that is generous. After tasting Zhao Chang'an's mother's shredded pork with pickled mustard and chili, he anticipated an even grander feast of braised pork the next day. Lu Yihui immediately began to fawn over Zhang Shun without reservation. Years later, in a drunken stupor, having ascended to the position of General Lu through various means, Lu Yihui spent over 3,000 on a whole roasted lamb. In a frenzy, he tossed chunks of it into the Yellow River. Anzi, during our 3 years in high school, how many meals did I enjoy at your home? Back then, your family was struggling, yet your mother always prepared the best dishes. I've had 2 servings of Zhang Shun's braised pork, and my goodness, it was exquisite. During the New Year festivities at my home, we are finally at liberty to indulge in copious amounts of meat. However, the seasoning is rather scant. It pales in comparison to the delectable dishes prepared by Animo. In truth, I hold a certain disdain for Zhang Shun, and he, in turn, looks down upon me. A humble student from the countryside. Were it not for you, we would scarcely exchange more than a few words. Yet, I owe him 2 servings of braised pork, a debt I shall never be able to repay in this lifetime. Mom and Dad, tomorrow is a small holiday. I shall sleep in the morning and head to Zhang Shun's house for lunch. If you 2 prefer, you need not eat here tomorrow evening. I will cook whatever you desire. At the construction site during lunch, Zhao Chang'an set down his bowl and wiped his mouth. You cooking? Haha. Zhao Shubin chuckled. If you can manage to turn plain rice into cooked rice and porridge into watery porridge, that would be quite a feat. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Zhao Chang'an said with a jovial smile. What would you like to eat? Every man harbors a beastly ambition. However, if fate bestows upon him a tamer, he may become a docile tiger, molded at will. For instance, Zhao Chang'an encountered Li Xia, previously coddled by his mother, Zhang Lishan. He had grown accustomed to a life of ease, but under Li Xia's guidance, he became proficient at washing clothes, cooking, and even braiding hair within a few short years. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. That phrase makes no sense. Zhao Shubin promptly pointed out Zhao Chang'an's linguistic error. It should merely convey the message not to belittle others. Haha, no worries. I have longed for an opportunity to express that sentiment, but have found none. I was nearly choking on it. Just practicing my speech. Zhao Chang'an grinned mischievously. What do you mean by practicing your speech? At that moment, Jiang Jia approached Zhang Lishan for a conversation. Chang'an said we would return home for dinner tomorrow night, and that he would cook. Hee. As she spoke, Zhang Lishan couldn't help but chuckle. His father does not believe him. He says, do not underestimate the youth and poverty. However, Jiang Jia's eyes lit up, and she smiled. Chang'an, what do you wish to prepare? Andy finishes work earlier than your mother. I can go shopping. Jiang Jia, do you truly believe his bravado? Coincidentally, our families have not gathered since the new year. Are you free tomorrow evening? Let's liven things up at home. This suggestion was indeed delightful. It had been over a year since Chang'an last saw Momo. I will take the west gate. Your home is by the east gate. Our paths do not align. That works splendidly. What ingredients shall we procure? How can I allow you to purchase ingredients? That would be a slight against old Zhao. Zhao Shubin appeared perplexed. How is that a slight against me? Zhang Lishan quickly interjected with a smile. Now that Xiao Fang is assisting me, I need not toil until 8 or 9 in the evening. Aunt Zhang, once we prepare dinner tomorrow evening, you may leave. I will handle the rest. The worker, Fang Yinglan, whom I hired from the village west of the city, wore a radiant smile. This matter is between Chang'an and me, Zhang Lishan. You need not involve yourself. Jiang Jia, aware that her friend still needed to save money for her son's tuition, was understandably reluctant to allow her to spend more. At that moment, they noticed the foreman, Huang Yichun, approaching, and their laughter subsided. Let tomorrow's lunch be a little more sumptuous. Perhaps braised ribs or stewed beef, Huang Yichun suggested, listing several hearty dishes. We are short-staffed. Jiang Jia, come and help for the afternoon. Old Zhao and your husband will lend a hand. Huang Gong, what joyful event awaits us tomorrow? Since that day when Huang Yichun received the guidance from Yingming in, he has grown quite familiar with the couples Zhao Shubin and Xia Changhai, no longer maintaining an air of disdainful indifference. Tomorrow, Mrs. Niu, the esteemed host from the provincial station, will be visiting. Huang Yichun seemingly cast a casual glance at Zhao Chang'an. Isn't your son celebrating his small birthday tomorrow? Indeed. This presents an opportunity for assistance. Zhang Lishan, smiling at her son, contemplated the meals they had enjoyed at the hospitality of others these past days. It was only fitting to lend a helping hand. Just a moment ago, you were boasting. Why not give it a try tomorrow at noon? Huang Yichun appeared momentarily taken aback, his expression slightly stiff. Uncle Huang, I won't be able to come help tomorrow. I've made plans with a classmate to have lunch at his place. Having navigated the world for a decade or two, Zhao Chang'an discerned the change in Huang Yichun's demeanor and recalled the seemingly random call from Dan Kai that morning. He grasped the underlying implications. All right. Young people should indeed explore more. You need not come tomorrow noon. If you wish to test your skills, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Huang Yichun's countenance instantly relaxed, a broad smile illuminating his face. Chapter 21. Frogs do not become princes. Ding, ding, ding. The bell signaling the end of evening study rang, and the entrance of the city high school quickly erupted with commotion. Tomorrow, being Sunday, heralded the once-a-month little holiday, granting a day of respite, while the next break would not arrive until the following weekend, 2 weeks hence. Consequently, numerous parents, residing within the city or its outskirts, flocked to retrieve their boarding students, creating a bottleneck at the school gates. Zhao Chang'an accompanied Wu Yu as they exited the school. Approaching the intersection of Nanyujia Road, they spotted Wu Yu's parents standing beside a small car. Oh my, a BMW 528, with a market value of nearly 800,000 yuan. Xiao Wenjua, Wu Yu behind him, seized Zhao Chang'an's waist with fervor, exclaiming, how incredibly wealthy. Zhao Chang'an had already caught sight of the luxurious, pristine BMW 528 I parked not far from Wu Yu's family Santana. Under the bright streetlights, it was indeed hard to miss such an opulent vehicle. Moreover, Xiao Qingqing was adorned in elegant attire, exuding the aura of a refined lady, while a dashing driver in a suit stood by her side. Xiao Wenjua stood tall and radiant, a paragon of excellence, particularly in the sciences during their senior year. Meanwhile, Pei Shuezha, who was engaged in polite conversation with Xiao Qingqing, stood at an impressive height of 1.8 meters, embodying the archetype of an academic superstar within the school. With an assembly of luxury cars, elegant ladies, and handsome gentlemen, how could the passers-by not steal a few glances? Enough chit-chat. Let us move. Despite not being the naive Zhao Chang'an of yore, he could not help but feel a surge of frustration at the sight before him, yearning to escape the scene post-haste. Have you made up your mind? If you fall, it's over for both of us. Jump. With a determined shout, Wu Yu gracefully leapt off the bicycle, startling Zhao Chang'an. "You two are quite audacious. This cannot continue," exclaimed her mother, Cheng Qian, taken aback. Realizing she had further inquiries, she called for Zhao Chang'an to halt. No matter how displeased he felt, Zhao Chang'an had no choice but to obediently stop the bicycle and approach, greeting Uncle Wu and Cheng. "You both must refrain from such leaps. Mom, are you a broken record?" "Understood, Aunt Cheng. Haha, a little jump keeps one youthful. You mischievous child." They all chuckled together, with Suan Hai, Cheng Qian, Wu Yu, and Zhao Chang'an. "Little, you mentioned you have an activity tomorrow. What is it?" Cheng Qian inquired, her expression a mix of worry and curiosity. Zhao Chang'an exchanged a glance with Wu Yu, slightly exasperated at her knack for complicating the simplest matters. "Aunt, it's nothing significant. Zhang Shun is coming over." Just then, Zhao Chang'an spotted Zhang Shun approaching and called out to him. There was no other choice. Wu Yu's mother was far too suspicious, and this was the only way to gain her trust. Zhang Shun arrived. "Uncle Wu and Cheng, what are we doing tomorrow?" Zhao Chang'an cut straight to the point. "What else? Aren't we going to my house for braised pork? What else could there be?" Zhang Shun looked at Zhao Chang'an with a peculiar expression. Contemplating the absurdity of the situation, one wonders what clandestine activities could possibly warrant such secrecy from Wu Yu's parents. "In my opinion, it would be best for you to refrain from troubling Zhang Shun's mother tomorrow. I have a wild fish weighing over 2 kilograms and plan to purchase a hen, along with some sea cucumbers. You all should come over for a feast. After dining, you can engage in meaningful discussions and learning together." Cheng Qian, brimming with eagerness, volunteered herself, while Zhao Chang'an and the others rolled their eyes in disbelief. Is this merely about dining? This is an opportunity for the brothers to enjoy a leisurely outing. Zhao Chang'an pedaled away, not casting a glance towards Xiaowenhua or Xiao Qi-qin, unbeknownst to him, as Cheng Qian called his name loudly. The dashing driver and Pei Xuezha turned their gazes in his direction. Yet, Xiao Qi-qin, who was animatedly conversing with Pei Xuezha and the graceful Xiaowenhua, remained oblivious to the commotion. The BMW 528 swiftly overtook the throng of students, leaving the road remarkably vacant in its wake. Close behind, an Audi followed, the vehicle designated for transporting Pei Xuezha. "Mom, please refrain from driving that car here in the future," Xiaowenhua expressed his discontent. "That car was taken by your uncle, claiming it was for a self-driving trip. At 40 years old, he still flits about without settling down." This topic ignited a flame of frustration within Xiao Qi-qin. After a moment of silence, she continued, "Your father and your uncle Pei went to the provincial capital this morning to meet with Xiao Xueqing. They called this afternoon, instructing us to rest and prepare for tomorrow's excursion to view the peach blossoms along the Yellow River and to savor the Yellow River carp." Sun Jian's ambitions were growing insatiable. The land behind the city high school was insufficient, and now they aimed to encroach upon our family's territory along the Fu River. "Humph." Xiao Qi-qin scoffed. "Zhao Shubin, Zhang Lishan, along with their sycophants Xia Cha Hai and Jiang Jia, are laboring at Yingming's construction site. If they hadn't meddled, the entire construction industry in Shan City, along with its related sectors, would have shunned these petty individuals. My aunt, the Zhao couple is only involved due to their son being in high school, while the Xiao couple's daughter once attended a business school. Qian Miao Miao, Fong Dong Jin, Lu Baosan, and others find themselves struggling to secure work in Shan City, resulting in their exodus to seek labor elsewhere." Xiao Qi-qin's disdain was palpable as she muttered, "Fortunately, your uncle triumphed. It allows us to enjoy a life of privilege. Otherwise, with Zhao Shubin's temperament, we would be left to fend for ourselves." Seated beside his mother in the back seat, Xiaowenhua listened to her incessant chatter. His left cheek pressed against the cool window, he gazed outside. The roadside residences displayed a juxtaposition of towering skyscrapers and dilapidated brick houses, interspersed with stretches of humble single-story dwellings, a stark reflection of poverty and wealth. After the evening study session in 2 hours, she would find herself before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows of a 5-star hotel in the provincial capital, overlooking the dazzling nightscape of an international metropolis. Tomorrow, she would explore the banks of the Yellow River and indulge in a variety of culinary delights. Following dinner, she would return home to rest soundly, ready to return to the city high school the next day and continue her diligent studies. Such dreamlike days. For the vast majority of high school students in the city, and indeed for most common folk residing in the mountainous town, are an unattainable fantasy. In truth, her father, prior to assuming the role of general manager at the construction company, had established a brick factory, a precast panel factory, and a template rental company under the name of his grandfather, shortly after returning from aiding Africa alongside Eagle and Zhao Chang'an. Subsequently, he ventured into stone quarrying, sand production, and interior decoration services. Over the past 3 years, he initially leveraged the brick and precast panel factories as collateral to secure loans for investing in the garment market at the lumber mill. He then recruited numerous skilled craftsmen from the construction company to establish a private construction firm affiliated with the city, successfully securing the contract for the garment market project, which rapidly culminated in an initial capital accumulation in the millions. The land in Fuha is particularly significant if it can be acquired at a reasonable price. It encompasses over 200,000 square meters of building area and 2,000 housing units. Furthermore, in an effort to support housing reform, the city offers numerous incentives regarding loan limits and interest rates. Many citizens are eagerly prepared to invest their money in securing housing. After 3 years, the family stands poised for yet another monumental leap. At this moment, Xiaowenjue could not help but envision Zhao Chang'an's face. Since the incident involving the anonymous letter, the two had not exchanged a single word in 3 years, not even on the day of the wall collapse. To be candid, despite her disdain for Zhao Chang'an, witnessing his playful antics with Lu Chui still stirred unease within her. Mustering the courage to lower her pride and utter words laced with veiled hostility, she nonetheless feared the unpredictable Zhao Chang'an might brazenly humiliate her. Fortunately, throughout the ordeal, Zhao Chang'an paid her no heed, merely casting a glance her way, allowing Xiaowenjue to feel an unexpected sense of relief. This was for the best. It marked the resolution of a chapter of childhood affection, albeit not without a tinge of regret. In the forthcoming college entrance examination, her aspiration was to study by the serene shores of Yingming Lake and stroll leisurely. Conversely, for Zhao Chang'an, merely gaining admission to a local junior college would be a stroke of luck. Beyond that, the swan would soar to new heights. The world is vast, brimming with fascinating and exceptional young talents, leaving one in awe. Yet, the frog confined in the well shall forever remain a frog, unable to transform into a prince, destined to languish at the bottom of its world. Chapter 22. Looking up and down with mountains as the hull, setting sail for a millennium. Igniting the smoke of bygone eras within the span of a blooming flower. Using the sea as a spring, establishing the heavens and earth as a courtyard. Gazing at the walls adorned with verses illuminated by the light of 1,000 rivers' moons. The lyrics, fervently belted out by Zhao Chang'an in the early morning, lingered in Xiaowenjue's mind. At this moment, the BMW 528 had already departed from the mountain city, heading towards the expressway entrance to Beihu. To the left lay the shimmering waters of Upper Beihu, with the dark, undulating mountains stretching across the lake. The moonlight was resplendent, resonating with the lyrics echoing in his heart, causing Xiaowenjue to feel a subtle tremor within. Where had he seen it? That rascal, did he even finish singing? Or was he just preoccupied with flirting with the junior? The thought made Xiaowenjue feel a twinge of discomfort. It is human nature, what one discards, relinquishes, or even scorns, when acquired by another, especially someone extraordinary, becomes an unsettling notion. Xiaowenjue softly uttered 2 words, Dan Kai. This name, concealed within the soft hum of the speeding BMW 528i, was known to her, the daughter of Dan Chang, the top science student of her grade, and the host of many grand events on provincial television, the daughter of Yingming, a property tycoon constructing buildings behind the city high school. In terms of academics, they were nearly equal. In terms of family background, she felt slightly inferior, yet not significantly so. In terms of appearance, clad in a loose robe, with a boyish haircut and large black-framed glasses, Xiaowenjue couldn't help but smirk slightly, her eyes revealing a hint of disdain and scorn. The disdain was directed at Dan Kai, while the contempt was aimed at Zhao Chang'an. How prideful and arrogant he once was, now debasing himself to curry favor with an ugly creature for power and wealth. Disgusting. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Xiaowenjue's mood gradually lifted. Tomorrow morning, she would head to the provincial library to complete this poem. She thought proudly, without you, Zhao Chang'an, I too can achieve completeness in this poem or song. From now on, looking up and looking down would signify 2 entirely different worlds. Due to Yingming's arrangement for a simple road to be constructed behind the city high school, Dan Kai no longer rode her bicycle home after evening self-study. Instead, she would emerge from the back gate and be escorted home discreetly by her father's 2 security guards. At that moment, she opened the back gate of the courtyard at the northwest corner of the city high school, only to be surprised to find her father and uncle standing outside. The car sent to pick her up was parked on the road down the hillside. Dad, Uncle, what brings you here? Yingming and Dan Xiaowei exchanged glances, both wearing wry smiles. The impending arrival of Dan Chang tomorrow weighed heavily on them, making them restless inside the house, prompting them to come out and pass the time. Your mother is coming tomorrow. I know. Yingming was at a loss for words, muttering, "It's getting late. Let us head home." Dan Kai returned to the community where her family lived in a charming two-story villa with a small garden. The previous owner was an acquaintance of her mother who had emigrated to Canada a few years ago, leaving the house vacant. This time, Dan Kai's mother purchased the property for $300,000, establishing a temporary refuge in the mountainous city. Dan Kai's uncle and father resided on the first floor, while she occupied the second floor with her housekeeper, Wen Fengji, whom she had invited from the provincial capital to assist with laundry and cooking. Previously, Wen Fengji was responsible for preparing breakfast for the 3 occupants of the villa, as well as delivering meals to Dan Kai at noon and in the evening. However, after a recent accident where she fell while cleaning windows on the second floor and fractured her right arm, she was hospitalized. Furthermore, Zhao Chang'an's mother, Zhang Lishan, cooked with remarkable cleanliness and flavor, prompting Dan Kai to dine at the construction site for the time being. Meanwhile, Xiao Jiai, the secretary of Dan Xiaowei, who had been staying in a hotel, moved in next door to Dan Kai to assist with some caretaking duties. After showering, Dan Kai returned to her bedroom and stood on the balcony, gazing into the night, momentarily devoid of sleep. The wolf dog in the small garden, upon noticing Dan Kai on the second-floor balcony, wagged its tail and barked in a friendly manner. It had been nearly a month since she last saw her mother, and with her mother's visit the following day, Dan Kai felt both elated and somewhat anxious. During her first year of high school, she had struck Xiao Zijia with a brick, causing a severe injury, which led to her mother sending her to the mountainous city. Although she had since tempered her rebellious streak, the sight of the confining walls stirred within her a restless desire to escape. Alas, the wall crumbled. Contemplating her mother's likely reaction tomorrow, Dan Kai let out a long sigh, feeling a headache brewing. She stood dazedly for a while, lost in the night. The wolf dog, sensing its small mistress's indifference, expressed its displeasure with a few disgruntled barks before retreating to its den to sleep. The moonlight was radiant. Dan Kai couldn't help but recall the lyrics sung by the senior student Zhao Chang'an that morning. With mountains as my vessel, I sail for 1,000 years. Igniting the smoke of that era, in the time it takes for a flower to bloom. She softly recited it again. Unfortunately, Zhao Chang'an had not completed the song. The foolish boy, upon seeing her at the back door, mistakenly assumed he had forgotten his keys, thus interrupting his performance at a half-verse. Wasn't it infuriating? Gazing at the verses that adorned the walls, she pondered the next line, attempting to capture the ethereal essence it conveyed. However, no matter how she tried, she could not replicate that transcendent beauty. Glancing at the silent alarm clock in her bedroom, she noted it was still not yet 11:30. She decided to stay awake until the early hours and indulge in a late morning sleep. Returning to her room, she retrieved a sheet of pristine rice paper and secured one corner with an incense-wood paperweight. Lighting incense and grinding ink, she held a wolf hairbrush and began to compose. After completing her Saturday program, Dan Chang drove directly to the mountainous city. Having not seen her daughter for over a month, she could not claim indifference. Before hitting the highway, she called her husband, specifically instructing him not to mention her arrival to their daughter, fearing she might stay up waiting. At 1:30 in the morning, she exchanged a few hurried words with the long-waiting Yingming at the highway exit before heading back to the villa together. Upon entering the first floor, Dan Chang refrained from engaging her brother, Dan Xiaowei, who was also waiting, and simply urged him to sleep immediately, suggesting that any discussions could occur the following day. After swiftly taking a shower, she quietly ascended to the second floor, only to discover that the young lady had locked her bedroom door from the inside. Disappointment washed over Dan Chang as she glanced at Yingming, who was eagerly trailing behind her, his face a mask of anxious anticipation. "Let us rest for the night. We shall address matters tomorrow," she remarked. Dan Chang was well aware of her partner's intentions, yet considering that they had been apart for over a month, and at the age of 40, with Yingming being 44, she was not inclined to impose any punishments upon him. A formidable wife, unifying the realm, Yingming exclaimed joyfully, his face alight with glee as he echoed a popular phrase among the youth on the streets. However, aware that his wife was indeed eager to see the young lady, he whispered, "I discovered that she has a penchant for locking the door from within, so I replaced it with a lock that can be opened with the original key. But once opened, I suspect she will change the lock. Let us endeavor to avoid disturbing her. I shall merely take a glance," Dan Chang conceded, unable to suppress her curiosity. After Yingming extinguished the dim corridor light, They stood in darkness for nearly a minute, allowing their eyes to adjust. Finally, they quietly opened the bedroom door. Dan Chang gestured for Niu Mingyan to retreat to a cooler spot, deftly slipping into Dan Kai's room. The gentle moonlight poured through the window, illuminating Dan Kai as she slept soundly on her side. Dan Chang stood there, indulging in a moment of affectionate observation, hesitant to kiss her beloved daughter. She quietly turned to leave the room, when inadvertently she noticed a pristine sheet of rice paper on the desk. Illuminated by the moon-esque glow, the characters danced across the page, with mountains as the oars. A millennium sails forth, igniting the essence of humanity within the fleeting bloom of a flower. Chapter 23. As the morning sun graced the sky, Zeng Kai rose early and proceeded to wash up in the adjacent bathroom connected to her bedroom. After completing her morning rituals, she glanced at the clock, which read 6:33 a.m. At this hour, her mother, Zhao Chang'an, should have just finished her own morning routine in the provincial capital, and would typically arrive in the mountain city by around 10 a.m. Oddly enough, since getting out of bed, Zeng Kai had sensed an unusual atmosphere within her bedroom. A subtle dissonance. It was only when she cast her gaze towards the desk that the source of her unease became clear. She hastily approached the door and gently twisted the handle. To her astonishment, she found the door unlocked. She was absolutely certain she had secured it the previous night. This unexpected revelation ignited a mix of mild irritation and unexpected delight within her. Two conclusions crystallized in her mind. First, her mother had indeed come over last night, entered her room, and taken the half-verse from her desk. Second, her father had secretly altered the lock without her consent. Due to Zhao Chang's visit, her usually lazy son, Zhao Xiaoxiao, had risen early as well. Meanwhile, Zhao Jiai, who had been ostensibly keeping Zeng Kai company in the adjacent room on the second floor, had actually spent nearly every night in bed with Zhao Xiaoxiao on the ground floor. Last night, however, she had dutifully remained upstairs, busily preparing breakfast in the kitchen at the crack of dawn. Old Niu, your error lies in your excessive and unprincipled indulgence of Zeng Kai. You are well aware that climbing over walls is wrong. What if the wall were to collapse? Shouldn't he and Jie's example serve as a wake-up call for you? Yet, you remain soft-hearted, indulging Zeng Kai without any principles. Last year, when she hurled that brick at Xiao Zijia, you were poised with a trowel to stir up trouble, when the matter could have been resolved in a far more prudent manner. Must I teach you that such unprincipled indulgence does not aid Zeng Kai's growth, but rather places her in perilous and inappropriate situations? If the wall were to fall, I must ask you, Niu Mingyan, would you not fear? Do you not feel apprehensive now? And what of Zhao Chang'an, who plays truant, engages in fights, smokes, drinks, and ranks among the lowest academically, a true troublemaker? I have great confidence in Zeng Kai, yet you should fear raising a thankless child. Have you not encountered such situations before? The Xiaoqiao couple from the municipal construction team may have come to smooth over the plaster, which is quite ordinary. Yet you had the audacity to invite the esteemed Zhao Shubin into the fold. Had it not been for the wall collapsing, I would remain oblivious to this. How can I commend you both? Zhao Chang had reprimanded her husband for quite some time and felt a pang of thirst. Niu Mingyan promptly poured a bit of warm water into the slightly cool tea, testing the temperature with his fingers before diligently offering it to Zhao Chang. With a sheepish smile, he explained, now that the boy and Kai Kai are each pursuing their own paths, he is quite perceptive and remains silent. We have come to the mountain city for development, and the local construction industry regards us as interlopers. Our connections with them are minimal. Had it not been for this boy, neither Xiaowei nor I would have known Zhao Shubin was working on the construction site. Although the troublemaker inadvertently caused a mishap by toppling the courtyard wall, it can be deemed a serendipitous turn of events that ultimately yielded a positive outcome. Today, I have decided to dismiss Zhao Shubin and extend their salary for an additional 2 months. Jiangwei, what do you think? We are currently in competition with Xiao Wenyang for the parcel of land on the northern edge of the government estate. If you dismiss Zhao Shubin now, what will others say? What leverage will you possess in this contention? Dan Chang pondered for a moment. Isn't today a minor weekday? Arrange a dinner for him this evening as a gesture of gratitude, perhaps at the Yuejiang Pavilion. Just him, without inviting his parents? Niu Mingyan appeared somewhat uncertain. What purpose would it serve to invite his parents? Dan Chang shot a quizzical glance at her husband. Xiao Wenyang is a formidable opponent, having closely allied with Fei Pingzheng over the past 2 years, and he possesses a vengeful disposition. While Zhao Shubin is indeed talented, there are countless individuals more gifted than he, waiting for their opportunity. It would be unwise to confront Xiao Wenyang over a mere strategist. My dear wife, I understand. Niu Mingyan's demeanor reflected compliance. Observing this, Dan Xiaowei couldn't help but silently scoff at his spineless brother-in-law. And you? Dan Chang directed her gaze toward her brother. Dan Xiaowei's heart sank, instantly feeling the immense pressure transferred from Yingming. I summoned you to keep watch, not to observe whether your brother-in-law accepts the lavish gifts of others. Do I need to monitor his actions? Am I unclear about the character of your brother-in-law? Yingming, standing nearby, beamed with happiness. As a vigorous young man, the past month has been arduous. Yet, last night's brief separation felt as refreshing as a newlywed reunion. Every moment of anticipation was worth it. Dan Kai actually scaled the wall to attend school. This pivotal matter has escaped your notice, mother. You're here. From the corner of the second floor, Dan Kai, hearing his uncle being chastised by their mother, quickly appeared at the staircase, eager for his future freedom. Dressed in cartoon-patterned pajamas and lacking his large black-framed glasses, he looked exceptionally charming. That morning around 8, Zhao Chang'an and Wu Yu convened at the intersection of Kejiao Road, before proceeding to the intersection of Gao Ninyu Jiao Road to meet Zhang Shun, Lu Hui, and Zheng Qi. The brothers, on 4 bicycles with 5 individuals, set off exuberantly to the nearest arcade to engage in Star Wars, Street Fighter, and Mahjong. They played until nearly 1 in the afternoon. Anxious to return home, Lu Hui urged them repeatedly to conclude their gaming session and head back to Zhang Shun's rental home in the southern part of the city for some braised pork. Zhang Shun's mother, Mo Tong Tong, a woman in her early 30s who still believes herself to be quite young, greeted her son's classmates with delight. She beamed broadly, not only preparing a generous pot of braised pork, but also, at Zhang Shun's request, acquiring sausage, duck necks, marinated chicken feet, a case of beer, and a box of Huanggala cigarettes. She busied herself serving tea and offering sunflower seeds and fruits. Zhao Chang'an couldn't help but feel speechless at Mo Tongtong's cherubic, rosy face. Zhang Shun's father, Zhang Shuilong, was indeed no trifling character. If all goes as anticipated, that old fellow will, in 2 years, become entangled with the flamboyant Xiao San, establishing the largest dining and leisure establishment in Shanxing, thereby becoming a subordinate to Xiao Wenyang. A few years later, as Xiao Wenyang completes his capital accumulation, he will promptly sever ties with the unscrupulous Zhang Shuilong. Zhang Shuilong has long grown weary of Xiao Wenyang's insistence on maintaining strict regulations, emphasizing that the establishment must not operate recklessly and must adhere to rules. After parting ways with Xiao Wenyang, he will immediately embark on a path of reckless abandon. Subsequently, he will face investigation, becoming embroiled in a legal scandal that costs lives, ultimately facing the consequences of justice. His mistress will also receive a lengthy sentence. Meanwhile, the brothers indulge in a feast, relishing every bite with great satisfaction. Zhao Chang'an, eager to showcase his culinary skills later that evening, departs after the meal to join several friends who are heading to Food to catch fish, before gathering at Zhang Shun's house for a barbecue and beers. He makes a beeline for home. Upon entering, he discovers a note affixed to the bedroom door. It reads, "Chang'an, do not rush to cook. Come to the construction site immediately. There is something important." What could it be? Zhao Chang'an muses to himself, yet he senses subtle hints of an underlying connection. Yesterday at the construction site, Wang Yichun mentioned that the boss's wife would be visiting, implying he should refrain from causing trouble during lunchtime. Now, he is summoned to the construction site? Moreover, this morning, when Zhao Chang'an awoke, his parents had already left for work at the site, typically returning only after dinner. The note on the bedroom door indicates that at least his mother has returned in the interim. A faint smile crosses Zhao Chang'an's face as he anticipates the forthcoming encounter with a flicker of excitement. Chapter 24. My husband should be on the top floor when Zhao Chang'an arrived at the construction site. It was nearly 5 in the afternoon. The expansive site was bustling with activity, featuring 4 buildings under construction and a row of villas being erected along the southern bank of the Fuhe River. The air was filled with the cacophony of machinery, the shrill blast of whistles, and the rumbling of cement trucks. Zhao Chang'an secured his bicycle at the kitchen entrance of building number 1, where Fang Yinglan was tending to the fire while his mother was inside, wielding a knife and chopping vegetables with a rhythmic chop-chop sound. He cast a glance toward Niu Mingyan's office. The door was locked and the windows firmly shut, a clear indication that no one was present at this late hour in mid-March. "Mom, what's going on?" Zhao Chang'an inquired as he stepped into the kitchen. "Goodness, how long does it take to eat a meal? It's about time you showed up. Have you been drinking? That Mo Tong Tong is as dizzy as ever, always indulging you," his mother exclaimed. Zhang Shuilong served as the procurement manager at the Shanxing pharmaceutical factory. When transporting bulk pharmaceuticals over long distances, They had to be carefully packed in wooden crates to prevent damage from pressure. Having interacted frequently, Zhang Lishan was well acquainted with the factory's charming yet scatterbrained reputation. "What's the matter? I still need to head back to cook for you." Zhao Chang'an interrupted his mother's rambling. "Foreman Huang said the boss invited you to dinner." Zhang Lishan remarked, returning to the subject as her son reminded her, looking at Zhao Chang'an with a puzzled expression. "What does that mean?" "I know what it means. Why ask me what's going on?" Zhao Chang'an teased his mother with a tongue twister. "Brother Chang'an, the boss's wife is so beautiful. I saw her on television before. She's even more stunning in person," Fang Yinglan chimed in. A year younger than Zhao Chang'an, she had dropped out of middle school to assist with farming at home. This time, with Niu Mingyan constructing the Wang Yuan mansion, her family's house and land had been taken, leaving them with a house and a storefront as compensation. "Are you suggesting that the boss's wife wants to see me?" Zhao Chang'an asked, somewhat surprised as he looked at Fang Yinglan, this simple girl with her long braid. The wall of the municipal high school collapsed. "Sang Kai has been climbing over it recently," Fang Yinglan remarked with a slight smile, her lips pressed together, hinting without revealing too much. As a local resident of the municipal high school, Fang Yinglan was well connected. Many workers at the cafeteria came from Qijia village. Thus, the news circulated far more swiftly and accurately than among the majority of workers from the provincial capital on the construction site. "Your lips are sealed. Please keep it that way," Zhao Chang'an said with a radiant smile, giving her a thumbs up. Until now, his parents believed that the wall of the municipal high school had simply collapsed on its own, which was why he had been able to sneak through for lunch that day. If they were to discover the truth that their son had inadvertently toppled the northern wall of the schoolyard, he could hardly imagine the reaction. Just the thought sent a shiver down his spine. At 42 or 3 years of age, exaggerating slightly, his psychological age matched that of his father, Zhao Shubin, and was even older than his mother, Zhang Lishan, by 4 to 5 years. Being subjected to a thorough scolding from his mother wielding a broom would indeed be an extraordinary humiliation and torment. "You scoundrel, how dare you speak like that? Hurry up and take a bath, change into a fresh outfit. I've already laid out the clothes and shoes for you. You must arrive at Wezhong Pavilion before 6 o'clock. Zhang Lishan felt a throbbing headache as she witnessed her son openly flirting with a young girl in her presence. She had no time to ponder the implications of his actions and simply wished to send this rascal away. Aunt Jiang has mentioned that Momo has plans at the mall this weekend, so it's best to postpone to the following week. By the banks of the Peach Blossom River, beneath the southern mountain slopes, Xiao Momo was enjoying a playful afternoon by the water with several colleagues who had no classes that day. This stretch of riverbank had been enclosed by the hotel owner, adorned with peach, pear, apricot, jujube, and persimmon trees, complemented by the vibrant blooms of rhododendrons, orchids, and cosmos, creating a picturesque scene. "Momo, I've noticed that team leader Chao seems quite interested in you. Why do you not engage with him?" Xiao Momo sat under the shade of an ancient willow tree, alone with her fishing rod and a portable radio, lost in music. Her friend Mi Sitong approached her, bubbling with excitement. Her family owned a breakfast shop, thriving in business and earning substantial profits. The 3-story building at the corner of the old street was constructed by her family. Not only was he somewhat handsome, but he was also a legitimate college student, presenting quite a promising match. "You better think carefully. Hualan and Deng Lily have been pursuing him relentlessly. Once he leaves this village, the opportunity will be gone. Why are you so quiet? Mimi, do you truly look down upon us? We are merely 18. And yet you are eager to find a reputable college student whose family owns a snack shop?" With a single statement, Xiao Momo left Mi Sitong speechless for a considerable time. Eventually, she managed to respond, "Momo, have you become so lost in novels that you've lost touch with reality? Consider this. A man like Chao Bohua, who doesn't smoke, drink, or gamble, comes from a wealthy family, has decent looks, and a good temperament. In a few years, he could very well be a minor leader at our mall. For us, he is a golden opportunity. Do you know why I was willing to come out today? Why? A boy I know, the son of one of my parents' former colleagues, is taking the college entrance examination this year. Of course, his grades will likely be dismal." Xiao Momo lamented, "My mother absurdly believes that I have been secretly in love with him. Huh, it leaves me utterly speechless. Is his family wealthy?" Mi Sitong inquired curiously. "His parents work as laborers on construction sites, and his father has borrowed 2,000 yuan from my family at the end of the year." Although Xiao Momo's assessment of Zhao Shubin and Zhang Lishan was accurate, she still felt a twinge of embarrassment. She quickly added, "However, his parents are genuinely kind people. They were quite respectable at their workplace, and his father was once a leader before being laid off." "Huh, My parents are engineers at a diesel engine factory. Yet now they are at home making buns and pedaling tricycles to sell them. Mi Sitong appeared unfazed. A true hero does not dwell on past glories. The key question is whether one has money now and if they can earn it. My uncle is a minor leader in the countryside. My mother is hoping that this boy will be admitted to our city's agricultural college and, after graduation, will find a position in the rural areas. I truly cannot comprehend what these adults are thinking. As the late summer approached, Xiao Momo lost her enthusiasm for fishing and gently patted her smooth, pale forehead. My brother, obedient to our father's wishes, spent 5 years idling in the countryside before finally seeking work in the south last year. He wrote back, lamenting his regret over squandering those years. My uncle's family is even poorer than ours. Perhaps in 20 years, he might reach the same status as my uncle, but would he not still be impoverished? Even purchasing a television would require borrowing money. Why should I pay any attention to Chao Bohua? Do you believe my status should align with that of a local clerk or a junior college student who runs a small eatery? Such is my standing. Hey, dear sister. Shall we speak candidly? Mi Sidong's words reflected her thoughts. Don't be upset, dear sister. I am no better off, perhaps even worse than you. I lack your beauty. Have not attended a business college, and my parents earn less than yours. Then, Mi Sidong tenderly embraced her friend, as if to share in her sorrow. With a soft sigh, she continued, those sons of millionaires, talented scholars from esteemed universities, and handsome men from prestigious institutions tell me, in nearly a year of work, have you encountered even one who regarded you with a glance? The ones who engage with us are merely petty rogues, seeking to live off others, running barbershops, small restaurants, or video rental shops. Aren't they all of that ilk? Regardless of our denial, this is how they perceive our status. Thus, I assert that Chao Bohua is truly remarkable, as is the gentleman your parents mentioned. At that moment, the sun began to set. The shimmering waters of the river reflected the stunning sight of the Yuejiang Tower standing amidst a lush green landscape. The golden glazed tiles shimmered beautifully in the twilight. Xiao Momo and Mi Sidong embraced. These 18-year-old friends, vibrant as blossoming flowers, felt a chill both in body and spirit, gazing at the golden hues. They found a flicker of warmth within. Yet, at the very least, my boyfriend should be able to take me to a lavish meal atop the Yuejiang Tower. Although Xiao Momo recognized her friend's truthful intentions, her heart remained reluctant. Nonetheless, she understood that she ultimately had to accept her fate and make a compromise. Even without these two, as Mi Sidong mentioned, one might not even have such opportunities in the future. Between the indifferent Chao Bohua and the long-ago emotionally detached Zhao Chang'an, her choice certainly would not be the self-destructive and worthless Zhao Chang'an. Do you wish to see who is dining up there? Let me give you a sneak peek. Mi Sidong cheerfully exclaimed, pulling a military-grade telescope from her bag. This is my father's treasure. Holding the telescope aloft, she peered towards the top of the Yuejiang Tower. Wow. Mi Sidong gasped. Momo, look quickly, there's indeed a handsome guy. Upon hearing the words handsome guy, and fueled by curiosity about the newly opened rooftop that reportedly served only one table a day with a minimum consumption of 3,000, Xiao Momo took the telescope from Mi Sidong and focused on the upper corridor of the Yuejiang Tower, capturing a figure within her sight. The individual appeared quite youthful, gazing towards the peach blossom river while smoking. The body of Xiao Momo trembled slightly, her lens fixated intently on that face. In disbelief, she uttered an incredulous exclamation. Zhao Chang'an. Chapter 25, Is That Sniper? Zhao Chang'an stood on the 5th-floor riverside corridor of the Yuejiang Tower, gazing at the picturesque Taohua River. Due to the peach blossom flood season, the river's waters, fed by the upstream reservoir, teemed with fish, attracting throngs of anglers, netters, spear fishermen, and those releasing fish eagles along its banks. Although he had meticulously timed his arrival for 6 o'clock, it was evident that he was still quite early. Constructed 15 years ago, the Yuejiang Tower rises 5 stories high, with each level further divided into main and auxiliary sections. The pinnacle reaches a height of 16 zhang, covering an area of 637 square meters, with a total building area of 2,800 square meters and an elevation of 180 meters, making it the tallest building in Shanxing to this day. Originally, Shanxing planned to establish a large park themed around remembrance, nostalgia, and a bright future, which would serve as a nucleus for the development of a riverside new town. However, due to its considerable distance from the urban center, the citizens of Shanxing had yet to embrace the notion of visiting parks. The influx of outsiders was sparse, and there was a lack of foreign investment. Consequently, This area transformed into a desolate expanse of nearly 100 acres, left barren for over a decade. In a manner reminiscent of Sun Jingyi's time machine theory. A year and a half ago, Niu Mingyan and Ji Lianyun from Zheng City, after experiencing substantial economic expansion within the provincial capital and surrounding old industrial cities, simultaneously turned their gaze towards the southernmost region, Shanqing, a low-dimensional third-tier city abundant in forest coverage, non-ferrous metal resources, and hydrological assets. One focused on real estate replication while the other pursued high-end dining and entertainment ventures, engaging in a form of dimensional invasion. The dining offerings on the top floor required a minimum expenditure of 3,000 yuan, equivalent to the salary of a shopping mall salesperson for over half a year, deterring the common folk from partaking. Thus, a saying emerged in Shanqing: standing atop the Yuezhang Tower, one can urinate upon anyone. Taking a puff from his cigarette, Zhao Chang'an surveyed the opposite bank of the Taohua River, where a vast expanse of small gardens and a series of modest single-story homes lay. This was the sight that truly captivated him. The area, nearly 400 acres of land nestled against the mountains and water, had been claimed by Xiao Yang and a group of newly affluent local entrepreneurs who had staked their territory in advance. Had it not been for the necessity to secure this substantial riverside plot, he could have completed his initial preparations without resorting to mortgaging his shares in the garment market while competing for land in the vicinity of Fuhe village. This extensive riverside territory represented Xiao Wenyang's third launching pad following the garment market and Fuhe Academy. A trifecta of 3-year leaps solidified the Wenyang Group as the foremost developer in southern province, gradually pushing Yingming and Zhengzhou construction influence out of the 4 cities in the region. The purpose of Zhao Chang'an's visit today was to catch a glimpse of the enigmatic woman behind Yingming before making a decision, assessing whether she could serve as the decisive sniper during Xiao Wenyang's crucial golden period of rise spanning 6 years. Yet, at present, it seemed an exceedingly daunting task. After chain-smoking several cigarettes, Zhao Chang'an retreated back inside the tower. The ground floor of this tower boasts a spacious room, complemented by a circle of auxiliary platforms constructed at a height of 4 meters, which exaggeratedly claims to accommodate hundreds of banquet tables. However, upon reaching the top floor, the area has dramatically shrunk to approximately 400 square meters. Excluding the expansive outer corridor, the interior of the 5-story loft merely encompasses around 300 square meters. Nonetheless, it remains quite ample, featuring a temporary lounge, a card room, and restrooms, all adorned with intricate dragon and phoenix carvings, epitomizing opulence. Standing nearby are 2 waitresses clad in kipayos, whose appearances are above average, particularly noted for their fair skin and slender figures. Ding! At that moment, Zhao Chang'an heard the sound of the elevator. He raised his gaze as the elevator doors opened. A radiant and agelessly beautiful woman stood inside, her arm affectionately linked with a young girl donning black-rimmed glasses. Behind them loomed the robust and towering Yingming. They have arrived. Although he was somewhat prepared, Zhao Chang'an's heart still raced. After a series of polite nods and brief exchanges of pleasantries, Shan Cheng noticed a cup of green tea, a few cigarette butts in the ashtray, and a box of cigarettes alongside a lighter resting on the table before Zhao Chang'an. She cast a slightly surprised glance at him. Zhao Chang'an sensed that if the moment the elevator opened had left him with the impression of Mrs. Niu as an aggressive disdain with protective undertones, then this glance now conveyed a nearly complete sense of tranquility, indicating a willingness to engage in normal conversation. This was precisely the outcome Zhao Chang'an sought to achieve with the presence of those cigarette butts, aiming to avert unnecessary misunderstandings and complications due to information asymmetry. After all, discarding cigarette butts carelessly outside or flushing them down the toilet would be an effortless task. Naturally, this also served as Zhao Chang'an's first test of Shanchang. If his open smoking, coupled with his poor reputation, elicited a sense of moral superiority from her, then subsequent plans would need to be reconsidered. The specialty beverages of the Yuezhang Tower are not green tea, but rather coffee and milk tea, allowing patrons to order as they please. Shan Cheng then instructed the nearby waitress, bring 2 boxes of soft zhonghua, 1 cup of Blue Mountain coffee, 1 cup of pearl milk tea, and a pot of qihong. Green tea is just fine. It's my favorite, Zhao Chang'an replied politely, inwardly conceding that if one could savor authentic cat poop coffee here, he would admit defeat. What do you enjoy eating? Feel free to order. Shan Chang casually pushed the menu handed to her by the waitress towards Zhao Chang'an, placing it on the expansive rosewood table. Zhao, the standard here starts at 3,000. Even if you only order a plate of hand-torn cabbage, that's the price. She glanced at her husband. Having graduated from Yinjing Broadcasting Institute, She had spent 11 years as a journalist and 9 as a host. What kind of people had she not encountered? Just as Zhao Chang'an had casually remarked, green tea is just fine. It's my favorite. At that moment, Shan Chang suddenly realized that Zhao Chang'an's 3 cigarette butts, a pack of cigarettes, and a lighter were not merely left there without purpose. This revelation nearly reversed her emotions and her original stance towards Zhao Chang'an. She couldn't help but feel a profound shock within, if that were indeed the case. What kind of extraordinary individual was this young man? Upon noticing the glance from his wife, Yingming understood that she disapproved of his excessive chatter and promptly fell silent. Yet, internally, he remained unimpressed by this underachiever, who, in his childish naivety, attempted to assert his bravado by smoking in front of him. Was it truly necessary to exert effort for such triviality? I'll order 3 dishes, all of which I enjoy. Zhao Chang'an smiled at Yingming without even glancing at the menu. He addressed one of the waiters, saying, "Fish head tofu soup, add plenty of dried tofu. Braised pork intestines, make it spicy, and a plate of fried peanuts, as I intend to enjoy it with some wine." Shan Chang raised an eyebrow slightly, while Yingming stared in astonishment at Zhao Chang'an. Although he had seen this young man from a distance on a few occasions, he had never anticipated such vigor. Truly, a barking dog does not bite. Meanwhile, Shan Kai, upon entering the top floor of the Yuejiang Tower, cast her first proper glance at Zhao Chang'an. There was neither disdain nor dislike in her gaze, only a hint of surprise. Quite intriguing. Suddenly, Shan Chang laughed, her demeanor fluttering as she looked at Zhao Chang'an, who appeared momentarily dazed. Humph. Yingming silently snorted in displeasure. Ugh. Shan Kai felt an overwhelming urge to spit in Zhao Chang'an's face. How dare he gaze so rudely at my mother? Chapter 26. A business beneficial to both. It is our lack of sincerity in hosting that has led to this predicament. We have no wine. Lao, you should accompany him for a drink. Shan Chang smiled gently at Zhao Chang'an, remarking, "It is commendable for the youth to possess a touch of boldness. Yet one must remember that too much rigidity may lead to a break. A sword that is overly sharp risks chipping. To wield a sword, one must have the substance to back it. Otherwise, it is wiser to remain a solid block of steel, for that is the safest path." Zhao Chang'an promptly opened a pack of soft zhonghua and tossed one to Yingming, eliciting an awkward grin from the latter as he glanced at his wife. He claimed not to smoke, yet felt too embarrassed to admit the truth. Alas, Shan Chang paid no heed to Yingming, who was left to gaze down at his brick-sized mobile phone, ignoring the cigarette that rolled across the table. He truly lacked the courage to smoke. To wield a sword? Shan Chang chuckled silently. Could it be that she had misjudged this young man, who seemed overly enamored with the films of the Hong Kong and Taiwan underworld? Was he indulging in fanciful illusions? Did he truly believe that in this sunlit land, there existed such phantoms and demons? Was the iron fist of the state merely for show? Consequently, Shan Chang lost interest, casting a sidelong glance at her daughter, who was engrossed in perusing a pile of poetry magazines recently acquired from Xinhua bookstore. She was evidently searching for the poem using the mountain as a dock, showing a distinct disinterest in the rather foolish Zhao Chang'an before her. This was quite satisfactory. Her daughter detested smokers, drinkers, and those who pretended to be something they were not. Zhao Chang'an embodied all these traits. Yet, at least he had not sunk to utter foolishness. As a toad, he remained self-aware and did not indulge in daydreams. Zhao, times have changed. The days of wielding knives and bricks to settle scores are long gone. One risks imprisonment for such folly. We now live in a society governed by law, where wealth is paramount. What is there to drink? To be frank, Yingming felt genuine gratitude towards Zhao Chang'an. Even if he did not topple the northern courtyard wall, the odds were still minimal, a mere percentage point. Or even less, yet when it came to his daughter, he could not afford to gamble, not even on a 1 in 1,000 chance. Let's have some Wuliangye, but I must study later. So no more than half a gene. Over the past 3 years, during gatherings and birthdays, Zhao Chang'an's record was merely a bottle of erguo. Studying? Shan Kai raised her head to glance at Zhao Chang'an, the corners of her mouth curving into a slight smile. What a performer! This young man intrigued her. Unlike Shan Chang and her daughter, Yingming found Zhao Chang'an's carefree demeanor increasingly appealing. The table was filled with an array of dishes. Besides the 3 dishes ordered by Zhao Chang'an, many others were unfamiliar to him, neither seen nor tasted, nor even heard of in his previous existence. Grilled oysters, steamed river fish, roasted duck, and foil-wrapped lamb chops. Zhao Chang'an and Yingming clinked glasses of Wuliangye, toasting one another. Shan Chang sipped ice water, while Shan Kai enjoyed juice. After several rounds of drinks, Shan Chang declared, "You all may leave now. There were certain remarks she preferred the servers not to overhear to avoid unwarranted gossip. She then signaled to Yingming to fill her glass with wine. Standing to raise her cup, with a discerning inquiry, I remarked, "If I am not mistaken, you should comprehend the reason for this meal. How exceedingly gracious of you." It was merely an inadvertent misstep, and I consider myself fortunate that the school did not pursue me for the damages. Zhao Chang'an also raised his glass and stood, his face radiating sincerity. "Although it was unintentional towards you, it has indeed rendered a significant service to me, causing me quite a fright." Yingming likewise stood, raising his glass. Ding! The three of them drank in unison. Zhao Chang'an sat down, glanced at her watch, and prepared to conclude the affair. Henceforth, the road ahead is clear. She retrieved a thick bundle of 100 yuan notes from her bag, the 10,000 yuan seal still affixed. Placing it on the table, she turned the glass Lazy Susan until it reached Zhao Chang'an. "Do not be modest. I prefer not to engage in push and pull. Take it." Zhao Chang'an was uncertain whether Zhao Chang'an would accept the money. Nonetheless, this feast, along with the drinks and dishes, had cost no less than 4,000 yuan. If Zhao Chang'an were to decline, she would still feel she had expressed her gratitude, severing any future entanglements. Having reached this juncture today, Zhao Chang'an felt quite satisfied. The most significant aspect was Zhao Chang'an's clear expression of his thoughts regarding the three cigarette butts at their first meeting, leading her to believe he suggested, "I am but a toad, unwittingly gazing at a swan." This perception facilitated a harmonious resolution among the three. Now, they awaited this final step. "Take it. Not merely for yourself, but to alleviate some burden from your parents. This sum is more than sufficient to cover your university expenses for 2 years. Yingming kindly urged. In his eyes, Zhao Chang'an's academic performance would secure him a place in a local agricultural college or teacher's college, with tuition under 3,000 yuan for 2 years. Adding in monthly living expenses, a modest saving would allow him to complete a 2-year diploma. At that moment, even Shan Kai, who had been quietly enjoying her meal and flipping through poetry magazines with a hint of discontent, paused to see how Zhao Chang'an would respond. There were no other complex factors at play, just the simple curiosity of a young girl. This meal, along with the drinks, was already sufficient for me. Zhao Chang'an lit a cigarette, withholding it from Yingming. Since old Neo lacked the courage to smoke, he saw no need for further pretense. "For me, it is already enough. And what about you? This concerns your daughters." At least, that was how Zhao Chang'an interpreted it. There are implications in your words. Feel free to express your desires directly." Zhao Chang'an was not angered. She admired their forthrightness as young people, since the other party recognized this as a transaction within her limits. The more they sought, the more she regarded Zhao Chang'an with respect. Although she surely did not relish the situation, this was, after all, a transaction. Who cares about personal feelings? What truly matters is the tangible wealth at hand. I have already stated, this meal, along with the drinks, is sufficient for me. Before Zhao Chang'an could alter her expression, Zhao Chang'an subtly shifted the subject. "I have heard you are also interested in the land on the north bank of the river?" Zhao Chang'an and Yingming stood in a state of astonishment. After Zhao Chang'an uttered his words, he fell silent, his gaze fixed on Zhao Chang'an's exquisitely beautiful visage, adorned with a benevolent smile. "Please, speak," Zhao Chang'an said, retrieving a slender cigarette from her purse. Though she seldom indulged in smoking, the pressures of her profession over the years compelled her to seek the solace of a cigarette when deep in contemplation. Although the Zhuangyuan mansion had yet to reach its pinnacle, the properties released by General Niu, despite continuous price hikes, had been swiftly snatched up, underscoring the formidable purchasing power of the mountain city. Securing the northern region merely required the restoration of an old bridge spanning 30 to 40 meters over the Fu River, negating the need for constructing a new bridge and an access road to Beiyou Education Road. This alone could save 2 to 3 million in construction costs. Furthermore, the yet-to-be-released commercial properties and the sale of the kindergarten would serve as additional value additions. Zhao Chang'an extinguished the cigarette but in the ashtray, then placed it on the revolving table before turning it towards Zhao Chang'an. With a smile directed at her, he glanced at the astonished Yingming and reiterated, returning to the fundamental point. A significant number of newly affluent individuals in Mountain City require high-quality housing. Over the past 3 years, aside from Zhuangyuan Mansion, there remains only the plot across the street. Acquiring it would yield substantial profits, and I cannot fathom that General Niu and Annie Shan would not wish to compete for it. The current state of your family is a result of Xia Wenyang's machinations, is it not? An anonymous letter. Zhao Chang'an delicately flicked the ash from her cigarette, acknowledging her awareness of Zhao Chang'an's intent to use her as a pawn. Therefore, I previously remarked, this feast, along with the cigarettes and liquor, is more than sufficient for me. Zhao Chang'an, with a serious demeanor, addressed both Shan Chang and Yingming, stating, "Now, I wish to discuss a business opportunity that would be mutually beneficial." Chapter 27. What about your interests? Is it beneficial for our business? Dan Chang and Yingming exchanged a glance, each discerning the amusement reflected in the other's eyes. It is essential to note that this couple engages in business dealings worth millions, if not billions, in mere moments. If this young man possessed even a modicum of competence, his parents would not be reduced to laboring as menial workers on a construction site, nor would he have such dismal academic achievements. How audacious of him to utter. Is it beneficial for our business? Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. To speak candidly, if it were not for a sense of gratitude, one could hardly justify the couple treating Zhao Chang'an to this meal. Merely uttering a word in their presence would be beyond his station. That unintentional misstep served merely as a means to earn a place at the table, a privilege to converse. Zhao Chang'an was acutely aware of the couple's thoughts. Frankly, had it not been for that misstep, he would have remained a quiet observer, diligently accumulating knowledge and experience, striving to gain admission to a prestigious university, and subsequently forging his path to success. He believed in the philosophy that a gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade, rather than hastily confronting Xiaowen with direct and aggressive opposition. To extinguish the potential of a future real estate tycoon at its nascent stage could prove disastrous. In this era where even pigs can fly, a single misstep could echo through time, magnifying the consequences over the span of decades, leading to a chasm of difference. At this moment, Yingming began to take matters seriously. Despite facing Zhao Chang'an's youthful visage, he found the situation absurd and peculiar. Undue Construction's success in acquiring this land at a low price at the end of the previous year was attributed to two factors. First, the absence of capable private construction firms in the mountain city at that time, and second, the novelty of residential property sales in the region, which deterred anyone from risking millions on a mere whim. The booming sales of Zhuangyuan Mansion transformed the adjacent Fubii plot into a coveted asset. Crucially, Xiaowen had successfully established a foothold in the garment market over 3 years, possessing the capital, equipment, and reputation necessary to attract a workforce of 300 to 400 eager individuals in search of lucrative construction opportunities. Observing that Yingming and Dan Chang were listening intently, Zhao Chang'an stood to refill the Qihong purple clay teapot for Yingming. The mountain city remains a relatively conservative locale, reliant on labor from afar, with materials such as cement, bricks, and steel sourced from several northern cities. To some short-sighted individuals, this appeared as a form of blood transfusion. Zhao Chang'an poured green tea for Dan Chang and Dan Kai, noting that the mountain city's green tea is indeed exceptional, surpassing that of the entire province. The city possesses its own stubbornness and pride. Zhao Chang'an's words hung in the air, unspoken yet understood, for they were not particularly pleasant to hear. Nevertheless, the couple and their daughter comprehended the implications. Dan Chang and Yingming exchanged another glance, both recognizing the surprise reflected in each other's eyes. Due to Zhao Chang'an's astute observations, she received a phone call from an elder today. The elder, straightforward in nature, conveyed sentiments quite similar to those Zhao had just expressed. You have established your residence without considering the hardships faced by local cement, brick, and steel factories, nor the challenges posed by the significant job losses in the mountain city during its transitional phase. You fail to offer even a modicum of employment opportunities or assistance. There are several hundred local workers from Wenyang Company awaiting jobs to sustain themselves. Xiaowen has promised that by early next year at the latest, he will recruit 1,000 individuals for the tea industry, alongside the collaborative establishment of a brewery that will alleviate the employment pressure on 300 to 400 laid-off workers. I shall not elaborate further, but Xiangwei, remember this. While I do not oppose making money, one must also consider giving back to society, particularly to the local community. Otherwise, why should they allow you to profit? Transitioning to the matter at hand, I listened intently. Dan Chang withdrew a slender cigarette. First, under comparable quality and price conditions, the materials for Weiyuan Mansion should be sourced from local factories in the mountain city. This was agreeable, and Dan Chang nodded. In fact, having learned from today's elder's admonition, she had already reached a consensus with Yingming on this point. Second, it was to be publicly declared that the subsequent projects in the mountain city would strive to employ at least 80% of local workers. As for the workers from Weiyuan Mansion, I believe they would prefer to work close to home. How you coordinate that is up to you. This time, Dan Chang and Yingming exchanged several glances, and after a moment of silence, they nodded in agreement. Third, it was essential to engage in more charitable activities. Offering high-profile support to disadvantaged groups, orphanages, nursing homes, and schools for the disabled, as well as organizing competitions in photography, poetry, and calligraphy themed around I Love Mountain City. Furthermore, it could be publicly announced that substantial rewards would be given to this year's top students in both arts and sciences. For instance, if the top scholar from Mountain City also holds the title of the best in the entire region, a reward of 300,000 could be awarded. Zhao Chang'an interjected with a smile. Of course, 500,000 would be acceptable. 1,000,000 wouldn't be excessive. The earlier proposals were reasonable. But what was the significance of rewarding one individual with 300,000? If one truly intended to make such a gesture, offering 2,000 to 3,000 would be commendable. Why are you two looking at me like that? Yingming asked, puzzled. Dan Chang chose not to respond to her husband, inhaling deeply. Is this all your requirements? It is not entirely my demands. Only a fraction pertains to my personal desires. The primary focus is your ambition to secure the plot of land north of the Fu River, while I will individually thwart Xiao Wenyang's aspirations for that area. How will you thwart it? Yingming clearly expressed skepticism. Zhao Chang'an merely smiled in response. Such mystery. Observing Zhao Chang'an's teasing expression, Dan Kai could not help but mutter softly, if you can accomplish this alone, why involve us at all? Certainly, when the critical moment arrives. I may need your assistance for a gentle push, but that is a mere trifle. Zhao Chang'an earnestly remarked, in truth, what I convey to you is entirely beneficial. The cake is limited in size, and by undermining our rivals, we simultaneously strengthen ourselves. If you are unwilling to relinquish your hold on the southern province, why not embrace this opportunity? All right, even if your argument holds water, did you not previously assert that it would be advantageous for both of our businesses? Does benefiting you equate to seeking revenge? Yingming considered Zhao Chang'an, this audacious young man, to be overly boastful and utterly unreliable. Although his earlier statements seemed remarkably insightful, he dismissed them with a smirk, pondering that only a child would dwell on grudges and moral distinctions. Adults are solely concerned with profit. Zhao Chang'an lowered his gaze to sip green tea, savoring its sweet aftertaste, a truly splendid brew. This fade was indeed quite pleasant. And what of your own interests? Yingming remained perplexed. Father, do you not discern the implication? He means to claim the title of the top science student across the 7 counties and 1 city of Shanxing this year, aiming to rightfully seize your 300,000. Indeed, Zhao Chang'an's performance was so captivating that Yingming found himself disinclined to peruse poetry magazines. Internally scoffing, he mused, what audacity. Does he think being the top science student is child's play? You? Yingming exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at Zhao Chang'an. But did you not score 401 points? Ranking 683rd in the entire school? Zhao Chang'an nodded with poise. Having traversed into this realm for 11 days now, he realized that fate had generously bestowed upon him certain advantages. His memory had vastly improved, and his analytical abilities were astoundingly acute, surprising even himself. Indeed, the prowess he honed over 3 years in junior high had revealed Zhao Chang'an's exceptional intellect and learning capability. With divine assistance, he felt as if he were soaring to new heights. He no longer needed to consciously summon memories of this year's examination questions. His confidence in the impending college entrance examination had become absolute. Chapter 28. A disguise for 3 years? Are you suggesting that you have been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger for 3 years? Yingming found this utterly absurd and inconceivable. You must have been only 15 3 years ago. I started school a year late, so I was 16. Zhao Chang'an chuckled and remarked, Xiao Wenyang, in his self-importance, has a foolish woman named Xiao Qingqing. And his daughter Xiao Wenju is also a person who walks the straight path. The crux of the matter lies with his brother-in-law Xiao San and his son Xiao Yue, who are accustomed to employing despicable and repugnant tactics. Dan Chang and Yingming exchanged glances before turning to the faintly smiling Zhao Chang'an. A chill ran through them. If their suspicions were correct, 3 years ago, Xiao San and Xiao Yue must have resorted to those despicable and repugnant methods against him. Thus, Zhao Chang'an had no choice but to bide his time and endure. If one grows too accustomed to masquerading as a pig, they might truly be slaughtered as one. Although she was intelligent, the naive Dan Kai did not grasp the profound implications concealed within Zhao Chang'an's words. Observing Zhao Chang'an's arrogance stirred a sense of discomfort within her, prompting her to retort. She had exerted herself diligently to secure the top position in her grade. However, according to her father, this fellow frequently skipped classes and engaged in fights, often engrossed in novels. If he were to achieve the highest score in the city for science, would that not be an affront to justice? Not pretending to be a pig might reveal his true nature. Zhao Chang'an countered Dan Kai's remark with a smile, suggesting that some people are overly proud, likening themselves to a tiger. Yet, this statement did not elicit Dan Kai's usual mockery, for she discerned the underlying bitterness and helplessness in his tone. Had it not been for this incident, would he have continued to endure until the college entrance examination concluded and the results were announced? Dan Chang regarded Zhao Chang'an with a rare seriousness. Initially, I had planned to apply directly to Harvard or MIT after the results, or at the very least to Xiongda, aiming to reach the farthest I could. However, if Anju Construction can secure the Fubei land, I might choose to attend Mingzhou. In any case, I will not accompany Zhao Chang'an in his boastful declarations. Harvard and MIT? At this moment, Dan Kai felt disinclined to engage with Zhao Chang'an, as his boasting irked her. Very well, let us await developments in silence. Dan Chang glanced at the time. Upon returning home, she still had numerous matters to discuss with Yingming and Dan Xiaowei. Although Zhao Chang'an mentioned, I will single-handedly thwart Xiao Wenyang's ambitions for the Fubei land, Dan Chang did not hold high hopes. Yet, as Zhao Chang'an asserted, Anju would not incur any losses here. Stirring things up might indeed present an opportunity. That's a sum of 300,000. Dan Chang looked at Zhao Chang'an. If you truly manage to secure the top score in the Shanxing region for science, I shall add another 200,000. Should Anju succeed in acquiring the Fubei land, I will grant you 500,000. Thank you. Zhao Chang'an bore an air of unwavering confidence, which made Dan Kai's hands itch with anticipation. Setting aside the rest, she hardly believed he could achieve that 300,000. By the way, that song's lyrics, with mountains as the oars, who is the artist? Dan Qian has been preoccupied with this matter. If this complete song can meet her requirements, she would consider reusing it. I sang it. My mother asked who the original singer was. Dan Kai scoffed. The original singer is me, of course. She lowered her head and took a sip of tea, suppressing her racing heart. She felt an urge to splatter Zhao Chang'an with a face full of tea. Annoyed at his evasive responses, what she meant was, who wrote these lyrics, and in which magazine were they published? Dan Kai finally realized where her misunderstanding lay. No wonder she had been searching through poetry magazines without success. After all, these are lyrics. Mom, she playfully complained to her mother. This is to teach you to think independently. Dan Qian teased her academic daughter, feeling quite pleased. These lyrics have not yet been published. I wrote them. Zhao Chang'an felt a bit embarrassed. It seemed his confidence still needed some bolstering. Suddenly, the room fell silent. Dan Qian and her daughter stared at Zhao Chang'an in astonishment. You wrote this? Dan Kai asked, feeling as though Zhao Chang'an was continuously challenging her conventional beliefs. A student known for smoking, drinking, fighting, skipping classes, and reading novels suddenly claimed to be an unparalleled academic genius. You've got to be kidding? Have you heard someone else sing it? Zhao Chang'an countered. As a resilient little tiger, he was confident he could achieve the highest score in science across the 7 counties and 1 city of Shanxing. So such eloquent words were certainly within his reach. Dan Qian's words felt a bit insincere. After all, she was the top liberal arts student in her 2nd year of college entrance exams in a 2nd-tier city. Having undergone years of honing, she still could not produce such verses. So, she asked, could you provide a complete version? Certainly, with mountains as the backdrop, time flows, and the heavens bear witness. Beyond the lofty towers, the moonlight shines brightly upon the great river. In the following 2 weeks, Zhao Chang'an's life became hurried and monotonous. Wake up. Scrounge for meals at the construction site, attend school, scrounge for lunch, return to school, come home after night study, eat, wash up, shut the door and lock it. Study a bit, then sleep. Meanwhile, Anju Construction, along with Shanxing Cement Factory, Brick and Tile Factory, and Steel Factory, signed supply contracts, officially providing materials to the top scholars' construction site. Yingming made a grand visit to the underprivileged, including nursing homes, and proposed to the Education Committee that if students in Shanxing could achieve the highest scores in both arts and sciences, a reward of 300,000 would be granted. This stirred some discussion in Shanxing, yet among the senior students at the city high school, it caused little ripple. After all, the city's liberal arts performance had never been strong, consistently overshadowed by the county high schools of Lisher County, Yinxian, and Guangzhou over the years. The perennial academic prodigy in the realm of science is Xiao Wenyang, who possesses the potential to compete with the top scholars from the 7 counties for the esteemed title of the best in the region. Furthermore, it is well known that Xiao Wenyang's family is financially secure implying that this affair is merely a spectacle for everyone to observe rather than a matter of great significance. Thus, unbeknownst to them, the clock struck 4 p.m. on April 3rd, marking the end of the second class. The high school dismissed for the day. Aware that Zhao Chang'an possessed a spare key, Wu Yu, old Zheng, and Zhang Shun chose not to wait for him. Meanwhile, Lu Yihui hurriedly dashed to secure a spot on the shuttle bus heading to his home, lest he endure a lengthy wait of nearly an hour in a cramped space. He vanished in a flash. Soon, the classroom was nearly emptied, leaving only Zhao Chang'an, Lu Chui, Zeng Xiaoxiao, Lu Zhenning, Zhang Xiaoxiao, Fan Xiao, Hou Jiafeng, Xin Yueling, Qi Xiangfeng, and Li Yanxiu. At this moment, barely 10 minutes had passed since the end of classes, and the entire third-year teaching building fell into silence. Lu Chui and Fan Xiao noticed Zhao Chang'an and Zeng Xiaoxiao unusually remaining seated in the classroom, and they approached Lu Chui's seat with a knowing glance. "I can only handle one. You choose first." "Let it be Zeng Xiaoxiao." Since the last confrontation with Zhao Chang'an, Fan Xiao had promised Li Yanxiu that he could procure the complete version of With the Mountain as a stern the following day, only to be met with the harsh reality of disappointment. This had left him vexed with Zhao Chang'an, naturally reluctant and disdainful of engaging in conversation with him. Very well. Without any hesitation, Lu Chui stood up, closed her book, and walked towards Zhao Chang'an, who sat in the northeast corner by the window in the last row. Chapter 29. The cruelty of human hearts. As Zhao Chang'an approached, he maintained a facade of seriousness while pretending to read. Lu Chui couldn't help but find it amusing. She gently tapped the table with her right fingers. Zhao Chang'an's gaze shifted from the International Olympiad Mathematics competition problems to Lu Chui, his expression one of confusion. Before turning to the clock at the front of the classroom, it read 4:30 p.m. He couldn't help but furrow his brow, patiently telling Lu Chui, "I'll lock the door." He returned to a recruitment problem that required a drawer principle for its solution, mentally piecing together the steps and data that Lu Chui had interrupted earlier. "Can you comprehend this?" Lu Chui chuckled softly. "Of course not. I'm merely using it to induce hypnosis. Isn't that permissible?" Just as he began to reassemble his thoughts, Lu Chui interrupted him again, prompting Zhao Chang'an to close the book and glance at her youthful face. "Wouldn't it be better to simply go back to sleep?" Lu Chui suddenly fell silent, chiding herself for her foolishness. Observing Zhao Chang'an's demeanor, it was clear he intended to head to the construction site for a free dinner. Arriving at this hour would likely mean being commandeered into assisting with tasks. Oh no. She glanced over at Fan Xiao, after seeing Zeng Xiaoxiao exchange a few words with him before standing up and grabbing her backpack. Lu Chui realized that she had mistakenly believed she had chosen an easy path, only to encounter an insurmountable challenge. She lamented internally. "Step outside for a moment. I need to discuss something with you." In light of the extraordinary situation, Lu Chui decided to employ some formidable tactics to drive Zhao Chang'an away. "You really are a fuss budget." Zhao Chang'an, not feeling indebted to Lu Chui, was reluctant to expend effort on her. He had no choice but to rise. "What is it?" Lu Chui called Zhao Chang'an to the edge of a small lake, a space of 200 or 300 square meters. The lake was adorned with lotus leaves gracefully standing tall, while lush willows lined the shore. "Did you know Xiaowenjuo before?" Lu Chui, dressed in trendy denim jeans, a beige cashmere sweater, and white sneakers, her fair face illuminated by a radiant smile, was indeed a rare beauty. Zhao Chang'an's heart skipped a beat, his brow furrowed. "Are you feeling overly full?" Not at all. I have a dinner engagement later, and it's a rare opportunity to feast. I didn't even have lunch today." "I'm quite hungry," Lu Chui replied with a smile, gazing at Zhao Chang'an. "I applied to Normal University for the college entrance exam, so I'm under no pressure. When I'm bored, I enjoy pondering interesting matters." "Normal University? Are you showing off your superiority in front of me? Then you must be a bald monk, haha." Reflecting on Xiao Wenjuo's words from that day, Lu Chui found them quite intriguing. Under the shade of the willow trees, she tilted her head slightly, her eyes sparkling with interest as she gazed at Zhao Chang'an. Zhao Chang'an took out a cigarette and lit it. "You're bold. If you get caught, you'll have reason to lament. Lao Chang could arrive at any moment, so think carefully." "I'm not afraid." Zhao Chang'an thought Lu Chui was merely trying to intimidate him. After all, he was a chain smoker as well, and it was possible they shared a mutual understanding. Lu Chui no longer dwelled on the matter and continued. Xiaowenjuo remarked, "This wall will collapse at the slightest touch. Its fall is, in fact, a fortuitous event as it eliminates potential hazards. Please refrain from framing it as such. Rather, consider if Zhao Chang'an merely nudged the wall while stretching his legs. You remember this quite vividly." Zhao Chang'an sarcastically praised her. "My memory has always been exceptional." I pondered what might transpire if you truly conveyed to the school what Xiao Wenjue suggested. Lu Chui smiled as if speaking to herself. At that moment, it was just us. Had we not dispersed in a frenzy, you would have exited directly through the school wall. From that point on, let no one mention it again. The teachers who arrived would see Xiao Wenjue and her companions studying in the classroom, and the matter would simply fade away. They are all top students. One even serves as class president and another as student council president. Do you think it's like me, a timid mouse? Scattering in panic? Zhao Chang'an smiled faintly and reached for another cigarette. I think you should keep your distance from that woman. You'd sell yourself out and still help her count the money. A woman too clever will find herself alone. What did you say? He retorted. You little rascal. Hiding away to smoke. A thunderous shout echoed, startling Zhao Chang'an, causing him to drop his cigarette, but initially, he believed Lu Chui was attempting to extort him. But he was taken aback to see old Chang truly appear. Embracing the sun concealed by clouds, he leapt into despair. And the waves lamented for 2,500 years. The longing beneath surpassed the flowing river. The sands of time and space buried countless tales of rise and fall. Zhao Chang'an opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of modern poetry. Oh? Very well. If you can memorize it today. I shall add an extra pair of chopsticks to your dinner tonight. This modern poem was something old Chang had drunkenly scribbled on the blackboard during a late-night study session in his second year of high school. Truth be told, even he could not recite it. Witnessing Zhao Chang'an fluidly recite a lengthy passage left him utterly astonished. How many emperors and generals have been washed away by the great waves? Yet who can forget the tribute to you, your frail form reduced to mere bones and that upright, curled mustache, perfumed with calamus, mugwort, and reed leaves. Infused with the fragrance of glutinous rice dumplings, Zhao Chang'an recited seamlessly, without a hint of pressure. Not only old Chang, but even Lu Chui nearby was left dumbfounded. What an extraordinary talent. Zhao Chang'an rode his bicycle to the back gate of the city high school. In the span of over 20 years in his previous life, he had shared no fewer than 40 meals with old Chang, of which he had hosted 4 or 5 times. Yet, he had never been treated to a meal by old Chang, not even breakfast, which included fried dough sticks, soy milk, or hot dry noodles. He never imagined that this old fellow had secretly treated his beloved disciples during their senior year. Thus, when old Chang chose to inquire about dinner at his home instead of mentioning smoking, Zhao Chang'an readily agreed. However, he first needed to ride to the construction site to inform his parents. Upon arriving at the back gate, Zhao Chang'an was astonished to find Zeng Xiaoxiao seated on the nearby stone steps, her bicycle parked beside her. As she spotted Zhao Chang'an approaching, she hastily rose to her feet and gazed at him. However, much to Zeng Xiaoxiao's disappointment, Zhao Chang'an did not spare her a glance and directly pushed the cart forward. Retrieving the keys to unlock the door, Zeng Xiaoxiao forced a smile upon her face as Zhao Chang'an turned to regard her with indifference. Yingming is blocking me at the school gate, can I? No. Zhao Chang'an abruptly interrupted Zeng Xiaoxiao, swiftly unlocking the back door with a decisive click before pushing the cart outside and turning to lock the door once more. This all transpired in less than 6 seconds. Brother Chang'an, please help me. Yingming threatens that it's because of me. She watched as Zhao Chang'an mounted his bicycle and sped down the hillside. Zeng Xiaoxiao rushed to the gate, controlling her voice over the railing, her tone trembling with a hint of tears, imploring Zhao Chang'an, let me accompany him to bed. Alas, Zhao Chang'an remained unperturbed, galloping away like the wind. Not far from the back door, a bamboo grove revealed Xiao San and Xiao Wuyue, accompanied by a few local ruffians, one of whom held a camcorder in hand. Zeng Xiaoxiao, your charm seems lacking. You can't even entice him, Xiao Wuyue remarked as he approached the gate. Encircling Zeng Xiaoxiao's slender waist, casting his gaze toward Zhao Chang'an, who was racing along the path flanked by rapeseed fields. That slippery eel. He is but a blind fool. Zeng Xiaoxiao gently extricated herself from Xiao Wuyue's grasp, despite her intense hatred for Zhao Chang'an. She did not share her mother's habit of allowing any man to touch her without reservation. She felt humiliated in front of Xiao San and Xiao Wuyue, her anger flaring as she yearned to tear Zhao Chang'an apart for his retreating figure. Over a month ago, when Zhao Shubin and his wife worked at Yingming's construction site, the Xia family had already been informed. However, one was merely a laborer and the other a cook, making it clear that Yingming did not regard Zhao Shubin as a significant player. Xiao San, in particular, found no need to exert effort in this regard. Rather, he relished the prospect of observing the unfolding drama. It wasn't until Dan Kai began interacting with Zhao Chang'an that Yingming even negotiated with the city's logistics department. granting Zhao Chang'an the key to the back door. This piqued Qiao San's vigilance. In terms of economic power and connections within the economic sphere, the Dan family's influence far surpassed that of the current Xiao family. The plan was for Zeng Xiaoxiao to deceive Zhao Chang'an, leading him to exit through the back door, and then to identify a suitable employee from the city's logistics department to expose the matter. The first objective was to reclaim Zhao Chang'an's key, ensuring he kept his distance from Dan Kai, thus preventing him from inadvertently becoming a lackey for the Dan family. The second was to bring Yingming into disgrace within the logistics department, ideally inciting him to blame Zhao Shubin and expel them from the construction site. However, this plan faltered. Merely a small fry, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Xiaoxiao, aren't you on break this week? Your mother mentioned you're under a lot of pressure before exams. Shall we pick her up from the city construction site and spend a couple of days enjoying the provincial capital? The latest clothes and shoes are not something we can find in this shabby place. Qiao San and Xiao Weiyue exchanged a knowing smile, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Chapter 30. The Indifference of Man. The heartache of the dog. When Zhao Chang'an arrived at Old Chang's residence, his eager disciples had already gathered around the table, relishing the sumptuous feast laid out before them. The enticing aroma of delectable dishes filled the air, accompanied by the clinking of beer and Sprite bottles. Zhao Chang'an couldn't help but inwardly curse. Indeed, they are quite the sycophants. This was his first encounter with such promising peers. Li Kaili, the teacher's wife, regarded Zhao Chang'an with curiosity. She was well acquainted with Old Chang's devoted students, who frequently enjoyed meals at her home every semester. In terms of appearance and charisma, Zhao Chang'an overshadowed the mischievous Lu Dapeng, the affectatiously composed Fan Chao, the studious Hou Jiafeng, and the eccentric Qi Xiangfeng. He exhibited a blend of steadiness and subtle sharpness, combined with a hint of carefree detachment. Despite his poor academic performance, Zhao had recently been applying himself diligently. However, the prospect of gaining admission to an undergraduate program this year seemed bleak. It would likely require waiting until the following year. Old Chang spoke candidly. With your teacher's blessing, I shall not leave the city's high school until I secure a place in one of the top 211 universities in the nation. Zhao Chang'an cheerfully picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork, savoring its delightful flavor. Your culinary skills are exceptional, teacher's wife, he praised. Zhao Chang'an, after graduating from Lu Chui Normal University, returned to City High to teach English. With your abysmal English, you might just need her to give you some extra help. Lu Dapeng remarked with a grin, though internally he felt quite displeased. Daring to mention a top 211 university, it's absurd, considering your grades. How can you even entertain such thoughts? Among them, the oldest student had taken the college entrance examination for the 4th time this year. Fan Chao, feigning concern, said, Zhao Chang'an, please don't set a record for the longest struggle, becoming a legend at City High for your 8-year endeavor. Zhao Chang'an's comment indeed stirred the ire of many. Aside from Li Yanxiu, who was focused on her fish, Lu Chui and the others, Zeng Xiaoxiao, Hou Jiafeng, Sun Yueling, and Qi Xiangfeng, exchanged uneasy glances, silently cursing Zhao Chang'an for his audacity. It was no jest to suggest admission to even the most ordinary 211 university among those present. Only Lu Dapeng and perhaps Li Yanxiu had any real hope. Isn't that a bit sardonic? One might ponder. You two have taken Zhao's jest far too seriously, Lu Chui. The self-proclaimed champion of justice could no longer remain silent and stepped forward to defend Zhao. Fan Chao cast a meaningful glance towards Li Yanxiu, but she remained preoccupied with her meal, rendering his expression moot. Zhao Chang'an, considering your recent belief in improved grades, how did you fare in the last mock exam? He inquired, disappointment tinging his gaze. 401 points, ranked 683 in the school, Zhao replied nonchalantly. The 4th mock is on the 17th and 18th, and I'm certain I shall astonish everyone then. Of course, Fan Chao thought bitterly as he watched Zhao's unbridled arrogance, his frustration boiling over. He downed a glass of beer, muttering, You fool. No wonder Yingming wanted to punch him. What an imbecile. For 683? Li Kairi gazed at her husband with confusion, unable to comprehend how he had transformed his temperament. It was indeed a rarity for him to invite underperforming students for a meal. Some matters should not be judged solely by their surface. This realization dawned on me by the poolside that afternoon. Lao Chang took a sip of beer and remarked to his wife, Of course, appearances can be quite captivating. He stamped his foot against the northern courtyard wall. He had grown quite close to Shan Kai, a 2nd-year student, and their homeroom teacher, Lao Lu, along with the grade director, Lao Wu, had inquired about the situation several times. Upon entering the municipal high school, he had scored 63 in English out of 100, placing him 23rd in the city. In the context of the 7 counties in one city, this was 9th in his hometown. If he could achieve a modest 80 in English, he would rank among the top 5 in the city. A higher score of 90 would secure him the first position, surpassing Guangzhou's Tao Jiao. Despite his smoking, drinking, and skipping classes, he had just recited in Morning for Chu Yuan, which I had transcribed on the blackboard last year, flawlessly. Yingming and Deng Rui had sought out his whereabouts, resulting in Yu being coerced into treating 2 meals by some local delinquents. Ultimately, Yu and Deng ended up fighting and were sent home to study. Remarkably, the boy emerged unscathed. According to Lao Chang's explanation, aside from Ho Jiafeng and Sun Yueling, who hailed from the same old city school as Zhao Chang'an, the others, Li Zining, Lu Chui, and Fan Chao, were hearing about Zhao Chang'an's exam results for the first time. Given his English score of 63, it implied that he must have achieved nearly perfect scores in all other subjects to attain such a rank. How exaggerated! How astonishing! They exchanged incredulous glances. How then had his performance plummeted so dramatically? On the morning of the 4th, Zhao Chang'an took the 100 yuan his mother had given him the previous night and went on a grand shopping spree at the market. He indulged in a long-missed bowl of 5 yuan mutton soup. The outside was filled with motorcycles and cars, while the 3 storefronts on the first floor were bustling with patrons. 3 years prior, the Zhao family had been regulars at this old establishment, and upon seeing Zhao Chang'an, the owner insisted on upgrading his 5 yuan bowl to a 10 yuan one. The bowl brimmed with mutton, accompanied by 2 flatbreads stuffed with meat. Chang'an, tell your father to come by whenever he has time. It's been nearly 2 years since I last saw your parents. You're taking the college entrance examination this year, so do let me know where you get accepted. Zhao Chang'an was aware that his father had assisted the owner many years ago, though he was unaware of the specifics. Yet, even in Zhao's current state of decline, the owner still remembered the kindness of yesteryears. This was not only rare but also a source of pride for Zhao Chang'an regarding his father. After finishing his meal, the owner insisted on not taking the 5 yuan from Zhao Chang'an. Instead, he generously gifted him a hind leg of mutton, a large bag of marinated mutton, and a portion of marinated and sliced sheep's head, along with 5 pounds of grain wine in a plastic jug. That afternoon, Zhao Chang'an prepared a bowl of instant noodles, complemented by a fried egg and a few slices of marinated mutton, savoring the delightful flavors. He then busied himself with preparations for the grand dinner to come, selecting vegetables, washing them, chopping them, cutting meat, smashing garlic, mincing ginger, preparing ribs, and old hen. Suddenly, a knock resounds from outside. Today, the weather is bright, yet the summer couple, Zhang Changhai and his father, are not yet back from the construction site. Mother still has to prepare meals for the workers. Who could possibly be knocking at this hour? Surely, it cannot be that vile Zeng Xiaoxiao scheming yet again? Reflecting on the perplexing incident that unfolded yesterday after school, Zhao Chang'an remains uncertain if there lurks a deeper motive behind her actions. Nonetheless, Zeng Xiaoxiao's behavior is exceedingly disingenuous. If Yingming were truly to confront her at the school gate, coercing her to accompany him into the clouds of desire, all she would need to do is report it to the security office, and all would be well. Instead, she pretends to be pitiful and scurries to the back entrance of the school. One might deride her. If she fears being blocked at the front, why does she not fear being lured into the thicket or the canola field from the back? When Zhao Chang'an first obtained the key, he assured Huang Yichun that he would be the sole user. Despite Zhang Shun, the carefree rebel, and Fu Qingwei, the wall-scaling prince, repeatedly requesting the key, Zhao Chang'an steadfastly refused. If Zeng Xiaoxiao were to use it just once, and the information leaked, it would tarnish Zhao Chang'an's credibility. Not only would he risk losing the key, but his parents would also face repercussions. More importantly, what would Niu Mingyin and Shan Chang think of him? Especially in light of his eloquent discourse at the Yuezhang Tower days prior, one may harbor no ill will towards a dog, yet the dog may still bite. As for a wretched person like Zeng Xiaoxiao, regardless of her truths or lies, Zhao Chang'an regards her as inconsequential. Who could it be? The peephole of the Zhao family security door has long been deliberately damaged from the outside. Zhao Chang'an need not guess who is responsible. He knows precisely which cap-wearing rascal it is. Thus, he has no choice but to open the security door directly. Chapter 31. The 260 Mu plot. At the entrance stood 2 fashionably dressed young girls, leaving Zhao Chang'an momentarily stunned. Who are you looking for? He inquired. Zhao Chang'an, haha. You don't even recognize me? Summer Momo chuckled, observing Zhao Chang'an clad in an apron, wielding a knife. A sense of pride swelled within her as she playfully made a cute face at him. Little did he know The summer Momo of yesteryears had transformed into a beautiful swan, no longer the rustic girl she once was. Inside the kitchen, Zhao Chang'an busied himself with pots and pans, creating a symphony of clattering sounds. Meanwhile, Summer Momo and Mi Sitong lounged in the living room, watching television while indulging in a large bag of snacks and sipping orange juice. Pressured by her mother to assist Zhao Chang'an, Summer Momo felt a twinge of anxiety, pondering the potential implications of being alone with a handsome man. Her parents' intentions were evidently conspicuous, and she worried about Zhao Chang'an's possible advances, feeling ill-equipped to fend him off. Thus, she insisted her close friend Mi Sitong accompany her. Mi Sitong, having caught a glimpse of Zhao Chang'an smoking through a telescope from across the river a fortnight ago, found herself intrigued. He was a handsome lad, a few years younger than Chao Bohua, significantly taller, and undoubtedly more attractive. As a student from the prestigious city high school, even if his grades were lacking, he would at least be a college student. Moreover, he had been seen at the lavish Huizhong Pavilion, a place with a minimum expenditure of 3,000. Though his family circumstances were somewhat humble, Mi Sitong couldn't help but relate, as her own parents were also laid-off workers. Thus, her curiosity led her to join Summer Momo. What Summer Momo was unaware of was that the Zhao Chang'an she had looked down upon had transformed into the ideal Prince Charming in her best friend's mind. Momo, why not ask him? Urged Mi Sitong, prompting Summer Momo to approach the kitchen door. Despite the range of being on, the two coal stoves simmering with ribs and chicken produced a lang of aromas mingled with the pungent scent of coal smoke, causing Summer Momo to frown. Though her family's financial situation had deteriorated over the past 3 years, she still considered herself the little princess of the household, untouched by manual labor. Her beauty drew countless admirers during her time in vocational school and at the mall. Zhao Chang'an, were you dining on the 5th floor of Huizhong Pavilion last week? She queried. Oh, a friend from class invited me to join them for a meal, just to broaden my horizons. How did you know? Haha. I happened to be at the Taohua Mountain Villa across the street. Weren't you working overtime that day? Summer Momo felt a wave of irritation wash over her at Zhao Chang'an's response. Annoyed, she swiftly changed the subject. Can't you use gas to cook? Aren't you afraid of carbon monoxide poisoning? He replied, gas is too expensive. My family is quite poor. This response left Summer Momo speechless, feeling that Zhao Chang'an had embarrassed her in front of her friend, and she regretted bringing Mi Sitong along for the visit. Moreover, observing Zhao Chang'an's audacity, he was so astonished by his own brilliance that he dared not lift his gaze, instead focusing intently on slicing vegetables. Even if he ventured here alone, he surely would not harbor any improper thoughts. After engaging in idle chatter, Xia Mimyu did not approach the kitchen door again. It was only when Zhao Shubin and Xia Chonghai entered the room that she remained silent towards Zhao Chang'an. A sumptuous feast was laid out before them: lotus root with pork ribs, chicken stewed with mushrooms, sweet and sour peach blossom fish, shredded pork with pickled cabbage, braised lamb head, glutinous rice balls and sweet wine, spicy beef tripe, and candied sweet potatoes, a veritable banquet. Zhao Chang'an's culinary skills astonished not only his parents but also the Xia couple, as well as Xia Mimyu and Mi Sitong. Chang'an's cooking is truly remarkable, Jiangjie remarked, sampling a piece of the sweet and sour peach blossom fish, her eyes lighting up with delight. She gazed at Zhao Chang'an, astonished. This young man possesses such talent? If he were to become my son-in-law, at least in terms of culinary delights, both my daughter and I would be fortunate. Is that so? Zhang Lishan was equally surprised to witness her son prepare such an exquisite spread. She attempted to take a piece of the sweet and sour peach blossom fish, her eyes widening in surprise as she looked at Zhao Chang'an. When did you acquire such skills? Zhao Chang'an wanted to say. As a beleaguered family cook for the past 15 or 16 years, it's nothing but practice. However, what came out instead was, all things in the world follow different paths to the same destination. Having seen enough pigs run, one inevitably learns to chase them. Are you insulting me? Zhang Lishan quickly discerned the ambiguity in his words. The atmosphere at the dining table grew lively. Zhao Chang'an opened the plastic bottle of grain liquor gifted by the owner of the lamb soup shop, and a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. He felt a slight stir within. This liquor had potential. Indeed, after his father and Xia Chahai shared a small cup, both were momentarily taken aback. Dao Ge, is this grain liquor? A true Xiangxi drinker. That old Zhou. Zhao Shubin set down his cup, a look of astonishment on his face. At that moment, the clock had struck 7:30. After the Mountain City TV station concluded its news broadcast, it began airing local news. An announcement was made regarding a parcel of land on the north bank of the river in the new eastern district of Mountain City, which had received approval. The atmosphere at the table suddenly grew tense and fell silent. The total area of the land was 156,406, 73 square meters, situated at. The upcoming land use rights auction would adopt a bidding method in conjunction with the new city's positioning and supporting development. Our company will confirm its bidding qualifications by June 21st of this year, 1700 hours. Today, Wenyang Brewery began public recruitment. City Construction General Manager Xiao Wenyang stated that efforts would be made to develop the company into a diversified entity to alleviate urban unemployment pains. Click, click, click. Zhang Lishan stood up and turned the television dial to another channel. 260 acres, that is a significant undertaking. Zhao Shubin sighed regretfully. If the city construction could independently manage this, it would be a qualitative leap. However, it's evident that Xiao Wenyang intends to absorb it into Wenyang construction, leaving nothing for city construction. Xiao Chang'an could not help but feel indignant. I have heard that old Niu also wishes to acquire that piece of land. With the cultivated fields lying to the south of the government, while the Zhuangyuan mansion spans merely 30 acres, unlike the northern side, which is entirely barren land and forest along the mountains and rivers. If there were to be a price increase at auction, old Niu might have a chance, this time. However, it is undoubtedly futile. This consideration reflects a long-term vision for urban development, rather than a short-sighted focus on immediate financial gains, which is indeed the right approach. The Wenyang Brewery, Taohua Mountain Villa, and the Wenzhou Mountain Tea Industry Base. If I were a decision-maker for the city, I too would choose the Wenyang Group. Cheers. Cheers. Zhao Shubin raised his glass, and in his eyes, if personal grievances were cast aside, Xiao Wenyang was not a decent person. Yet Niu Mingyan was evidently no paragon of virtue either. At least Xiao Wenyang invested his earnings back into Shanxing, whereas Niu Mingyan was merely a transient opportunist looking to make a quick profit and vanish. After dinner, Jiang Jie suggested a few rounds of mahjong, which received an enthusiastic response from Zhang Lishan. It is unsafe for a girl to return home alone at night. Chang'an, you and Momo should accompany Xiaomei back. Jiang Jie, while deftly stacking the tiles for the Great Wall, spoke quite casually. Xiao Chang'an cast a glance at his partner but remained silent. Mom, we're riding bicycles. Xiao Momo replied somewhat begrudgingly. You should be driving an armored vehicle. I shall say no more. I am unfamiliar with that alley by the diesel engine factory. Jiang Jie remarked, glancing at her daughter. Faced with her mother's authority, Xiao Momo could only pout in resignation. April in Shanxing is truly the finest time of the year. Neither too cold nor too hot. The streets are bustling with people enjoying leisurely strolls after dinner. Xiao Momo and Mi Situong rode on their brand-new pink bicycles, while Zhao Chang'an trailed not too far behind. The two girls chatted and laughed, their voices ringing like silver bells. Zhao Chang'an, however, had little interest in listening, as vague snippets of conversation seemed to concern him and Xiao Momo's parents. At that moment, his mind was preoccupied with the announcement he had just seen. Without needing to think, Zhao Chang'an knew that should he engage in fierce resistance, he and even his parents would be scorned by the people of Shanxing. Nonetheless, to him, no matter how bright the facade or false the nobility, it should never serve as a shield for the dark deeds or even criminal actions of certain individuals. Chapter 32. Embrace and discard. The residential area of the diesel engine factory lies behind the bus stops of the 7th Middle School and the New East District. A narrow road, stretching 600 to 700 meters, leads directly to the northern shore of the nearly 200 acres of Lijia Lake. Traversing the narrow path between the lakeshore and the back wall of the 7th Middle School, one must journey westward for over 200 meters to finally reach the residential quarters of the diesel engine factory. Approximately 4 to 5 years ago, the factory's security department established 3 sentry booths at the entrance of the main road, at the corner of Lijia Lake, and at the entrance of the factory residential compound. By night, the street was illuminated brightly. The roadsides were lined with fragrant osmanthus, ginkgo, wintersweet, and crabapple trees, with temporary resting pavilions constructed at intervals. Lijia Lake was adorned with a multitude of lotus leaves. The residential area of the diesel engine factory, nestled against Yingming Mountain and adjacent to Lijia Lake, was renowned as a desirable and livable haven in the mountainous city. However, under the onslaught of market forces, in a mere span of 7 to 8 years, the factory succumbed to overwhelming debts and ceased operations. Over 2,000 workers were laid off. The once well-maintained road lost its cleaning services and security, and even the streetlights and wires installed along the walls of the 7th Middle School and the bus station were stripped away. As night fell, darkness enveloped the area. concealing filth and decay. 3 individuals rode their bicycles down the factory road, despite the moonlight overhead. The dimly lit pavilions and the edges of the path were littered with cigarette butts, punctuated by the sounds of whistles and the jeers of idle ruffians. This atmosphere quickened the heartbeats of Xiaomomo and Mi Sitong, prompting them to no longer leave Zhao Chang'an behind, but rather to ride together. Upon reaching the end of the straight road by Lijiao Lake, they encountered 7 or 8 young men loitering in a crooked formation, cigars dangling from their lips, their embers flickering ominously. A beam from a flashlight fell upon Xiaomomo and Mi Sitong, illuminating their faces before finally resting on Xiaomomo's chest. The light shifted, seemingly disregarding Zhao Chang'an entirely. Mi Sitong, your friend is quite the catch. One of the men called out, his voice dripping with bravado. Hey girl, how about dating? Song Ming, move that flashlight away. Mi Sitong recognized the voice of a local troublemaker and threatened, if you dare to act foolishly, I'll tell your mother. Fool. Zhao Chang'an muttered under his breath, realizing that her words would only escalate the situation, provoking the ruffians to act. It was evident that many women could often be a source of trouble. Are you threatening me, Mi Sitong? Haha, my mother keeps telling me to settle down, and I've set my sights on you. Brothers, don't let her get away. As Song Ming's taunt faded, the group of young men surged forward, blocking the bicycles of Xiaomomo and Mi Sitong. Hey, what is the meaning of this? We're all from the same neighborhood. Scram. Zhao Chang'an dismounted his bicycle, ready to speak, when one of the thugs shouted obscenities and launched a flying kick toward him. Stop. With a crash, Zhao Chang'an saw the thug leap towards his abdomen. He could not allow the confrontation to escalate. Gripping the frame of his mountain bike, he lifted the hefty vehicle high above his head and brought it crashing down. He slammed that kid and his mountain bike heavily onto the ground, eliciting a painful scream. Horses, brothers, take him down. Song Ming's expression changed dramatically. Stop it. For heaven's sake, cease this madness, he is my brother. In the shadows, a small figure rushed to Zhao Chang'an's side. Ng, what brings you here? Upon recognizing Zhong Lianwei, the other 6 ruffians momentarily halted, yet they continued to glare menacingly at Zhao Chang'an from the darkness. Damn it, with such a bright flashlight. How can you not see Xiaomomo? Zhao Chang'an grumbled. If Zhong Lianwei had a bit more sense, he would have stepped in sooner, preventing this situation. Oh, she is Xiaomomo? How has she become so beautiful? Zhong Lianwei gazed at Xiaomomo under the moonlight, his face filled with astonishment. Although they lived in the same compound, it seemed like they hadn't seen each other in a year or 2. Beautiful? Huh. You just haven't seen a real beauty, Zhao Chang'an scoffed. Zhao Chang'an. Xiaomomo was quite irked by this. I have 2 classmates from the academy. The rest are just average. Did you bring anything? No, just a baton on Song Ming. Can you settle this? Are you brave enough to retaliate? I dare. Zhao Chang'an and Zhong Lianwei exchanged a few swift whispers. Under the moonlight, they locked eyes, rekindling the fervor of their iron-blooded Jianghu days. Don't provoke me, in my eyes. This girl is stunning, exceptionally so. Since she is a friend of Zhong Lianwei, fine, I'll give him face. Song Ming, with a cheap cigar clenched in his mouth, approached Zhao Chang'an. You hit my brother, so tonight you're treating us to drinks, along with $100 for medical expenses and 2 packs of Hometown Mountain cigarettes. And this girl must drink a few with us. Drink your sister. Zhao Chang'an retaliated with a swift punch, landing it squarely on Song Ming's mouth. So quickly that the burning cigarette was knocked into Song Ming's mouth. His front 2 teeth loosened upon impact. Ah, hot, hot. Song Ming gasped, flames escaping his lips. Beat him. Seek death. Bastard. Amidst the shouts of anger and shock, Zhong Lianwei let out a thunderous roar, kicking the nearest ruffian into the waters of Li Family Lake. Bang, bang, bang. Zhao Chang'an seized the moment, relentlessly delivering 3 fierce punches to the incapacitated Song Ming's head, knocking him to the ground. Bang. Just then, his left cheek was struck by a charging thug's powerful hook, causing his teeth to pierce the inside of his mouth, blood flooding forth. Damn it. Zhao Chang'an swung his right arm wide, his fist crashing against the thug's nose with a resounding thud, blood gushing forth. A fight has broken out. It's Song Ming and his crew. Who were the opponents? I couldn't see their faces. The commotion quickly drew a throng of idle ruffians eager to witness the spectacle. Several flashlights illuminated the faces of Zhao Chang'an and Zhong Lianwei, who were embroiled in a brawl. They don't belong to our factory. How dare they cause trouble here? Brothers. Teach him a lesson. Beat him up. Shouted Mi Sitong, her face pale with fear. Mo Hire is my brother. What do you mean by this? I've reported it. And you still want to hit me? Zhao Chang'an realized the situation was dire and quickly produced Zhang Shun's cousin as a shield. The scene fell into a sudden silence. "What is your name?" At that moment, 3 individuals who had been standing at the periphery approached. The crowd parted to make way. "Zhao Chang'an. I am brothers with Zhang Shun." "With Zhang Shun?" one of the men asked, utterly confused. "MOG's cousin." The central figure looked intently at Zhao Chang'an and said, "You still have a chance. Pay up, bow down, and crawl under my legs, or else the 3 of you will be in serious trouble tonight." "I've dined at Zhang Shun's house with MOG." Zhao Chang'an's heart raced, as long as he could escape this alley. "I don't believe you. Let's go to his rental place on Nanyu Jiao Road together." Laughter erupted from the 20 or so small-time ruffians surrounding them. The central figure then pulled out a large mobile phone, dialing a number with a series of beeps. Zhao Chang'an felt a sinking sensation. If Mo Haier couldn't remember him, it would be disastrous. "What are you doing? If you lose this round, it's on you." The moment the call connected, a barrage of curses erupted from the other end, accompanied by the sound of mahjong. "MOG, there's a guy here who hit someone from my courtyard," claiming to be Zhao Chang'an. "I don't know him." The voice on the other end rang out clearly in the stillness of the night. "You." Song Ming erupted in anger. Bang. The man who had previously asked Zhao Chang'an, which Zhang Shun kicked Song Ming into the air, sending him crashing to the ground in a tumble. The crowd fell silent in shock. "He said he is Zhang Shun's brother and that he has dined with you." "Do you know Zhao Chang'an?" "He's my brother. What is up?" Upon hearing the familiar voice from the other end of the line, Zhao Chang'an's anxious heart finally settled. After escorting Mi Sitong home, Zhao Chang'an, Zhong Lianwei, and Xia Momo rode back onto the main road. The streets were brightly lit and bustling, resembling a dream. 2 worlds intertwined. "You should go back. I'm waiting for someone," Zhao Chang'an said to Xia Momo. She remained silent, riding away, only to circle back. "Zhao Chang'an, I must tell you seriously, we can never be together. However, if you want my parents to help you find a job, I want to oppose it." "I understand. You're overthinking it. I have no interest in someone like you," Zhao Chang'an replied candidly. "You, just keep talking." After a moment of thought, Xia Momo added, "You'd better not associate with those ruffians. They may seem impressive, but look at their lives. How many end up well?" "I understand. Thank you." As Xia Momo rode away, Zhong Lianwei continued to gaze in the direction where she had disappeared. "Stop looking. You're just a half-baked vocational school student who can't even pass the entrance exam. You probably haven't even mastered the 5-stroke typing method yet. Short in stature, unremarkable in appearance, devoid of wealth and prospects. I am but a laboring drunkard. Do you still wish for me to dissect this further?" "Brother, I am fully aware of the situation. Must you voice it?" "It is too painful. I fear you might, in the name of love, be willing to languish in prison for her. Xia Momo is my dear sister. And with your current predicament, I hope you do not force me to disown you as my brother. I shall merely observe." Zhong Lianwei sat in silence, his eyes filled with despair. "Enough of this gloom. Henceforth, join me." "All right. Ongu, your brother is the cousin of Mo Haier." Slap. Zhao Chang'an playfully struck Zhong Lianwei on the head. "What are you pondering? Abandon that pitiful school of yours. Be downstairs by 5:50 tomorrow morning. We are heading to my father's construction site to labor as brick movers." "Ah?" Zhong Lianwei stared blankly at Zhao Chang'an. "I make no promises. If you wish to accompany me, you may, though I cannot predict how long you will toil." "Ongu, I am puzzled. Could you at least divulge a hint?" Zhong Lianwei's face bore a look of distress. "Your physique is lacking. You cannot fight. You need to train. Does that clarify things?" "Fortunately, your call arrived just in time. I went over 200, yet they refused to let me leave until dawn. Haha, let us go to the barbecue at the street stall." Zhang Shun rode in on a Yamaha motorcycle, the engine roaring with flair. "Consider this. If it is indeed foul as dog excrement, one must first plunge into the stinking ditch. Even if today is less odorous than yesterday, you are still making progress." Zhao Chang'an smiled at Zhong Lianwei, acknowledging that brothers are indeed brothers, yet comrades in business and companions in life represent 2 distinct concepts. On this journey, one must learn to embrace while also letting go. Such is the cruelty of reality. Chapter 33. The business tycoon Xiao Wenyang. That evening, Zhao Chang'an, Zhang Shun, and Zhong Lianwei indulged in beer and skewers, boasting and drinking until the early hours of the morning. Intoxicated, Zhong Lianwei lacked the courage to return home, fearing yet another scene of drunken father reprimanding drunken son that could rattle several buildings. He shamelessly squeezed onto the same bed as Zhao Chang'an, much to Zhao's annoyance and exasperation. The following morning, Zhao Chang'an forcibly roused the drowsy Zhong Lianwei. After a hasty wash, they headed straight to the construction site. As it was the weekend, The morning air was serene, with only a few early risers out exercising and the aroma of steaming breakfast wafting from nearby stalls. The roads lay quiet. "How much longer do you have left in school?" Zhao inquired. "I joined at the end of last year, so there are still 2 or 3 months remaining. Is there any way to get a refund?" "No, haha. Actually, there is no way to get a refund. My father deliberately bumped into the principal's car, leaving him bloodied, and secured a spot through that ruse." Zhong Lianwei chuckled as he shifted in his seat, his legs working diligently to pedal his old, dilapidated bicycle. The sound of rattling parts echoed as they sped along. "I ask you, where would my father find the money? The tuition for this crash course is not cheap." 2,000. "What a ripoff!" Zhao Chang'an exclaimed. "What I'm learning is just will be input, and if that fails, pinyin, along with some simple DOS commands, trivial matters really. I'll master it in no time. But the internet charges by the hour, which is even pricier than the internet cafes outside." Upon arriving at the construction site, Zhao Chang'an's mother, Zhang Lishan, shot him a few disapproving glances, clearly upset about his late return after drinking the night before. She did not notice Zhao Chang'an's bruised cheek, a remnant of the previous night's festivities. The two began to eat steamed buns and ate treasure porridge, relishing the flavors. They also lent a hand in the kitchen for a while. When the foreman, Old Huang, arrived, Zhao Chang'an learned that Yingming had returned to Zheng City. As the foreman of Building 1, Old Huang had the authority to replace a small worker but not to add one. Moreover, he was not well acquainted with Zhao Chang'an, who had yet to earn the kind of favor that warranted such a significant request. Zhao Chang'an used the phone in the site office to call Yingming in, who was busy preparing breakfast for his wife and daughter, fearing he might burn the food. Their conversation was brief. According to the usual arrangement, meals were provided 3 times a day, with a daily wage of 20 yuan. "Brother, I want to say much more. If you ever feel you can't continue, there's no need to tell me. Just go to Old Huang to resign and collect your pay. As for what lies ahead, who can say? We'll take it as it comes." There were many things Zhao Chang'an felt unable to express at that moment. He also wished to temper Zhang Lianwei's carefree disposition, steering him away from unsavory companions and helping him understand the difficulty of earning a living. He was eager to gauge the strength of Zhang Lianwei's dependence on him, to discern its true decibel level. This would require time and patience. Although their bond had been strong in the past, their connection had nearly severed after Zhang Lianwei moved south. It was only during Zhao Chang'an's wedding banquet that Zhang Lianwei's father represented him and gifted 500 yuan, the largest congratulatory sum received that day. Subsequently, Zhong Yuanxiang went to Xingqing nursing home, and they lost contact. "Ango, this work is indeed laborious, yet I find it quite enjoyable, unlike the murky atmosphere over at Jixiao, where if you don't bully others, you'll be bullied instead. It is straightforward and uncomplicated, merely requiring physical effort without unnecessary complications. Have you noticed? Xiao Fang has become quite beautiful, and with a little embellishment, she rivals Xiao Momo." However, what left Zhao Chang'an speechless was Zhang Lianwei's unexpected excitement. "Just now, I was cleaning the kitchen with her, and she even laughed at my clumsiness. What a perception you have. Xiao Momo relies entirely on her adornments, employing tricks to succeed, while Fang Yinglan possesses genuine talent." Zhao Chang'an scoffed. "That girl, if she were to let down her thick braids, tidy up her hair, groom her eyebrows, and apply a touch of whitening powder, would undoubtedly qualify as a campus beauty. Have you not seen that her parents do not allow her to work? They wish to keep their daughter, who is quite attractive, from attracting unwanted attention in hopes of landing a wealthy suitor." Upon seeing Zhang Lianwei's eyes, he suddenly lost his sparkle. "I've already dealt you enough blows, so let me offer you a couple of servings of motivational chicken soup." Zhao Chang'an patted his shoulder and handed him a cigarette. "I don't understand why you feel so inferior. We are all human. You are only 17 this year, yet I am 18. This is inconsequential." Zhao Chang'an lit Zhong Lianwei's cigarette. Zhong Qingho graduated from middle school and, at the age of 43, was still pedaling a tricycle. As long as you work hard and stay on the right path, who dares to claim you are destined to fail for a lifetime? If you truly wish to savor the taste of love, Xiao Fang is a decent girl, intelligent, kind-hearted, pure, and beautiful. Be brave and pursue her." Then, Zhao Chang'an uttered a line that Zhang Lianwei would remember for a lifetime. "Is she not born in the year of the rooster? If one day you truly wish to marry her, craft a 20-kilogram golden rooster and present it grandly as a betrothal gift, blinding your future father-in-law's eyes. Let him understand what a true wealthy suitor looks like." Standing on the Fuhua Bridge, Zhao Chang'an gazed at the tranquil waters below. On the right bank, Over 300 acres of riverside land were bustling with villagers, tractors, and tricycles. At this moment, the villagers were yet to exhibit the shrewdness they would display years later. After the village issued a relocation notice, they proactively moved the graves, fruit trees, and houses within the designated area, only to claim compensation from the village committee once the demolition was complete. At this juncture, for sedans, one SUV and one Jeep approached from the northern dirt road. The foremost vehicle, a striking white BMW 528, stood out prominently. Xiaowen. Zhao Chang'an couldn't help but focus intently. The 6 vehicles halted at the western end of the Fuhua Bridge, where a group of well-dressed businessmen emerged, chatting amiably. From the rear seat of the BMW 528 stepped a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, exuding the air of a cultured, successful entrepreneur. While Zhao Chang'an could not recognize the others, he was distinctly aware of Xiaowen. Xiaowen, in turn, spotted Zhao Chang'an, isolated on the Fuhua Bridge. His eyes momentarily widening in surprise before he seemingly ignored him, redirecting his gaze to speak with old Li from the construction committee, who had disembarked alongside him. A group of individuals conversed briefly at the western bridge, and in just a few exchanged words. Zhao Chang'an discerned that Xiaowen was adopting the model of Peach Blossom Mountain Villa. He intended to invite a select group of affluent entrepreneurs from the mountain city to jointly invest in the bidding project for the construction of the Hebei plot. As Zhao Chang'an gazed at the gentle flow of the Fu River, a heavy weight settled in his heart. Undoubtedly, Xiaowen was a born commercial mogul, adept at navigating the dynamics of profit-sharing and fostering collaborative success. In this regard, he surpassed Yingming significantly. Moreover, the bidding approach was evidently tailored specifically for Wenong construction, aiming to accumulate a cohort of wealthy entrepreneurs from the mountain city to accelerate its economic development. In truth, from Beiyu Education Road to the Fuhua Bridge, one could reach their destination by traversing a simple 2-mile road, crossing the Zhuangyi Wanfu construction site. Yet, Xiaowen and his associates preferred to take a longer detour of 7 to 8 miles via the North Ring Road Bridge. The underlying sentiment expressed here, a juxtaposition against external construction enterprises and the attempt to morally bind mountain city merchants, was unmistakable. After merely a few minutes at the western bridge of the Fu River, Xiaowen and his entourage proceeded towards the southern demolition site. Out of the corner of Zhao Chang'an's eye, he noticed Xiao San approaching. Chapter 34. The turmoil on the bridge the day before yesterday, when Zeng Xiaoxiao was acting coy in your presence, Xiaoyu and I observed from the bamboo grove nearby. Quite a surprise, wasn't it? That evening, I invited Qiu Jinwei to accompany me to Zheng City, where we purchased some inexpensive clothing, shoes, trivial jewelry, and a lady's watch. It was quite affordable, merely 300 to 400 yuan for the watch. TSK. Zeng Xiaoxiao has exquisite taste. Today, Xiao San, serving as a driver for Xiaowen, stood about 2 meters away from Zhao Chang'an, leaning against the concrete railing of the bridge. He gazed at the flowing waters of the Fu River, wearing an expression of smug satisfaction. What do you wish to convey? Do you intend to boast in my presence? A stray dog relishing a pile of foul excrement. Believing its actions to be worthy of admiration, Zhao Chang'an turned 90 degrees, attentively regarding Xiao San. With a faint smile, he inquired, San busy, is it delicious? Shall I provide you with a fresh serving right now? It's rather pathetic that your entire family relishes such filth, treating others as if they were part of your household of beasts. Is he insulting me? This little brat dares to speak such words? Where does he find the audacity? Does he have a death wish? In that moment, amidst Zhao Chang'an's spring-like smile, Xiao San found himself momentarily dazed. Ever since his brother-in-law Xiao Wenyang ascended to the position of the city's construction chief and established Wenyang Construction, securing the rights to the garment market, Xiao San had enjoyed a certain rise in status within the mountain city. Over the past 3 years, how had he ever been publicly insulted like this? How dare you? Xiao San's face flushed crimson with rage, resembling the legendary warrior Guan Yu. With a loud roar, he charged at Zhao Chang'an. His diminutive frame, of under 1.6 meters, emaciated from indulgence and vice. Bang! The tall and robust Zhao Chang'an did not wait for Xiao San to close the distance. With a swift kick, he struck Xiao San squarely in the abdomen. All the force sent Xiao San reeling backward, gasping in pain as he let out a wail. He landed heavily on the rough surface of the bridge, tearing his pants and leaving his skin raw and stinging. Oh, what is this commotion? Let us talk it out. No need for violence. We can resolve this amicably. The earlier shameless remarks made by Xiao San were clearly audible to the other 4 drivers standing a mere dozen meters away on the west side of the bridge. Women. Zhang City, clothing, shoes, watches, what exquisite tastes. Coupled with Zhao Chang'an's attire of a city high school uniform, the onlookers didn't need to think hard to surmise the implications. This high school student is infatuated with someone, or perhaps it's an ex-girlfriend, and this scoundrel Xiao San has the audacity to flaunt it, they thought. Not to mention, the crowd believed that whether it was a kick or a beating, Xiao San truly deserved it. Particularly, Yin Xiaoyang, the driver for the construction committee's oldly, who was already acquainted with Zhao Chang'an, understood the deep-seated grievances between their families and the Xia family's disgraceful behavior. They were all eager to watch the spectacle unfold, shouting, "No violence. And let us discuss this reasonably." Yet not a single driver stepped forward to intervene. Bang, bang, bang. Zhao Chang'an had been troubled by his inability to find a suitable excuse to stir up trouble recently. Now, with this rare opportunity before him, he was unwilling to let the hapless Xiao San, who had unwittingly stumbled into a precarious situation, slip away so easily. Approaching Xiao San, he delivered a relentless series of kicks aimed at his head. "Stop it, Zhao Chang'an, you scoundrel." Bang. "Help." Bang, bang, bang. Xiao San clutched his head, howling in agony. The commotion not only attracted the attention of Xiao Wenyang and his group, who had not yet wandered far, but also drew in a throng of construction workers from the left bank construction site. Zhao Chang'an's parents, Zhao Shubin and Zhang Lishan, along with Xia Changhai, Jiang Jia, and the couple Zhang Lianwei and Feng Yinglan, confronted a bloodied and swollen Xiao San, accompanied by Lao Li, Yin Xiaoyang, and a menacingly rotund man with a fierce expression. On the eastern side of the bridge, a crowd of construction workers gathered, while to the west, a group of business owners and onlookers from Jiahe village observed the scene unfold. Lao Li nodded at Zhao Shubin, who, like the retired Lao Yin, held a certain respect for Zhao Shubin. However, when it came to choices and interests, he pragmatically opted for Xiao Wenyang. "Brother Zhao, sister-in-law, it has been a while." Xiao Wenyang clearly had no intention of engaging in pleasantries with Zhao Shubin. He glanced at his brother-in-law, noticing the injuries were superficial, essentially just a minor concussion. Xiao Wenyang was currently focused on securing the land on the northern bank of the river and was disinclined to complicate matters publicly. Furthermore, even if the situation escalated to the police station, Zhao Chang'an would merely be liable for medical expenses, a sum Xiao Wenyang could easily afford. "You've come a long way. Chang'an, you're a younger generation. How can you fight with him? Have some dignity. Just go find a clinic to get that patched up." "Brother-in-law, you don't understand. Be quiet. What good is being right? Do you think you're accomplished? Why aren't you leaving?" Xiao Wenyang sought to resolve the matter swiftly, believing that once Xiao San departed, everything would settle down, sparing him the discomfort of facing Zhao Shubin's displeasure. Xiao San cast a venomous glance at Zhao Chang'an, the implications of which were unmistakable. "Leave? Who said you could go? You came here looking for trouble, and now you wish to walk away without consequence? Does your Xia family always wield such arrogance?" As Zhao Chang'an's words echoed, the crowd erupted in uproar, particularly the onlookers from Jiahe village and a group of businessmen from Shanqing, who frowned at the audacity of this young man. Having assaulted someone and now facing a silent exit, Zhao Chang'an's refusal to relent only deepened the tension. Xiao Wenyang, a millionaire, and his brother-in-law Xiao San, a notable figure in Shanqing, were not to be trifled with. "You, a mere construction worker's son, truly do not know your place." Earlier, only a handful had been present, him, Xiao San, and others, none of whom could sway the outcome. Is there anyone bold enough to repeat Xiao San's words? Zhao Chang'an's gaze fixated on Yin Xiaoyang. After 3 years, he momentarily failed to recognize this well-dressed driver, who turned out to be the nephew of the notorious Eagle, Yin Wan's cousin, Yin Xiaoyang. Yet, with Yin Xiaoyang now mingling among Xiao Wenyang and his cohort of successful individuals, Zhao Chang'an held little hope for impartiality. Rather, even if the matter escalates to the police station today, Zhao Chang'an must adopt an attitude of irreconcilability with Xiao San and Xiao Wenyang, striving to distance himself as much as possible from undue construction. This is to prevent Xiao Wenyang from insinuating that Zhao Chang'an is acting under the instigation of Yingming after he launches an attack on him, deliberately muddling the waters. He might even incite a conflict between Shanqing and external construction companies to regain control of the land on the northern bank of the government. What did Xiaoyang say? Xiao Wenyang furrowed his brow, fully aware of his brother-in-law's petty character. However, among those present, aside from Zhao Chang'an, the other drivers would not dare to speak the truth. Yin Xiaoyang chuckled, revealing that he had called Qiu Jinwei and Zeng Xiaoxiao to Zhang City the night before, where they purchased inexpensive clothing, shoes, trivial jewelry, and a lady's watch. He further remarked, gazing at Zhao Chang'an across the room. Zeng Xiaoxiao is quite appealing. At this declaration, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Qiao San and several drivers stared at Yin Xiaoyang as if he were a ghost. Even Zhao Chang'an was momentarily stunned, questioning, what is going on? Meanwhile, old Li's face darkened ominously. With a furious expression, Xiao Wenyang, his face drained of color, delivered a sharp slap to Qiao San. Chapter 35. The innocent Zhao Chang'an. Due to Yin Xiaoyang's betrayal, Qiao San and Xiao Wenyang suffered a significant loss of face. The matter soon fizzled out, and they all dispersed. On that very day, news spread like wildfire throughout the construction industry in Shanxing. Qiao San was beaten nearly to death by Zhao Shubin's son for harassing a female student. During the evening study session, Zeng Xiaoxiao appeared in a splendid new outfit, adorned with crystal sandals, exquisite hair accessories, and a wristwatch encrusted with rhinestones. She captivated the attention of Class 6 in the senior year, garnering envy from many vain girls. However, beneath the surface, tensions brewed. Whispers and rumors circulated, reaching the classroom before the night study session even commenced. Wow, you're incredible! You made Qiao San look like a dead dog in front of so many people. And you suffered no consequences. Zhang Shun gazed at Zhao Chang'an with admiration. That scoundrel Qiao San, along with Xiao Weiyue, is devious. You must be cautious of them ambushing you on the way. The old Zheng family ran a barbecue restaurant on the pedestrian street in the New East District, which had been frequently dined and dashed by Qiao San and his gang over the years. It was only in the past 2 years, as Qiao San's fortunes grew, that he could no longer afford to owe debts. Zhang Shun, entangled with Zhao Chang'an and old Zhang, realized that Imo Hayo had avoided the free meals. He was well aware of the troublesome, sinister, and unscrupulous nature of those pests. I'll visit my cousin tonight and see what can be done. Upon hearing old Zhang's words, Zhang Shun became anxious. However, in recent years, Qiao San has been riding high on his wealth. I doubt my cousin can suppress him. Perhaps we should see if we can negotiate and postpone things for now? Negotiate? What nonsense! You and I are sharing a bed until the college entrance exam. And they dare to stir up trouble at school. Lu Yihue proposed a highly feasible plan. After the college entrance exam, enroll in a school out of town. Uncle and Annie will go too. I refuse to believe they can maintain their arrogance in the outside world. Rest assured, they won't act for at least the next 2 months. If they do have any plans, it will be around late June to early July. Zhao Chang'an smiled as he reassured his friends. Today, he had dealt Qiao San a severe blow, and knowing Qiao San's vile character, he could very well break both his legs. However, Xiao Wenyang was currently in a dispute with Niu Mingyan over the land on the northern bank of the Fu River. Due to Yin Xiaoyang's revelations, Qiao San had lost all justification in this matter, at least until the bidding began. Xiao Wenyang would keep Qiao San and Xiao Weiyue in check. Suddenly, a note was passed forward. Zhao Chang'an unfolded it to find Weiyu's handwriting. Don't ride your bike tonight. Walk with me. Wu Tsuanhai was the deputy director of the hospital in the New East District, while Cheng Qian was the deputy director of the Zhongshan police station. Even with 30 times the courage, Qiao San would not dare to openly block their vehicle. Zhao Chang'an felt warmth in his heart, grateful for the good brothers he had made. In the original timeline, 20 years later, apart from Zhang Shun, who had jumped into the river, the rest had remained in contact. Regardless of wealth, their bond had always been strong. Zhao Chang'an beamed at Wu Yu, who was seated in front of him, waving his hand to signal that there was no need for such extravagance. Ding, ding, ding. As the second evening study session concluded, the classroom erupted into a lively commotion. Zhao Chang'an was engrossed in his book when Lu Yihue gently nudged his elbow, announcing the arrival of Zeng Xiaoxiao. Confused, Zhao wondered what she wanted. Just the day before, at the back gate, it was evident that Zeng Xiaoxiao, Qiao San, and Xiao Weiyue had conspired against him. How could she still dare to approach him? What audacity! Zhao Chang'an, you despicable creature! Zeng Xiaoxiao's voice trembled with a hint of tears as she hurled a large cup of water towards him. The entire class was taken aback. The water splashed predominantly onto Zhao Chang'an's face and body, with a small portion drenching Lu Yihue, who was seated nearby. In that instant, Zhao Chang'an's expression contorted into one of fury, his hands clutching the book into fists. The veins on his hands bulged as the thick tome warped under his grip, emitting a pained creak. Who is truly shameless? Suddenly, before Zhao could unleash his wrath, Lu Yihue delivered a resounding slap across Zeng Xiaoxiao's flushed cheek, leaving a vivid handprint. Though I may lack skills, I take pleasure in striking women. His declaration resonated throughout the classroom, sending shockwaves among the students. Zeng Xiaoxiao, covering her face, burst into tears and fled the classroom. During the subsequent study session, Zeng Xiaoxiao did not return. It was likely she remained hidden in some dark corner, cursing Zhao Chang'an. After class, Wei Yu, Old Zheng, Zhang Shun, as well as Yingming from class 15 and Fu Qingwei, Yu Wei, and Zhu Liang from the liberal arts class, awaited Zhao Chang'an to accompany him home. Touched, Zhao Chang'an insisted on walking partway with Yingming while the others dispersed to their respective homes. Upon reaching the school gate, Zhao Chang'an was astonished to find his parents standing under the prominent streetlight, scanning for their son among the departing students. When the trio returned to the Shijin community, it was nearly 10:40. The vast complex was engulfed in silence, save for a few flickering streetlights. To Zhao Chang'an's surprise, Zeng Chunming, Qiu Jinhui, Zeng Xiaoxiao, along with Qiu Jinhui's brother, sister-in-law, stood ominously at the stairway, their expressions predatory as they watched him and his parents. "Dad, Mom, please remain quiet. I will handle this," Zhao Chang'an instructed. "Don't interfere. Let your father." Zhao Shubin pressed his hand gently on his wife as to signal her to withhold her words. Over the past month, he had observed many commendable changes in his son, from his diligent studies to his composed demeanor and respectful attitude towards his parents. His confidence and sharp gaze were particularly noteworthy. Regardless of the circumstances, today on the Fuhua Bridge, Zhao had beaten Xiao San, compelling Yin Xiaoyang to speak the truth, ultimately leaving Xia Wenyang in disgrace, forcing them to retreat in humiliation. That was true prowess. In the midst of a gathering of 6 or 7 individuals, I conveyed to Xiao San the words that have undoubtedly spread throughout the city. The flavor is truly delightful. Zhao Chang'an, with a light-hearted smile, gazed into Zeng Chunming's eyes, asserting, "You accuse me of having uttered a single disparaging remark about Zeng Xiaoxiao or even touched her finger. In reality, it is she who has conspired with Xiao San and Xia Weiyue to ensnare me." "Huh, you have splashed water all over my face. Consider this carefully. We are in the municipal construction compound. Should this escalate to the police station, would you prefer that I reiterate the sequence of events and Xiao San's statements until you find solace? I pose a simple question. Do you possess any sense of shame? Even if you were to engage in a brawl resulting in bloodshed, the essence of the matter remains evident. What is it that you seek? More humiliation? Death? Or imprisonment? Qiu Daibin, I presume you are not yet married. If you were to perish, that would be one matter, but consider the years you can spend in prison. Can you envision Zeng Xiaojiao's parents, who are intellectuals, accepting you as a son-in-law? Would you revel in the thought of another man sharing her bed? Zhao Chang'an's eloquence rendered the 5 members of the Zeng family momentarily speechless. Zeng Xiaoming, with bloodshot eyes, averted Zhao Chang'an's amused gaze, trembling with rage. Yet, within Zeng Chunming's evasion, Zhao Chang'an discerned a facade of anger concealing weakness. If you did not touch her, then what accounts for her bruised visage? Qiu Daibin, Zeng Xiaoxiao's uncle, bellowed. Beside him, Wei Xiaojia gently tugged at her boyfriend's sleeve, signaling him to refrain from impulsivity. The moment Qiu Daibin felt her gentle pull, his bravado dissipated. Observing her brother's demeanor, Qiu Jinhui's expression shifted towards reason. This situation was, in truth, a feud between the Zhao and Xia families, with their own family being innocently embroiled. If there were to be a confrontation, it should be directed at the Xia family, not her brother. At that moment, heads began to emerge from various windows and rooftops. If someone has assaulted you, seek them out. However, I offer a friendly reminder: ascertain the facts before losing your composure. If you do not court trouble, others will not strike you. A bright beam from a flashlight illuminated the scene from the 4th floor, transforming the individuals below into a small theatrical performance. Uncle Zeng, I was present throughout the entire ordeal. Would you like me to come down and attest to this? Zhang Lianwei's voice echoed within the community. What can you prove? Do you believe everything Xiao San says? Zeng Xiaoxiao, aflame with indignation, shouted. Why must I be so wrongfully accused? What grounds do you have for such accusations? What did Xiao San say? Let us hear it. Was it not delightful? From the darkness, voices from nearby buildings, harboring grievances against the Zeng family's actions and the Xia family's shamelessness, rang out loudly. Suddenly, Zeng Chunming struck Zeng Xiaoxiao across the face, cursing, "You have brought disgrace upon me. Now get back." The blow left Zeng Xiaoxiao dazed, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Chapter 36. Maintain a low profile. That evening, Zeng Chunming was at home, smashing inexpensive bowls and durable stainless steel basins with a cacophony of clattering sounds, attempting to reclaim a semblance of his manly dignity through self-deception. The following day at school, Zeng Xiaoxiao was absent from class, rumored to be on an extended leave granted by her family. This incident propelled Zhao Chang'an's reputation to new heights, marking him as an adversary of formidable prowess. Within a mere month, he had caused 3 students from Class 6 of the 3rd year to withdraw. Remarkable indeed. Deng Rui achieved a score of 493, Zeng Xiaoxiao 457, and Yingming 440. These scores included 1 undergraduate and 2 commendable vocational placements. In stark contrast, Zhao Chang'an's score was a mere 401, barely sufficient for admission to the local agricultural college. As anticipated, during the second major recess, Zhao Chang'an was summoned to Old Chang's office upon Fan Chao's notification. The expansive office of the 3rd-year physics group was eerily quiet, occupied solely by Old Chang. Without further ado, Old Chang addressed Zhao Chang'an directly, stating, "Regardless of right or wrong, you have compelled 3 of our class's capable students, who could have pursued higher education, to resort to self-study at home. This is of utmost importance, as it pertains to your futures. Should such behavior persist, you too will find yourself confined to self-study at home." In the ensuing days, Zhao Chang'an's parents, swayed by his arguments, ceased to wait at the school gates. However, they remained steadfast in waiting by the roadside of the commercial school for their return home. Faced with this unyielding stance, Zhao Chang'an resigned himself to accept his parents' additional burdens in silence. To Zhao Chang'an's astonishment, when Zhong Yuanqi learned that his son had not resumed classes at the technical school, but instead was working at the Zhuanfu construction site, he refrained from scolding Zhong Lianwei. Instead, he purchased a pack of Yu Yin Wang cigarettes, instructing Zhong Lianwei to carry a box daily and to ensure that Xia Chahai and Zhao Shubin, both with significant smoking habits, were well catered to with sweet words and ample cigarettes. Subsequently, life settled into a routine of quiet tension. Niu Mingyan had not appeared on the construction site for over 10 days, clearly preoccupied with the forthcoming bidding for the Fuhan North Shoreland. By April 16th, according to information obtained by Xia Chahai, in addition to Anyang Construction and Unju Construction, the Northern Green Garden Group and the Shanqing Real Estate from Guangzhou had surprisingly entered the bidding fray. Shanqing Real Estate, a wholly owned star enterprise of Guangzhou, had been making significant strides in the eastern 5 counties in recent years. Having amassed sufficient strength, it was eager to expand its presence in the city of Shanqing. Meanwhile, Green Garden Group had recently secured the operating rights to the Yuejiang Tower, with Ji Lianyun becoming a shareholder and appointed as the provincial Southern District Director. Concurrently, Ji Lianyun was actively recruiting talent at Yuejiang Tower to form a foundation for their competition over the Fuha land. Undoubtedly, Unju Construction, as the pioneer in this venture, had achieved remarkable success with Zhuanfu, highlighting the robust purchasing power of real estate in Shanqing and enticing many magnates to vie for a share of the pie. On April 17th and 18th, the 1st and 2nd year students were granted a break, while the 3rd year students conducted their 4th round of mock examinations. On the afternoon of the 18th, at 4:30, after finishing the exam, Zhao Chang'an noticed Qiu Jinwei appear outside the classroom, where Lao Chang handed her 5 papers. It must be said that Qiu Jinwei certainly possesses her own merits. Although she is nearly 40, she has managed her figure exceptionally well. With a graceful posture and fashionable attire, resembling a woman in her 30s. This attracted the attention of a group of senior students, their eyes gleaming with admiration. On April 20th, the results of the 4th mock exam for the seniors were released. Overall, the class performance did not differ significantly from the previous mock exam, with the exception that Lu Chui unexpectedly entered the top 100 in the school science rankings. This time, Lao Chang did not waste time reading each result individually. He only announced the top 20. He then emphasized that Zhao Chang'an had made significant progress. Upon hearing this, the entire class was taken aback. Turning to look at Zhao Chang'an, even Zhao Chang'an himself appeared bewildered, holding his mathematics and physics papers, having scored 83 and 79 out of 150, respectively. The discrepancy from his calculated scores was minimal, remaining within a 10-point margin. By this logic, he estimated his chemistry score to be around 80. However, he was uncertain about many answers in Chinese and English, writing somewhat haphazardly. His essay, on words and people, was rather incoherent. His total score amounted to 463, with a school ranking of 501. Observing many students in the class displaying indifferent expressions, his beloved disciple Lu Zening, along with Zeng Xiaoxiao and Fan Chao, were all ears as Lao Chang began to loudly announce Zhao Chang'an's subject scores: chemistry 81, mathematics 83, physics 79, English 90. Lao Chang paused, leaving the class puzzled as to why he did not continue. Soon, they were astonished as they began to estimate Zhao Chang'an's Chinese score, 130. Lu Zening was utterly astonished. He had scored 118 in Chinese and was somewhat satisfied, never expecting Zhao Chang'an, whom he considered a poor student, to excel in this subject. The classroom buzzed with discussion. While the 130 score was unlikely to be the highest in the school, it was certainly the best in their class. This time, Lao Chang did not keep them guessing. The second highest score in Chinese in their class was Lu Chui with 123. And the highest in the school was Xiao Wenjua with 136. I must say, Lao Chang's voice suddenly rose, as long as one truly desires to learn. It is never too late. If you study a little more, who knows, you might gain an extra point in the college entrance examination. A single point can mean thousands of candidates and entirely different destinies. Regarding the Chinese score, its variability is immense. Being proficient in mathematics, physics, and chemistry, along with a commendable command of English, is what truly signifies genuine capability. What does it matter? My grandmother lives in the southern city, and 2 years ago, the top scorer in Chinese there was a bar singer, while her performance in the other 4 subjects was quite average. Isn't that intriguing? University admissions consider the total score. A low overall score renders individual subject scores irrelevant. Let us not forget that Zhao Chang'an's words possess some weight. Last time, he confidently stated, of course. This time, having improved by over 60 points, he indeed achieved something remarkable. If only I could improve by 60 points, I would laugh myself awake. Zeng Xiaoxiao awaken. The shift from ranks 401 to 463 is inconsequential. It merely reflects a descent from the 600 or 700 range to the 500. However, if you fall from 561 to 621, that places you within the top 100 of the school. Is there truly any comparison? After class, a cacophony of voices filled the classroom, evidently stirred by Zhao Chang'an's remarkable score of 130, which secured him the top position in the language subject, igniting a competitive spark in many. As the bell rang, amidst the throngs of bicycles, students from the municipal high school flowed like the lifeblood of a great tree, nourishing its myriad branches. Zhao Chang'an pedaled towards the commercial school area, spotting his parents waiting beneath the luminous glow of the white streetlights. Despite Zhao Chang'an's repeated assurances that Xiao-san would not act recklessly during this period, his mother, Zhang Lishan, silenced him with a single remark. You are our destiny. This time is crucial for your entire life, regardless of how reasonable your arguments may be. Your father and I cannot afford to take such a gamble. As they approached the Shijian residential area, the number of students had dwindled significantly. Chang'an, how did you fare? Of course. A slip-up here, and there is nothing to worry about. It's not the college entrance examination after all. This was a question that Zhao Shubin and his wife had longed to ask. Yet they feared that inquiring about Zhao Chang'an's performance might bruise his pride if the results were disappointing. Ultimately, it was Zhang Lishan who could no longer restrain herself and asked, for 63, ranking 501 in the school for science. What? Zhao Shubin nearly lost control of his bicycle, veering off course for several meters before regaining his balance. For 63 points, ranking 501 in the school, what's wrong with your hearing? Zhang Lishan's face lit up with surprise. As parents of a senior, they gauged their child's potential for college entrance based primarily on school rankings. With 13 science classes and 3 review classes at the municipal high school, there were over 1,000 science students, with an annual undergraduate pass rate exceeding 50. Based on this ratio and ranking, their son Zhao Chang'an's performance indicated that he was far from being relegated to only qualifying for the local agricultural college. In fact, he could potentially apply to ordinary second-tier universities across the nation. Well done, Chang'an. With 2.5 months remaining, keep pushing forward. Your scores can certainly improve. Zhao Shubin beamed with encouragement for his son. Zhao Chang'an nodded seriously, yet internally he reflected on his carelessness. He resolved to be more vigilant next time, maintaining the score to ensure he wouldn't disappoint his parents again. It was imperative to remain humble. Chapter 37. Returning to see your family flourishing. Zhao Chang'an's modest progress in the mock exams indeed stirred a slight ripple within Class 6 of the senior year. However, when compared to the stellar achievements of his peers, such as Xiao Wenjua's impressive total score of 697, his accomplishments seemed trivial. The date was April 24th, a Friday. After 3 consecutive weeks of intense study, coupled with a preliminary examination, the senior class enjoyed a half-day break in the afternoon. During lunch at the construction site, Zhao Chang'an observed, with a sense of disbelief, that in merely 20 days since joining the site, Zhong Lianwei had already grown quite familiar with Fanging Lan. Engaging in playful banter and laughter, he even took the liberty to sneak a touch of her hand, portraying a fervent affair of youthful affection. Fang Yinglan, on her part, had loosened her thick braid, opting instead for a sleek and straight hairstyle that flowed elegantly. With her willow leaf eyebrows meticulously shaped, her eyes sparkled with a newfound brilliance. Such effortless beauty captivated the attention of many on the construction site, rendering them momentarily speechless. Xiao Fang, you ought to learn a thing or two from Zhang Lishan about cooking. Once we secure the land on the north bank of the river, our operations will expand significantly. And you'll be able to stand on your own, Zhao Chang'an advised. Perhaps consider enrolling in a culinary school and opening an upscale establishment. In a surprising shift from his previous habits, Zeng Xiaoxiao, who had seldom dined at the construction site before, now frequently took his meals in the kitchen of Building 1, often smilingly weaving grandiose dreams for Fang Yinglan. As he watched Zeng Xiaoxiao drive away in his compact car, Zhong Lianwei's eyes glimmered with a sharp intensity akin to a blade. Rest assured, while you remain at the site, my parents are nearby. She commutes daily with the two chefs from the village, Zhao Chang'an reassured him, gently patting Zhong Lianwei's shoulder. As long as the eggs remain uncracked, the flies cannot intrude. I'll handle Zeng Xiaoxiao if he dares to cross the line, Zhong Lianwei declared, his youthful face unusually fierce. It was evident that in just 20 days, he had succumbed to his infatuation. Fang Yinglan was not only intelligent and beautiful, but also possessed a commendable character. Her demeanor was gentle yet assertive, marked by a sense of reason and understanding. However, Zhao Chang'an cautioned, this does not imply that she is devoid of short-sightedness, shallowness, or an avaricious nature, nor that she is impervious to the allure of wealth and power. If she truly embodies such qualities, then she is unworthy of you. Brother, are you still my brother? Zhang Lianwei glared at Zhao Chang'an, his irritation palpable. Once you finish your exams, I will take you to enchanting places. If you can withstand the charm, indulging in multiple experiences will be a breeze. But tread carefully when it comes to emotions, have you not heard? A virtuous woman brings prosperity, while a wicked one can ruin generations. Zhao Chang'an fixed his gaze on Zhong Lianwei. Listen to me. Do not speak ill of Zeng Xiaoxiao, nor suggest that she would ever settle for someone like you, a mere country bumpkin. Such words are injurious. If she is indeed a decent girl, your words imply you think she is vain. If she is truly vain, such talk will only drive her closer to that scoundrel Zeng Xiaoxiao. I'm off to bed. Zhang Lianwei huffed, rising angrily and striding towards the nearly completed Building 1. Lian Fangying's gaze did not even glance in his direction. Zhao Chang'an, is Lianwei angry? As Zhao Chang'an approached the pool to wash the dishes, he noticed Fang Yinglan walking towards him. Firstly, he was concerned about his lack of confidence and jealousy, causing Fang Yinglan's delicate face to flush crimson. She did not anticipate Zhao Chang'an's directness. Secondly, Zhong Lianwei's mother had remarried years ago, while his father was a drunkard, working odd jobs with a cart, often resorting to domestic violence when inebriated. Their home was a cramped, antiquated dwelling nearly 20 years old. Most critically, Zhong Lianwei was merely a laborer with no education or skills, presenting no promising future. Even if she were willing, would her parents consent? Fang Yinglan's complexion shifted from red to pale, her hands unconsciously twisting together. Thirdly, I fundamentally disbelieve in the notion of love at first sight. You have known each other for merely 20 days without any shared experiences. This is not a provocation. If you genuinely desire to be together, cease the petty tantrums and melodrama and communicate openly. I will apply to universities in other provinces for the college entrance examination. And Zhong Lianwei will also toil away at construction sites in distant lands. Zhao Chang'an gazed at Fang Yinglan. This departure marks a profound change. Do you possess the courage to escape your family and endure hardships alongside Zhong Lianwei, a boy you barely know, facing an uncertain future? Can you be certain that Lianwei will indeed leave with you? A glint of determination flickered in Fang Yinglan's eyes, clearly unwilling to be perpetually overshadowed by Zhao Chang'an. Leaving is the only possibility for you to be together. If you do not leave, you can only count on him remaining a laborer on the construction site. You are 18 this year, and according to custom, you have but 2 years. Will your family approve of your marriage to such a man? Or perhaps Zhong Lianwei will remain stagnant, living like a dog in a foreign land, maybe returning in 10 years, having achieved success. To find you with a family of your own? Fang Yinglan departed, somewhat despondent. Meanwhile, Zhao Chang'an's parents, Mr. and Mrs. Xia Changhai, were also observing the scene. Since Fang Yinglan revealed her beauty, they had naturally noticed the changes in Zeng Xiaoxiao. However, this was ultimately a private matter, and outsiders could not interfere. Yet, as Zhao Chang'an continued washing the dishes and rinsing his mouth, he caught a glimpse of Shan Kai approaching from the corner of his eye. What was she here for? Zhao Chang'an wondered, perplexed. Their last close interaction had been at Wezhong Tower, and since then, whether in school or at home, their distance had never been less than 15 meters. They had exchanged not a single word, nor had their gazes ever met. Shan Kai walked to the faucet beside Zhao Chang'an, turned it on, and began washing her high borosilicate crystal glass lunchbox. Zhao Chang'an felt awkward while brushing his teeth, hastily rinsing his mouth, eager to leave. My mother mentioned that your song has been selected by the station to be the theme for historical waves and mountain rivers, and it will also be performed at the Provincial Labor Day Gala. She asked whether you would use your real name or pen name, and there's also the matter of the authorization agreement in the office. I placed the bowl in the kitchen. Zhao Chang'an set the tableware down in the kitchen, while Dan Kai casually attempted to mislead his parents and made his way to the foreman's office at the construction site. Dan Kai was already waiting for him there, with 2 copies of a uniformly formatted agreement laid out on the table. Zhao Chang'an took a seat and scrutinized the documents carefully. Dan Kai furrowed his brow slightly and picked up a copy of middle school physics, chemistry, and mathematics, engrossing himself in the text. After a cursory examination of the contract for approximately 20 minutes, Zhao found it to be relatively straightforward, devoid of any traps. He leaned slightly forward, grasping the pen that Dan Kai had just set down, still warm from his touch. With swift strokes, Zhao Chang'an inscribed his name on the document, contemplating his pen name before deciding on Zhao Chang'an once more. As the saying goes, one does not change their name in action nor their surname in sitting. Truly a remarkable man. He then retrieved a small notebook, transcribing his bank account number and identification number. He slid the agreement along with the pen towards Dan Kai and stood to leave. I shall warn Dan Xiaowei on my end. However, if undue construction fails to secure the plot on the north bank of the river, it would be wise to persuade Fong Yinglan not to work at the site. Zhao Chang'an paused, turning to face Dan Kai. Dan Xiaowei is no fool. To resort to drugging someone with alcohol would mean he is not afraid of the wrath of the 3,000 villagers from Jiaha village, who could easily strip him of everything, and in the process, bring ruin upon your esteemed residents. Should he choose to resort to monetary means, flowers, garments, gold jewelry, if a vain woman were to forsake my brother for such things, I would instead extend my gratitude to Dan Xiaogao. Therefore, I implore you, refrain from meddling. Watching Zhao Chang'an swagger out, Dan Kai felt his goodwill trampled upon, leaving him in a state of inner turmoil. Chapter 38, The Blocked Door After Lunch. Zhao Chang'an rode his bicycle home. As he approached the hallway, his gaze casually swept around, noticing the curtains of the Zeng family's living room fluttering slightly without wind. Zeng Xiaoming was busy in the office at the clothing market, with people queuing up daily for food and drinks. Xiao Jinwei was equally occupied at the municipal construction office. The couple rarely returned home during lunch. Previously, Zeng Xiaoxiao would rush to various canteens and hotels in the New Eastern District right after school. At this moment, it was just past 1 p.m. He quietly rode into the courtyard, and the curtains were just moving. This was quite intriguing. Zhao Chang'an positioned his mountain bike facing outward, leaving it unlocked in the stairway. He casually pulled out a piece of HRB 400 rebar, 22 millimeters in diameter and 60 centimeters long, wrapped in black cloth and bound with thin iron wire for camouflage. Holding it in his hand, this rebar was procured for him by Zhong Lianwei, and he had secured it to his bike frame with a rubber ring to keep it away from the kitchen during meals, preventing his parents from noticing anything unusual. The dispute between Zhao Chang'an and Qiao San, instigated by Yin Xiaoyang, had brought the truth to light. In an instant, the Zeng family's reputation was tarnished, and Qiao San became a shameless skunk, expelled from Shansheng by the enraged Xiao Wenyang, reportedly heading to Guangzhou. Logically, unless Qiao San and Xia Wu had completely lost their sanity, they would not resort to violence against him before the bidding began. Yet, regardless of how confident Zhao Chang'an claimed to be, he still prepared for the worst. The rebar could serve as a means of defense in case of an emergency. In that moment, Zhao Chang'an suddenly realized that if Qiao San and his cohorts were indeed eager for revenge, the incident involving Zeng Xiaoxiao could serve as a convenient excuse. Admittedly, it was a rather clumsy pretext, and the likelihood seemed slim. Standing on the first floor, he gazed upward through the gaps in the staircase. The entire stairwell was silent, with beams of spring sunlight streaming through the windows, revealing no signs of life. He began to ascend the stairs gently, feeling his heartbeat quicken. If he dared not climb the stairs now to confirm the truth, how could he endure the nearly 2 months leading to the bidding on June 21st? Would he, Zhao Chang'an, hide like a turtle in the classroom or at the construction site during the holidays? However, upon reaching the door on the 3rd floor, everything appeared normal. Perhaps Zeng Xiaoxiao was merely looking out. He was being overly cautious. The Zeng family might be involved in some shady dealings, but they likely wouldn't foolishly collaborate with Qiao San in such a bloody manner. With one hand gripping the rebar tightly, Zhao Chang'an swiftly took out his key and inserted it into the lock of the old-style security door. Click, he unlocked it. Everything seemed fine up to that point. He let out a long sigh, realizing he had been overly paranoid. Click, suddenly, the new security door behind him emitted a sound. How audacious. Zhao Chang'an's anger flared instantly as he pulled open the old security door and quickly tossed the key into the living room. In an instant, he found himself standing at the threshold of his home. His right hand firmly gripped a steel rod, while his left hand clutched the handle of the security door within. He was poised to incapacitate two intruders and confine them outside. However, to Zhao Chang'an's astonishment, the door was opened by none other than Zeng Xiaoxiao, who held in her hands a stack of papers, a practice notebook, and a fountain pen. Zhao Chang'an, could you perhaps explain the exam paper to me? There are some questions I don't understand, Zeng Xiaoxiao inquired, casting a glance at the steel rod in Zhao Chang'an's grasp, her demeanor radiating an air of battle readiness. She paused momentarily, then decisively shut her security door with a click, producing a key and twisting it several times with a series of audible clinks to secure it from the outside. She did not remove the key but instead turned to face Zhao Chang'an. This meant that even if Zeng Xiaoxiao's home were to be overrun by an army, and even with the key inside, the occupants could not escape without resorting to forceful methods, as long as the key remained in place. What are you planning to do? Are you attempting to set me up like you did at the back door last time? Zeng Xiaoxiao, what enmity must exist between our families for you to involve yourself so? You are merely 17, a graduate of a prestigious high school, and yet you would stoop to associating with a despicable, old, and unattractive rogue. Is it truly worth it? I cannot attend school because of you. I need your help with these questions, Zhao Chang'an asserted. Zeng Xiaoxiao's expression remained blank, her tone devoid of emotion. Because of me? Zhao Chang'an seemed to have heard a most absurd joke, gazing at Zeng Xiaoxiao with seriousness. You truly possess no shame. Indeed, our entire family lacks shame. If it weren't for Qiao San's intentions to undermine your family, I would not have been ensnared in this predicament. I would still be striving for excellence in my class. So, it is indeed due to you. Zeng Xiaoxiao maintained her stoic demeanor, unfazed by the exchange. Utterly incomprehensible. Zhao Chang'an was too weary to engage further with what he deemed madness, and with a resounding bang, he slammed the door shut. After a refreshing shower, Zhao Chang'an found himself fretting over his mountain bike. Earlier, in fear of being ambushed, he had neglected to lock it. Though the bike was purchased nearly 6 years ago for over 500, it still remained in good condition, retaining about 70% of its original quality. Even if he were to sell it as a second-hand item, or for scrap aluminum and steel, he could fetch 50 or 60 yuan. With no security personnel guarding the courtyard, thieves roamed freely. One such individual, the father of Zhang Lianwei, was known to be a habitual thief, often wandering the neighborhood at night, taking anything he could find. Zhao Chang'an tiptoed to the door. However, the peephole had been vandalized by the neighbor across the way. You green-haired turtle, Zeng Chunming. Zhao Chang'an cursed angrily under his breath, positioning his left foot 5 centimeters from the door's edge, gripping the steel rod tightly in his right hand, and swiftly twisting the door lock with his left. He managed to open the door just a crack, only to be met with the sight of Zeng Xiaoxiao standing in place, her head bowed as her lips moved silently over her reading material. The security door behind her remained closed, the key hanging from the lock. Upon hearing the noise, their eyes met, and Zhao Chang'an suddenly found himself in a moral quandary. Should he descend? What if Zeng Xiaoxiao were still playing tricks, scheming to unleash a pack of ferocious dogs? Conversely, if he refrained from going down, what if a thief appeared and made off with his bicycle? That would be disastrous. You go down and secure my bicycle. Zhao Chang'an detached the bicycle key from his keychain and handed it to Zeng Xiaoxiao. The sounds of footsteps descending, the clink of the bicycle being locked, and footsteps returning echoed in the air. Zhao Chang'an took the key from Zeng Xiaoxiao's hand. Its diminutive size caused his fingers to brush against hers. A chill ran through him, evoking a sense of nostalgia. In his youthful folly, he often slipped through her window into her bedroom. At the tender age of 14 or 15, he had navigated his way through life with ease, save for the final obstacle. Otherwise, his mother would not have feared for his safety and installed a security window. I will gain admission to a tuition-free institution, far away, never to return, Zhao Chang'an contemplated. Nevertheless, Zeng Xiaoxiao was still a young woman of 17 or 18, harboring dreams and aspirations for the future. How could she possibly be indifferent to her reputation? and while Xiao Sanson, in his 30s, seemed unaffected. The thought of his foul breath and decayed teeth made Zhao Chang'an feel quite ill. He withdrew the key and said, "Come in." Although Zhao Chang'an still looked down upon Zeng Xiaoxiao and harbored resentment towards the anonymous letter that nearly shattered his family, they had been neighbors for many years, and she had affectionately called him Brother Chang'an throughout. With a sigh, he stepped aside. Zeng Xiaoxiao entered the house, completely disregarding the key still lodged in her security door. With a clang, Zhao Chang'an locked the security door behind him, contemplating for a moment before retrieving a padlock from the living room drawer to secure it further. He pocketed the key, ensuring that even if he left the living room for a brief period, Zeng Xiaoxiao would be unable to gain entry. Do as you please. However, Zeng Xiaoxiao made her way directly to his bedroom, just as she had done 3 years prior, and sat at the long wooden table beside the bed. Unfurling a test paper, Zhao Chang'an poured 2 glasses of water and entered the bedroom. Your grades have always surpassed mine. My performance is abysmal. I can hardly comprehend what the teacher explains. Are you certain you want me to clarify anything for you? Your score this time is 463, ranking 501st. With a Chinese score of 130, Zhao Chang'an was not surprised by how she knew this, as his mother had been boasting about it as if her son had already been accepted into a prestigious university. The Chinese score was just a fluke. The other 4 subjects were dismal. Zhao Chang'an abruptly fell silent, his eyes widening in shock at the test paper Zeng Xiaoxiao had revealed. Chapter 39. Walk slowly and look ahead. Zhao Chang'an walked directly to the window, gazing at the wall opposite, where he soon noticed 4 bricks haphazardly stacked together, with significant gaps between them and the surrounding masonry. Moreover, there was no cement binding these 4 bricks. They were simply precariously piled atop one another. What a blunder! Zhao Chang'an felt a slight dizziness wash over him. The paper before him was a mathematics exam from Huanggang, its difficulty slightly surpassing that of the National College entrance examination. He had attempted this paper a few nights prior, but, succumbing to drowsiness, he carelessly crumpled it up and discarded it into the trash, instead of locking it away with the key. As was customary, his mother, who had only completed middle school, would return home after work in the evening to tidy up the house, gathering all the trash into a plastic bag to be thrown into the larger refuse pile. His window had remained open since Zeng Xiaoxiao had sealed hers, and he never anticipated that this woman would turn mad enough to carve a hole through the wall. Though the trash can sat some distance from the window, it was evidently no challenge for someone with a carbon fiber fishing rod. How idle you are! This examination paper was merely something I thought might contain questions for the upcoming mock test, so I copied the answers. Huh, surely. You do not believe I completed it all myself. What an imaginative thought. I purchased a set of these papers from the bookstore as well. And many of your steps and answers for the major problems differ greatly from mine. Your final answer was far more succinct. After checking, you scored 143, while I only managed 86. In this society governed by law, Zhao Chang'an felt like a hungry tiger pouncing on a rabbit, the urge to strangle Zeng Xiaoxiao bubbling within him. Your ideas are truly peculiar. You wish to use this fictitious matter as leverage. Well then, what do you intend to do? I do not mind being the subject of your amusement. A faint smirk of disdain graced Zhao Chang'an's face, yet internally, he was swiftly assessing the potential repercussions should this incident reach Xiao Wenyang's ears. Coupled with the substantial rewards offered for the top scorer in the Shanxing region by Anju Construction, the ramifications could be utterly troublesome. I shall not speak of this to anyone. I swear, if Zeng Xiaoxiao were to leak this information, may the heavens strike her down with thunder and condemn her to an eternity of suffering. Watching Zeng Xiaoxiao rise, her right hand raised in fervent sincerity as she uttered her malevolent oath, Zhao Chang'an was left in shock. Everything before him was becoming increasingly incomprehensible. In this timeline, all he knew was that Xiao San had explicitly told him, Zeng Xiaoxiao is rather intriguing. Yet, in the previous timeline, he was only aware that Zeng Xiaoxiao had enrolled in a subpar vocational college and, after graduating, used connections to secure a position in the clothing market, leading an exceedingly chaotic private life. She had been rumored to have affairs with many, including Qiao San, Xiao Wuyue, and Zhang Shuilong, ultimately marrying Yingming. At a class reunion, Yu, inebriated, revealed her involvement in writing an anonymous letter to frame her own father. Thus, the only certainties remained, Qiao San's remark about her being rather intriguing and the existence of the anonymous letter. Zhao Chang'an had entered this timeline still shrouded in many mysteries, such as the reason behind Zhang Shun's leap into the river all those years ago. The separation between Wen Yi and Qin Jing raises the question of whether it was Qin Jing's decision, a result of her parents' intervention, or perhaps a combination of both. In the ongoing struggle for control within the Xiao family, one wonders why Xiao Wenjua has been so ruthless towards his father and uncle. There are numerous complexities at play, much like the fervent oath made by Zeng Xiaoxiao, which leaves Zhao Chang'an with an unsettling realization that there are many matters he has never truly comprehended. Zhao Chang'an refrained from dwelling on this issue any further and drew the curtains. Was his desire for knowledge genuine, or did it harbor ulterior motives? By discussing certain topics, clarity began to emerge. It was now 2 p.m., and Zhao Chang'an patiently offered explanations to Zeng Xiaoxiao, finally concluding his discourse as evening approached at nearly 6 p.m. He unlocked the door, and Zeng Xiaoxiao exited without uttering a word, clicking the door shut behind her. Zhao Chang'an stood still for a moment before returning to his bedroom. This evening, he would not be cooking. His mother had ordered a clay pot of old hen from a familiar restaurant. This hen, procured by Fong Yinglan from her village, was a true delicacy, a nourishing dish representing over a year of maturity. Zhao Chang'an drew back the curtains and lit a cigarette, standing quietly as he inhaled. After finishing, he discarded the cigarette but nonchalantly. Ever since Zhong Lianwei began working as a laborer on the construction site, his father had ceased their quarrels. Smoking was no longer an issue, and he could carelessly toss the butts without concern. Perhaps, in the eyes of this seasoned construction worker, who had toiled for nearly 30 years and had suffered a hand injury, working on the site was the only rightful path for his son. Zhao Chang'an's pursuits of computer gaming and mingling with a rowdy crowd were despised by his father. A faint noise drew his attention, followed by the movement of 4 red bricks. One by one, they were removed, revealing a hole. A carbon fiber rod emerged, with a fishing hook attached to a piece of cloth bearing the name Hometown Mountain. It was deftly maneuvered through Zhao Chang'an's window. I offer you this. If you're afraid I might poison it, I'll submit my assignments for you to correct. I'll supply a box of cigarettes daily. Zhao Chang'an frowned. The price for the Song Tian Di Jian offered by Shan Dan was 5,000 yuan. The cost for producing a CD and paid downloads were additional. In truth, the latter was a mere formality, as the likelihood of this song being produced or sold for online downloads was exceedingly slim. Moreover, 5,000 yuan was hardly a paltry sum in relation to the song's true worth. Yet, Zhao Chang'an was merely an inconspicuous high school student. To be candid, the provincial station's willingness to use his song was, in the eyes of most, a coveted honor, even without monetary compensation. Staring at the cigarette before him, Zhao Chang'an realized that with 5,000 yuan, he would not stoop to accepting the cheap Hometown Mountain cigarettes, priced at 8 yuan per pack. He knew all too well the origin of these cigarettes. He preferred to earn his money honestly and refused to sully himself with such tainted offerings. With that thought, he concluded his statement, and the fishing rod before him trembled uncontrollably. Clearly, Zeng Xiaoxiao was quite agitated. Xiao San's journey to Guangzhou was surely not merely a form of exile, Zhao Chang'an inquired softly, even when Zeng Xiaoxiao had bricked up the wall anew. Zhao Chang'an resolutely closed the window, leaving only a narrow slit, and drew the curtains to sleep. Zeng Xiaoxiao's appearance today subtly hinted to Zhao Chang'an that she harbored a profound disdain for her parents, an understandable sentiment. Anyone who encountered such wretched parents would undoubtedly consider themselves unfortunate. Between the two, a preliminary principle of equivalence had emerged. Certain matters and individuals seemed to have become enigmas, shrouded in uncertainty. One could only proceed forward, gazing ahead. The crescent moon shone brightly in the sky, and the stars were scattered across the heavens. Fong Yinglan's parents had ventured into the city today to deliver gifts. Upon returning home, they opened the courtyard gate and whispered beneath the grape arbor with Zhang Lianwei, who had quietly followed them. Brother Zhang, why do you hate Zhao Chang'an so much? I'm not saying he is ill-intentioned, but he mentioned that after the college entrance examination, he would go to another place and suggested you do the same as a laborer. He hadn't disclosed this to me before. He only said that if I could endure, I might continue working on the construction site, and we would discuss the future later. Are you not going then? Fong Yinglan's voice brimmed with delight, though she held a favorable view of Zhong Lianwei. The thought of abandoning her warm home had never crossed her mind. She would never entertain such an idea. As for the future, she could postpone the prospect of blind dates. If she truly still liked him in a few years, perhaps Zhang Lianwei would find other opportunities and flourish. I refuse. A smile froze on Fong Yinglan's face. If I don't go, I am but a worthless being. Not even a divorced woman with a child would look down upon me. If I leave, I am destined to lose you. Yet at least I can live with dignity. Do you truly trust him? If it weren't for Brother-in, I would have been sold. The pain flickered in Zhong Lianwei's eyes, clearly reluctant to revisit the painful memories of the past. I shouldn't have come tonight. From now on, I shall merely be an ordinary laborer." With that, he exited without another word. Fang Yinglan remained standing beneath the mottled grape arbor for a long while, engulfed in a sense of bewilderment. Chapter 40. A quiver of the soul. This night, Zeng Xiaoxiao was destined for a sleepless vigil. A few days prior, she had overheard her mother, Qiu Jinwei, express her disdain while recounting Zhang Lishan's boastful claims. Having previously tackled the Chinese language mock exam herself, Zeng Xiaoxiao felt an unsettling prickling at her scalp. Although she had not arrived at the correct answers, she could roughly gauge her score between 90 and 100. But 130? What does that even signify? This little upstart must have merely experienced a stroke of luck. Language is not like mathematics or science, where one can leap to great extremes. Such occurrences are rare. Moreover, there was a chance that he had simply copied from others. In the other 4 subjects, if the material were handed to him, he would still fail to replicate it. At the dining table, Qiu Jinwei wore a dismissive expression. "Xiaoxiao, study hard. Once you succeed in the exams, I shall set off fireworks at the door, leaving that shameless family utterly humiliated." Yet, Zeng Xiaoxiao understood that even if she were provided with the textbooks and various supplementary materials, she would still struggle to reach 130 in this Chinese exam. As the saying goes, an outsider marvels at the spectacle, while an insider discerns the subtleties. To reverse her mother's logic, if he could attain 130 this time, then surely he can do so every time. Thus, Zeng Xiaoxiao, feeling like a caged beast, was engulfed in inner turmoil. Quietly, she spent days digging a new hole in the sealed window. To her astonishment, the previously chaotic room, which Zhang Lishan had to clean every night after work, was now spotless and orderly. The bed, pillows, and quilt, the bookshelf and desk, the long table adorned with a lamp, a pen holder, ink, and an alarm clock, all appeared immaculate. As her gaze searched in vain, it suddenly fell upon the trash can. An idea, one that made her internally scold herself for her own depravity, struck her. Nevertheless, she extended her guilty hand, inadvertently toppling the trash can, fishing out a crumpled paper. Like a flash of lightning, it overturned her worldview. But let us set that paper aside for now and focus on the events of today. If Zhao Chang'an's explanations of mathematics and science might stem from having listened to the teacher's analyses and arrived at the correct answers, his ability to comprehend and subsequently articulate them fluently indicated something profound. At least it suggested he had thoroughly grasped these concepts. What of English, then? For a student struggling with the language, no matter how diligently one attempts to elucidate the problems, including tenses, grammar, or the precise pronunciation of each word, it would ultimately be in vain. In terms of subjects, her English was her strongest, hovering around 110. However, in this mock English exam, many words proved challenging for her to read and write. Yet during the afternoon's explanation of the English paper, Zhao Chang'an's reading and pronunciation flowed with an effortless grace, akin to a gentle stream, leaving Zeng Xiaoxiao utterly astonished. Zhao Chang'an's score in the entrance examination was 541, placing him 23rd in the mountainous region and 9th in the central city. The highest score in that region was 567, achieved by Tao Zhao of Guangzhou 2 High School, while the top score in the central city was 561, attained by Chen Jing of the new district. In that year, the physics and mathematics examinations proved to be particularly challenging. Zhao Chang'an was the sole candidate in the mountainous city region to achieve perfect scores in these subjects, 100, 60, 40. However, his English score of 63 hindered his overall performance. In the same examination cycle, Zeng Xiaoxiao secured an English score of 81. Although her English skills have slightly declined since then, the extent of this decline is negligible. Yet, this afternoon, the fragments of Zhao Chang'an's English proficiency utterly overshadowed her own. Furthermore, one cannot overlook the remarkable score of 143 he attained on the Huanggang exam paper. What does this signify? As she lay in bed, Zeng Xiaoxiao trembled from the depths of her soul to the very marrow of her bones, her entire being quaking in trepidation. This implies that the tall boy on the other side of 2 walls has never truly relinquished his descent into despair nor resigned himself to fate over the years. Instead, he has been gritting his teeth, mocking injustice and scorn in the stillness of the night, persistently striving and accumulating his efforts. Zhao San's shamelessness and Xia Weiyue's ruthless demeanor have influenced Zeng Xiaoxiao over the years, exposing her to a multitude of harsh realities. 2 years prior, Qian Miao's son, Qian Mingjian, found himself embroiled in a confrontation with a group of delinquents on the eve of the college entrance examination, resulting in a violent altercation that left both parties bloodied. Ultimately, he entered the examination hall with his hands bandaged, answering questions with his left hand. He was admitted to a prestigious university known for its finance and political law programs. Despite the fact that his original scores could have secured him a place at a 211-key university. At that time, many lamented Qian Mingxian's impulsiveness and his failure to yield. Now, witnessing Zhao Chang'an's restraint, Zeng Xiaoxiao's heart races as she begins to comprehend that many matters are far more complex than they appear on the surface. Outside, the courtyard buzzed with activity, the bright glare of car headlights and the drunken banter of voices, each uttering Director Zeng with inflated bravado, proclaiming, "It's all just a matter of my word." Her father, Zeng Chunming, along with two others, seemed to be entertaining guests in need of favors. Zeng Xiaoxiao glanced at the clock. It was already 1 a.m. According to custom, her mother, Qiu Jinhui, would not return at this hour, and tonight would be no exception. How has this family, which I have known for merely 3 years, transformed into such a disarray? Tears streamed down Zeng Xiaoxiao's face as she lay in bed. Fully aware that the seed of this turmoil was sown 3 summers ago, with a series of anonymous letters. On April 29th, at noon, on the construction site of Anju, Zhao Chang'an and Zhang Lianwei savored the rich flavors of pork rib and lotus root soup. Brother, old Lu at the west gate of our site is rumored to be leaving. He won't return after the May Day holiday. He has come back to life. Zhao Chang'an understood Zhang Lianwei's implication. Just as you mentioned last time, he barely knows me, and at most, there might be a hint of fondness. Only a madman would abandon so much for me. How foolish of me. 2 days prior, Zhao Chang'an remarked that Zhang Lianwei lacked maternal affection and, upon encountering a woman who treated him with even a modicum of normalcy, he fell head over heels. After experiencing the vastness of the forest and the sea, what does any of this truly matter? Infuriated, Zhang Lianwei had ignored Zhao Chang'an for 2 days, but now, with a favor to ask, he deliberately awaited Zhao Chang'an to dine together. All right, just ask your father. Drinking is fine, but don't let it interfere with your responsibilities. Zhao Chang'an savored the ribs with delight, expressing his eagerness. Let's not delay this matter any longer. You should seek him out right away. Old Nio is treating me to dinner tonight. I'll secure it then. Brother, you truly are impressive. Just because of that kick of yours, he chuckled. Though I hesitate to claim it, the single color stripe is undeniably striking. At the very least, it's a matchless beauty. Zhang Lianwei had intended to say. Your city's high school is unparalleled. However, with the formidable presence of Xiao Wenjue looming over them, he found it impossible to betray his own conscience by belittling his idol. Zhao Chang'an smiled, aware that the reason for Niu Mingyan's newfound regard stemmed from the whispers about his captivating kick circulating recently. Yet, when questioned by his parents, Zhao Chang'an firmly denied having kicked down the courtyard wall. Zhang Lianwei's sources of information likely emerged from their previous playful banter, but recently, their conversations had grown quiet. Shan Xiaowei had not dined at the construction site for days. Brother, you truly are remarkable. Zhang Lianwei's mood had significantly lightened, enabling him to candidly discuss these matters. It's not my prowess, it's that someone has taken an interest in meddling. Zhao Chang'an stood up and wiped his mouth. There were still 2 classes left that afternoon, followed by the impending, eagerly anticipated break for the senior students, the final lengthy holiday of their high school years, the 3-day Labor Day break. Zhao Chang'an recalled distinctly, on that very afternoon, that Zhang Shun was absent from class. He never appeared in that classroom again. The next time Zhao Chang'an encountered Zhang Shun was during the winter break of their freshman year. It turned out that his father had divorced Imo Tong Tong, and he had spent several months in the South Seas with his father. Upon his return, Zhang Shuilong had him manage a hair salon, boasting of having a team of a dozen beautiful hairstylists, although they all returned home for the new year. During the summer break of their freshman year, Zhao Chang'an visited Zhang Shun's salon in the Western District. Indeed, there were many beautiful women inside. Zhao Chang'an spent over half a month there, enjoying free food, drinks, and experiences that marked many of his firsts in life. Later, Zhang Shuilong and Xiao Sen became entwined in business ventures, mutually invested in each other. Zhang Shun took charge of a bathhouse and began dating, becoming overwhelmed with responsibilities. Even though Zhang Shun persistently tempted Zhao Chang'an, he resolutely refrained from stepping foot in the bathhouse that had ties to Chao San. Although Zhang Shun made time to treat Zhao Chang'an to meals during his breaks, their meetings grew increasingly rare. Until that summer, when, at the age of 25, Zhao Chang'an knocked on the door of Mo Toktong's home, now 39. Over beers, they enjoyed a sumptuous feast of braised pork. It was only upon leaving, when he encountered an acquaintance at the entrance of the pharmaceutical factory, that he learned of his brother's tragic demise a year prior during the spring flood of the Taohua River, when he had jumped into the water. Chapter 41 Alliance's afternoon approached. Zhang Shun indeed did not attend class. The only difference was that he had someone deliver a note to Zhao Chang'an. Anzi, I'm not coming anymore. Haha. I've wanted to say this for years, and now I can finally breathe. I'm off to travel the world. How delightful. Take what you need. Sell the rest for scraps and buy cigarettes. At 4:30, Lao Chang rushed into the classroom to announce what everyone already knew: school was dismissed. An empty seat in the classroom felt as inconspicuous as air. He suggested that the school canteen, supermarket, and bathhouse would remain open as usual. And the classrooms would not be locked, with electricity available day and night. Have fun, whenever you like, he added, which was met with a chorus of boos. After school, Zhao Chang'an rode his bicycle to Zhang Shun's rented room, only to find the door locked. Peering through the crack, he saw that the belongings inside remained undisturbed. It was now 5 o'clock, and heading to the West City Pharmaceutical Factory was no longer feasible, so he pedaled directly to the Yuejiang Tower. Around 5:30. Upon reaching the top floor and stepping out of the elevator, Zhao Chang'an spotted his older brother, Dan Kai, sitting upright in the corridor. Engrossed in a book at a long table, a cup of tea, a plate of dried fruits, and a petite thermos adorned the table. Sensing Zhao Chang'an's gaze, Dan Kai glanced his way through the decorative windows before returning to his reading. In the main hall, he saw Yingming in Shan Xiaowei, and two distinguished middle-aged men playing mahjong in an adjacent room. Shan Xiaowei's secretary, Chao Jai, and a young woman, along with a man in his 30s. Either stood or sat nearby, observing the game. Noticing Zhao Chang'an's arrival, Yingming in, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, deftly fumbled with his tiles. He nodded towards Zhao Chang'an, discarding a 9 of characters with a loud clatter on the mahjong table. A waiter standing in the main hall poured Zhao Chang'an a cup of green tea. Zhao Chang'an took a cigarette from the soft pack on the table, lit it, and approached. Care for a few rounds? Yingming teased, aiming to provoke the youthful Zhao Chang'an, who, though not in uniform, bore an innocent expression. Sure. I can't wait to win some money from the big bosses, Zhao Chang'an replied, catching everyone off guard. The two middle-aged men also regarded him for the first time, but after a fleeting glance, their focus returned to the game. 20 yuan minimum. A little gambling is all in good fun, do you understand? Shan Xiaowei, fully engrossed in the game, was acutely aware that if Zhao Chang'an joined, someone would have to leave. Coupled with his niece's blunt warning from days prior, Zhao Chang'an's presence was increasingly unwelcome. Zhao Chang'an smiled at Shan Xiaowei, opened his backpack, and pulled out a stack of red bills, 4,003. Enough to play a few hands. Shan Xiaowei's expression soured in frustration. At Yingming's gesture, he reluctantly relinquished his seat, crossing his arms and waiting to witness the spectacle of Zhao Chang'an's impending defeat. This is Mr. Ji from Yuejiang Tower, the provincial director of Green Garden Group. And this is Mr. Tao from Shanqing Real Estate. This is Zhao Chang'an, whose father, Zhao Shubin, was once the deputy general manager of the Municipal Construction Bureau. A few days ago, he composed a song, which my spouse will perform at tomorrow evening's May Day celebration on the provincial channel, titled Heaven and Earth Witness. Zhao Chang'an, you are in your final year of high school, are you not? I have heard that your academic performance has significantly declined, and due to familial pressures, you have relinquished the opportunity to alter your destiny through the college entrance examination. How imprudent. Zhao Chang'an gazed in bewilderment at the esteemed Mr. Tao seated across from him, unable to fathom how he had garnered such attention, knowing so much about him. Moreover, the tone, my daughter, Tao Jiao. Mr. Tao wore an expression of pride. The group present exchanged confused glances, unable to comprehend what was so exceptional about his daughter, Tao Jiao, that warranted such pride. 3 years ago, she topped the entrance examination in the mountainous city and achieved the highest score in the district science subjects during the winter break of her final year. Zhao Chang'an couldn't help but express his astonishment, casually discarding a card. Lost, exclaimed Mr. Ji, sitting below Zhao Chang'an, as he overturned the cards in his hand. The unrelated attendees vacated the premises, and the quaint wooden door of the chess room was shut, although the lattice windows were intricately carved. As long as one refrained from speaking excessively loudly, it was difficult for those outside to overhear. Initially, Xiao Wenyang indeed aimed to monopolize the land on the northern bank of the Fuhe River, collecting substantial deposits and employing a snowball strategy akin to developing the garment market. He intended to simmer the project gradually over 4 to 5 years. However, after Unju entered the fray, his approach became untenable in the city, as it was perceived as too slow to catalyze the development of the new East District. Furthermore, his financial resources could not sustain such a large-scale investment, prompting him to turn his attention to some small business owners within the mountainous city. Regrettably, no one fell for his scheme, especially in light of Chao San's shameless posturing on the bridge. Who among them did not have wives, daughters, or sisters? Aligning with such forces was inherently perilous for those business owners seeking their own growth, so why take the risk? Thus, he sought out Mr. Tao. Zhao Chang'an felt parched. The conditions proposed were not insignificant. Tao Longrong did not disclose the specifics of Xiao Wanyang's offer. His presence today was merely due to his acquaintance with Ji Lianyan from their days as rural youths. He was merely curious to hear what Yingming had to say. Zhao Chang'an turned his gaze towards Yingming, who retrieved a small portable cassette player from his bag on the adjacent bench. Under the puzzled gazes of Tao Longrong and Ji Lianyan, he rewound the tape and pressed play. "Mom, I heard that Unju and Liuan are both vying for that piece of land. If they win, won't the other side be insufferably pleased?" The voice of a young woman was barely audible, just loud enough for the four within the room to hear. "Rest assured, Uncle Qiao has nearly concluded discussions over there in Guangzhou. Two outsiders think they can outmaneuver us? Huh, they are sorely mistaken. They wouldn't even be worthy of a crumb." Yingming spoke with a mysterious smile. Ji Lianyan's face flushed with anger, while Tao Longrong stared in shock at the slowly rotating cassette player. "Shall we not ensure that the benefits go to the Tao family, thus sewing ourselves a wedding gown in vain?" The voice was deliberately urgent. "Do you think your uncle's ears are merely for show? Rest assured, the Tao family is unlike those two. Their roots run deep, and they are not to be trifled with. He is merely a small fry in the county, and with a bit of wealth, he has forgotten the meaning of modesty. I do not comprehend. Xiaoxiao, the world is a treacherous place. I must stress that this information should remain confidential. Mr. Tao has an illegitimate daughter in the city, and this alone could lead to his disgrace." Crash. In a feigned composure, Tao Longrong's teacup slipped from his grasp and shattered on the floor. The individuals in the outer hall glanced in astonishment. Click. Yingming pressed the stop button. "Uncle," Zhao Chang'an signaled. Yingming retrieved the tape and handed it to Zhao Chang'an. Zzz, Zhao Chang'an began to unravel the tape. "Can you grant me this? Money is not an issue." A terrifying glint illuminated Tao Longrong's eyes. Undoubtedly, this recording had incited his wrath. "I apologize, but I must protect the parties involved. This incident was merely an accidental discovery, a well-intentioned warning, and I hope it remains confidential." Zhao Chang'an continued to unravel the tape as he rose, proceeding to the tea table, igniting the tape with a lighter and incinerating it on a stainless steel tray. "Mr. Nyo, this is rather ungracious. Based solely on these perplexing dialogues, I could easily suspect you, Mr. Tao. Let us not prolong this discussion unnecessarily." Observing Tao Longrong on the brink of fury, Zhao Chang'an smiled as he interrupted, locking eyes with him. "Surely, you have heard this voice before." The segment recorded by Zeng Xiaoxiao is from the evening of the 28th, 2 nights ago. "Xiao we spent 3 days and 2 nights in Guangzhou with Chao San and has just returned home. Our 3 families have united to seize the northern bank of the river." Yingming articulated the true purpose of his gathering today. Chapter 42. The night of May Day that evening, Zhao Chang'an returned home slightly inebriated. After a brief wash-up, he wished his parents, who were seated in the living room, a good night, closed the door, and retired to bed. What on earth is going on with Laonyo? This is the second time he has invited Chang'an to dinner. Zhang Lishan remarked, her expression one of puzzlement, though she harbored no excessive worry. Her son was merely an ordinary student. What could a wealthy entrepreneur possibly seek from him? Perhaps it was due to that incident. After all, the girl, Dan Kai, was slender and delicate, and the wall of the municipal high school stood at a formidable height of 2.5 meters. If it were to come crashing down, Lao Nyo possessed a certain roguish charm, not the type to cut ties after crossing a river. Zhao Shubin mused that it was indeed possible, but deep down, he was convinced. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable. Have you noticed, Lao Zhao? It was only after the wall collapsed that Chang'an underwent a significant transformation. Zhang Lishan nodded in agreement. Just a month ago, he scored 401 points, ranking 683rd. This time, he achieved 463 points, moving up 182 places. If he continues to improve in the next exams, just imagine. What are you thinking? From 401 to 463, it's not impossible with a month of hard work. But from 463 to 563? That's not something that can be accomplished in just a couple of months of diligent study. The higher you go, the more challenging it becomes. Even climbing a few ranks is akin to scaling a mountain. This exam covers 3 years' worth of knowledge. Zhao Shubin gazed at the tightly closed bedroom door, whispering to his wife, with Chang'an's dedication, I estimate he could advance another 30 or 40 places in the college rankings. Perhaps even 50 or 60. However, it would only suffice for a second-tier university, perhaps the Shanqing Normal University, where he could become a teacher. Being a teacher is great. No sunburn, no fatigue, no backstabbing. It's a stable job, Zhang Lishan expressed her satisfaction. If he could become a teacher, he wouldn't have to run errands in the remote corners of the county. And he might even find a beautiful, cultured female teacher to be my daughter-in-law. What are you saying? If he truly becomes a teacher, would you just abandon your agreement with Jiang Jia? Momo clearly looks down on our Chang'an. Can't you see that? Besides, her personality is too flamboyant. Education. Well, nowadays, marriage is all about freedom. Lao Zhao, noticing his wife's impending irritation, lowered his voice once more. He promptly revealed his genuine thoughts. Actually, Chang'an could repeat a year, get into a good university, and ideally pursue a graduate degree, completely escaping this mountain city. The following morning, Zhao Chang'an stood at the window of the living room, observing his friends, Zeng Xiaoxiao, Qiu Jinwei, Qiu Daiden, and Wei Xiaojia, chattering and laughing as they departed from the municipal complex. With a clang, Zhao Chang'an unlocked the security door. That recording tape had undoubtedly aided him significantly. Otherwise, in a fair contest, Anju and Lu Yuan would never have triumphed over the combined forces of Weiyang and Shanqing real estate. Thus, Zhao Chang'an was compelled to resort to a trump card he had not wished to play. Thus, in a spirit of reciprocity, he resolved to elucidate some challenging problems for Zeng Xiaoxiao today, planning to seek out Zhang Shun in the afternoon. This unit comprises 5 floors and 10 households. On the first floor resided Old Yin and Li Yongzhang. The second floor housed Xiao Weiyang and Kai Zhongguang. The third floor was occupied by his own family and Zeng Chunming. The fourth floor was where Zhong Lianwei and Qian Miao lived. And the fifth floor belonged to Gong Yuansheng and Peng Chuanchao. To date, only Kai Zhongguang, Zhao Chang'an, Zeng Xiaoxiao, Zhong Lianwei, and Gong Yuansheng still had occupants. The Gong family, consisting of 3 members, ran a breakfast shop outside the community, traditionally leaving at 4 in the morning and returning only after lunch. Kai Zhongguang's wife worked in the south, while their child was cared for by the grandparents. Since the completion of the garment market 6 months ago, Kai Zhongguang had been without work, and for the past 2 months had gone to the western suburbs to help his parents with farming. Today, Zhong Yuanxiang officially started his job at the west gate of the construction site. Thus, at this moment, with the departures of Zeng Chunming and Qiu Jinwei, the entire unit was left with only the solitary pair of Zhao Chang'an and Zeng Xiaoxiao. With a click and a creak, Zhao Chang'an opened his door, and almost immediately, the door across the hall swung open as well. Zeng Xiaoxiao appeared at the threshold, cradling a stack of books, practice papers, 2 bottles of Sprite, and a box of Union cigarettes. I bought this Sprite and the cigarettes with my own New Year's money, she explained, gazing at Zhao Chang'an. That afternoon, Zhao Chang'an had prepared 2 bowls of egg fried rice and a bowl of egg drop seaweed soup, a small gesture of gratitude for Zeng Xiaoxiao's offerings. This will do. Zhang Shun won't be coming. I'll head to the Western District Pharmaceutical Factory instead. Noticing the time was already 4 o'clock, Zhao Chang'an realized it would take over half an hour to reach the factory. Patiently, he completed explaining a physics paper before preparing to conclude today's session. Once Zeng Xiaoxiao finished gathering her belongings, she stepped out of Zhao Chang'an's bedroom, but suddenly halted, twisting back. Is there something else? Zhao Chang'an inquired, puzzled. Brother Chang'an, please do not heed that scoundrel Qiao San's rumors about me. I am still an innocent girl. She shyly uttered these words before hastily making her exit. With her flowing hair, t-shirt, and jeans accentuating her graceful silhouette, Zhao Chang'an found himself momentarily entranced. With a click and a creak, the door opened again. Brother Chang'an, let us make egg pancakes together tomorrow morning. Please don't prepare anything else. Click. The sound of the lock on the security door echoed. By 4 or 5 in the afternoon, the sunlight was splendid. The streets were bustling with people leisurely enjoying their outings. To be honest, Zhao Chang'an harbored a profound wariness towards Zeng Xiaoxiao. As Eileen Chang once articulated, the path to a woman's heart, in Xiao San's remark, it tastes good, felt like a thorn lodged in Zhao Chang'an's throat. Even after Zeng Xiaoxiao unexpectedly gifted him that tape, he remained imbued with an instinctive suspicion, pondering, could this be a deeper conspiracy? If Zeng Xiaoxiao's words were indeed true, what had transpired during that trip to Zheng City that allowed her to escape the clutches of those 2 ruffians? And Zhao Chang'an lit a cigarette as he pedaled his bicycle. That anonymous letter. Furthermore, would the future Zeng Xiaoxiao fall victim to Qiao San's schemes, leading her to abandon all hope? The crux of the matter lies in the inability to verify the authenticity of her words. Should I really drag her to the hospital for a medical certificate? Zhao Chang'an muttered to himself, feeling a slight headache. In this lifetime, Zhao Chang'an had never before visited Zhang Shun's home, but with the memories of his past life, he swiftly located the apartment. Ding dong, Zhao Chang'an? A hoarse and astonished voice emanated from within. It's me, Aunt Tong. Is Zhang Shun around? He's not here. Oh, where is he? I'll go find him. Please wait a moment. I'll just wash my face. Without revealing Zhang Shun's whereabouts, Mo Tong fell silent behind the security door. Zhao Chang'an had no choice but to wait in the stairwell, and after nearly 20 minutes, the door finally clicked open. Mo Tong appeared in denim jeans and a shirt. Her hair still damp and tousled, and her face adorned with makeup that could not conceal the redness and swelling of her eyes. Zhang Shun wanted to go out for a bit. I spoke with him all night, and my eyes are bloodshot from worry. She let Zhao Chang'an into the house, noticing his gaze linger on her eyes, which prompted her to hurriedly explain. And him? Zhao Chang'an inquired anxiously. This kid skipped class yesterday afternoon. He wouldn't have just run off today, would he? He went south. He left before dawn this morning. Zhao Chang'an was taken aback. He truly left. Don't rush. Let me think this through. Zhao Chang'an sat down and lit a cigarette. Mo Tong, in silence, poured him a cup of green tea. Is he alone? Mo Tong hesitated before replying. His father is with him. You two are in the midst of a divorce. Zhao Chang'an suddenly realized. Zhang Shun had long harbored a desire to quit school, yet Mo Tong's sacrifices had left him feeling stifled and unable to voice his thoughts. With only 2 months remaining until the college entrance examination, having persevered for 3 years without sufficient confidence, how could Zhang Shun dare to abandon his escape at the final moment? This indicated that a fundamental and significant schism had not emerged between Zhang Shuilong and Mo Tong. Thus, Zhang Shun could not possibly leave Shanqing with Zhang Shuilong. How do you know? Mo Tong's complexion changed instantly. That evening, around 10 o'clock, Zhao Chang'an finally departed from Zhang Shun's home. After Zhao Chang'an had pierced through Mo Tong's faade, the woman was left in tears, utterly inconsolable. She was an exceedingly proud person, concerned about her face and dignity. The situation escalated when her husband strayed, and the mistress threatened to create havoc at the factory, as well as in Mo Tong's familial sphere, jeopardizing her reputation and that of her son. Overwhelmed with anger and dizziness, Mo Tong sought to confront Zhang Shuilong, only to discover that he lacked the courage and instead incited their son, Zhang Shun. The father and son duo abandoned their responsibilities and set off on a trip. From yesterday to today, Mo Tong was consumed by a mix of fury and resentment, her face marred by tears. After Zhao Chang'an laid bare her troubles, she finally found a confidant. At 8 o'clock, as Zhao Chang'an poured tea for Mo Tong, he listened attentively to her repetitive lamentations while turning on the television to the provincial channel. Undoubtedly, the Grand Chahai television in Zhang Shun's home offers a far more comfortable viewing experience than the modest black and white set belonging to Zhao Chang'an. The enchanting Guikiki, akin to a beguiling vixen, now invites Shan Jiong to perform Heaven and Earth Mirror. The room resonates with applause as Shan Jiong, adorned in a figure-hugging, sequined ink-wash dress, stands center stage. Her melodious voice reverberates through the living room. She accuses the scoundrel Zhang Shuilong of ruining the beauty of many young women in her salon, claiming to possess numerous photographs as evidence. As a flower blooms, Zhao Chang'an notices the inscription in the lower left corner of the screen. Lyrics by Zhao Chang'an, music by Zhao Chang'an, performed by Shan Jiong. This night marks Zhao Chang'an's first significant foray into the temporal branches of the narrative. Chapter 43, Mending Broken Bonds Upon Returning Home. Zhao Chang'an found that it was nearly 11 o'clock at night. After exchanging a few words with his parents, Zhang Lishan inquired whether he would be studying at home or at school the following day. After freshening up, he entered his bedroom. As Zhao Shubin and Zhang Lishan, who had been struggling to stay awake, noticed their son's return, they too retreated to their bedroom for the night. Zhao Chang'an switched on the light and, almost instinctively, gazed out the window. He observed the 4 bricks on the opposite sealed window wall slowly shifting and subsequently being removed one by one. Against the backdrop of his home's incandescent light and the slanted moon in the sky, a delicate, fair face emerged from the wall hole, silhouetted by the darkness of Zeng Xiaoxiao's bedroom. Just as Zhao Chang'an was about to speak, a voice called out, "Hey, want to come up and play a few rounds of Street Fighter? We have plenty of beer and cigarettes." Knowing that Zhong Yuanqi would be living and working at the construction site, and with Zhang Lianwei beginning to indulge himself, he stood at the window, eagerly enticing Zhao Chang'an, who had just returned home. The sudden brightness startled Zeng Xiaoxiao, causing her fair face to vanish into the shadows of her room. Early to bed, early to rise. Zhao Chang'an waved towards the window before turning off the light. In a haze, he thought he heard a low murmur of complaint from outside, accompanied by the sound of bricks being replaced. That night, Zhao Chang'an refrained from staying up late. After much deliberation, the integration of Unju Green Garden and Shanqing Real Estate had come together. The Northern Bank plot of Fuya was essentially a lost cause for Wenyang Construction. He could finally rest well and focus on his studies. The 16 acres of land dismantled from the sawmill, which Xiao Wenyang had been dragging his feet on for nearly 3 years, had only officially opened on New Year's Day this year. Moreover, Wenyang Construction had completely disregarded the New East District's repeated requests to develop an open market accessible in all directions, one that would benefit surrounding real estate commercial value. Instead, they opted for a maximization of profits through a closed market. This choice was also a consequence of Xiao Wenyang's intentions to collaborate with the Northern Bank plot of Fuya 2 years prior, as New East District stubbornly insisted on a 2-year completion requirement, effectively thwarting Xiao Wenyang's ambitions. Consequently, this prime piece of land did not evolve into the second Peach Blossom Villa across from the Yuejiang Tower in Nanjing Town but remained idle. After Niu Mengyan acquired the 30 acres of riverside land at the top Scholar S estate, he immediately made good on his word, investing significantly and commencing development. This empowered the New East District to list a base price of 110 million for the Northern Bank plot, while imposing several stringent requirements for the land's construction, aligning with the grand vision of establishing a new city along the banks of the Fuha River. The participation of Shanqing Real Estate rendered the short-sighted notions of letting outsiders preach the true scriptures untenable. Frankly, at this juncture, Zhao Chang'an could discern no trace of victory for Xiao Wenyang. The following morning, Zhao Chang'an instinctively glanced out the window. Indeed, the brick hole had been seamlessly repaired by Zeng Xiaoxiao. Even from within his bedroom, unless one was deliberately observing, it was nearly impossible to detect any irregularities. After completing his morning routine, Zhao Chang'an stood before the security door. "Brother Chang'an, do not heed the vile rumors that Xiao San has spread about me." This phrase involuntarily surfaced in Zhao Chang'an's mind. With a soft creak, Zhao Chang'an gently opened the security door, only to behold Zeng Xiaoxiao, clad in a sleeveless jumpsuit adorned with blue flowers on a white background, leaning against her doorframe. Her bright eyes sparkled as they gazed at Zhao Chang'an. "Where's your egg-filled pancake?" "It's all ready, but my home has run out of gas, so I must fry it here. Just wait a moment." Zeng Xiaoxiao turned and retreated into her room. Before long, Zhao Chang'an and Zeng Xiaoxiao found themselves squeezed into his modest kitchen. As he observed her graceful movements while she bent down to retrieve a plate, he noticed she was wearing a matching set of lingerie. To go out on a date in matching lingerie suggests that one is the one being seduced. Zhao Chang'an recalled this phrase, unable to suppress a chuckle. Suddenly, with a click, Zeng Xiaoxiao turned off the gas, and Zhao Chang'an felt a slight dimness before her figure leaned closer. His stomach growled audibly, a testament to his hunger. Zeng Xiaoxiao, with a mischievous grin reminiscent of a sly little chick that had pilfered from an old fox, laughed triumphantly. "I don't quite understand. You seem to be at a disadvantage." "Not at all. I am reaping tremendous gains," Zeng Xiaoxiao replied, her face beaming with pride. Zhao Chang'an remained somewhat bewildered. "How come your transformations are always so dramatic?" "Brother Chang'an, truth be told, I have wished to be your girlfriend for many years. Each time you jumped through the window, I feared for your safety, yet I delighted in your daring visits. Until that day when my mother showed me numerous photos of you and who?" Zhao Chang'an's heart skipped a beat. In his recollection, he had not engaged with anyone in such a manner. What nonsense was this? "This is inconsequential. A few days ago, at home, I secretly made a copy of my father's key and discovered many things through his diary. I deeply regret it, Brother Chang'an. I owe you an uncle and aunt an apology. My acts of slander, my anonymous letters, cannot atone for my mistakes." Zeng Xiaoxiao's delicate face rested against Zhao Chang'an's shoulder. Dampened by tears, Zhao Chang'an tenderly lifted Zeng Xiaoxiao's tear-streaked visage, gazing earnestly into her eyes. "Xiaoxiao, you are overthinking this. Your involvement in that incident was neither excessive nor negligible. It was merely your parents' fear of your mayhem at home that led them to involve you. You were young then. Your temperament fluctuating between love and hatred, and the anonymous letters were just a means to push you into a corner with no escape." Suddenly, the bedroom door swung open with a forceful twist. Zhao Chang'an and Zeng Xiaoxiao's expressions shifted dramatically, their nerves alight. "Chang'an, We are having braised ribs at the construction site today. Zhang Lishan abruptly pushed open the bedroom door and entered. The three stood frozen in shock. Zeng Xiaoxiao found herself alone in Zhao Chang'an's bedroom, while Zhao Chang'an and his mother, Zhang Lishan, exchanged wide-eyed glances in the living room. The contorted expression on Zhang Lishan's face made Zhao Chang'an feel a pang of sympathy. "Mom, how did you find out? Don't say it was just to deliver soup." Zhao Chang'an, feeling somewhat sheepish, rubbed his nose, contemplating a cigarette. "Who in our family possesses such long hair?" The window of Zeng Xiaoxiao's bedroom, sealed by bricks, has been pried open. "Do you truly believe I am blind?" At this moment, Zhang Lishan, filled with fury, wished to thoroughly chastise the troublesome boy in her household to relieve her anger. In truth, he had come today to capture her son. However, she never anticipated that her son had yet to take his college entrance examination, and a daughter-in-law had already been arranged for him. The crux of the matter lies with this daughter-in-law, who happens to be the daughter of Zeng Xiaoxiao and Qiu Jinwei Zeng Xiaoxiao. This relation, Zhang Lishan could never recognize. Yet the dilemma remains. Her son is now entangled with this girl. What is she to do if she cannot acknowledge it? Merely contemplating this made Zhang Lishan feel dizzy with anger. After the college entrance examination, Xiaoxiao would distance herself from the mountain city. And though it may not be an outright severance of ties, it certainly implies as much. "Are you certain? Have you forgotten about the bridge?" Zhang Lishan clearly did not believe it. She cursed her son for his foolishness, daring to associate with such a self-deprecating girl and believing her words. "I'll go with her to her home for egg pancakes and pork rib soup. We've been starving all morning, otherwise, there is no way to eat." "Mother, could you tidy up my room? Don't you have hands? You truly infuriate me." Zhang Lishan, exasperated, returned to her bedroom. Waiting until the sounds outside indicated that her son and Zeng Xiaoxiao had left before she angrily entered Zhao Chang'an's room. It was as disheveled as a dog's den. In her fury, as she flipped the covers, Zhang Lishan abruptly froze, her expression transforming into one of sheer peculiarity. Zeng Xiaoxiao, her body trembling and cheeks flushed, returned to her room. She sat foolishly on the living room sofa. "It's fine. I'll have my mother clean the room. She'll understand upon seeing it." Zhao Chang'an sat beside Zeng Xiaoxiao, opening a thermos, releasing a delightful aroma of pork rib soup. "Have some hot soup." "Understand what?" Zeng Xiaoxiao's mind was still a muddled mess, feeling so embarrassed she wished to sink into the ground. "Hiki." Zhao Chang'an chuckled mischievously, refusing to answer. "Knock, knock, knock." Zhang Lishan knocked on Zeng Xiaoxiao's door, glaring at her shameless son, whose expression was that of a thick-skinned rascal. She was utterly speechless. With a stern face, she handed him a box. "What is this? Look for yourself. Pay attention to the instructions. If there is anything unusual, do not let Xiaoxiao hide it." Zhao Chang'an glanced at the characters minting and couldn't help but laugh. Smack. His mother, Zhang Lishan, delivered a sharp rebuke. "Tonight, you are to fetch a jar of chicken soup from the clay pot shop. Remember, it is for Xiaoxiao to drink. You little rascal, you truly infuriate me." Chapter 44. Willingness. On the night of May 3rd, during self-study, Zhao Chang'an entered the classroom and observed Fan Chao diligently writing on the blackboard. At the top center of the board, three striking characters were enclosed in quotation marks: Heaven and Earth Mirror. Could this song's lyrics truly elicit such an exaggerated reaction? Zhao Chang'an found himself momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Fan Chao, with a fluid motion of his pen, completed his task seamlessly. Turning around, he noticed Zhao Chang'an had just taken his seat. "Zhao Chang'an, this is the song you keep claiming to have written, Heaven and Earth Mirror." Fan Chao remarked with a hint of pride in his gaze. "Did you really think I couldn't obtain the lyrics?" Impressive." Zhao Chang'an offered a thumbs up to Fan Chao, conceding defeat. There was no insurmountable conflict between them, and Zhao Chang'an had no desire to engage in a confrontation. "Not as impressive as you think. Wasn't it you who claimed? I just made it up on the spot." Fan Chao chuckled. "By the way, I watched the May Day Gala the other night, and when it was replayed yesterday, I recorded it. Lyrics by Zhao Chang'an, music by Zhao Chang'an, haha." Fan Chao laughed at Zhao Chang'an. "I wondered how you remembered such obscure lyrics. Turns out you memorized it to show off, didn't you?" "Fan Chao, it's been ages, and you still hold on to that?" Wu interjected with a sarcastic tone. "What do I have to hold on to? I'm just stating the facts." Back then, Li Yinxiu wanted to know the lyrics. And look at his arrogance. Fan Chao finally revealed the burden he had carried for over a month. He had boasted in front of Li Yinxiu. But for the past month, he had struggled to find the lyrics, feeling utterly humiliated. "All right, it's not a big deal. Let it go." Lu Chui. Having copied the lyrics, found herself increasingly fond of him. She shot Zhao Chang'an a glance, harboring some resentment for his previous reluctance to share the complete lyrics. Zhao Chang'an, look at yourself. You must strive harder, Lu Chui encouraged. Zhao Chang'an smiled but remained silent. The following day, during the first period in the afternoon, it was time for physical education class. Initially, all PE classes for the third year had been allocated elsewhere, but as the college entrance examinations approached, the school intended to alleviate student stress by not occupying these classes. Students could choose to study or engage in physical activities at will. Zhao Chang'an, Lao Zheng Xiaoxiao, Wu Yu, Lu Yihui, Lu Zening, Qi Xiangfeng, along with a few students from Class 11, were playing basketball on the court. Just a few minutes into the game, Li Yinxiu and Zeng Xiaoxiao approached to converse with Lu Yihui and Lu Zening, who were waiting to substitute in. Lu Yihui, can't you see Lu Zening is almost going mad? Get down, Lu Yihui shouted. Damn it. With Lu Yihui's shout, Zhao Chang'an, who had just found his rhythm, felt compelled to step down, lest he offend Lu Zening. Although Zhao Chang'an was reluctant to give Lu Zening that satisfaction, he muttered a low curse, casting an annoyed glance at the grinning Lu Yihui before reluctantly leaving the court. Watch me crush them, Lu Zening boasted to Zeng Xiaoxiao as he eagerly rushed onto the court. Lu Yihui, let us venture together to procure some mineral water. The heat of the day is quite unbearable. 15 bottles? I cannot possibly carry so many. Zeng Xiaoxiao, under Li Yinxiu's subtle suggestion, extended the invitation. What? Lu Yihui was momentarily taken aback, his lively smile faltering into an awkward rigidity. The mineral water at school is genuine, hence the pricing is rather steep. The cheapest is 2 yuan per bottle. It is worth noting that the delectable hot dry noodles, rice noodles, and spicy soup available on the street are merely 1 yuan for a generous bowl. 30 yuan amounts to half a month's grocery budget for him. Observing Lu Yihui's expression, Zhao Chang'an, fueled by a momentary annoyance, contemplated feigning ignorance, allowing his friend to experience some discomfort. However, brotherhood prevailed. Today, I shall treat. None shall vie with me for this privilege. Zhao Chang'an retrieved his wallet from his school uniform hanging on the parallel bars. Producing a red note and handing it to Lu Yihui, do not skimp. Spend it all according to this standard. What? Lu Yihui gazed at Zhao Chang'an in utter astonishment. Is this truly happening? Moments earlier, when Li Yinxiu approached him inexplicably, he had speculated whether it was related to Zhao Chang'an. Their conversation a month ago had been extraordinarily surreal. So you fancy this type? Indeed, I do. One feigned seriousness. The other responded earnestly. It had been a source of amusement among their classmates for quite some time. Hence, Lu Yihui had summoned Zhao Chang'an, hoping to grant his friend an opportunity to engage with a lovely lady. Yet, he did not genuinely believe there was any clandestine matter between the two. However, now, Zeng Xiaoxiao was evidently attempting to divert his attention, and Zhao, unusually generous today, raised suspicions. If there were nothing amiss, it would be quite extraordinary. Rest assured, we shall take our time selecting. Lu Yihui cast a knowing smile at Zhao Chang'an, filled with intrigue, as he accompanied Zeng Xiaoxiao to the nearby school supermarket. This left Zhao Chang'an and Li Yinxiu, two solitary figures, standing together, undeniably conspicuous. Shall we observe from over there? Zhao Chang'an suggested they circle around to the opposite side for a better view, where a substitute from Class 11 was present. This way, the three of them would not attract undue attention. I apologize. Li Yinxiu softly uttered an apology, facing the basketball court. What? You did something behind my back that warrants an apology? Zhao Chang'an turned to Li Yinxiu, feigning exaggerated sorrow. Huh? Li Yinxiu tilted her head, bewildered by Zhao Chang'an's dramatic demeanor and the ambiguity of his words. Suddenly, a basketball soared far off course, crashing against a large tree beyond the hoop. Producing a dull thud, the sight of Zhao Chang'an and Li Yinxiu together, coupled with Zhao Chang'an's distorted, exaggerated expression, astonished everyone present at the court. What had Li Yinxiu said to elicit such distress from Zhao Chang'an? A breakup, perhaps? But when did they become entangled? Zhao Chang'an, what secret conversation do you two have? Go to another grove to speak, lest you disrupt our game. Noticing that everyone's attention had drifted from the court, Lu Zening grew a bit anxious. Li Yinxiu blushed, her charming face tinged with pink. I'm merely teasing her. Why all the fuss? Zhao Chang'an couldn't help but think of a transformed idiom. Unable to resist casting a glance at Li Yinxiu's school uniform. Enchantress, let us move to a different place. I suspect many students are daydreaming right now. Zhao Chang'an suggested with a smile. Li Yinxiu, avoiding Zhao Chang'an's gaze, fidgeted with her hands clasped in front of her, trailing 2 meters behind him, heading towards the indicated grove. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Observing this scene, the 11 individuals on the basketball court refrained from teasing. However, on other courts, basketball, soccer, volleyball, whistles echoed in succession. There are only a handful of beautiful female students at the city high school, among the top 100 in the senior year. The number of stunning academic achievers is exceedingly rare. Hu Wenjue from the science-focused Class 5, Xiao Lan, Tian Shui from Class 9, Li Yinxiu from the ordinary Class 6, and even Lu Chui, who hovers around the 100 mark. Xinjing from the liberal arts Class 1. These are the towering mountains that the male students of the senior year yearn to conquer. It turns out that besides Xinjing, Tian Shui, and Hu Wenjue, the others, Xiao Lan, Li Yinxiu, Lu Chui, remained unattached, or at least, were daring enough to entertain the thought. Yet, witnessing the current situation, it appeared yet another brilliant beauty had succumbed. Why don't we just discuss matters here? Venturing into the grove might lead to endless rumors. And old Lu and old Chan would surely come looking for trouble. Zhao Chang'an realized his miscalculation. If he were to be ensnared by that devious rascal, Lu Zening, into entering the grove, the consequences would undoubtedly be far more troublesome than standing at the edge of the court. Li Yinxiu obediently halted. What is it? I apologize for the trouble. Are you referring to this incident, or the one from a few days ago? Goodness, a keen nose, huh? Zhao Chang'an admired the view towards the northeast entrance of the playground. Li Yinxiu looked on in confusion, only to see Fan Chao appearing there. Let South go into the grove. Li Yinxiu made a surprising decision, directly heading toward the grove. I'm sorry. In the shade of the trees. Li Yinxiu apologized once more. Which incident are you referring to? I feel like I should avoid dark paths at night, fearing a brick may come flying at me. Through the gaps in the trees, Zhao Chang'an spotted Fan Chao jogging on the playground in the sweltering heat. Impressive, gazing at Li Yinxiu's charming face, adorned with dark floral patterns in the dappled shade, he remarked, "Yet, I willingly shield myself from this barrage." Chapter 45. Congratulations. With a single remark from Zhao Chang'an, Li Yinxiu's face flushed crimson. In a flurry, she stumbled backwards several steps, retreating into the osmanthus grove, creating a psychological barrier between herself and Zhao Chang'an. Separated by the width of a narrow path and a solitary osmanthus tree, she waved her hands at Zhao Chang'an, exclaiming, "Please don't misunderstand. I merely wish to apologize." Is it because of Fan Chao? Li Yinxiu remained silent, tacitly agreeing. I am genuinely curious. That day, when Yingming confronted me, why did you speak up on my behalf? Zhao Chang'an was truly intrigued, but had never found the opportunity to inquire. In her previous life, Li Yinxiu had ascended to the position of associate professor at the University of California, Berkeley, before reaching 30 and had never participated in class gatherings or group chats. Naturally, Zhao Chang'an had no interactions with her. In fact, had it not been for the alterations in this lifetime, they would have spent 2 years as classmates without exchanging a single word, remaining as mere acquaintances. My father is a plasterer. So what if he works as a laborer? He supports our family with his own hands and puts food on the table. Li Yinxiu elucidated the mystery. Outside the grove, Fan Chao was sweating profusely, maintaining a straight path as he hurried past. He is unworthy of you, Zhao Chang'an stated candidly. I intended to apologize, yet you ended up shielding me. Li Yinxiu wore an expression of faint regret. Indeed, I feel quite at a loss. How about we hold hands as a form of compensation? Zhao Chang'an proposed earnestly. With a laugh that colored her cheeks, Li Yinxiu turned and swiftly traversed the grove, seemingly fearful that if she returned along the path, Zhao Chang'an might seize her hand. What is there to fear? Holding hands won't lead to pregnancy. Zhao Chang'an mused, observing Li Yinxiu's graceful figure disappearing among the trees. He found no urge to act upon his thoughts. That evening during self-study, as expected, Zhao Chang'an was summoned outside by old Chang. Do you know why I called you out? Old Chang glared at Zhao Chang'an, agitated by the reports he had received from Fan Chao. Just days ago, there had been rumors of him with Gao Er's class, and now he was spotted with Li Yinxiu in broad daylight, sneaking into the grove. This was intolerable. Why? It's your unfounded suspicions and lack of confidence. At the sight of short sleeves, your minds leap to all manner of assumptions. It is astonishing how the imagination of the Chinese can leap to such conclusions, Zhao Chang'an remarked with a subtle smile. Old Chang, a blend of an old literary enthusiast and a disgruntled youth, found Zhao Chang'an's reference quite agreeable, reminiscent of the last time he recited elegy for Chu Yuan. Instantly, old Chang's previously dark demeanor lightened considerably. I'm not suggesting you're wrong, nor am I asserting you're right. With just 2 months until the college entrance examination, Once it's over, if you truly like each other, pursue her openly. If you can indeed be together, I would happily act as your witness. However, Lao Chang gazed earnestly at Zhao Chang'an and said, "Now, you must quiet all your thoughts and devote yourself entirely to your studies, for your own sake, and to ensure you do not jeopardize the futures of others." After their conversation, Zhao Chang'an made a trip to the restroom. Upon exiting, he indeed saw Lao Chang mounting his old donkey bicycle, entering the corridor of the sophomore building. A glance at his digital watch revealed that there were still about 20 minutes until class ended. Zhao Chang'an stood in the shaded darkness beneath a tree, facing the small pond and restroom, lighting a cigarette. When he first arrived in 1998, he was filled with ambition. For instance, his first goal was to earn enough money to relieve his parents from their arduous life. However, after a month, Zhao Chang'an realized how difficult it was to achieve even that. So far, he had only earned 300 yuan after tax. To break free and rise, he must first escape this small town. Only 2 months left, Zhao Chang'an murmured to himself, gazing up at the bright moon above. In the days that followed, Zhao Chang'an diligently attended school, submitting graded papers to Zeng Xiaoxiao's bedroom in the evening, before collecting new papers that required correction. On May 17th, a Friday, Zhao Chang'an finally had a day of rest and the chance to sleep in. However, at 4 in the morning, he was forcibly awakened by his mother, Zhang Lishan, who insisted they go to the construction site to toil. Zhao Chang'an understood why his mother was so insistent. He had indeed thought about exercising that morning. But alas, it was all in vain. "Don't blame me. Your mother is going through menopause," Zhao Shubin explained quietly while Zhang Lishan was in the restroom, puzzled by the situation. A year's plan lies in spring, and a day's plan lies in the morning. Zhao Chang'an chuckled helplessly. That day at the construction site, Zhao Chang'an learned from Yingming that Xiao San had been beaten by villagers while hunting in Guangzhou on the previous day. It was quite a beating. Yingming laughed heartily. "Do you know which village?" "Tajiagu." Aunt Wen Fengji from Dan Kai's family had almost fully recovered her left arm and was already discharged from the hospital. Furthermore, as the days grew hotter, the path from the city's back gate to the construction site became increasingly infested with snakes, insects, and rodents. Dan Kai had not been seen at the site for days. "You can study in my office. Old Tao called me this morning to arrange a meeting. You've got a talent." Since their last meeting at Yuejiang Tower, more than 2 weeks had passed without any response from Tao Longrong. According to rumors, Xiao San, along with Xiao Wenyang, who made a trip to Guangzhou, had nearly finalized the cooperation details with Tao Longrong, and the bidding documents were in the works. This made Yingming anxious. At last, the clouds were parting. Is that girl of Tao Longrong still in Shancheng? This detail was crucial. Yingming paused for a moment, then looked at Zhao Chang'an and said, "Chang'an, this is where I, Yingming, differ from Xiao Wenyang." Zhao Chang'an understood. By late May, the sun began to radiate its warmth. After Yingming departed, Zhao Chang'an and Zhang Lianwei, having enjoyed their lunch, sat in Old No's office, relishing the cool air conditioning while sipping from a bottle of Taohua Mountain mineral water. They idly smoked a pack of cigarettes that Yingming had left on the table. It was a moment of sheer contentment. "And good, you are quite unfilial," Zhang Lianwei lamented. "Your uncle and aunt are sitting outside." Zhao Chang'an retorted, "You show deference to your father while flirting with Zeng Xiaoxiao, yet you wear a gloomy face. Your father is only 50 this year and has been a vegetarian for over a decade." Zhao Chang'an genuinely wished to counsel his brother. "I am not suggesting that Zeng Xiaoxiao is the perfect match, but shouldn't you consider your father's natural desires?" Haha. Zhang Lianwei fell silent for a moment and then hesitantly murmured, "Zeng Xiaoxiao is Fang Yinglan's aunt." Aha. Zhao Chang'an laughed again, still thinking about Xiao Fang. Truly, every family has its own burdens to bear. At 2 in the afternoon, the construction site buzzed with activity. Zhao Chang'an was engrossed in his English studies when Fang Yinglan slipped through the door, sticking out her tongue. "It's too hot in the kitchen. Your mother went upstairs to help, so I came to cool off." "Welcome. You've turned into quite the country girl these days. Why the low profile when you could be out with company? No longer interested in catching a wealthy husband?" Zhao Chang'an set aside his English book and brewed a cup of green tea for Fang Yinglan. "Not at the moment." Fang Yinglan, curious, grabbed Zhao Chang'an's English book and, upon seeing the dense annotations, regarded it as if it were a foreign script. With admiration in her eyes, she gazed at Zhao Chang'an. "You are truly remarkable. If that is the case, then children in America and Europe who are merely 10 years old must be far superior to me. It's just preparation for the college entrance examination, which is of little utility for 90% of people in terms of future careers." Zhao Chang'an smiled at Fang Yinglan. "You may think I lack empathy, But regarding Zhong Lianwei now, I cannot assure anything. Staying in Shanqing equates to being at the bottom for a lifetime. I'm not disparaging the lower class. I am at the very bottom myself. Leaving might bring some positive changes in a few years. But you're already 18, and your family has likely begun to arrange for you to find a wealthy husband. How long can you resist here? Besides, your feelings for Zhong Lianwei are merely mutual. The distinction lies in his deeper affection. If a charming young man with a good background and a delightful personality were to come along, you would undoubtedly consider marrying him. Then, Zhao Chang'an earnestly looked at Fang Yinglan and said, "Trust me, Zhong Lianwei is far more exceptional than you perceive. He is worth taking a gamble on. It seems you are trying to push me toward Zhong Lianwei. If you get into university and go out, I would dare to wager on you." Zhao Chang'an was somewhat puzzled, feeling a sense of ambiguity. "Since you claim Zhong Lianwei is truly outstanding and I could wager on him, then you must also be somewhat exceptional. Wouldn't I be able to take a chance on you too?" Fang Yinglan replied with a smile. Zhao Chang'an was slightly bewildered. "Isn't it true that many of you men like this one and that one, being fickle? Why can't we women have a path of our own, without being confined to a single choice?" Fang Yinglan spoke with undeniable conviction. "As long as you've made your choice, don't entangle yourself with other men. That is the hallmark of a virtuous woman. Your reasoning is sound, yet our fates seem destined to diverge," Zhao Chang'an replied earnestly. "Humph," Fang Yinglan scoffed. "It's not that you look down on me, but I merely speak in jest, similar to shopping for vegetables. If this cabbage appears fresh and vibrant, yet is overpriced or unavailable, then it is of no consequence." With a flourish of her delicate hand, she declared with great poise, "This young lady is beautiful, youthful, and intelligent. A fresh and vibrant cabbage is never in short supply." At that moment, Zhao Chang'an discerned his own misunderstanding. He adjusted his smile and gazed intently at Fang Yinglan. "Would you be interested in joining me in Lianwei to venture into the world? Which city did you aspire to attend university in? I heard Aunt Jiang Jie mention you intend to apply to Shanqing Agricultural College." "Shanqing Agricultural College is merely a short distance away. What kind of adventure can we embark on? How about a friendly wager?" Fang Yinglan leaned forward, her hands resting on the table as she fixed her gaze on Zhao Chang'an, swallowing hard. Such a stunning girl, and he had no intention of pursuing her. It would be best to remain a brother's woman, a pleasant sight to behold. Given their familiarity, perhaps there would be some harmless little perks in the future. He thought with a sly grin. "If I achieve a score that astounds you, will you join us in our escapade? Of course, this must remain confidential." How astonishing. Fang Yinglan's interest was piqued. Sufficiently astonishing to warrant a handshake. "Let's secure a token." Zhao Chang'an grasped Fang Yinglan's delicate hand, feeling a sense of triumph akin to a mischievous sibling stealing a bone from their dog. "Humph, without the guts to steal, you still wish to tease me?" Fang Yinglan pinched Zhao Chang'an's hand playfully before retreating to the air conditioner with her cup, sipping tea. Zhao Chang'an picked up his English book, resuming his reading. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang. Zhao Chang'an glanced at the caller ID. It was a number he recognized from the business card Ji Lianyun had given him during their last meeting at Yuejiang Tower. "Hello, is this Brother Ji? This is Zhao Chang'an." There was a brief pause on the other end. "Old No's phone has no signal. I just heard in Zheng City that Xiaosan has been attacked." Ji Lianyun's voice carried a hint of excitement. "The villagers from Tajiagu were involved. Boss Niu has gone to meet Tao Longrong. The signal must be poor there. I have a good idea of who his daughter is in Shanqing. I just confirmed that both mother and daughter are not home. The water valve and power switch outside are turned off. And their 2 guard dogs are also missing from the yard. No business is without deceit, such is the nature of commerce." Zhao Chang'an felt a wave of relief wash over him, smiling into the receiver. "Brother Ji, congratulations to you all." Chapter 46, Clarifications on May 19th, Yingming in Tao Longrong. And Ji Lianyun convened a joint meeting at the Mountain City Grand Hotel to formalize their intention to collaborate in the bidding for a 260-acre plot of land on the north bank of the Fuhe River. On the 21st, Qiu Jinhui made a trip to Guangzhou, but was unable to meet with Tao Longrong. Instead, she was received by a rather brusque and impatient deputy from Mountain City Real Estate, who showed no inclination for any compromise. Later that evening, Qiu Jinhui rented a modified Wuling van to transport Xiao San, who had suffered a broken arm, back to Mountain City. At the Municipal Construction Wenyang Architectural Joint Office, Xiao San sat on the sofa, his head wrapped in bandages, his right arm in a splint, and his face bruised and battered, exuding an air of defeat. He had hunted a wild boar near Tajiagu, but the villagers claimed it was one of their free-range black pigs, leading to a chaotic pursuit by a group of mountain hunters that chased him from the mountains down to the foot. Nearby, Xiao Yue, Chao Jianwei, Go Jianyong. And Luan Dayu stood or sat amidst a haze of smoke. In the inner room, Xiao Wenyang dialed Tao Longrong's number, with Qiu Jinhui standing beside him. Brother Tao, what on earth is going on? This has turned into quite a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Xiao Wenyang retorted. In the old days, we had codes in our dealings. We never involved the families. Has business become so lacking in principles? Do you not have a wife or children? The line went dead with a sharp click. Xiao Wenyang's face darkened, his temples pounding with anger. And he felt an overwhelming urge to rush out and beat Xiao San and his son Xiao Wuyue to a pulp. Only a select few were privy to this incident. Himself, his wife Qiao Qingqin, assistant Qiu Jinhui, nephew Qiao Jianwei, brother-in-law Qiao San, and son Xiao Wuyue. The source of the leak was all too obvious. It was undoubtedly Qiao San and Xiao Wuyue who, in a moment of indiscretion, had let slip the details during their revelry in Guangzhou. At that moment, Xiao Wenyang felt utterly drained. The wealth that the 260 acres on the north bank of the Fuha River could yield for Weiyang construction was certainly tenfold that of the mere 16 acres of the garment market, in which they held a 40 stake. The original plan was to secure the land and then gradually develop it over 5 to 6 years, nurturing and expanding the project. And when the future Taohua River Bridge was constructed, undoubtedly the optimal site for the bridge, the previously acquired 1,000-acre Taohua Mountain Villa plot, would become another golden opportunity. The envisioned timeline was clear. 16 acres for the garment market over 3 years, 260 acres for the Fuha Academy over 5 years, and 1,000 acres at Taohua Mountain Villa over 5 to 10 years. Setting aside the brick factory, precast panel factory, sandpit, quarry, installation and decoration company, the under-construction brewery, and the 10,000-acre tea garden project, along with future expansions, the main development trajectory for Wenyang Group over the next 10 to 15 years was already firmly established. However, should they lose the Fuha River North Bank plot, Wenyang construction would face a void of approximately 5 years, landing them in an awkward predicament without any viable projects. Not to mention the considerable capital required to initiate the Taohua Mountain Villa. Wenyang, do not fret. There will always be a solution, Qiu Jinhui said, offering him a cup of tea, gently cradling his head and massaging his temples. Though she had a reputation for being flighty, her true loyalty lay solely with the man before her. Let us dismiss everyone. Soon after, Qiao San and his group departed, and the lights in the small office were extinguished. Gradually, it seemed as though the entire building began to tremble slightly. On May 28th, the senior students of the city's high school were to undertake their final mock examination before the Gaokao. The subsequent examination at the end of June would be an ungraded practice test, wherein only topics would be discussed in class. The Dragon Boat Festival on May 30th offered a 2-day holiday for the senior students. Zeng Xiaoxiao and her mother planned a trip to Mingzhou. Conversely, the construction site at the top scholar's residence remained operational, even intensifying their efforts to meet deadlines, working past 10 o'clock at night. This was evidently a demonstration of their commitment to the development of Shanqing through tangible actions. During this Dragon Boat Festival, the brothers were also occupied. Wu returned to his hometown, while Louis Hui headed back to his remote village. Lao Zheng was off to Zheng City for 10 days of pre-examination training. And Fu Qingwei, Yu Wei, and Zhu Liang had their own engagements. Zhao Chang'an, eager to escape and unwind, sought out the study enthusiast Wen Yi, hoping he would accompany him for some leisure activities, drinking, swimming, and enjoying barbecued fish to celebrate the festival. Do you think I spend my holidays at home studying relentlessly? During my breaks, even during winter and summer vacations, I never study during the day, except at night. Wen Yi declared resolutely, leaving Zhao Chang'an in awe. Upon entering the municipal high school, Zhao Chang'an, Wen Yi, Chen Jing, and Fu Qingwei formed a close-knit group in the key class of the first year. He and Lao Zheng, Yu Wei, and Zhu Liang had been inseparable friends since their time at Laoqing No. 1 High School. When they reached the second year and were divided into arts and sciences, Fu Qingwei joined the arts class, mingling with Yu Yunwei and Zhu Liang due to Zhao Chang'an's influence. Zhao Chang'an was relegated from the key class to class 6 in the third year, where he was in the same class as Lao Zheng and became acquainted with Wu Yu, Louis Hui, and Zhang Shan. Zhao Chang'an had always known that Wen Yi performed well academically and was diligent in his studies. Yet he was astonished to discover that Wen Yi was not diligent at all. Are you brave enough to experience life at the bottom? Scavenging for scraps? Would you like to sneak into Taohua? Wen Yi enthusiastically gazed at Zhao Chang'an. I'll show you how to catch fish like a wild man and enjoy barbecued fish in the great outdoors. The next morning, Zhang Lishan, aware of Zeng Xiaoxiao's trip, indeed ceased calling Zhao Chang'an to the construction site for study. At 6 a.m., he rose punctually, freshened up, and, per Wenye's instructions, opted for clean but inexpensive clothing instead of the school uniform, to avoid appearing as someone scavenging from the lowest strata of society. He donned his oldest attire and shoes. He rode his bicycle to the ceramic factory courtyard that Wenye had mentioned, inquiring with a few individuals until he located Wenye's residence among a row of dilapidated brick houses beset by flowing sewage. "Wenye," he called, pushing open the creaky gate to a yard cluttered with bottles, cardboard boxes, and foam boards, various forms of waste. "Come in. My grandmother is cooking zongzi. Eat before you leave." Wenye was busy tying cardboard boxes in the yard. "Is this your classmate? Come in and have a seat. The room is a bit messy, Wenye. Stop that and bring your classmate a chair." An elderly woman, her hair as white as snow, hurriedly emerged from the modest kitchen in the courtyard, wearing a smile that conveyed a sense of embarrassment over their poverty. "Grandmother, I am but a brother to Wenye. Do not mind us," Zhao Chang'an said as he approached and began to bundle cardboard boxes alongside Wenye. "Your appearance is quite acceptable. However, your clothes remain a tad too pristine. It is of no concern, for they shall surely become soiled while we work." Wenye appraised Zhao Chang'an, nodding in satisfied agreement. What a splendid young man he is. Meanwhile, Wenye's grandmother beamed with joy, her face radiant as she announced, "In a while, we shall partake in zongzi." After relishing the soft and sticky rice dumplings, Wenye filled a small container with water and placed 4 zongzi within, preparing for their midday meal. The two set off wearing tattered straw hats, the clock striking 7:30 in the morning. The debris in Peach Blossom Lake is plentiful, but only the villagers dare to collect it. Alas, it is too far for grandmother to ride. During my vacations, I venture out in the morning and return at night, if fortune smiles upon me. I can gather as much as 10 yuan worth of scrap in a single day. Let us not rush, we shall ride leisurely. At this hour, few venture out for recreation, and there is scarcely any refuse to be found. The prime time for earning is near noon. In the village, the scrap collectors consisted mainly of a few elderly relatives. The younger generation showed little enthusiasm for such labor. When I see someone sipping Sprite or Coca-Cola, I follow closely. "Those aluminum cans fetch 2 jiao each, a fine price indeed. 5 cans amount to a hearty bowl of hot dry noodles," he remarked, as they journeyed. Wenye pedaled a tricycle while Zhao Chang'an rode a 3-wheeled bicycle, both adorned with straw hats. Wenye continually shared his insights with Zhao Chang'an. After pedaling for nearly half an hour, they arrived at the riverside road along the upper reaches of Peach Blossom River. "Let us rest for a moment," Zhao Chang'an suggested as he halted his vehicle, prompting Wenye to do the same. "Allow me to clarify something for you," Zhao Chang'an said, his expression darkening as he gazed at Wenye. "What do you mean?" Wenye replied, his face a portrait of confusion. Chapter 47. The Fallacy of the White Lotus. 2 years ago, a woman remarked, "You, a child of a poor family, what do you have to play with them?" Surely, that statement remains etched in your memory, does it not? With just those words, Wenye's expression abruptly shifted. It was not merely because this sentiment had been buried deep in his heart for the past 2 years, unspoken to anyone. More importantly, Zhao Chang'an's words instantly tore open the long-healed wounds he had painstakingly licked in silence, causing a surge of pain that rendered him breathless. With such a trivial remark, she could utter such nonsense, yet I cannot respond in kind? How utterly perplexing. Bang! Wenye struck the gnarled willow tree by the riverside with a fierce punch. This ancient tree, aged 50 or 60 years, remained unscathed by such a blow, as if it were merely a tickle, while his knuckles bore the brunt of the impact. Skin splitting open. Just those words had imprinted upon him, leading him to regard the other as a celestial being, an unattainable angel deserving of reverence. Zhao Chang'an hurled his cigarette, but at the contorted visage of Wenye, which ricocheted off his patched denim jacket. "Who are they?" he scoffed. "Is it me, Fu Qingwei, Yu Yunwei, or Zhu Liang? Who among us has ever cared about your poverty? Who has ever inquired if you were poor? Or who has ever bothered about your so-called destitution? Did we need to ascertain your financial status to befriend you? Over the years, was it not I, or Fu Qingwei, or Yu Yunwei, or Zhu Liang, who encouraged you to brawl, indulge in games, read novels, and skip classes? Did we not urge you to abandon the pursuit of diligent studies and seek out mischief during every holiday? How ludicrous! Standing on a moral high ground with a fallacious premise. What boldness!" Bang! Zhao Chang'an unleashed a more ferocious blow against the old willow. The back of his hand throbbed with pain, skin torn apart, exposing tender flesh beneath, soon stained with blood. Brother, have you never heard that all men are created equal? In our first experience of humanity, who among us is nobler, who is baser? For the sake of that trivial remark, she insulted and slandered us. What do you owe her? Huh. With blood streaming from his left hand, contrasting with the civilized demeanor of his right, he continued. She merely wishes to play the role of a benevolent savior, but what concern is it of yours? Why do you persist in wallowing in sorrow like a tortured soul? Each holiday, you scavenge for scraps. Why the stubborn desire to prove something? Are you merely a wretched frog at the bottom of a filthy drain? Are you truly so bored? Just yesterday, you told me, if you are going to scavenge, do not wear the school uniform, don clean, expensive clothes and shoes to avoid appearing as if you belong to the lowest of the low. Are you truly inferior to others simply because you are human? Zhao Chang'an extended his hand, pointing at Wen Ye's heart. Dressed like this, shall I join you in your charade? He approached the roadside, indifferent to the bustling traffic. Standing behind an ancient willow tree, he gazed at the undulating green mountains across the Peach Blossom River. Relieving himself, he exclaimed, the waterfall cascades down 3,000 feet. Meanwhile, Wen Yi faced the gnarled trunk of the old willow, seemingly frozen in place. Rascal! 3 large buses passed by, and from an open window, a girl's scornful voice rang out. Zhao Chang'an shuddered. That voice sounded uncannily familiar, reminiscent of Lu Chui. Once the vehicles had vanished, Zhao Chang'an zipped up his jacket and turned back. Brother, in this world, there exists but one person who cares for you even more than you do yourself. No need for me to reveal who that is. Over 70 years old, braving the wind and snow and scorching sun to scavenge. She bends her back rummaging through trash bins, yet feels guilt-ridden for not doing enough for you. I glanced at the photograph on the wall. Your grandmother was once a spirited young lady from a landlord's family, having attended a normal school 50 years ago. Is it the harshness of life or her love and responsibility towards you that necessitates such toil? Do not let a mere triviality lead you to self-destruction. Live well. Strive earnestly and bring pride to your grandmother. At the very least, do not resort to scavenging. You need not dress so formally to validate your humble beginnings. Zhao Chang'an extended his bloodied left hand towards Wen Yi. Brother, let us walk together, support one another, and forge ahead. It took Wen Yi a long moment to lift his head, tears streaming down his face. Their bloodied hands clasped tightly together. Today, let us scavenge well. You bid farewell while I experience. In 2 months, we shall strive to learn. I aim for Fuda, or Jiada is fine too. I have no desire for Qi Bei, but I must secure the 300,000 promised by Anju architecture. Let us journey to Mingzhu together and bring your grandmother along. Zhao Chang'an gazed earnestly at Wen Yi. But first, you must catch up, for you have fallen behind. Ah, so that is it, Wen Yi rasped, a newfound understanding dawning as he looked at Zhao Chang'an. Indeed. Zhao Chang'an nodded with calm assurance. As they began to untangle some of their emotional knots, Wen Yi ceased to trail behind tourists like a clown, collecting 2-dime cans. By noon, their haul was modest. Zhao Chang'an purchased a case of snowflake beer, a 6-pack of Sprite, a box of soft cigarettes, and a roast chicken at the scenic area. Under Wen Ye's guidance, they found a serene grove by the water. What a luxury, Wen Yi exclaimed, chilling the beer and Sprite in the shallow water, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he sighed. This is the decadent life of the wealthy. Nonsense. Not long ago, I dined atop the Yuejiang Tower, sipping a 900 yuan bottle of Wulianye and attending a banquet with a minimum consumption of 3,000. Zhao Chang'an wielded Wen Ye's specialized thick-backed knife for collecting scraps, deftly chopping pine branches to lay upon the sandy shore by the lake. Brother, strive earnestly. Do not wait until age awakens you to the truth, he remarked. What is the situation with Shan Kai? Wen Ye's curiosity was piqued. Nothing significant. She is quite unattractive and possesses a strong personality, which holds no allure for me, Zhao Chang'an shamelessly asserted, as if merely having an interest in a young lady would ensure her affection. Oh, when you had only seen Shan Kai from a distance, and upon reflection, he concurred that she was indeed unappealing. To his astonishment, he pondered the existence of a beach in such a location, questioning whether the water had always been this deep prior to the lake's enclosure. At that moment, Zhao Chang'an grasped the meaning behind Wen Ye's remark that this place is rather splendid, and could not help but express his astonishment. Geological movements must have occurred. Yet, the specificity of this phenomenon is remarkable. Having endured thousands of years of erosion, could it be man-made? A teachable child, he mused. I learned of its unusual nature from my grandfather during primary school, when Chenjing visited last time. She only realized the rarity and uniqueness of this beach upon my mentioning it. No wonder old Fu remarked that if you truly dedicated yourself to learning, you would undoubtedly surpass the entire mountain city region. Tao Jiao would be nothing in comparison. I shall procure a fish for grilling. You take a moment to rest. With that, Wen Yi retrieved a long, burlap-wrapped item from a tricycle. Unwrapping it revealed a 3-section bamboo fishing rod, approximately 2 feet in length. Its hue reminiscent of ancient yellow jade. One end was fitted with a steel spike, while the other bore an elongated brass nut. The second rod featured copper screw joints on both ends, and the third had a bronze nut on one end, capped with brass. What splendid equipment! This is indeed old Yuzhu. Zhao Chang'an, reclining on the pine branches, sat up in excitement, exclaiming, with this tool and a river, I could feast on succulent fish for a lifetime. As he reclined on the branches, he gazed up at the azure sky, watching the clouds drift by. The towering pines along the lakeshore provided splendid shade from the midday sun, while the breeze from the lake was refreshingly cool. The herbal ointment Wen Yi had brought, applied to the back of his left hand, offered soothing relief from pain. Not long after, Wen Yi returned from the lake, carrying a 5 to 6 pound lake herring, its abdomen marked by a penetrating hole. You scale the fish while I gather some wild vegetables and fruits for grilling. No need to hurry. Let's first enjoy a drink. Zhao Chang'an dashed to the water's edge, retrieving 2 bottles of beer, and joined Wen Yi on the pine branches. Each cracking open a bottle, they savored the refreshing beverage. Suddenly, a young woman's voice rang out from the depths of the pine forest, filled with surprise. Squirrel, squirrel. Chapter 48, A Loss in the East. Again in the west, this location is quite remote. Tourists unfamiliar with the area would hardly ever venture here. The beach is rich in fish. Its gentle slope makes it an ideal spot for residents of Taoyuan village to showcase their fishing skills. Wen Yi chuckled mischievously, recalling, back when the reservoir was constructed, our Taoyuan Valley experienced significant flooding of fields and homes. Yet, as the saying goes, a loss in the east is a gain in the west. Our village has since enjoyed a plentiful supply of fish. If they are acquaintances, I shall exchange a few words. If not, let us ignore them. This beach stretches 500 to 600 meters. Upon noticing us, they will likely relocate. With a sense of calm, Zhao Chang'an gazed at the serene blue sky adorned with clouds, and, in the gentle breeze, recited an ancient verse that drifted through the lake air and pine trees. You truly are remarkable, remembering such obscure lines. All you need now is a long robe, a square handkerchief, and a fan, Wen Yi teased, lowering his voice to conceal his amusement. Is it really that necessary? Zhao Chang'an replied with a playful grin. If a man and a woman were to hear my recitation, the woman might be intrigued, yet the man would surely want to leave. If it were 2 women, however, why not introduce ourselves? After all, more friends pave the way to greater opportunities. There's someone nearby. Shall we consider moving to another location? A young man's voice, subdued yet audible, emerged from the thicket not far behind. What a pity. This area is truly lovely. Unlike other places with muddy banks, here, the beach feels almost like the seaside. A melodious female voice lamented softly, clearly in agreement with the suggestion to move to another place. Wen Yi's expression suddenly changed. Just as Zhao Chang'an was about to remark on the pleasantness of the voice, recognizing it belonged to an extraordinary beauty, he was taken aback by Wen Yi's instantaneous pallor. Memories of a familiar voice flooded back to him. Since their second year of high school, he had only heard this voice a few times during school assemblies. Nestled among a sea of students, 3 years ago, she had been the top student in the city, excelling in her first-year finals and consistently dominating in the humanities throughout her second and third years. It was only due to Xiao Wenju's choice of subjects that she had secured the top seat in the sciences. Qinjing. Then let us each explore our own paths. With such a proficiency in classical literature, surely she cannot be deemed an unreasonable person, Zhao Chang'an thought, momentarily distracted by Lu Chui's voice. But we need to wear swimsuits. A sweet voice interjected. This swimsuit has practically turned into a dress. What is there to fear? Another chimed in, acknowledging Qinjing's talent without fully grasping that the suggestion was indeed to change locations. Qinjing, I really wish to walk along the beach, the sweet voice expressed. A loss in the east is a gain in the west, I believe, signifies sacrificing a bit of tranquility to meet new people, each with their own gains and losses. A steady male voice interjected. You speak of the meaning, while I merely aim to remind us of the situation, Qinjing retorted, clearly unconvinced. Then let us ask. It seemed to be Lu Chui's voice. With a rustle, a group of men and women emerged from the sparse thicket. Indeed, Lu Chui, Li Zining, Guansini, Tian Shuez, Qinjing, along with 6 other familiar or unfamiliar faces, had arrived. You all came here too. Are you up to no good? This is the great reservoir for the entire city. Upon seeing the tricycle, mountain bike, and a tattered straw hat, Lu Chui recognized the two individuals she had previously spotted urinating in a most uncivilized manner on the road. Just as she was about to deliver a stern lecture, she was momentarily taken aback by Zhao Chang'an's lifted face. What is going on here? Zhao Chang'an, what are you doing? How intriguing. Lu Zhenning, evidently quicker on the uptake than Lu Chui, had seen Zhao Chang'an's mountain bike during his time as a day student. Engaging in some side hustle during your free time? What brings you all here? Zhao Chang'an was somewhat perplexed. After all, it was the Dragon Boat Festival. The school had organized an activity that was voluntary. He glanced at Wenyi. Among the top 100 in science and the top 30 in humanities, they were merely here for leisure. Unaware of their presence at this location, the science honors class had a larger turnout, unlike class 6 of the third year, where only Lu Zhenning and Li Yinxiu made it into the top 100. Zhao Chang'an turned his gaze back to Lu Chui. In his memory, her rank seemed to hover around 130. What are you looking at? Is self-funding not permissible? You truly are something else, quite despicable. Lu Chui shot an intense glare at Zhao Chang'an. People have urgent needs, which you seem to know little about. Zhao Chang'an remained unfazed, sporting a shameless grin as he retrieved a cigarette, offering one to the stiff-bodied Wenyi. After lighting one for himself, he passed the lighter to Wenyi. That's because people like you are rare, Lu Chui retorted sharply. With a snap, Wenyi did not glance at Qinjing but lit the cigarette, savoring a deep inhale. Wenyi, you actually smoke? Qinjing, who had been silent until now, scrutinized the empty bottles and cans piled atop the tricycle, her brow furrowing in concern. So, all your hard work collecting bottles and cans is just to buy good cigarettes and beer? Forgive me for the embarrassment, my family is poor. And if I want something nice to eat or drink, I have to find ways to manage. Wenyi smiled at Qinjing. Her expression shifted slightly, a blend of surprise and dismay as she regarded him, yet Wenyi appeared completely oblivious. Among the top 200 in the school, you're the only one who smokes. Wenyi, you're quite impressive. A sharp-nosed fellow mocked him with a sneering tone. Since they weren't on the same path, everyone continued their own way, mutually indifferent. Wenyi effortlessly exhaled a smoke ring. Huh. Zhao Chang'an puffed out a plume of smoke, admiringly exclaiming, You're good at this. I can't do it. Wenyi, is this fish you caught? Quite remarkable. Tian Shui, who had been in the science honors class 16 during her first year and shared a class with Wenyi in her second year, cheerfully picked up the bamboo shuttle stuck in the sand, excitedly gesturing. Hey, can I borrow this bamboo shuttle for a bit? How about it? Guan Xini from class 1 of humanities, a tall, handsome young man, radiating warmth, stood close to He Tianxue, offering a friendly smile towards Zhao Chang'an and Wenyi. Wenyi, a classmate of He Tianxue, introduced Zhao Chang'an from class 6. He Tianxue, known for her amiable disposition, had garnered much attention throughout the school due to her ambiguous relationship with Guan Xini. Wenyi promptly stood up with a smile, saying, It's just a trivial matter. Feel free to use it. Zhao Chang'an, was that line you recited earlier? What did it mean? I'm curious about your true thoughts at that moment, Lu Chui inquired, clearly recalling the incident. What do you think? Zhao Chang'an replied with a question of his own. I sensed that upon hearing a girl's voice, you intentionally acted flamboyantly. Astute observation. You misunderstand him. He operates on a binary choice. He dismisses those he wishes to discard and flirts with those he finds appealing. Qinjing had been in the same class as Zhao Chang'an during their first year of high school. Yet, Zhao Chang'an cast a surprised glance at Qinjing. Meanwhile, Wenyi, with an indifferent demeanor, shot a sharp gaze at Qinjing while continuing to smoke. Chapter 49. You are all beneath me. Qinjing averted her gaze, contemplating the picturesque scenery of the lake and mountains before her. She was acutely aware of Wenyi's resentment. Yet, she had never harbored any affection for this boy. As unyielding and sharp as a steel blade, what she felt was merely a platonic concern, tinged with gratitude and compassion. Regrettably, Wenyi had stubbornly misconstrued this friendship. Recently, after her parents acquired a sufficient supply of medicinal powder, they presented 5,000 yuan to Wenyi's family as a token of appreciation. Naturally, Wenyi and his grandmother declined the money. Although Qinjing was irked by her parents' impulsive decision, she understood their good intentions. Her aspiration for the college entrance examination was Nanjing University. Her grandmother was a retired staff member of the university's logistics department, and since the third grade, she had spent every summer there. During these visits, she became acquainted with the grandson of her grandmother's friend, Brother Ning, who was cultured, refined, and possessed an admirable character. Moreover, Brother Ning's mother was an executive in a multinational corporation in Asia, while his father was a professor and doctoral advisor at Nanjing University, coming from an esteemed lineage. The two families had already established an unspoken understanding. Though Brother Ning was not her ideal type, truthfully, he represented an elevated match for her family, making him the most suitable choice at present. Conversely, upon learning that she intended to apply to Nanjing University, Wen Yi had made it clear that he would be attending the Yingming Institute of Technology. The two institutions were less than 3 miles apart. In her parents' eyes, this impulsive, sharp, sensitive, and extreme boy could potentially cause significant trouble if he continued to pursue her in Yingming, even if it did not lead to any major incidents. It would severely tarnish their daughter's reputation. Consequently, although Chen Jing felt some resentment towards her parents for not waiting until after the examination to discuss such matters, she could not reproach them for their unconditional love, nor could she fault them for the various preventive measures and calculations they undertook in the name of love. Soon after, the newcomers erected a fabric barrier on the beach, providing a private space for the girls to change into their swimsuits. The boys, however, displayed less modesty, changing directly within the nearby woods. Before long, everyone had donned their swimwear. Though the girls wore conservative one-piece swimsuits, the sight of their long legs, slender arms, waists, necks, and collarbones, along with their graceful figures, delighted Zhao Chang'an. Lu Chui and Chen Jing were svelte and well-proportioned. Tian Shui was round and beautiful. The other two girls, while less striking, still possessed youthful charms. After all, any girl bold enough to swim was bound to be above average in appearance. "Look, I'm off to gather wild vegetables and fruits," Chen Jing declared. However, Wen Yi had no interest in the alluring scene before him and stood up, ready to leave. "Wait, join us," urged Tian Shui, as she and Guan Xini fished in the shallow waters, appearing somewhat bashful. Chen Jing and Zhao Chang'an felt a pang of discomfort. It was early March, the beginning of a 4-month intensive preparation. Yet, at this crucial juncture, she launched a decisive blow at Wen Yi. Zhao Chang'an was uncertain about how much his efforts today could assist Wen Yi in reclaiming lost scores, especially with merely a month and a few days remaining. In the original timeline, Wen Yi indeed did not attend Yingling, but instead enrolled in a local vocational college. Such a woman possessed a heart too dark and ruthless. Zhao Chang'an gazed at her graceful figure, feeling it was almost painful to behold. As for Lu Chui, he dared not stare for long. The two girls were also surrounded by 4 admirers, rendering the sight rather uninteresting. Alone in this place, Zhao Chang'an thought it preferable to venture into the mountains with Wen Yi instead. The two walked eastward along the beach. After approximately 300 meters, the sand gradually disappeared, giving way to a dirt embankment. Wen Yi took a small spray bottle and applied a green liquid to the backs of their injured hands. Then, from another pocket, she produced a plastic spray bottle and thoroughly misted Zhao Chang'an from head to toe before they began to trek through the dense forest. Crack! Wen Yi wielded a long branch, clearing low shrubs and underbrush as she collected various wild grasses and leaves that Zhao Chang'an could not identify, placing them into the beer box he was carrying. "Why don't you spray?" Zhao Chang'an inquired, detecting the pungent aroma, presumably a repellent. "This is for warding off mosquitoes. Your skin is too delicate for such things. If they bite me, it's merely a tickle. As for snakes, a few swats will send them scurrying away." "You certainly know your stuff, and you have this medicine," Zhao Chang'an admitted with admiration. "My grandfather and father are both hereditary traditional Chinese medicine practitioners and herbalists from the mountains. Chen Jing's mother suffers from a severe skin ailment, and I concocted a remedy using Hufeng as a base. Otherwise, do you think she would have gotten so close to me? Are they not concerned that you might not assist them in the future? What is there to be concerned about? They've offered me money several times, and I've declined. For a skin condition, I would not risk their daughter's well-being. I was merely naive before." "You still haven't answered my question. Surely you want to continue to be so servile and help her again? I've already provided them with the main formula. It contains several blended powders for baking. I prepared a whole bottle for her. It would last 30 years. Zhao Chang'an was speechless, eventually managing to utter a frustrated curse. When Zhao Chang'an and Wen Yi returned to the beach, a group of men and women were frolicking in the water. Wen Yi's old bamboo shuttle lay on the tricycle, indicating that Guan Xini and Tian Shui had achieved nothing. Zhao Chang'an was gutting fish while Wen Yi tended to the fire. Soon, a makeshift grill was ready, and they began to barbecue the lake fish, slathered with wild vegetables and roots, seasoned with pepper and fine salt. Their culinary endeavors quickly drew the attention of those in the water. Lu Chui dashed over, her eyes sparkling with delight as she inhaled the enticing aroma. "This is wonderful. Is it delicious? Did you not eat lunch?" Zhao Chang'an countered. "I had a buffet. But Principal Su kept rambling on endlessly, and I hardly consumed anything, Lu Chui replied, squatting down. Zhao Chang'an glanced at her legs, which were as fair and slender as lotus roots, glistening with droplets of water. Zhao Chang'an dared not look any longer and turned his gaze towards Wen Yi. Wen Yi cast him a glance and said, "You have the final say," yet he did not spare a single glance at Lu Chui throughout. The grilled fish, infused with a tantalizing blend of smoky, tangy, sweet, and savory flavors, left Lu Chui savoring every bite, her tongue darting in delight. Ding! Eventually, she joined Zhao Chang'an and Wen Yi in blowing into a bottle of beer. Meanwhile, Chen Jing, Tian Shui, Guan Xini, and Lu Zhenning observed the scene, eyeing a single grilled fish, yet wisely refrained from approaching. Instead, they frolicked nearby on a small sandy islet in the lake. Zhao Chang'an, how's your progress? I see you're quite engrossed. Surely you've made some strides? Zhao Chang'an chuckled and clinked bottles with Wen Yi. After finishing the beer in one bottle, he opened two more. Indulging in grilled chicken, Burp Lu Chui, having downed a bottle, felt her cheeks flush with color. Between hiccups, she reassured Zhao Chang'an, "Don't be disheartened. The recent mock exam was rather challenging. If you maintain this performance, I believe there's no issue with Shanqing Normal University." Shanqing Normal University? Zhao Chang'an mused, regarding Lu Chui with a playful expression. He stood and sauntered to the lake's edge. The serene spring light cascaded around him, while across the water, Chen Jing, Tian Shui, and the other two girls caught his eye with their alluring figures. The lake shimmered with emerald hues, resembling a vast slab of exquisite jade. Suddenly, Zhao Chang'an bellowed at the top of his lungs, "You all are nothing but scum in my eyes." The crowd was taken aback, laughter erupting as they clutched their bellies in amusement. This fellow, a student ranked beyond 500, possessed an audacity and confidence that bewildered them. Had he overindulged? Such arrogance was astonishing. Chapter 50. The roar of arrogance. Zhao Chang'an's heartfelt shout by the lakeside was not a cry for himself, but rather an expression of indignation for Wen Yi, a furious inquiry into the injustices, disdain, and harm inflicted upon them. He lived in modesty, relying solely on his grandmother for companionship. Amidst the mire of the lower strata, he neither stole nor sullied himself, nor succumbed to degradation. Instead, he endeavored to flourish and studied with relentless determination. In his journey, he met Chen Jing, treating her mother's illness. Yet, at the most critical juncture of their senior year, he delivered a devastating blow. How cruel, how shameless. Wen Yi slowly rose and approached Zhao Chang'an, producing the last two bottles of beer from the water. He handed one to Zhao Chang'an, saying, "Brother, with this bottle, let us turn the page. Besides my grandmother, I owe nothing to anyone, nor does anyone owe me. The past is but a fleeting shadow. My good brother." Ding. Zhao Chang'an and Wen Yi tilted their heads back, downing the bottles in one go. "Let us go. This is pointless." Wen Yi glanced at the Sprite floating in the water. "Are you taking it back? My parents don't drink sweet beverages due to high blood sugar, and neither does my grandmother." Crack. Zhao Chang'an opened a bottle and poured it into the lake, chuckling. "It's just 20 cents. Right, 20 cents. Crack." Wen Yi also opened a bottle and poured it into the water. Nearby, Lu Chui sat on a pine branch, hugging her knees, quietly observing the two somewhat foolish boys. Are they showing off? How silly. Not far away, on a sandy island in the lake, Chen Jing, Tian Shui, and a group of people engaged in casual conversation. Zhang Xiaoxiao, who had just mocked Wen Yi for smoking, was in the same class as Chen Jing, though he knew he could never rise to her level. He looked down upon Wen Yi, who fancied himself worthy of such a beauty. This Zhao Chang'an is somewhat intriguing, though his grades are abysmal. If he doesn't escape the mountain city, he might remain a minor figure within it. Guan Xini commented with a smile, clearly aiming a jab at Zhang Xiaoxiao. What if he does leave? Jiang Ying, usually quiet in the crowd, suddenly inquired. With such poor grades and lacking influential family support or a platform, he would struggle to find success, Guan Xini replied. And what of Wen Yi? Chen Jing asked nonchalantly. Guan Xini glanced at Tian Shui beside him. His family seems to be in a difficult situation, yet he is genuinely a good person, studying diligently, usually fluctuating around the 150th rank. However, his scores have dropped significantly in the third mock exam, falling below 200, and in the last mock exam, he nearly reached 400. Tian Shui whispered, because of this, our teacher has mentioned him several times as a negative example. Chen Jing's expression became slightly uncomfortable, regretting her indiscreet inquiry. If he were to return to the mountain city after graduation, these two brothers would likely support each other there. But if he ventured out, Guan Xini shook his head. This one is like a sharp blade, too keen. Only Zhao Chang'an can wield it. Otherwise, it is brittle and easily broken. Do you think you will manage? Zhang Xiaoxiao asked, curiosity etched on his face. Manage? Guansini chuckled, declaring that the era of bravado and recklessness had come to an end. Commercial warfare was now the prevailing trend both nationally and globally. Zhao Chang'an's laughter echoed amidst the raucous shouts of a dozen men and women, dissipating like smoke in the air. No one made a concerted effort to remember, nor did anyone genuinely regard it as an amusing anecdote. A perennial underachiever, ranked in the 600 to 700 range, found himself relying on an anomalous performance in Chinese to barely surpass a total score of 500. Coming from a destitute background, he scavenged for scrap to afford cigarettes and alcohol. With the looming college entrance examinations, his life seemed predestined and unchanging. Thus, he gazed from afar at a group of academically gifted prodigies, each adorned in stylish swimsuits, feeling as if he belonged to an entirely different realm. Bitterness, inferiority, rage, and envy clouded his reason, leading to a tempestuous outburst. Such behavior was, in some sense, understandable. Nevertheless, it remained the status quo. On the evening of May 31st, the results from the 5th mock exam were released. As anticipated, Zhao Chang'an's previous achievement in Chinese was merely a fleeting moment of brilliance, revealing his true colors this time. He scored 416 points, placing him at 631st. This was a standard result for a student from the rural agricultural college. In contrast, Wen Yi scored 503 points, ranking 389th, a score that barely qualified him for a place at the Mountain City Normal University. Thus, life continued its unremarkable march forward. On June 11th, Zhao Chang'an encountered Yingming and Jilianyan and Tao Longrong at a construction site. The trio was accompanied by a secretary, an assistant, a driver, and several officials from the Guangzhou County Construction Committee, as well as a deputy director from the Municipal Construction Committee. As they crossed the bridge to the northern banks of the Fuhe River, everything appeared to flow seamlessly. Meanwhile, Zeng Xiaoxiao and her mother, Qiu Jinhui, had arrived in Mingzhu, and it had already been over a week. They were residing on the 11th floor of a 5-star hotel by the East River, where the scenic views from the window were breathtaking. The suite boasted a living room, a bathroom, a shower, a color television, and a telephone. However, the staggering nightly rate of 600 yuan left her astounded. In recent days, Qiu Jinhui had rarely been present in the hotel, leaving Zeng Xiaoxiao to study alone in their room, preparing for the impending college entrance examinations. She inquired several times about her mother's prolonged absence, but her mother merely urged her to focus on her studies and disregard unrelated matters. Standing by the window, gazing at the myriad boats weaving across the Emerald River, Zeng Xiaoxiao was suddenly overwhelmed with longing for that familiar face. His lips, his embrace, the warmth he exuded. His domineering nature coupled with a hint of nonchalant charm, these memories flooded her mind. Brother Chang'an, it feels as though I am communicating with you face to face. My mother and I have been in Mingzhu for a week now, residing in a cozy inn with the beautiful East River just outside our window. At night, the river sparkles with lights like a painting. Yet, none of this can compare to the depth of my yearning for you. On the night of June 19th, Zhao Chang'an returned to the courtyard and instinctively glanced around. The Zeng residence remained shrouded in darkness. Ever since Zeng Xiaoxiao and her mother departed for Mingzhu, Zeng Xiaoming had not returned home at night. Zhao Chang'an had heard from Zhong Lianwei that Zeng Xiaoming had become entangled with a divorced woman at the clothing market. Their bond seemingly inseparable. Zhao Chang'an gently pushed open the slightly ajar door, enveloped by the enticing aroma of stir-fried dishes wafting through the air. On the table lay a sumptuous spread, accompanied by a letter. It was from Zeng Xiaoxiao, urging him to study diligently as the college entrance examination loomed just a few days away. Given Zhang Lishan's nature, she would undoubtedly sneak a glance at the letter, waiting until after the exam to assess whether it was necessary to disclose its contents. However, Zhao Shubin had intervened, leaving an uncomfortable feeling in her heart. It had been over 20 days since she last returned. Was she no longer taking the exam? Zhao Chang'an, puzzled, picked up the letter and noticed the seal remained intact. A wave of relief washing over him. As a 19-year-old son, he pondered what he would do if his parents unceremoniously tore open a letter written by a girl. Just the thought of it was quite distressing. You two were at odds, yet she still wrote to you? Zhao Shubin gazed at his son in confusion. Humph. Zhang Lishan scoffed softly, feeling frustrated. She thought to herself, her son had already caused the girl distress, and yet he still claimed they were at odds? She had practically become his fiancée. In her youth, she had been misled by her parents, unable to discern right from wrong. The last incident with Qiao San had tarnished her reputation, preventing her from continuing her studies, but she had finally awakened to the truth, recognizing beauty and ugliness alike. Zhao Chang'an examined the envelope, noting its substantial thickness. It evidently contained several sheets of paper. Night fell, shrouded in silence. After reading the letter, Zhao Chang'an found himself restless. Unable to sleep, he felt an unsettling sense that something significant had slipped through his fingers. The simplest thought nagged at him. Why was Zhao Jinwei acting erratically? Running to Mingzhu? Tao had a wonderful daughter whose academic prowess could easily secure admission to prestigious universities. How amusing. She had already made her decision to return to her hometown. On April 30th, atop the Yujing Tower. The exchange between Ji Lianyun and Tao Longrong echoed ominously in the darkness, striking Zhao Chang'an like a brilliant axe, shattering the stillness of his thoughts. Chapter 51. Another chance in a household devoid of telephones and pagers. At the early hour of 4 a.m., Zhao Chang'an, amidst his parents' puzzled inquiries, simply murmured, "I can't sleep," and set off to the construction site with them. Was it something that Zeng Xiaoxiao had said? Regardless of the circumstances, gaining admission to university would transform his life entirely, rendering many formidable challenges trivial. Zhang Lishan spent half the day instructing Zhao Chang'an, and upon reaching the construction site, the couple dove into the makeshift kitchen, collaborating with Fang Yinglan to prepare breakfast for the workers. At that moment, at 4:26 a.m., the night remained still, and the waning moon hung low in the southern sky, shrouded by thin clouds. Zhao Chang'an hurried to the west gate's duty room, retrieved Zhong Yuanxiang's pillow, and returned to the window of Niu Mingyan's office. He pressed the pillow against one of the glass panes, applying pressure with both hands. Crack! The sound of shattering glass echoed. Setting the pillow aside, Zhao Chang'an gently tapped the cracks with a piece of rebar. Crack! A shard the size of a palm completely broke away. He opened the window and, with great effort, reached inside along the wall, managing to locate the door lock. He twisted it open. Ring, ring, ring. The shrill sound of the phone pierced the silence beside Niu Mingyan's bedside. Which bastard is calling? Niu Mingyan cursed, fumbling for his mobile phone, sleepily squinting at the displayed number. It was the construction office's phone. Confusion washed over him. He was the only one in the office, along with Shan Xiaowei and his daughter, Shan Kai, who possessed keys. But weren't they inside? Had something gone awry at the site, prompting an urgent call to break into the office? Panic surged within him, instantly dispelling his drowsiness. Who is it? Niu Mingyan's voice quivered with tension. Boss Niu. It's Zhao Chang'an. What? Tao Longrong has been deceiving us. He is still in cahoots with Xiao Wenyang. What? Niu Mingyan jolted upright in bed, overwhelmed by shock. June 20th. Saturday, 5:01 a.m. The dawn light began to brighten in the east, while the sky above was a heavy, deep azure, signaling yet another day of sweltering heat. Zhao Chang'an mentioned to his mother his desire for mutton soup, clutching the 10 yuan she had given him, and rode toward Baijiu Road. Along the way, a black Audi sped by and came to a halt. Zhao Chang'an placed most of his bicycle into the Audi's trunk and climbed into the vehicle. Niu Mingyan's expression was obscured in the dim, early morning light, but Zhao Chang'an could easily surmise it was far from pleasant. To secure the land parcel on the north bank of the river, Niu Mingyan had relinquished his old clients in the northern region for steel bars, bricks, cement, lime, sand, and gravel, opting instead for construction materials produced by local enterprises. Moreover, the quality had significantly improved. He had raised wages and instituted overtime pay at double the rate, accelerating the construction process. This alone would incur an additional expenditure of 1.5 to 600,000 yuan, coupled with recent charitable contributions, which had cost nearly 3 to 400,000 yuan, and the high-standard greening project already signed with a subsidiary of the Mountain City Forestry Bureau. The financial strain was palpable, despite the substantial promise of rewards for the top scholars in both arts and sciences. The investment in the entire scholars' residence has exceeded the original budget by an estimated 2 to 400,000. If this were to be exploited by Tao Longrong and Xiao Wenyang, it would amount to a futile endeavor, setting aside the immense loss of over 200,000. If this incident were to circulate back to Zheng City, it would undoubtedly become a source of ridicule. In silence, Niu Mingyan accelerated the vehicle to over 120, recklessly navigating the deserted, well-lit streets. The open windows invited the brisk wind, rendering Zhao Chang'an's expression ashen. The most undesirable scenario had indeed materialized. When a cake falls, it invariably lands with the cream side down. There was no evading it. In merely 5 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of the Yuejiang Tower Park, where they spotted a white sedan parked a short distance from the Riverside Road. Ji Lianyun was leaning against the car, smoking. Niu Mingyan drove up, Tao Longrong had mentioned that Tao Zhao had already departed for her ancestral home in Mingzhu. Xiao Jinwei and her daughter had been residing in Mingzhu for over 20 days now, maintaining a discreet silence regarding their daughter. Although Xiao Wenyang was domineering and ruthless, he was not one to easily concede, yet he was also adept at discerning the distribution of interests. Should he face defeat in this competition, it would be a significant blow to both his corporate endeavors and his reputation in the mountain city. On the other hand, Tao Longrong now found his worries alleviated. With three parties divided in two factions at play, if Xiao Wenyang relinquished enough initiative, Tao Longrong would operate purely as a businessman. Moreover, he had disrupted the encroachment of Unju and Lu Yuan. This is merely conjecture. Yingming appeared skeptical. His recent encounters with Tao Longrong revealed him to be a man of his word. The bid had already been finalized, and it was set to be completed by tomorrow morning, submitted before 5 p.m., thereby denying Xiao Wenyang the opportunity to probe into their pricing. Old Nyo, have them prepare another bid. Just between us two, let's raise the price by an additional 10%, and also make concessions on the various additional requirements from the East New District. What? 10%? Yingming gazed at Ji Lianyun in astonishment. No amount of adjustment will suffice. The East New District is not merely demanding a slight increase in land prices, but rather the entire urban development along the Fuhe River. Our bottom line is already crystal clear to Xiao Wenyang. What leverage do we have to contend with them? 10% is merely a ploy to irritate those two old foxes. At that moment, Ji Lianyun, as a consummate businessman, fully embraced Zhao Chang'an's assessment. His insistence on submitting the bid tomorrow afternoon indicated that they intended to submit their proposals to Shanxing Real Estate and Wenyang Construction a moment before them. They would publicly announce their collaboration in the bidding process. If they were to pilfer a copy of their bid, they would be immediately disqualified. If that were to transpire, by tomorrow evening, they would be the laughingstock among their peers in Zheng City, and I, as the Southern District Director, would find it impossible to show my face again. Ji Lianyun exclaimed in trepidation. Impressive, truly impressive. This small mountain town harbors hidden talents. I nearly met my demise. He added angrily. I shall seek out that scoundrel Tao Longrong. Yingming's eyes blazed with fury. No, that would be pointless and only serve to highlight our folly, further embarrassing ourselves. We shall present the bid tomorrow, which will at least prove that we have not been led astray. As for the plot on the north bank of the river, Ji Lianyun said with a hint of disillusionment, let us not dwell on that. There are still opportunities. Zhao Chang'an, who had remained silent for a considerable time, suddenly spoke softly, his eyes glinting with a cold light. At the Mingzhu train station, due to the time difference, it was already dawn at 5 in the morning as the sun rose in the east. Zeng Xiaoxiao and her mother sat in the lower berth, watching as the train finally began to move, unable to contain their elation. After such a long separation, her heart brimmed with eager and sweet longing. Behind her mother's back, Zeng Xiaoxiao had secretly purchased 2 packs of Yingming cigarettes, a Zippo lighter, and a genuine leather belt, all acquired with her saved pocket money. Xiao Jinwei cast a disapproving glance at her daughter, her expression somewhat frosty. However, when Zeng Xiaoxiao turned towards her, her demeanor transformed into one of warmth and affection. According to their schedule, they would transfer trains in Zheng City in the evening and arrive at the mountain town the following morning, after which they would leave their daughter, who had turned her back on them, at home. By afternoon, they would be able to witness a splendid performance. Chapter 52. The Confidence of Tao Longrong in Guangzhou. At 5:30 in the morning, Tao Longrong was gently awakened by the careful sounds of his wife's rising. Lying quietly in bed, he listened to the soft murmurs of his wife and sister Gui preparing breakfast in the kitchen below. The 2 black dogs stirred from their nest with soft whines. At 5:40, faint noises emanated from his daughter Tao Zhao's bedroom. From the adjacent villa, his sister-in-law's loud voice could be heard calling her son to get up. Tao Longrong reveled in this warm and orderly family life, regarding his wife and daughter as the most precious gifts bestowed upon him by heaven, which he would not allow anyone to disrupt. Thus, when Xiao Wenyang took a circuitous route, sending Xiao Jinwei to Mingzhu with an extravagant array of high-end luxury goods, gold, platinum, diamonds, watches, and countless other lavish items, spending recklessly over $1 million in just 10 days, he presented a resolute front of desperation. Tao Longrong found himself compelled to make a choice. He was uncertain whether Xiao Wenyang held any additional trump cards regarding the woman from his past in Shanxing and his eldest daughter. Xiao Wenyang, Xiao San, Go Jianyong, Luan Deyu, and Xiao Wuyue formed a ruthless and calculating cabal, infamous for their unscrupulous behavior. Rumor had it that they were once again entangled with Mo Haier and his ruthless crew. After Xiao Wenyang made significant concessions, Tao Longrong, although not intimidated as a businessman, saw no reason to engage in a futile confrontation with Xiao Wenyang over an event that had yet to transpire. Frankly, if he were in Xiao Wenyang's position, he would similarly seize the opportunity to strike without hesitation. Moreover, as a local businessman in Shanxing, Tao Longrong was not fond of outsiders meddling in local affairs. The terms proposed by Xiao Wenyang were an initial comprehensive investment in infrastructure, with Shanxing Real Estate contributing 4 and Wenyang Construction 6. The subsequent investments from both parties would even out. The 260-acre plot was subdivided into 8 sections, equally divided between the two, each responsible for its own profit and loss. This arrangement was distinctly different from the collaborative investment model discussed with Unju Green Garden, which involved 3 parties contributing in a 40-30-30 ratio to form a central project team, leading to a 20 reduction in Tao Longrong's stake. Should Niu Mingyan and Ji Lianyun collaborate on the project, he would find himself in a wholly passive position. From a purely business perspective, the advantages and disadvantages were glaringly apparent. Thus, Tao Longrong unhesitatingly disclosed the information regarding Niu Mingyan, Ji Lianyun, and the audio recording in Zhao Chang'an's possession. Niu Mingyan and Ji Lianyun were rather naive, he mused, to genuinely believe that Xiao Wenyang, this ravenous wolf, would easily concede defeat. On June 20th, Zhao Chang'an, having taken 2 days off, found a truck from another city through Ji Lianyun. He enlisted Zhong Lianwei to help clear out his home. In truth, there was little of significance to salvage. The only truly sensitive item was a thick notebook filled with meticulous records. Zhao Chang'an placed this notebook into a large stainless steel box. In a precautionary measure, he tucked away thick stacks of letters. 8 diaries spanning from elementary to junior high school, a substantial collection of awards, certificates, and trophies obtained during his school years. A small glass bottle filled with 1,000 paper cranes, fragrant sachets, and intertwined knots. Thus, even if this nebulous notebook were to be inadvertently unearthed, it would be overshadowed by other artifacts. Subsequently, Zhao Chang'an poured in melted wax for sealing and meticulously wrapped it with foam board and aluminum wire to ensure its closure. He cycled to a forested area, designated as a protective reserve for 2 decades, where human presence was scarce, especially under the sweltering sun of summer. Amidst the sweltering heat, Zhao Chang'an ventured into the dense thicket, penetrating 200 to 300 meters, drenched in sweat. After nearly an hour of effort, he located 3 trees and dug a pit over 1 meter deep. He buried the foam board box containing the stainless steel vessel within. Once he covered the pit with soil and roots, he compacted it and laid a layer of decaying leaves on top, leaving no trace of disturbance. As he emerged, the winding forest path was resonant only with the sounds of cicadas and birds, while Zhao Chang'an's body was pockmarked with insect bites. Nevertheless, in the warm breeze, he felt a sense of refreshing relief. He had finally set aside a significant burden, securely entombing this hot potato. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, he would not revisit this place for several years. Afterward, Zhao Chang'an collected an array of inconsequential items from home: his parents' marriage certificate, family photographs, various certificates and awards, a black and white television, a fan, and a gas stove, filling an entire truck. Accompanied by Zhong Lianwei, they headed north to Yingming, where Ji Lianyun had already arranged for a temporary residence. Stay indoors and avoid unnecessary outings. Here's 1,000 yuan for a month's living expenses, plus some funds for you to purchase books on computer science, particularly on website creation and management, as well as antivirus software. Brother, if you plan any major moves, please don't exile me. Zhang Lianwei had followed Zhao Chang'an for over a decade and had evidently sensed a shift in the atmosphere, growing somewhat anxious. It's merely a small matter. Don't lose your composure. Zhao Chang'an waved his hand dismissively at Zhong Lianwei, indicating that the situation was hardly worth concern. At 3 in the afternoon, after witnessing the truck depart, Zhao Chang'an returned home. Using the dining table as a desk, he poured several bottles of black ink into a large bowl. He unfurled a sheet of 100 by 60 millimeters rice paper, grasped a brush, and commenced to write. 3 years prior, under the instigation of Xiao Wenyang, a group including the Zeng family and Xiao San had disseminated anonymous letters to slander him. Today, after a full 25 years, Zhao Chang'an remained steadfast in his identity and name, determined to utilize the bold proclamation of a big character poster to expose the true nature of Xiao Wenyang's clique and deliver a direct and forceful counterstrike against them. Much of the information contained within was known only to the core members of Xiao Wenyang's group, leaving outsiders in ignorance. However, Zhao Chang'an's advantage lay in his memories from the future. In a matter of a few years, what was once a concealed matter has transformed into a legend that the Xia group proudly boasts of, claiming to have soared to success amidst the tempestuous winds of fortune. It has also enlightened Zhao Chang'an to the numerous clandestine affairs that remain hidden from the public eye. At approximately 10 o'clock in the evening, Zhao Chang'an had fervently scribbled 40 pages, exhausting 5 bottles of black ink, leaving his right hand nearly numb with fatigue, dragging his weary body. He made his way to the entrance of the courtyard and purchased 2 bottles of chilled beer, consuming them in one go. It was then that he heard footsteps ascending the stairs. Old Neo was still unable to manage. Had he not the capacity to assist him for an entire night? Zhao Chang'an hurriedly tidied up the posters strewn across the table and sofa, hastily tossing them beneath his bed. He began to comprehend why, a decade later, the merely 27-year-old Shan Kai would succeed Yingming in and take the reins of Shan Kai Group. The thought was quite a headache. Just as Zhao Chang'an concealed the last of his belongings, the security door creaked open. "Chang'an, you're back quite early," Zhao Shubin exclaimed. "Old Neo has ordered overtime until the wee hours, and I'll be preparing the night meal and breakfast. Your mother and I want to be returning tonight. We'll be staying at the construction site. This is your supper." Upon entering, Zhao Shubin noticed the empty television cabinet and the missing Qinghua vase, which stood at a mere 60 millimeters in height. "Have we been robbed?" he cried out, panic rising as he thrust a thermos towards Zhao Chang'an and rushed into his bedroom. Indeed, not only had they been robbed, but even the desk containing vital documents such as the household registration book, identification card, gas certificate, and 2 months' worth of wages had vanished without a trace. The audacity of the thief was astonishing. They had even moved the desk. Zhao Shubin was taken aback, his knees weakening. Though the possessions of a poor family might seem trivial, they represented the stability of their livelihood. "Dad, we weren't robbed. I moved them," Zhao Chang'an declared nonchalantly. "What?" Zhao Shubin's expression shifted dramatically from shock to relief, only to be overtaken by a new wave of anger and astonishment. "Where did you take them?" "There's a house behind the agricultural college. It's only 50 yuan a month. I rented it. In this way we can save on meals at home." He fabricated a lie with a steady demeanor. "If we rent out our house, we can balance the expenses. Are you truly going to attend the agricultural college?" Zhao Shubin regarded his son with scrutiny. "Given my grades, I have a strong chance of securing a place there." "Very well then. Don't think of anything else for now. Eat quickly. I must return to work at the site." With that, Zhao Shubin descended the stairs and rode his bicycle back to the construction site. His son's decision caught him off guard. The house behind the agricultural college would indeed facilitate a better relationship with the gatekeeper, allowing him to save 2 miles on his commute. The distance from the back gate to the construction site was less than 10 miles, a slight increase compared to the current route, and rising a bit earlier would suffice. However, it meant that Lishan would bear an even greater burden. This boy was still just a child. With both of them dining at the construction site and the agricultural college being so far, it would be impractical for him to come home for meals. It would be more sensible for him to eat at the school. Forget it. The journey from the courtyard to the agricultural college spans nearly 10 miles. In the sweltering heat or the biting cold, arriving at school leaves little room for the desire to study. Under the soft glow of the waning crescent moon, Zhao Shubin passed by a row of opulent villas. This evening, he was hurrying along a path that he and his spouse had tacitly avoided in the past. When Xiao Wenyang was developing the clothing market, he acquired this stretch of barren land adjacent to the road under the guise of municipal construction. It was not a large area, totaling less than 6 acres. 18 3-story villas, each with a garden, were erected. Xiao Wenyang, Qiao San, Li Yongzhang, Go Jianyang, Luan Daiyu, and Chai Yinjia each claimed 1 unit. The remaining 12 units were sold off, offsetting the municipal investment. These 12 villas, arranged in a 4x3 layout, were enclosed by a towering wall, complete with a gatekeeper. Inside, every household was ablaze with light. Creaking and groaning, Zhao Shubin pedaled his bicycle along this stretch of road. "Ah, has that lad not gone to school today?" At that moment, Zhao Shubin suddenly recalled this amusing notion. "What are you looking at?" Summer Wuyue, growing increasingly impatient with his parents' restrictions, had long since moved into Qiao San's residence. He emerged with a chilled bottle of beer, addressing Qiao San on the second-floor balcony. "In this heat, how can you stand being outside? That fellow looks like Zhao Shubin, the simpleton." Summer Wuyue squinted, but in the dim light of the street lamp, he could no longer discern the figure Qiao San mentioned. "Do you think that tomorrow afternoon, in a fit of rage, Niu Mingyan will kill Zhao Chang'an?" "Haha." Just thinking about it brings me joy. Summer Wuyue took a swig of beer, feeling invigorated. I truly misjudged. I may be a fool, but my son is cunning. And then there's Zeng Xiaoxiao, that wretched girl. Didn't my brother-in-law mention something to me tonight while I was in the dark? That traitorous creature. If your father says not to touch her, then tomorrow I'll visit her home, and the day after, I shall break Zhao Chang'an's legs. Hold on, haste makes waste, right? Wait until after the college entrance examination. Once the admission notice arrives, then you can act. Being a fresh college student would be much more entertaining, wouldn't it? And as for Zhao Chang'an, with his abysmal grades, merely getting into the agricultural college is quite the achievement. When the time comes, we can casually visit the agricultural college, and if he fancies a girl, we shall pursue his sister instead. Haha. Summer Wuyue laughed heartily, lost in his delight. In the neighboring villa, on the third-floor balcony, Xiao Wenyang also spotted Zhao Shubin's silhouette. Unlike Xiao San, who hesitated, Xiao Wenyang recognized Zhao Shubin immediately. They had known each other for 40 years. And even the faintest glimpse was enough for him to identify him accurately. Haha. At that moment, laughter from next door echoed over. A smile crept onto Xiao Wenyang's lips. He eagerly anticipated the arrival of the following afternoon, not merely to employ unparalleled strategies to swiftly eliminate two rivals, but also to witness how the furious Yingming would treat his brother Zhao and family. Being swept out of the house and driven away from the construction site would be the least of it. As for conceding profits to Shanqing real estate, Xiao Wenyang was not particularly distressed, much like the fashion market. The 260 acres of land on the northern bank of the Fuhe River remains a mere stepping stone for the Xia Group. However, the true determinant of the Xia family's ascendance lies across the river at Taohua Mountain Villa, where 1,000 acres await. At a tender age, Xiao Wenyang reflects on Zhao Chang'an's unpleasant visage, causing him to furrow his brow in frustration. The trials of society teach one how to navigate life with humility and restraint. Chapter 53. The Stone Carving of Me, June 21st, 2 a.m. The jarring sound of the alarm clock pierced the tranquility, rousing Zhao Chang'an from his restless slumber. Despite the late hour, the window stood wide open, and the fan buzzed incessantly. Yet, the bedroom remained stifling, akin to a steamer, with the bedding radiating heat. Feeling sticky all over, Zhao Chang'an took a refreshing shower. With a crisp sound, he entered the kitchen and ignited the gas. He mixed water and flour, initiating the preparation of paste. By approximately 2:30 a.m., Zhao Chang'an rolled up around 40 sheets of calligraphy paper, each meticulously inscribed in small characters. Balancing a small bucket filled with 5 liters of paste, he grasped a brush and a bag containing a few garments, including his school uniform. His pockets held cigarettes and a lighter, while his backpack carried books, papers, all remaining cash, his household registration booklet, and identification. Standing in the living room, he surveyed the home, devoid of anything of significant value. He locked the door behind him and descended the stairs. The courtyard below was eerily silent. The 11 buildings and rows of single-story homes bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight, concealing the mountains of refuse and filth that marred the daylight. In the cover of night, Zhao Chang'an approached the vast blackboard wall of building number 3, plastered with a plethora of job postings, rentals, and sales notices. He selected a spot with fewer advertisements, procured a 3-legged stool, and positioned it against the wall for support. With a rhythmic motion, he began to evenly apply the paste onto the board. Then, he firmly affixed a sheet of calligraphy paper, ensuring a steadfast bond between the paper and the board. Given the high temperatures, the moisture within the paste would evaporate before dawn, cementing the two together inextricably. Only water and a spatula could dislodge it. After completing this task, Zhao Chang'an affixed another sheet outside the eastern and western gates of the construction site. He then slung his backpack filled with calligraphy paper and secured the bag of clothes behind the seat of his bicycle. With one hand grasping the handlebars and the other holding the small bucket, he pedaled out of the courtyard. His next destination, the market. Approximately 2 hours later. At 4:30 a.m., under the soft glow of street lights and the gentle moonlight, Zhao Chang'an cycled along the empty road. Finally arriving at the entrance of the East New District Construction Committee, his last stop. June 21st, Sunday. The sky was a brilliant blue. At 5:40 a.m., the ground felt as if it had been scorched, with even the air seeming to radiate heat. Zhao Chang'an hurried to the entrance of Old Zhou's lamb soup restaurant. At this hour, Old Zhou, along with his wife, son, daughter-in-law, and staff, began to set up tables and chairs, yet no patrons had arrived for breakfast. Upon seeing Zhao Chang'an, Old Zhou promptly entered the kitchen and emerged with a generous bowl of lamb soup, a meat-filled pancake, and a small dish of pickled vegetables. Zhao Chang'an wasted no time, consuming 2 large bowls of complimentary lamb soup in quick succession, leaving him satisfied and refreshed. Uncle Zhou, Auntie, I'm off now. If you wish to drink, feel free to come by, and bring your parents too. Zhao Chang'an called out, as old Zhou beamed with warmth. Zhao Chang'an waved his hand and rode straight to the construction site. My father is still too honest. These items are worth no less than 15 yuan. Even if he refuses to pay, a pretense of generosity would suffice, wouldn't it? Old Zhou's daughter-in-law whispered to her husband. What do you understand? Was it Uncle Zhao who borrowed money back in the day and drove the tractor to deliver it? My father suffered from acute appendicitis. Had it been delayed any longer, the consequences would have been dire. Zhou Yulin, old Zhou's son, also lowered his voice, cautioning his newlywed wife, this is something you must not let our parents hear, even if these few bowls of worthless mutton soup are concerned. It wouldn't matter if Uncle Zhao's family of 3 came every day for a drink. Besides, our family may toil, but we do earn, after a month. We can save a little over 10,000. What does that amount to? Over 10,000, you say? Look at how pleased you are. Zhou Yulin's wife playfully tapped her husband's shoulder. When Zhao Chang'an arrived at the construction site, the first shift of workers was having their meal. Early in the morning, they were served winter melon and pork rib soup, tofu pudding, deep-fried dough sticks, spicy soup, and chilled mung bean porridge. To ensure the workers had something cool to drink during the sweltering summer, Yingming had purchased 4 large refrigerators the day before, prompting cheers of appreciation from the workers for their benevolent boss. At this time, Zhao Chang'an and Jiang Jia had yet to arrive, indicating that the entire site was still unaware of the events outside. Seeing his parents' bloodshot eyes from staying up late, Zhao Chang'an felt a pang of guilt and silently cursed old Niu for his bovine intellect. After all his efforts, his father still returned home. Fortunately, he was exceptionally astute and eloquent, managing to deceive his father. However, now that the blade had been thrust forth, it was time for them to know the truth. Zhao Chang'an stepped into the kitchen, where a large fan was running yet the heat was still stifling. He scooped a full bowl of chilled mung bean porridge and drank it in one go. Chang'an, didn't you attend class yesterday? Moving can wait. But you must understand that each day is as precious as gold for you now, especially with the college entrance exams approaching. Upon seeing her son, Zhang Lishan was consumed by irritation. Let us lay it all bare. Come, appreciate my calligraphy. Zhao Chang'an took out one of the last 2 sheets of rice paper, a radiant smile adorning his face. Xiao Wenyang was awakened by a call from a technician in the courtyard, Ding Lianxing. He promptly drove to the west gate of the courtyard. As Xiao Wenyang's car approached, apart from Ding Lianxing and a few retired workers, the onlookers dispersed in a flurry. At that moment, it was prudent not to provoke this agitated wolf, lest he bear a grudge for later retribution. Manager Xia, right there. Ding Lianxing greeted with a fawning expression, only to be disregarded by Xiao Wenyang, who, with a grim demeanor, walked straight to the wall. Xiao Wenyang faced 7 grave accusations. First, he had cunningly exploited the collective assets for his own gain. In the construction of the garment market, there has been a continuous manipulation of accounts, with various expenditures being falsely inflated and reported. Furthermore, there is the exploitation of authority for personal gain. In the establishment of brick and tile factories, sand pits, and quarries under the guise of relatives' names, coercing the construction company to purchase at exorbitant prices, facilitating the transfer of benefits. Additionally, a sum of 15 million was used to acquire 100 acres of land on the southern bank of the Taohua River, which was then utilized to create fraudulent documentation for repeated pledging and loans. Promises were made to develop 1,000 acres of land at Taohua Villa, yet in reality, it was merely land hoarding. The informant, Zhao Chang'an, has left Xiao Wenyang pale and dizzy. The first 3 points represent actions that skirt the edges of policy. Being disciplinary yet not criminal, the truly audacious maneuvers have been meticulously concealed within the accounts, with the worst consequence being Xiao's removal from the position of general manager. However, the subsequent points strike like daggers, directly piercing the core interests of the Wenyang group. It is crucial to understand that the 4th point, regarding repeated pledging for loans, while many individuals and enterprises engage in such clandestine activities, remains an unspoken understanding among them. Should this information be revealed, it would lead to monumental trouble. Moreover, how could a mere high school student be privy to such covert dealings? It is worth noting that he had only borrowed from local banks for security, while the majority of the loans were taken from credit unions in southern provinces. It stands to reason that not only Zhao Chang'an but even Yingming could not possibly be aware of this. Summer Wenyang, feeling lightheaded, is both astonished and suspicious. Is it possible that there exists a consortium, unbeknownst to him, colluding with Niu Mengyun and Ji Lianyun in this bidding process? Suddenly, his mobile phone rings. Mr. Xia, where are you? Someone is posting about Zhao Chang'an at the bus station. At that moment, Xiao Wenyang gritted his teeth in fury, feeling an intense animosity towards Zhao Chang'an. Zhao Chang'an, Zhao Shubin, Zhang Lishan, Xia Chahai, Jiang Jia, and the intractable Fang Yinglan form a group seated in the Westgate guardhouse of Zhong Yuanqiang. A sheet of rice paper, filled with small script, has been temporarily affixed to the wall by Zhao Chang'an with transparent tape. Zhao Shubin wears a complex expression, while Zhang Lishan's eyes are filled with worry and fear. Xia Chahai and his wife, however, gaze at Zhao Chang'an with admiration and delight, their eyes brimming with affection. You young scamp, truly unaware of the gravity of the situation. Xiao Yue and Xiao San are akin to two ferocious dogs. When cornered, what lengths will they not go to? Zhang Lishan's voice trembles with anger. Do you really intend to make a stand now? Must you risk your future at this critical juncture instead of waiting until after the college entrance examination? Lishan, please refrain from saying more, since it has already transpired. Chang'an is merely seeking to vent his frustrations on my behalf. Zhao Shubin comforts his wife, guilt evident in his gaze towards Zhao Chang'an. From now on, you will have lunch at school and sleep at the construction site at night. It will be tough for this half-month, but I will pick you up and drop you off. I can manage that, Xia Chahai adds. This half-month will pass with some perseverance. Plus, I will be with you. Zhang Yuanqi's eyes glinted with fierce determination. Xiao Yue and Xiao San, those rascals, I dare them to act recklessly. He declared, no need for that. From now until the college entrance examination concludes, I shall reside on campus, not stepping foot outside. Zhao Chang'an chuckled, reassuring everyone. They wouldn't dare to stir trouble at school. They're not that bold. Zhao Chang'an, with his bicycle, was escorted by his parents and the Xia couple to the northwest rear gate of the high school. After opening the gate and locking it, he waved goodbye with a smile to his parents and the Xias. He then pedaled towards the senior class bicycle shed. It was just past 8 in the morning, with the first class having commenced. The campus was enveloped in tranquility. I have done all that I could, with utmost effort. The die is cast now, he thought, gazing at the granite mountain near the grandstand of the sports field, which bore the inscriptions of a dozen names. Over its more than 40 years of establishment, the high school had only produced these few notable individuals. In Zhao Chang'an's timeline, a decade and a half later, the names Li Yanqiu, Xiao Wenjue, and Guan Sini would also be etched upon that wall of fame. Zhao Chang'an vowed silently to the heavens, in less than 10 years. My name shall also be inscribed there. Chapter 54. Dead angle in the original timeline of Zhao Chang'an, approximately 18 years into the future during a summer vacation. Old Chang ventured to Zheng City to indulge in merriment with his students. At that time, Zhao Chang'an, an ordinary office worker employed at Shanghai Education, Louis Hui, the CEO of Yifei Decoration, Zheng Qi, the head of Chiwei Wine House, Xin Yueling, the head of the department at Zheng City No. 9 Middle School, and Fan Chao, the deputy section chief at the Airport Tax Bureau, extended their hospitality. Amidst the revelry, Old Chang reminisced, Li Yanqiu has just been inscribed on Celebrity Mountain. After teaching for over 20 years, I finally have a student who has made it to that honor. Yet, your esteemed student disregards you, and it is we, the less fortunate, who welcome you. Old Zhang, with an arm draped over Old Chang's shoulder, raised his glass and exclaimed, Come on, brother, let us toast. No rush, we are still young. Who knows, in 10 or 20 years, one of us might also be immortalized, right? You heroine and leader fan? You all stand no chance. Old Chang bluntly replied, TSK, that's Xiao Wenjue, with his striking appearance and impressive accomplishments, has outshined the city's top students for over a decade. In terms of looks and charisma, he can only be compared to Zhu Lu, the science champion from 2013. Teacher, being immortalized is not solely based on exam scores and looks, Xin Yueling retorted, somewhat unconvinced. True, it is not just that. But one must admit that those are indeed their advantages. Your cohort is indeed remarkable. Xiao Wenjue, Guan Sini, and Li Yanqiu, one is the wealthiest since the school's inception. Another the most positive influence, and the sole academician to emerge from our school. Xiao Wenjue has amassed billions, donating 50 million to the school in one go. Among you, only Zheng Qi's family fortune could amount to 50 million, right? Louis Hui would have to part with half, and still, it would barely suffice. No one can contest that. Guan Sini, who has spent 12 years in Africa after graduating, was severely injured while rescuing compatriots. No objections there, right? As for Li Yanqiu, if any of you were to become an academician, the school would honor you as well. This girl, during high school, was not as dazzling as Xiaowenjua and Guansini. It was indeed a misjudgment. Among you, Zhao Chang'an is the most likely candidate. Yet unfortunately old Chang shook his head, lamenting, those 3 years in high school were wasted. Zhao Chang'an sat in a bamboo grove until the school bell rang, signaling the end of class. You're treating me to lunch today, he stated. The school cafeteria only accepted meal tickets, while the convenience store's instant noodles and bread were overpriced and unappetizing. Not a problem. I'll treat you to steamed meat with vermicelli and egg seaweed soup. Lu Yihue replied, swallowing hard at the thought. I'm not going back for lunch. Treat me. Zhao Chang'an teased as he noticed Wu Yu had already occupied Zhang Shun's seat. In the last half-month, teachers had ceased lectures, merely distributing papers for students to complete, followed by explanations. Thus, math teacher Li Chaolin, whose daughter Li Jiaye was in the same hospital as Wu Yu's father, Wu Suanhai, did not intervene upon witnessing this. Come on. Doesn't he or your family have better meals than steamed meat with vermicelli? Although Lu Yihue sensed that Wu Yu was merely jesting, he couldn't shake off the fear that she might be serious. Haha, Wu Yu merely laughed it off. Ding ding ding, the second class is English, where the teacher, N.I. Yan, enters the classroom in a form-fitting short-sleeved dress, adorned with high heels, her hair cascading in large waves, the sound of her footsteps echoing, clack, clack. Her gaze immediately fixates on Zhao Chang'an's seat. Thus, Zhao Chang'an realizes that the matter has already circulated among the faculty at a higher level. In the third session of mathematics class, the gaze of the mathematics teacher, Li Chaolin, first fell upon Zhao Chang'an's seat in the northeast corner of the classroom. The New East District is not vast, and being a city characterized by net population outflow, it rarely experiences significant events throughout the year. Life unfolds in an unremarkable manner. As the wealthiest individual in the mountain city, Xiao Wenyang faced enough turbulence from the matters revealed by the rice paper. In the office, the air conditioner hummed. Yet it could not quell the seething fury within Xiao Wenyang. Li Yongzhang sat solemnly at his desk, quietly smoking. I am somewhat aware of certain matters. However, in the interest of invigorating the mountain city's economy, it is understandable that you have skirted the edges of policy. Yet, some things are lines that must not be crossed. Let us not discuss anything else. I must ask about those brick factories, stone quarries, and sand pits. Are they true? Xiao Wenyang remained silent, holding a steaming cup of tea. There was no room for deception. If investigated thoroughly, the truth would undoubtedly emerge. Old Xiao, how can I commend you? Is the clothing market not lucrative enough for you? Submit your resignation letter. Given the circumstances, I can no longer protect you. Will Zhao Shubin return? Xiao Wenyang's eyes were resolute as he stared at Li Yongzhang. I can resign, but I have conditions. Zhao Shubin must not return. It was not a matter of asking for his return. Zhao Shubin was a capable individual, but lacked charisma. The current state of the city's construction was chaotic, and he would not fare well if he returned. Then who will take over? Xiao Wenyang inquired with renewed curiosity. I will. Li Yongzhang responded tersely. At this moment, who else could handle this mess? The higher-ups have already decided that I will temporarily assume the role of general manager of construction company number 1. Xiao Wenyang chuckled. This was somewhat of a silver lining amidst the storm. Moreover, Wenyang Construction will withdraw from this bidding process. In any case, even if you did not withdraw, you would have no chance. Li Yongzhang regarded the smiling Xiao Wenyang, his tone soft. Suddenly, Xiao Wenyang's expression faltered. Unless you can provide evidence that Taohua Mountain Villa has not been repeatedly mortgaged. Furthermore, per the directives from above, the district credit union will be in contact with the Luzhou and Shangbei credit unions. In that moment, Xiao Wenyang's face turned ashen. Utilizing the clothing market as collateral, he secured 10 million, along with 5 million from several partners. After acquiring 150 acres of riverside land, he obtained another 10 million through a pledge loan from Dongxing Credit Union. He then acquired 100 additional acres. Subsequently, using these 250 acres as collateral, he borrowed 15 million from 2 credit unions. Following this, he utilized 30 million, augmented by an additional 10 million from several partners, to purchase 400 acres of land. He mortgaged these 400 acres for 20 million with Dongxing Credit Union and borrowed another 20 million from Luzhou and Shangbei respectively. Finally, he secured 350 acres for 30 million, repaying Dongxing Credit Union and reclaiming the pledged equity in the clothing market. 15 million was allocated to the establishment of a new brewery and a tea plantation spanning thousands of acres. Ultimately, 5 million was simply utilized to construct the Peach Blossom Villa. Through this astute capital maneuvering, Xiao Wenyang managed to invest not a single cent of his own. Leveraging his partner's 10 million to acquire the 1,000-acre Peach Blossom Villa, thus securing an 84% stake. Moreover, he withdrew an additional 15 million for the preliminary development of the brewery and tea plantation. Xiao Wenyang executed this scheme with remarkable discretion. Aside from himself and the women Zhao Chang'an and Zhao Jianwei, no one else in Shanxing was privy to this information. However, Zhao Chang'an's revelations directly named the two credit cooperatives from other provinces, cornering him into a perilous situation. Due to a delayed train, Qiu Jinwei and Zeng Xiaoxiao returned to Shanxing just before noon. Upon arriving at the station square, they hailed a taxi, exclaiming, "You know, something monumental has happened in our Shanxing today, haha, something concerning Xiao Wenyang." The driver, captivated by the beautiful women and recognizing their local accent, couldn't resist striking up a conversation. Soon enough, Qiu Jinwei and Zeng Xiaoxiao were left aghast. The taxi drove straight into the construction site, dropping off Zeng Xiaoxiao with an array of belongings at the entrance, before whisking away the visibly distressed Qiu Jinwei. In her panic, Zeng Xiaoxiao noticed the shards of glass strewn across the ground, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers engaged in hushed discussions. Not far away, a police car was parked. Gazing upwards towards the third floor, she saw the shattered windows of Zhao Chang'an's residence, revealing empty window frames. Her heart raced as she disregarded the clutter at the stairwell and dashed into the corridor, ascending to the third floor. Upon reaching Zhao Chang'an's door, she was halted by a female police officer, as several officers inside were busy taking photographs. The scene was chaotic, with walls defaced by graffiti adorned with repugnant threats. Xiao Wuyue and Xiao San were present, with bandages wrapped around their arms, accompanied by a group of individuals. One officer, visibly incensed, declared, "These audacious perpetrators have gone too far. Let us see where they attempt to flee this time." Chapter 55. No one cares. As the school bell rang, the entire campus erupted with excitement. "Lu Chui, may I join you for some fun after lunch?" Zhao Chang'an asked with a mischievous grin, blocking Lu Chui as she attempted to leave the classroom. "What, do you wish for death?" Lu Chui raised her brows in disbelief at Zhao Chang'an's audacity to tease her. "Your uncle is having dinner at home today, right?" "Hee, time to meet the parents," Zhao Chang'an said, nimbly dodging Lu Chui's swift kick. "Not just my uncle, but even my aunt will be at home for dinner," Lu Chui replied, her fair cheeks slightly flushed, gazing defiantly at Zhao Chang'an's prominent jawline. "If you dare come, we'll meet again." Zhao Chang'an cheerfully waved goodbye to Lu Chui. She huffed, strutting away from the classroom with pride. "What were you two discussing?" Lu Yihue, waiting for Wuyu to exit the classroom, feigned awakening from his studies and approached Zhao Chang'an. "Brother is going to sleep at Lu Chui's place. Are you envious? You really know how to boast," Lu Yihue remarked, recalling the lavish meal he had in the cafeteria: steamed pork, winter melon with ribs, and 2 small bowls of seaweed egg soup. Since alcohol was forbidden on campus, Zhao Chang'an had bought 2 large bottles of chilled rice wine. The two indulged in a feast until they were full. "You head back to class first. I'll chat with Lu Chui," Zhao Chang'an said, waving Lu Yihue off as he walked towards the cluster of tall buildings surrounded by trees. "If you dare approach Lu Chui, I'll boldly confess to Zhang Xiaoxiao," Lu Yihue retorted with a dismissive expression. "After the college entrance exams, you should confess at least once. Although it might be futile, it would alleviate some regrets." Zhao Chang'an teased, prolonging his words to mock Lu Yihue. "Damn it, who said it's useless? She might secretly have a crush on me." Lu Yihue shot back angrily, watching Zhao Chang'an's retreating figure. "Hee, Zhao Chang'an chuckled coldly. "What else with the laughter? Are you not convinced?" Lu Yihue demanded. "Hee." Zhao Chang'an continued to laugh derisively. After their hearty meal, the two parted ways. Taohua Mountain Villa. Slap. Xiao Wenyang struck his son, Xiao Wuyue, sharply across the face. Under the watchful eyes of Qiao San and Qiao Jianwei, his left cheek began to swell visibly. From today onwards, all matters concerning the Zhao family must be approved by Jianwei. Do you two understand? Our family is currently teetering on the edge of a precipice. Knock, knock, knock. Mr. Xia, Wenjua and Pei Shuizhe have arrived in Boss Pei's car, along with him. Upon hearing the voices outside, Xiao Wenyang's previously ashen face suddenly brightened. After leaving Li Yongzhang's office that morning, he had made a flurry of phone calls for help, only to be met with evasive responses that left him disheartened. Reluctantly, he had sent his wife to the school to find their daughter and Pei Shuizhe. "You two stay here and reflect on your actions. Jianwei will handle the matters at hand." Xiao Wenyang hastily rose to his feet, reprimanding his son and brother-in-law. Upon opening the door to the room, his expression transformed into a serene smile. "Regardless of the circumstances, the funds I procured from the bank, along with the profits from the brick factory, sandpit, quarry, and garment market have not been squandered by me, Xiao Wenyang. Every single penny has been invested in Teotihuacan Villa, a newly established brewery, and the expansive tea plantation. This includes the land on the north bank of the government river that I aspire to acquire. All of this is aimed at facilitating the economic transformation of Shanxing. Once these investments are completed and operational, they will not only provide employment for thousands but also invigorate the economy of Shanxing. Particularly, the tea plantation aims to craft a splendid reputation for our city. Furthermore, there are long-term plans for a medicinal herb garden and a rose garden spanning thousands of acres. Xiao Wenyang gazed at the Yueliang Tower across the river, filled with confidence that as long as the entrepreneurs and builders of Shanxing were willing to heed his voice, they would certainly comprehend his earnest intentions and the significance of Wenyang Group in the construction of Shanxing. How infuriating, letting that little brat off easy. Xiao Weiyue, feeling the sting of humiliation, seethed with rage. Why should he benefit? Xiao Jianwei observed Xiao Weiyue with a smirk. Are you looking for a fight, my friend? Xiao Xin shot an irritable glance at his nephew. The uncle merely stated that all matters concerning the Zhao family must be approved by me. He never said you couldn't deal with that boy. Xiao Jianwei wore a cunning smile, still not understanding. The higher-ups strategize while the lower ranks toil. I heard that a couple of months ago, Zhao Chang'an had a brawl with that gang of ruffians from the business school, but it was quelled by Mo. Haven't you been chummy with Mo lately? What do you mean? Xiao San's face lit up with surprise. Tell Mo to inform Song Ming to seek revenge. Before the deed is done, give them 1,000. Instruct them not to be too harsh, just enough to incapacitate his hand for a month or so. Afterwards, another 2,000 as a reward for their effort. When capturing an unruly pup, one must not be too brutal. It's far more enjoyable to play with it slowly. Excellent, I shall find him at once. Xiao San and Xiao Weiyue exchanged looks of enlightened joy, grinning maliciously. You two better be swift. Is there anything else? What else? You smashed up someone's home and are unaware of the severity of the situation? With so many witnesses, do you think you can escape? It would be wise to confess and face a few days of porridge. Xiao Jianwei wore a mischievous grin. Fine, consider it an advance payment for this boy's coffin. Though Xiao San and Xiao Weiyue were reluctant, they recognized the weight of Xiao Wenyang's previous words and conceded. On the top floor of Yueliang Tower, Niu Mingyan, Ji Lianyun, Shan Xiaowei, Trao Jai, Chu Fei, and Shan Kai sat in the hall, sipping tea and enjoying watermelon, awaiting Tao Longrong's arrival. This can be considered a pre-celebration feast. How delightful. Truly, a twist of fate. Ji Lianyun laughed heartily. Zhao Chang'an, though ruthless, exhibits a lack of wisdom. With merely half a month remaining until the college entrance examination, a trivial altercation could jeopardize his prospects. Shan Xiaowei, wearing a smile, pondered whether there were precautions in place on his side. Curiously, Ji Lianyun's assistant, Chu Fei, inquired. Niu Mingyan simply indulged in watermelon, while Shan Xiaowei remained silent. And Xiao Jai elegantly sipped her tea. Shan Kai was engrossed in the English classic The Red and the Black. A palpable silence enveloped the gathering. Having chosen a path of aggression, the consequences he would face thereafter were solely his own concern. Noticing Chu Fei's discomfort, Ji Lianyun reluctantly offered some candid guidance. At this juncture, neither Niu Mingyan nor Ji Lianyun exhibited any interest in Zhao Chang'an's fate. Chu Fei, having only graduated from university less than a year prior, found Ji Lianyun's words harsh yet reflective of the merciless nature of the business world, a realm governed by the survival of the fittest. As a second-year student, Shan Kai, free from academic obligations on a Sunday afternoon, abruptly closed her book and calmly declared, "From this evening onward, I invite Zhao Chang'an to join me. Let us place a bed in the study on the second floor." Niu Mingyan and Shan Xiaowei exchanged startled glances, while Ji Lianyun, Zhao Jai, and Chu Fei were left speechless. Suddenly, the elevator chimed, and Tao Longrong, accompanied by his secretary, emerged. Victory without a battle is indeed worthy of celebration. Tao Longrong beamed. Congratulations, congratulations, echoed Niu Mingyan. Let us commence a modest celebration today and host a grand feast for the bidding. Ji Lianyun added. Regardless of how monumental Shan Kai's words may seem, this was evidently not the opportune moment for elaboration. Niu Mingyan, Ji Lianyun, and Tao Longrong exchanged knowing smiles, as if the undercurrents and sharp edges lurking beneath had never existed at all. Chapter 56, Lodging traversing a winding path through the twisted woods described by Lu Sun. Zhao Chang'an startled several pairs of wild mandarin ducks. He arrived at the front of the teacher's building number 6, where Su Du was residing. In that space-time 3 years hence, Zhao Chang'an was recruited by the brick factory. From the ages of 23 to 25, he squandered 3 years at the Dushan brick factory. Between 26 and 29, coinciding with the renewal of his ID card, he found himself ensnared in a protracted and arduous contract, embroiled in economic disputes with the factory. Due to the contract, his files and household registration were locked away at the Dushan brick factory. His old ID expired, leaving him unable to find any work aside from that of a security guard. Fortunately, he encountered Li Xia in the mountains, who unwaveringly encouraged him despite immense familial pressure. She even stole their household registration book to marry him, a mere security guard, thus preventing him from resorting to extremes. He knew that beneath the genteel facade of Xiao Wenyang lurked a heart more despicable than that of a beast. In truth, his malice was minuscule. Yet he harbored a vengeful spirit. Zhao Chang'an doubted that this scoundrel could endure the humiliation and allow him to participate in the examination smoothly. The thought of sleeping at the construction site, with his father shuttling him daily, was intolerable. It would place his father in jeopardy as well. This was something Zhao Chang'an could never abide. Squeezing in with Lui Hui was not an option. Aside from the sweltering summer dormitory, his family resided in the mountainous countryside. Even a flicker of Xiao Wenyang's wrath could incinerate that impoverished household. Lao Chang, a disgruntled old idealist, might have offered temporary refuge had Zhao Chang'an explained his situation. But with Lao Chang's loose tongue and disregard for decorum, he would undoubtedly expose Zhao Chang'an to Xiao Wenyang's future schemes of retribution. Surveying his surroundings, Zhao Chang'an considered who might offer him sanctuary, reflecting on the few individuals with whom he shared a bond of compassion. Only Suda came to mind. Firstly, he was a classmate of Lu Chui, the youth league secretary, who ought to assist and care for her fellow students. Secondly, as a student of Suda, he was well versed in the challenges faced by all students at Yigao, making it reasonable to seek his help. With these thoughts in mind, he pressed the doorbell of Su Zhengfan's apartment on the 3rd floor. The door creaked open, having noticed Zhao Chang'an in his school uniform. The occupant did not interrogate this unfamiliar face through the door but opened it directly. A woman in her 40s, stern-faced, scrutinized him with a discerning gaze. "Good afternoon, ma'am. I am a classmate of Lu Chui. We arranged to discuss the challenging physics and mathematics problems from the past few years." No matter how he attempted to persuade, Zhao Chang'an knew he needed to gain entry first. "She never mentioned this to me. Isn't there time to discuss these matters in class?" Upon hearing that he was not seeking her husband, Duan Fengqing's brows furrowed, clearly harboring deep suspicion and reluctant to allow Zhao Chang'an inside. "Hiki," Zhao Chang'an revealed a simple-minded smile. Scratching his head as he shyly explained, "If we were to discuss this in class, there would surely be idle gossip." Upon hearing the term idle gossip, Duan Fengqing's expression darkened. "They would mock us for our school's ranking, unaware of their own ignorance, while still daring to focus on the most challenging problems." Lu Chui was merely expressing her thoughts, likely believing that I lacked the courage to truly confront the matter. Duan Fengqing's demeanor softened somewhat, yet she remained resolute, politely declining. "Thank you, but I will discuss the questions with Lu Chui myself. Auntie, in this regard, you are not as capable as I am." Zhao Chang'an continued to wear a gentle smile, stubbornly standing at the door. Duan Fengqing's countenance suddenly turned grave. Over the years, her prominent position in Shanxing had rarely exposed her to such brazen provocation, especially from a mere 18 or 19-year-old high school student. "Fengqing, what is happening?" In the kitchen, after washing the dishes, Su Zhengfan noticed his wife confronting a student in uniform at the door and was filled with curiosity. "What is this about?" "Principal Su, I am looking for Lu Chui." We had made arrangements. Zhao Chang'an cheerfully greeted Su Zhengfan from behind the door. Duan Fengqing cast a deep glance at the smiling Zhao Chang'an. As a former classmate and now an aunt, she held the authority to block the entrance. However, with her husband present, if she were to deny entry to someone who appeared as a sly little fox, it would create the impression that the principal refused students entry into his office. Cautious and prudent, Duan Fengqing was reluctant to provide such fodder for gossip and ultimately acquiesced, stepping aside. "Thank you, Auntie." Zhao Chang'an sidestepped into the living room, only to be met with the astonished expression of Lu Chui, who stood at the bedroom door, book in hand, staring at him in bewilderment. "Hello, Principal Su." "Lu Chui, you mentioned the challenging problem last time. I have completed all the challenging problems in physics and mathematics from the past decade and made some analyses on them. Additionally, I have provided insights on the types of challenging problems expected this year." "When did you?" Zhao Chang'an pulled out a thick stack of folded letter paper from his school uniform pocket. "Let me see." Upon seeing the letter paper, Duan Fengqing's initial thought was whether the boy had audaciously slipped a love letter inside, embarking on a youthful romantic adventure. After all, she had boldly rushed into Su Zhengfan's home back in the day, while his parents were in the living room watching television. She had taken matters into her own hands in the bedroom. A seasoned individual indeed. Good writing. Su Zhengfan, however, did not overthink the situation. As a graduate of one of the top 9 universities in the class of 1981, he was certainly capable of reviewing challenging problems. Yet, at first glance, what captivated him was Zhao Chang'an's neat handwriting on the letter paper. "What is your name?" He suddenly looked at Zhao Chang'an in astonishment. "You are Zhao Chang'an?" This time, it was Zhao Chang'an who was left momentarily speechless. In a school with over 4,000 students, one might wonder how a student, consistently ranked in the 600 or 700 range, could possess such remarkable handwriting that even Su De recognized it. Upon merely glancing at the characters, he could discern the identity of Zhao Chang'an, a student whose penmanship was unrivaled among the entire school. Su Zhengfan, retrieving a piece of stationery from his astonished wife, remarked, "You excelled in the high school hard-pin calligraphy competition with your piece on Spring River, Flower Moon Night, which still resides in my bookshelf." Duan Foqing, holding the letter, approached the sofa and took a seat, adjusting her glasses to scrutinize the contents. The foremost page was not an elaboration on the final exam questions, but rather an analysis of this year's examination, correlating it with the types of final questions from previous years, particularly the anticipated format for the mathematics final. Observing his wife's earnest demeanor, Su Zhengfan glanced at the document in his hand, which detailed the previous year's physics final. The living room was enveloped in silence, save for the smiles of Zhao Chang'an and the astonished expression of Lu Chui, one standing in the living room and the other at the bedroom doorway. Minutes later, having completed the analysis, both Su Zhengfan and Duan Fengqing acknowledged the quality of the work, finding it nearly identical to the standard answers. With a smile, Su Zhengfan turned to Zhao Chang'an, saying, "Over 10 years, 30 questions, writing them down must have been quite a task for you." However, with only half a month until the college entrance examination, the final question is merely a means for the top-tier admissions of the 9 schools. For a typical 211 university, if you master the earlier questions, your score will likely suffice. The principal's critique was indeed accurate. Lu Chui had somewhat overreached. Zhao Chang'an nodded in agreement with Su Zhengfan. "I meant to advise you against overreaching. Why involve Wang Yuan? If she examines the final question, she might gain an additional 10 or 20 points, thus avoiding the provincial normal university." Lu Chui retorted, "How am I overreaching? Why bring me into this? Aren't you the one who is overreaching? Your analysis is commendable. I don't mean to say your reasoning lacks merit, but rather that your discourse maintains a balance and clarity around the core idea. No wonder you managed to confront Xiao Wenyang so decisively. You know, if it weren't for Principal Su's firm intervention, the city's economic crime department would have sought to discuss your situation." Upon realizing the identity of the individual before her, Duan Fengqing felt an increasing sense of displeasure. "Principal Su has yet to relay his message through your homeroom teacher. Should you wish to proceed in this manner, feel free to report directly to the reception center. Otherwise, it may be considered defamation, and you will be held accountable for it. If you wish to focus on the college entrance examination, dedicate yourself to your studies first. And after the exams, you may present any evidence you claim to possess." What has Zhao Chang'an done to warrant such a connection to the wealthy elite of Shanqing? Lu Chui remained lost in thought. "I will not complicate matters further before the examination," Zhao Chang'an assured with a nod. "Very well, that shall suffice. You may take your leave." Duan Fengqing acknowledged her understanding of the situation. Su Zhengfan then realized that the visitor had not come seeking Lu Chui at all. "I am indeed not here primarily for Lu Chui. However, I am not here for you either, Aunt Duan. I am looking for Principal Su. What is it that you require of me? Do not concern yourself with that matter for the time being, nor should you feel any mental burden. Simply share what you know after the college entrance examination." "Principal Su, I would like to stay at your home for a while." "Absolutely not." Duan Fengqing suddenly changed color and stood up. Chapter 57. The Top Scholar Zhao, if you prefer not to endure the back and forth travel that consumes your study time. Residing on campus is entirely feasible. This is hardly a concern. Su Zhengfan found himself bemused by Zhao Chang'an's peculiar line of reasoning, leaving him at a loss for words. If it were truly the case, with over 4,000 students in the school and 400 to 500 public servants, along with several hundred retired teachers, should any minor incident arise externally, or should conflict erupt at home, they would all crowd into his residence. He would need an entire building to accommodate them all. Moreover, Lu Chui is on the verge of her college entrance examination. Although the air conditioning is running at home, Both she and her wife still dress rather lightly in the mornings and evenings. He frequently attends meetings and travels for work, while his wife is equally busy with official duties, often visiting the counties. Within the household, Lu Chui is the only girl. How could he possibly allow a young, unfamiliar male student, brimming with youthful vigor, to stay with him? You still do not comprehend Xiao Wenyang. Zhao Chang'an recognized that his demands might be somewhat unreasonable, yet he found himself at a loss for alternatives. Xiao San and Xiao Wuzhen were intent on scheming against him. Even if he were to sleep in the dormitory's communal quarters, he would undoubtedly devise unforeseen solutions. It is only by residing here that he could instill fear in Xiao Wenyang and his companions, deterring them from reckless behavior. I understand Xiao Wenyang better than you might surmise. You are intelligent, yet your impulsiveness lacks rationality and betrays a degree of self-importance. Do not wave the banner of morality, attempting to manipulate others' kindness for moral coercion. Others owe you nothing. If you possess the courage to act, do not hide behind others, expecting them to shield you from repercussions. Duan Fengqing's words were weighty and candid. Lu Chui, who was listening intently, immediately changed her expression, although she was not fully aware of the intricate details. Being a clever girl, she discerned that Zhao Chang'an had provoked Xiao Wenyang severely. Fearing retaliation from Xiao Wenyang, he sought refuge at his uncle's home, hoping that his uncle and aunt would protect him. She cast a furious glare at Zhao Chang'an. Su Zhengfan felt a tinge of embarrassment, his face reddening as he remained silent. If he were to acquiesce to Zhao Chang'an's absurd and disrespectful request, it would amount to publicly declaring his and his wife's protection of Zhao Chang'an. Given Xiao Wenyang's close ties with Pei Pingjiang, any normal work-related interactions between his wife and Pei Pingjiang, or even the coordination between their respective departments, could give rise to subtle complications. Furthermore, a graver concern loomed. Would it create the impression that his wife was secretly conspiring and supporting Zhao Chang'an? That would indeed be troublesome. A top scholar, purchasing 17 days of lodging rights from Principal Su. After contemplating, Zhao Chang'an added that scoundrel Tao Longrong, if he does not settle this score, it will weigh heavily on him. It's not just the top high school students of Shanxing City, but the science top scholar from the entire Shanxing districts and counties. Upon hearing this, Lu Chui, Duan Fengqing, and Su Zhengfan gazed at Zhao Chang'an as if he were a fool. Rarely angered, Su Zhengfan felt a surge of indignation, akin to being brazenly mocked in broad daylight. Zhao Chang'an, one must remain grounded. Do not assume that after a decade of copying the final examination questions for the college entrance exam, you have achieved a profound understanding and become an academic prodigy. Are you aware of Tao Zhao's aspirations this year, the leading science scholar from the prestigious Guangzhou No. 1 High School, representing the entire mountainous city? This year, I intend to surpass her. Principal, surely you would not deny me this opportunity to prove myself? You are so confident in your ability to outshine Tao Jiao, the top scholar in the 3 districts and 6 counties of the entire mountain city? Lu Chui suddenly launched into an extensive dialogue in English, fully aware of Zhao Chang'an's lackluster proficiency in the language. Since everyone can comprehend it, let us engage in a complete conversation in English. Zhao Chang'an smiled, unfazed. With a click, the anti-theft door locked. Old Su, are you truly going to test him? Duan Fengqing's brows furrowed. He has stated that he is either a horse or a donkey. I cannot deny him this chance, for he is indeed my student. Do not feign ignorance. Regardless of how remarkable his test scores may be, I know you. Even if his performance is merely average, you must allow him entry into this domain. Duan Fengqing's tone was resolute. Is it truly worth such an investment? If that is the case, I shall announce tomorrow that I will refrain from business trips and social engagements before the college entrance exam, dedicating myself entirely to supporting him. Su Zhengfan gazed at his wife with a conciliatory smile. If such a child were to falter due to my lack of assistance, it could ruin his entire life. As a teacher, I would carry this guilt for eternity, and it would be profoundly unfair to him. In truth, Su Zhengfan, much like old Chang, found himself enchanted by exceptional students, unable to turn away from them. Since joining Guangzhou No. 1 High School in 1981 and ascending to the role of principal 3 years ago, he had always sought to substitute for any teacher who was absent, be it in subjects like language, mathematics, foreign languages, physics, chemistry, politics, or history. Although he remained skeptical of Zhao Chang'an's earlier bold proclamations, the brief exchange in English had at least demonstrated that his linguistic abilities were far superior to what his exam results suggested. It is noteworthy that the listening portion of the English exam would not be assessed until next year. Many students at Guangzhou No. 1 High School who scored above 120 or 130, struggled to communicate in spoken English compared to Zhao Chang'an's recent performance. Faced with such a promising student, whose request was aimed solely at achieving success in the college entrance examination, Su Zhengfan found himself unable to disingenuously refuse. His English mock exam score was around 90, while his Chinese score reached 130. At that time, everyone had concentrated on the Chinese results, unaware that his regular English grades hovered around 50 or 60. Thus, a score of 90 seemed exceedingly unusual, leading them to suspect it was the result of cheating. Lu Chui, her face awash with astonishment, gazed at her aunt, questioning, "What is the reason for this?" Fearing persecution and oppression from Xiao Wenyang's side, the depth of this young man's thoughts was truly profound. Wang Lan, henceforth, keep your distance from him, especially as he moves in and during university. From Duan Fengqing's perspective, regardless of the seemingly justifiable intentions, she harbored an aversion towards this brooding, ominously reserved young man. Zhao Chang'an returned to the senior class teaching building and immediately spotted Zeng Xiaoxiao standing beneath the willow tree by the pool, adorned in a beautiful dress and sparkling crystal shoes. Her long hair was pinned with a glistening, oversized rhinestone hairpin as she rushed towards him. At this hour, most senior students were yet to arrive. The boarding students mostly occupied their seats and study. Witnessing this spectacle, some students began to jeer from the windows, particularly those from Class 6, wearing expressions of sheer bewilderment. Had Zhao Chang'an previously quarreled with Zeng Xiaoxiao? Her decision to suspend her studies was a direct result of their altercation. How could they possibly be entangled again? "You're back. How is Mingju? Are you all right?" Zhao Chang'an inquired, noticing the flush on Zeng Xiaoxiao's cheeks, glistening with perspiration. A slight stir of emotion welled within him. The two retreated to the area behind the drooping willow tree. "Your home was attacked by Qiao San and his gang. The police were involved. Stay away for the next few days, and don't let these matters distract you from your upcoming college entrance exams. That would play right into Xiao Wenyang's hands." Zeng Xiaoxiao felt a measure of relief upon seeing Zhao Chang'an unharmed. Yet the thought of Qiao San's shamelessness and Xiao Weiyue's ruthlessness tightened her heart once more. "Do not worry. They should already be aware of the audio recording you sent me. When you went to Mingzhu, your mother was seeking out Tao Longrong's in-laws." Observing the sudden pallor on Zeng Xiaoxiao's face, Zhao Chang'an felt a pang of compassion but knew he had to speak the truth. Otherwise, he would genuinely question whether Qiao Jinwei, with her erratic behavior, could inadvertently lead Zeng Xiaoxiao to her doom. "Wait here." Zhao Chang'an strode towards the classroom, deliberately passing by the window of Class 5, where he noticed the absence of Xiao Wenjue. Since the heat of June, he had been consistently dining at school, yet today, he was conspicuously missing. A glance further revealed that the seat of that Pei individual was also vacant. Upon entering the classroom, all the boarding students turned to him. "Zhao Chang'an, well done." Surprisingly, the first to openly support him was Fan Chao. "I am honored," Zhao Chang'an replied, hastily performing a gesture of respect towards Fan Chao. In truth, Fan Chao was also a pitiable figure, abstaining from gambling, prostitution, smoking, and drinking. He was a powerful section chief within a reputable establishment in Zhang City. Yet he had delayed marriage until nearly his late 30s. On his wedding day, classmates from Zhang City gathered to celebrate. The bride being a primary school teacher from a town near the airport, of average background, yet possessing a profile reminiscent of Li Yinxiu when viewed from the side. "What are you two up to?" Lu Yihui, my deskmate, inquired with a curious expression. "Weren't you two at odds? And now, it seems you've rekindled your connection." Chapter 58 Volume 1 Flirting with Your Sister. Zhao Chang'an jested. "I do have a cousin, attending West District High School. Are you truly interested in pursuing her?" Lu Yihui replied with a mischievous grin. "She is undoubtedly more attractive than Zeng Xiaoxiao, and Lu Chui and Li Yinxiu are no match either. The rustic girls from the mountains, who chop wood, fetch water, cook, wash clothes, and climb trees to gather birds' nests, possess slender arms, long legs, and a petite waist. A truly remarkable figure, a flower among the students of West District High School. If you genuinely have intentions, rather than letting some other beast benefit, why not become my brother-in-law? Get lost. You would be wasting your talents if you didn't become a madam." Zhao Chang'an retorted, pulling out 100 yuan. "Hurry up and give me a meal ticket worth 100 yuan. At the original price?" Lu Yihui frowned slightly, curiosity evident on his face. 120 jin of rice. You wouldn't even finish that during your August remedial classes. You could eat it until National Day. You are the one thinking about retaking the exam. Enough with the chatter. Charge me 150 per jin. I would consider retaking. But delaying a year means my family would have to borrow money and lose out on a year's income. They have been insisting I enroll in a 2-year vocational program, hoping to save on tuition and enable me to start earning a year earlier. The thought of losing out on 40 or 50 yuan worth of ducks is disheartening. Lu Yihui stomped his feet in regret. Last time I went home, my mother insisted I carry an extra 30 jin, and I was reluctant. Zhao Chang'an did not waste words with Lu Yihui and walked to the front row, where Wu Yu sat. He cleared out the stationery and books left by Zhang Shun, packed a bag, and placed it down at Zeng Xiaoxiao's seat. Zhao Chang'an, what is going on? I cannot sit with Zhang Shun, Lu Siyu, Zeng Xiaoxiao's desk mate, said defensively. Zeng Xiaoxiao went out for a trip and lost her bag. Using Zhang Shun's in the meantime. In the final 2 weeks, she returned to prepare for the college entrance examination. After speaking, Zhao Chang'an strode out of the classroom. A commotion erupted in the classroom. What is happening? Ha! I said it before. There must have been a misunderstanding of romantic feelings. Poor clown Yingming. Fan Chao spoke loudly, casting a discreet glance at Li Yinqiu. However, regrettably, Li Yinqiu remained engrossed in her exam, her expression unreadable. From now on, you should not return home, nor leave the school grounds. Any necessities can be purchased at the school supermarket. Meals will be in the cafeteria. Regarding your dormitory situation, I will discuss it with old Chang, and you should message your mother to bring a few clothes. She bought a large mobile phone when she went to Mingzhu. I will ask her to bring my bag as well, as I have money in it. Zeng Xiaoxiao's face turned pale, her voice trembling. She recalled that her mother had already known about the recording incident during her time in Mingzhu but had pretended everything was fine. This thought sent a chill through her. If she mentioned bringing the bag with money, her mother might insist on something. Just tell her not to bring clothes. Wear what you have and let us see who is more embarrassed. Zhao Chang'an forcefully pressed 600 yuan into Zeng Xiaoxiao's small hand and handed her some bread and drinks purchased from the supermarket. You must be starving. After you eat, go to the small shop, make a call, and then return to class to study. I have matters to attend to this afternoon. I shall return to class and resume my studies tomorrow. Just as Zhao Chang'an was about to leave, Zeng Xiaoxiao suddenly embraced him from behind, trembling with fear. Chang'an, good. I am so scared. In the principal's office of a prestigious university, Lao Chang, and I Yan, Li Qiaolin, and Li Jian hurriedly arrived, summoned by Lao Lu. Faced with the puzzled expressions of the 5, Su Zhengfan proposed that each of them craft a set of challenging examination papers for an individual assessment. For whom? Lao Lu inquired, astonished. Although each of these 5 teachers was responsible for 3 or 4 classes, their overlap was only with Class 6 of the 3rd year. Who in Class 6 could warrant the principal's personal involvement in designing a test specifically for them? I shall say no more. This student is currently facing a rather unique situation. Therefore, I implore you to maintain strict confidentiality regarding both this individual assessment and any subsequent matters. At least, Su Zhengfan gazed earnestly at the 5. This student is one of yours, akin to a cherished disciple in ancient times, not unlike a son or son-in-law. You must assist in safeguarding him. At least until the college entrance examination results are released, the secret must be preserved. Zhao Chang'an? Coupled with the calligraphy incident that swept through the East New District this morning, Lao Chang was the first to draw a conclusion, his face registering astonished realization. He scored 90 in the English mock exam. I was quite surprised. If it wasn't from cheating, then all his grades must indeed be questionable. So it is. I had my suspicions about this hidden talent who scored full marks in mathematics, physics, and chemistry. The remaining teachers appeared bewildered, including the English teacher and I Yan. At this stage, I hardly pay attention to students scoring below 100 in the mock exams, she remarked. Furthermore, the 4 had taken over Class 6 of the 2nd year when they graduated their 3rd-year students 2 years prior. Unlike Lao Chang, who had been with this cohort since their 1st year and was aware of the exceptional talents from 3 years ago, such as Tao Jiao, the top student in both Guizhou and Shanqing District, Chen Jing, the top student in the West District, and Zhao Chang'an, the sole student in the entire Shanqing District to achieve perfect scores in mathematics, physics, chemistry, and history, and Guanxini, who garnered full marks in Chinese, geography, and history, along with a 99 in politics from Puzhou, the only student in the province to achieve such scores. As the teachers with complex expressions exited the principal's office, Su Zhengfan closed his eyes, fatigued yet exhilarated. At this moment, he wished for nothing more than to see whether Zhao Chang'an was merely a mediocre horse or a thoroughbred trapped in a stable. Since the restoration of the college entrance examination system 21 years ago, the prestigious university has produced 8 top scorers in the science stream and 4 in the arts. Among these, 3 in science and 1 in arts have achieved the highest scores in the province. over the past 21 years. The ratio of top scorers stands at 4 out of 42, approximately 9.5. This is indeed commendable for a renowned institution within the province. However, since Su Zhengfan assumed the role of principal, the previous year witnessed only one science top scorer in the district. This current third-year class is the first cohort he has accompanied from the beginning of his tenure as principal. Xiao Wenjua and Chen Jing have indeed achieved commendable results. However, when it comes to the provincial or even district top scorers in the arts and sciences, Su Zhengfan has sadly relinquished his aspirations. Despite the diligent efforts of the students on his side, the pupils from Guangzhou, Pengzhou, and Shitu No. 1 High School are equally striving hard in their studies. With 5 mock examinations and 1 final exam leading up to the graduation assessment in their senior year, Xiao Wenjua's ranking fluctuates between 4th and 10th place. Chen Jing, who has always excelled in the sciences, has inexplicably chosen the arts in her second year, resulting in a noticeable decline in her performance, consistently placing outside the top 10 in the joint examinations. Perhaps there may be miraculous reversals in the college entrance examination, yet such hopes seem exceedingly faint. Thus, after Zhao Chang'an uttered those words today, Su Zhengfan, as an educator, felt an unwavering conviction, even as his wife persistently hinted at rejecting Zhao's unreasonable demands. He chose to proceed with arranging this individual assessment despite the pressure from his spouse. "Kid, do not let me down. If your performance is dismal, news of this will surely tarnish my reputation in the educational community across the province. Alas, will I become the subject of ridicule for my futile attempts? Bested by a mere high school student?" At that moment, Su Zhengfan's heart was in turmoil, caught between the anticipation of unforeseen surprises and the dread of impending dismay. At 2:30 p.m., the school bell chimed. To avert unnecessary complications, Zhao Chang'an opted to conduct the examination directly at Old Chang's residence. With no classes in the afternoon, Old Chang and Ni Yan oversaw the examination. To save time, Zhao was instructed not to write a full essay, merely an introduction and conclusion would suffice. Unlike mathematics and the sciences, language subjects, particularly English, proved unyielding. If one was unfamiliar with the material, even previously solved papers would offer no assistance. Hence, the leisurely Old Chang and the impatient Ni Yan, who detested extensive English papers, handed Zhao Chang'an 2 sheets from the yet-to-be-distributed monthly mock examination. As Zhao Chang'an perused the papers, he noticed Old Chang dutifully pouring tea for the lovely teacher, Ni Yan, while neglecting to serve him. Rising, he ambled over to the television cabinet and rummaged through it, uncovering a beautifully packaged box of tea nestled at the bottom, inscribed with the characters West Lake Longjing. Old Chang, taken aback, stared incredulously at Zhao Chang'an, bewildered as to how he had discovered the location of his prized tea. After brewing a generous cup of West Lake Longjing, Zhao Chang'an flashed a grin at the visibly pained Old Chang. "Hurry up and do the questions," Old Chang reprimanded, his expression brimming with irritation, which elicited a smile from Ni Yan. Then, as Zhao Chang'an swiftly navigated through the multiple-choice questions with remarkable speed, Ni Yan couldn't help but feel her cheeks flush. The exam paper had only been compiled on Friday and was printed in bulk just the day before. Having attempted it herself last night and cross-referenced the correct answers, she quickly realized that the numerous questions Zhao had just completed were all correct. Completing this set of questions accurately is not particularly challenging for a student of high to upper-middle caliber. However, the astonishing speed at which these answers were provided left even Ni Yan astounded. With all 25 multiple-choice questions answered correctly, Ni Yan glanced at the clock. It had taken about 6 minutes. Could he have possibly peeked at the examination paper or the answer key? Amidst Ni Yan's perplexity, Zhao Chang'an commenced the 25-item closed test, which carried a total score of 25 points. It was an antiquated yet invaluable task. In a mere 3 minutes, he swiftly navigated through the blanks, completing the reading in one breath. Subsequently, Zhao Chang'an began the multiple-choice section from question 26, effortlessly filling in the answers as babbed without a moment's pause. Ni Yan, in a state of panic, scrambled to verify the previous blanks to derive each answer. Just as she had hastily deduced the answers to 3 questions, all of which Zhao Chang'an had answered correctly, he had already finished the multiple-choice segment. He had taken approximately 2 minutes to glance over his work for a final check before moving on to the reading comprehension section, with 5 brief passages and 25 questions. Totaling 45 points, he mused. Chances favor the minds that are prepared. In about 20 minutes, Zhao Chang'an fluidly read and selected answers, completing the section with remarkable ease. and Yan managed to review only 10 multiple-choice questions, all of which were correct. By this point, having spent around 35 minutes, Zhao Chang'an had completed the first paper, which totaled 95 points and needed to be recorded on the answer sheet. He paused briefly to stretch his body and took a long sip from his teacup, savoring the exquisite flavor. "What a delightful tea!" he exclaimed, preparing to refill his cup. Meanwhile, Lu Dapeng, who had been sitting idle for quite some time and hadn't exchanged a word with the lovely girl, let out an exasperated snort. "You continue writing. I will pour for you." And Yan, feeling as if trapped in a nightmare, exhaled a long sigh and accepted the teacup from Zhao Chang'an. Her hand trembled slightly as she gripped the cup. "Thank you, teacher." Zhao Chang'an lowered his head and began to swiftly write the second paper. Questions 76 to 85 involved spelling, with a total of 10 points available. After filling the teacup, Yan's heart raced as she stood in a daze for a minute, anxiously approaching to set the tea aside. While memorizing the multiple-choice answers could be done in advance, the writing of words required genuine skill. By this time, Zhao Chang'an had completed the spelling section and was on to correcting short passages, which included 10 questions worth 5 points each, totaling 15 points. By the time Yan's heart was racing as she finished reviewing the spelling section, Zhao Chang'an had already begun the final question, an essay worth 30 points. "Teacher and I suppose there's no need to write the essay, right?" Zhao Chang'an inquired with a smile, looking up at Yan. "You right. I will see if I can grant you a perfect score of 150. In nearly a decade of teaching English, I have yet to encounter a student who has achieved a perfect score in a significant examination in just under 50 minutes. Yan felt as if she had completed a marathon. Her body ached all over, and her voice was both exhilarated and hoarse. "What?" Lu Chang, who had been idly flipping through the newspaper, suddenly lifted his head in surprise. Chapter 59, From Now On. The World is a Stranger. Zhao Chang'an swiftly completed the final extensive English essay, in stark contrast to the earlier multiple-choice questions and the painstaking word-by-word composition. This segment flowed with elegance and vigor, the pen gliding across the page like a sword, leaving Yan utterly astounded, her eyes wide with amazement. After finishing the English paper, Zhao Chang'an glanced at the clock. 15:26. He then turned his attention to the 6th mock Chinese test paper. "You've even written the essay," Lu Chang remarked, noticing Yan taking the English paper to the study for grading, and he was curious to see Zhao Chang'an's composition. "Teacher, this is only the second paper. There are still mathematics, physics, and chemistry to tackle. I'm going to be exhausted," Zhao Chang'an protested. Just yesterday morning, Ji Lianyun had tossed him half a cigarette by the banks of the Peach Blossom River, while Zhao Chang'an had a newly opened pack in his pocket. He pulled one out and handed it to Lu Chang, who gazed at him with wide, astonished eyes, and then lit one for himself with a decisive flick. "It's quite mentally taxing. Just a little pick-me-up," Zhao Chang'an explained with a smile. "You should have the same spirit for the college entrance examination," Lu Chang chided playfully, yet with a serious undertone, advising Zhao Chang'an not to develop such a poor habit at a young age. He naturally slipped the remaining nearly full pack into his pocket. Then, Zhao Chang'an began to immerse himself in the questions. Lu Chang stood watching for a while. He had yet to glance at this 6th mock paper. Observing Zhao Chang'an's responses, he noted that apart from 1 or 2 multiple-choice answers that seemed to differ from his own judgment, the rest were generally aligned. "At least your score of 130 reflects your true capabilities. If you don't wish to engage with Chinese, so be it. There are still 3 more papers to consider." Unlike English, which is rich in reading comprehension, Zhao Chang'an's pace noticeably slowed in Chinese. Lu Chang glanced at the clock. It was already 15:50. And he estimated that the mathematics paper would soon arrive. Thus he suggested, "A score of 130 is still not my true level." Zhao Chang'an sighed and set down his pen. "Thank you, teacher. Otherwise, even without writing the essay, it would take me over an hour. Would you care to review it?" "No need. Since you've demonstrated your capability, what is the point of exerting further effort?" Lu Chang promptly collected the paper and placed it behind the glass panel of the television cabinet. He didn't refrain from grading out of disinterest, but rather because he lacked the standard answers, unsure of a few questions himself, wishing to avoid any embarrassment from incorrect grading. Ding-dong. Zhao Chang'an and Lu Chang had barely sat idly for 2 minutes when the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by Li Jian. "Just using the 6th mock paper. The printing for the physics paper started only after 3, so I just received it," Li Jian smiled, adding, "I noticed today was tea for printing the physics paper." Lao Lu rode off on his motorcycle, claiming he was off to the Xinhua bookstore in the city to fetch papers. "Haha, Lao Chang chuckled in response. Creating a paper on short notice sounds simple, but it's truly not an easy task. After completing the chemical sixth mock paper, it was still not yet 1720. Although Li Jian had not seen the standard answers for chemistry, he could easily assess the correctness of Zhao Chang'an's calculations based on the reasoning written on the scratch paper. Teacher. Zhao Chang'an handed the chemistry exam paper to Li Jian, who had been standing beside him for an hour and 20 minutes. No need for revisions. It's practically a guaranteed full score. Of course, I still need to make corrections. Do you have a calculator? Li Jian, trembling with excitement, asked Lao Chang for a calculator. Just then, the doorbell rang again. Upon opening the door, Lao Lu, drenched in sweat and clutching a plastic bag, inquired, "Have you finished one subject? Is it Chinese or English, and what score did you get? I still need to cross-reference with the standard answers." At that moment, Ai Yan, who had been meticulously inspecting the study room inside and out, emerged with a look of astonishment and complexity on her face. Gazing at Zhao Chang'an, how remarkably resilient this young man is. How old could he possibly be? Just how formidable is that legendary gentleman, Xiao Wenyang, whose subordinates vary so greatly in caliber, to impose such a burden on him? She softly remarked, "I grant you a full score. By 7 p.m., the scores for English, chemistry, and physics were all released. 150, 150, 150. The mathematics teacher, Li Qiaolin, was astounded as she held the test papers she had painstakingly prepared, directly thrusting them into Zhao Chang'an's hands. "You've worked too hard today. There's no need to take the math exam. Your calculations in physics and chemistry have already demonstrated your capabilities. Just complete this paper tomorrow or perhaps the day after, and let me have a look. Rest at home for a while and join us for dinner tonight. We shall visit Principal Su. Don't worry if things get too overwhelming. You're welcome to stay at my place." Lao Chang then called out loudly to his wife, Li Kaili, who was bustling in the kitchen after just returning home. "Prepare some hearty dishes tonight. I intend to enjoy a few drinks with my student." Zhao Chang'an stood by the study window, gazing at the pine forest behind the tall teaching building, the hillside, and the Jingguang Railway. Occasionally, the distant rumble of a train could be heard. Once Lao Chang confirmed that Zhao Chang'an was indeed one of those exceptional prodigies, he not only placed a box of cigarettes back in the study, but also took out a box of huangalu, which he reserved for guests, and set it on the desk. As Zhao Chang'an inhaled the smoke, he observed the train fading into the horizon, the sunset painting the sky with hues of dusk, while flocks of weary birds descended like clouds into the pine forest. "Chang'an, make yourself at home. This is just like your own house. Do you play on the computer?" Through her husband's casual remarks, Li Kaili grasped the formidable potential of this young man. She was also aware of the sensational incident that had circulated earlier that day. Though she maintained an outward calm, she felt a natural tremor of admiration within her. A super academic, enduring 3 years while feigning mediocrity, one must consider how young he truly is. "Thank you, madam," Zhao Chang'an replied with a genuine, boyish smile, instantly fostering a sense of warmth in Li Kaili. "You need not stay at Principal Su's. You can remain at your teacher's home. You may not know this, but Pei Shueja often drops by for a meal." Li Kaili was evidently not only intelligent but also astute, succinctly articulating Zhao Chang'an's deepest concern. "You need not worry. Although your teacher may appear carefree, it would not be so easy for anyone to falsely accuse him." Zhao Chang'an felt a jolt in his heart upon hearing this. He had been oblivious to this matter for 2 decades. Why hadn't my mentor clarified this earlier? Zhao Chang'an couldn't help but complain in the sweltering summer heat. He certainly did not wish to be squished alongside Lu Chui. "I just inquired with Lao Chang, who suggested you might have an affection for Lu Chui and were deliberately seeking excuses to visit Principal Su." Li Kaili wore an expression of innocent bewilderment. With a click, the security doors swung open, and a middle school student with braided hair entered. It was Chang Shan, the right hand of Xiao Wenjue from the future Wenyang group, alongside Pei Shueja. That evening, a thrilled Lao Chang uncorked a treasured bottle of Longjiu, clinking glasses with Zhao Chang'an over several rounds of beer, after hastily finishing their meal. As Zhao Chang'an stepped out of Building 3, the sky was just draping itself in stars and the moonlight. From a side view, the 3 tall teaching buildings were ablaze with light, resonating with a multitude of mingling buzzing sounds. He glanced at his watch, 8:36 p.m. Approaching the teaching building, the bell rang. At precisely 8:40 p.m., as Zhao Chang'an reached the classroom door, the class dismissal bell chimed. Just as he entered through the back door, Lao Zhang exclaimed, "Anzi, you're impressive. 2 top students are here looking for you." He gave Zhao Chang'an a thumbs up. "And that small script you write with your brush? My uncle said that even if your grades are average, it's no matter. He recommended you for special admission to the Provincial University's Literature Institute. Would you consider it? In just a few years, you'll surely be a rising star in the calligraphy world. Wow. While we're all striving to meet the entrance requirements, you're on your way to becoming a college student. Lao Zhang's deskmate, Cheng drooled with envy. Lao Zhang's uncle is the vice president of the Provincial University, the dean of the Literature Institute, and vice president of the Provincial Calligraphers Association. Impressive. What a top students. Zhao Chang'an's heart raced. The vibrant Sankai from the second year had sent word for him to seek her out, and then Lao Zhang suddenly ceased speaking. Gesturing towards Zhao Chang'an's back, the previously boisterous classroom fell into an immediate silence. Zhao Chang'an turned his head to see. Indeed, Xiao Wenj was standing there. I have a few words to discuss with you, Xiao Wenj said, gazing intently at Zhao Chang'an. All right, Zhao Chang'an replied, casting a reassuring smile at his concerned classmate. Zeng Xiaoxiao, as he stepped out of the classroom. Under the corridor's soft lighting, the two made their way toward the small pond. Outside, students bustling about. And those heading to the restroom looked on in astonishment at the sight of Xiao Wenjue and Zhao Chang'an. Quickly spotting Pei Xuezhe standing silently in the corridor, this was big news. The two arrived beneath a magnificent weeping willow by the pond. And pairs of students nearby promptly vacated the space. At that moment, the moonlight was bright above them, with a curtain of willow branches cascading down, obscuring the view behind. The pond was adorned with lotus flowers and leaves, their pink blooms appearing exceptionally pure and beautiful in the moonlight. The two remained silent, standing until the sound of the school bell resonated through the air. The campus fell into a hush. After 3 years, I had not seen your calligraphy. Yet it astonished me that it remained so exquisite, even sharper and more vigorous than before. Thank you for the compliment, replied Xiao Wenjue and Zhao Chang'an, their tones as subtle as they had been 3 years prior. In truth, they had not exchanged a single word in the span of those 3 years. Before your college entrance examination, please don't go out. I cannot judge the matters concerning the elders, nor can I intervene. Regardless of your exam results, aim for distant horizons. And do not return to work here. Zhao Chang'an chuckled softly. He then turned to face Xiao Wenjue, gently guiding her delicate form to face him directly. The game has only just begun. How could I possibly be a deserter? Zhao Chang'an smiled, as if recounting a trivial matter. Wenyang Group has withdrawn from the bidding. And my father will resign from his position as general manager of the construction company. My brother and uncle were detained this afternoon. Your family's losses will be negotiated for compensation by others. However, considering your past conflicts with Song Ming from the business school, they may soon seek to trouble you. Thank you, but we are not that close. Let us refrain from making such sensational connections in the future. Zhao Chang'an gazed earnestly at Xiao Wenjue, a smile illuminating his face. Let us embrace, fulfilling a dream from my middle school days, after which we can pretend we have never met. Zhao Chang'an, caught in the brilliance of her gaze, wrapped his arms around her gently. In truth, this girl had always been the embodiment of his youthful dreams. Soft, warm, fragrant, with a delicate nose that hinted at nervous breaths. Let go, he said, turning to depart. Having weathered countless trials, from this moment onward, they would be but strangers on distant roads. Chapter 60. Thank you in the principal's office of a prestigious high school at 9:10 p.m. 5 excited teachers rushed to Su University's Bag House at 7 p.m. to convey good news, only to be met by the cold, unyielding security door. They had no choice but to hurriedly return home for dinner before anxiously waiting in Lu Dapeng's office. It was not until nearly 9 p.m. that Su Zhengfan finally returned by car, accompanied by the vice principal in charge of logistics and security, Duan Shuren. His exceptional speed in problem-solving was astonishing. He completed everything in one go, hardly pausing to check back, for the subjects of English, physics, and chemistry. Aside from the brief time occupied by Chinese, he finished in under 3.5 hours, achieving a flawless 100 accuracy. Lu Dapeng, who rarely displayed his joy, was beaming with a broad smile. Principal, after teaching for over 20 years, I have never encountered such a genius with this speed and results. Jing Jizhong and Lin Xiao are simply incomparable. Jing Jizhong was last year's district science champion, ranking 16th in the province, while Lin Xiao had been the provincial science champion 6 years prior, and since then, the school had not seen another. Initially, it seemed hopeless for this year. The entire school community, including leaders from the Education Bureau and municipal authorities, had turned their gaze toward next year's Dan Kai, never expecting a dark horse to emerge. Su Zhengfan, filled with astonishment, sighed. Our school hasn't seen a phoenix rise in 5 years. The pressure is immense. However, I heard that Zheng City no. One high school has been actively trying to lure Dan Kai's senior class back. A college classmate of Ni Yan is the vice head of the English department there. She learned this news during a class reunion in Zheng City over the May Day holiday. But the matter is too significant. If revealed carelessly, it could cause an uproar, likely infuriating a group of teachers and grade leaders in the second year. At this moment, the rare encounter with Lao Yi, coupled with the astonishing emergence of Zhao Chang'an, provided some reassurance. While the news was still shocking, it was not catastrophic. Do you think I ventured out this afternoon for no reason? As long as Unju can secure that parcel of land behind us, considering the immense development we granted them in Shanqing, Yingming ought to show some gratitude by sending his daughter back to Zheng City No. 1 High School. Su Zhenfan, with a mixture of gratitude and complexity on his face, remarked, speaking of this matter, we must thank that rascal Zhao Chang'an. Without him, Yingming would never have been able to compete with Xiao Wenyang. This year, Xiao Wenju encountered Zhao Chang'an during the college entrance examination and was truly unfortunate. With Zhao Chang'an's caliber, Xiao Wenju's first place in Shanqing is surely at risk. Li Jian, who taught chemistry to class 5 of the senior year, couldn't help but exclaim, "This kid is remarkable." Xiao Kai has challenged Xiao Wenyang, and his scores overshadow those of Xiao Wenju. Not to mention the ripple effect Xiao Kai has caused outside. Dan Kai, Xiao Wenju, and he are the pinnacle students of our school. Xiao Wenyang, driven by personal interests, had been secretly operating a brick factory, sand pit, and quarry by the riverside near his father-in-law's mountain for a decade, selling at inflated prices to the prefabricated yard and construction sites he managed. Chang Yoli was instantly incensed, stating, "It's not that he can't run a factory and make money, but he must not exploit public resources to line his own pockets. I have heard that Zhao Chang'an's home was vandalized by a group of ruffians." Li Qiaolin, residing near the fertilizer factory adjacent to the First Construction University courtyard, expressed her indignation and concern. "This is outrageous. The person has already been taken into custody, which is not what worries me. What troubles me is that such incidents, seemingly trivial, can escalate into a monumental conflict for those involved." Su Zhenfan turned to Lao Chang and instructed, "Please inform Zhao Chang'an that he is welcome to stay at my place tonight." He then glanced at Duan Shuren. "I will be having a meeting tonight with Lao Yao and Lao Sun from the security office. Starting tonight, the 3 of us will take turns guarding the entrance in 12-hour shifts, requiring all-day students to present their student IDs for entry. Furthermore, especially during evening self-study hours, we will station 3 security personnel in the senior year building and enhance campus patrols." Duan Shuren immediately asserted with firmness, "Not even a single pesky fly shall be allowed to enter. We shall safeguard the integrity of the college entrance examination." Embracing the delicate yet resolute Xiao Wenjua, Zhao Chang'an did not return to the classroom, but instead headed straight to class 1 of the second year. The second-year students were dismissed 40 minutes earlier than their third-year counterparts, with classes ending at 9:40 p.m. Arriving late would mean the students had already gone home. As for why Dan Kai sought him out, Zhao Chang'an felt a deep sense of gratitude at this moment. From the morning's incident regarding the calligraphy to now learning from Xiao Wenjua that the Wenyang group had suffered setbacks in the northern bank of the river, and that Xiao Wenyang had resigned as the general manager of the First Construction University, Zhao Chang'an was disappointed yet unsurprised. It was evident that both Yingming and Ji Lianyan, after reaping their benefits, chose to remain silent and observe their dire situations from a distance. Upon reaching the 3rd floor of the second-year teaching building, Zhao Chang'an easily spotted his longtime friend Dan Kai amidst the vibrant attire of the students. "Meet me at the parking lot by the sports field after your evening self-study. My car number is 61666. From now until the end of the college entrance examination, you can stay at my home." Standing in the corridor outside the classroom, the previously serene atmosphere transformed into a buzz of excitement. Dan Kai cut straight to the point. "No need for that. I won't be leaving the school before the examination." As Zhao Chang'an contemplated Dan Kai's intentions for seeking him out, he never imagined it was simply an invitation to stay at her home. Touched, he couldn't help but reflect on how both Dan Kai and Xiao Wenjua, poised to become future business moguls, displayed a level of sophistication in their dealings far surpassing that of their more brutish predecessors. Gradually distancing themselves from the ignorance, cunning, and brutality of the jungle rules, they had become more civilized, enlightened, and gentle. Although the competitive nature of business remained, the focus was on fair play, striving to expand the collective pie and achieving consensus for mutual benefit. Dan Kai furrowed her brow, gazing intently at Zhao Chang'an. "You need to think carefully. Don't say that you are vying for the top position only to find yourself unable to participate in the examination. I completed 3 papers today, English, physics, and chemistry, each graded at 150. A confident smile spread across Zhao Chang'an's face, and his eyes sparkled like stars, causing Dan Kai to momentarily lose her focus. Captivated by his demeanor, as Dan Kai approached the classroom from the front entrance, Zhao Chang'an suddenly called out to her. "Thank you," she replied, glancing back at him. Upon returning to class 6 of the 3rd year, Zhao found Lao Chang standing at the door. "Where have you been wandering? Just because your grades are good doesn't mean you can slack off. Don't you know that one must strive for greater heights?" Lao Chang, having waited for quite some time and been bitten by mosquitoes, was feeling the sting of an insect bite on his neck. He would have already returned to wash up with soap if he hadn't been waiting for Zhao Chang'an. "I was just taking a stroll around the big playground." Reflecting on my future, Zhao Chang'an replied nonchalantly. However, Lao Chang was quite taken with this explanation, and his irritation dissipated. "Principal Su has requested that you spend the night at his home. Remember, even if you truly have feelings for Lu Chui, you must always conduct yourself with propriety. Haven't you been chatting idly with the Yinxiao? And there's also Zeng Xiaoxiao. Her sleeping arrangements have already been made. What a mess." With a mix of questions and complaints, Lao Chang strode off, preoccupied with returning home. It was evident he would wake up to a swollen neck the following day. After evening study sessions, Zhao Chang'an arrived at the back gate of the high school, where he spotted his parents, Zhang Yuanqiang and Zhang Lishan, waiting outside. His mother held a change of clothes in her hand. Zhao briefly explained the situation but omitted any mention of the test, merely stating that the dormitory was safely situated beside Building 9 of the high school. He refrained from sharing the full truth, fearing that Zhang Yuanqiang might let slip something in a drunken stupor, which could lead to trouble for Qiao San and the others. Moreover, Zhao secretly relished the idea of surprising his parents and everyone else with his results once they were released. After standing outside for a while and agreeing with his parents on the next meeting time, now set for the day after tomorrow at noon, he returned to campus. Along the way, he observed the flurry of flashlight beams from patrols, the sounds of whistles and inquiries scattering pairs of lovebirds. Clearly, with the college entrance examination approaching, the school had intensified its security measures. Soon, under the glow of lights and the moonlit stars, Zhao Chang'an arrived at the foot of Su Zhengfan's apartment building. The 3rd floor was brightly lit, and he noticed that the window of Lu Chui's room was ajar, only to see his small head quickly retreat. Zhao chuckled softly. "Thank you all," as he stepped into the stairwell, navigating the dimness without triggering the motion sensor lights. Zhao Chang'an ascended the stairs with careful, measured steps. Chapter 61. The second strike. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Zhao Chang'an noticed that the security door of Su Zhengfan was slightly ajar, leaving a narrow gap through which light spilled. Pushing the door open, a refreshing breeze from the air conditioning enveloped him, eliciting a comfortable sigh. Su Zhengfan, clad in pajamas, sat on the sofa reviewing documents. The light in his bedroom was on, and through the cascading bead curtains, Zhao Chang'an could faintly discern Duan Fengqing seemingly engrossed in her own paperwork beneath a desk lamp. Meanwhile, the light in Lu Chui's bedroom had been extinguished, leaving the interior shrouded in darkness. "Principal." Zhao Chang'an's face radiated respect, his heart brimming with genuine esteem. Although he harbored schemes and intentions regarding Su Zhengfan, it was predicated on the understanding that Su Zhengfan was a gentleman. A gentleman may be deceived in a straightforward manner. Zhao Chang'an comprehended this, as did Duan Fengqing and Su Zhengfan. Frankly, had the principal been of Niu Mingyan's disposition or Ji Lianyan's character, Zhao Chang'an would have been swiftly dismissed with a resounding slap. "Come in, your room is that one." Su Zhengfan gestured towards the study. "You may take a shower first. There's no need to close the door at night. The bead curtain provides sufficient privacy. Do not be shy, feel free as if you were in your own home." While awaiting Zhao Chang'an, Su Zhengfan offered a gentle smile. "If you're thirsty, there is tea. The refrigerator is stocked with drinks. If you feel hungry, the fridge and food cabinet are at your disposal. If you wish for instant noodles, eggs, or vegetables, they are all available. Help yourself in the kitchen." After refreshing himself with a cool shower, Zhao Chang'an noticed that the lights in the living room, as well as in Lu Chui and Su Zhengfan's bedrooms, had been turned off. He treaded softly into the study, carefully closing the door behind him. Click. He switched on the light. The study was modestly sized, with bookshelves lining 2 walls, filled to the brim with literature. A desk faced the window, adorned with writing supplies, a desk lamp, a clean teacup, a tea box, a thermos, and an ashtray. In the center of the room lay a simple folding bed, neatly made with a cooling mat, a soft pillow, and a thin blanket. Nearby, a fan stood ready. Zhao Chang'an activated the fan, relishing the cool breeze after his shower. He opened the window and gazed through the mesh screen outside. A train, its headlights ablaze, surged forth like a colossal dragon across the shadowy landscape beneath the moonlight. Resisting the urge to smoke, he poured himself a generous cup of strong tea. That night, even without the tea, he was destined for insomnia. After contemplating the nocturnal scene for a while, Zhao Chang'an retrieved 6 practice mathematics papers and began to solve the problems. Initially, upon arriving in this new realm, he had contemplated awakening his memories as a strategy for the college entrance examination. However, the remarkable memory and cognitive abilities he had brought along dispelled such notions of opportunism. This time, he resolved to rely solely on his authentic capabilities to decisively surpass Xiao Wenjue and Tao Jiao. This endeavor served as a response to the previous incident involving Xiao Kai, a means to remind the shameless Xiao Wenyang and the cunning Tao Longrong of the harsh realities of human nature and the treachery of society. On the following morning at 5 o'clock, Zhao Chang'an quietly arose and stealthily tidied up the study before slipping away. However, the commotion in the study roused the couple, Su Zhengfan and Duan Foqing. They lay still in bed, observing through the beaded curtain as Zhao Chang'an gently opened the door, deftly pulled the curtain aside, and hung it on the door frames. With unwavering focus, he exited without a glance back. Afterward, Su Zhengfan and Duan Foqing rose and quietly approached the study. Upon switching on the light, they noticed that the remnants of tea and the ashes from the used incense had been taken away by Zhao Chang'an. The folding bed had been neatly collapsed and placed in the corner, while the cooling mat, pillow, and sheets were either rolled or neatly folded. The window, which had been open throughout the night, was now securely closed, leaving the room in immaculate order. In time, true character is revealed. And though it was only the first night, one could discern much. Indeed, I too recognized the meticulousness of my beloved disciple. His act of rolling up the curtain seemed to convey that our room would be unoccupied henceforth, sparing us the confusion of wondering about anyone's presence. Duan Fengqing gazed earnestly at Su Zhengfan. Since you permitted him entry, you must ensure that every evening when Wanwan returns, you are present in the house. Frankly, such caution and precision of thought, coupled with a decisive strike against Xiao Wenyang, reveal a mind that has thoroughly grasped human nature, advancing with calculated steps as if walking a tightrope. It is quite extraordinary. If this student can grow with such composure, I cannot foresee the heights he may achieve. Duan Fengqing sighed. Should such a person be a boy, or perhaps less attractive, I would genuinely encourage their friendship. You often overcomplicate human nature. A diligent student who gains admission to a prestigious school and achieves such results harbors no ill intentions. Su Zhengfan chuckled softly, unconvinced. In truth, I already regret allowing him in. Duan Fengqing's eyes sparkled with a knowing light, reminiscent of her own youthful days as she glanced at the neighboring wall. A hint of concern crossing her features. You are overly sensitive. To be honest, his grades are commendable, and he is not lacking in appearance, seemingly devoid of any bad habits. If there is no coercion involved, what is the harm? Despite their brief encounters, Su Zhengfan increasingly found Zhao Chang'an to be quite agreeable. Duan Fengqing fell silent. These matters were impossible to articulate to her oblivious, bookish husband. Should such a man flourish with ease? How many passionate and beautiful women might recklessly throw themselves into the flames for him? Uncle, Aunt, you are up so early. At that moment, Lu Chui emerged, clad in long-sleeved cotton pajamas suitable for spring, a departure from her usual short-sleeved attire. Duan Fengqing cast a glance at her husband. The unspoken implication clear. This is the change that disrupts the status quo. In the days that followed, Zhao Chang'an's life became a routine of 4 points and 4 lines: the classroom, the restroom, the cafeteria, and Su Zhengfan's home. On the afternoon of the 26th, I met my parents at the back gate, bringing along freshly laundered clothes. News of Zhao Chang'an residing at the principal's house had spread within the school. Yet there remained little commotion outside, leading his parents to believe he was staying in the dormitory. Zhang Lishan had purchased 7 or 8 fine pairs of underwear for him, concerned that her son might lose face in the dormitory. Holding the silk underwear, Zhao Chang'an felt a mix of gratitude and amusement, pondering how such expensive garments would go unseen by his male classmates. The results of the 6th mock exam were released on the 25th. Conducted as a free examination without grading, Zhao Chang'an achieved a perfect score in mathematics, yet without any grading. He could not ascertain the scores of the top 10 scholars in his class. From June 27th to 28th, the entire school enjoyed a long weekend. Subsequently, On the 29th and 30th, the first and second-year students were to undertake their final examinations before the summer break. Meanwhile, the third-year students were engaged in the final days of preparation for the college entrance examination. Although the holiday was upon them, in reality, only a small number of boarding students chose to return home, with the rest remaining on campus. On the 29th, a torrential downpour lasted nearly the entire day. After the rain, the sky cleared, revealing thin clouds tinted with rosy hues, and the weather was exceptionally refreshing. Zhao Chang'an and Zeng Xiaoxiao, understanding each other's unspoken sentiments, arrived at a small bamboo grove near the back gate. Xiaoxiao, he called, as she responded, and go. She was a youthful and enchanting beauty, slender and graceful, while he was a spirited young man. They embraced tightly, sharing their innermost feelings. My mother scolded me fiercely, yet I refused to return. How can there be such a mother in the world, one who lacks shame and pushes her daughter into a pit? She threatened that if I disobey her, she would no longer give me a single penny. I would rather work, serving dishes or cooking alongside the aunties at the construction site, and not spend another cent of hers. Zeng Xiaoxiao wept profusely, her sobs uncontrollable. Chapter 62. The last weekend before the exam at the entrance of the first high school. At the intersection of Yujiao Road, Song Ming, Zhang Xiaobing, and Yingming, accompanied by a group of 5 or 6 small rascals, anxiously awaited by the roadside. However, despite their long wait, Zhao Chang'an did not make an appearance after the students had finished. If this continues, we might as well stake out at the back entrance. Didn't he go there for lunch today? Song Ming lamented, his 2 front teeth, which had been loosened by Zhao Chang'an's earlier confrontation, becoming increasingly unstable day by day. It had become a significant impediment even for something as simple as kissing his girlfriend. His heart brimmed with animosity towards Zhao Chang'an. To the west of the back entrance of First High School lies Jiahe Village, with a construction site to the north and wild mountains and forests to the east. With his parents and an old man, all armed with tools, plus himself, they were a formidable group. You touch his son, and he won't hesitate to take your life. If the construction site gets involved, you'll find no escape. Even if you end up killing someone, it would be deemed self-defense, and there would be no place to seek justice. Zhang Xiaobing, referred to as Scholar, had been specifically instructed by Mo Higher to keep a watchful eye and prevent any escalation of the situation. Although Mo Higher was not one to shy away from financial gain, he was also keen on collaborating with Zhang Shuilong and Xiao Wenyang for lucrative ventures. However, Zhao Chang'an was the brother of Zhang Shun, and he genuinely feared that if Song Ming and the others lost control, it would lead to dire consequences. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaobing's ominous words, both Song Ming and Yingming's expressions hardened, a chill creeping down their spines. They intended merely to give Zhao Chang'an a good beating to vent their frustrations, never contemplating the possibility of severely injuring him or implicating themselves in the fallout. Scholar, what do you think we should do? At this moment, Song Ming felt a twinge of hesitation. If he doesn't show up, we can't go in. It's still somewhat bearable today, but in this sweltering heat, waiting here is utterly pointless. Why are we lingering here? Their only opportunity lay in determining whether Zhao is taking the exam at their school. If not, they might have a chance. If he was, then the 2,000 yuan they hoped to claim would be out of the question. Zhang Xiaobing, with a smile, remarked, "It's merely a matter of pride. Besides, a gentleman's revenge is best served cold. There is no need to recklessly involve ourselves." Zhao Chang'an, mindful of the time, returned to Su Zhengfan's home. Upon entering the living room, he noticed 2 travel bags, suggesting plans for a journey. Lu Chui and Duan Fengqing were also present. In the previous 5 nights, Duan Fengqing had only appeared in the living room once, responding to Zhao Chang'an's respectful greeting with a mere nod of indifference. As for Lu Chui, this was the first time in 6 nights that Zhao Chang'an had seen her in the living room. Although Su Zhengfan had mentioned several times that Zhao Chang'an should leave the door open while sleeping to enjoy the air conditioning, Zhao merely smiled and nodded, continuing to shut the study door at night. This behavior had significantly eased Lu Chui's wariness. Tonight, not only did she appear in the living room, but she also wore a short-sleeved ice silk top, albeit paired with cotton pajama bottoms. "Chang'an, we are heading to Taohua Lake for a weekend getaway to escape the heat. Would you like to join us?" Su Zhengfan cheerfully extended the invitation. Tomorrow, a preparatory meeting for the upcoming examinations will convene at Peach Blossom Lake. In addition to organizing invigilators and various other arrangements, numerous entrepreneurs from the city, as well as private car and taxi drivers, will participate. They will discuss a series of initiatives to support candidates during the college entrance examinations, including complimentary transportation, free phone services, and refreshments to alleviate the heat. Duan Fengqing meticulously explained this to Zhao Chang'an. Lu Chui gazed at her aunt with astonishment, pondering why her aunt, who seemed to be irked by Zhao Chang'an, was so patient in her explanation. I won't be joining. I'll spend the night in my dormitory, she chuckled, reflecting on the regret of never having stayed in the dormitory during her 3 years of high school. Zhao Chang'an, however, discerned the underlying meaning in Duan Fengqing's words. With so many people, it will be a chaotic mix. Zhao Chang'an, he said, although I have resided on campus for 3 years, I have yet to experience dorm life. Isn't that also a regret? Lu Chui stifled a smile. Principal, Aunt Duan, will you return before or after dinner tomorrow? Looking at Su Zhengfan's puzzled expression, Zhao Chang'an replied with a smile, I would like to borrow your kitchen to prepare a few dishes as a token of gratitude. There's no need to be so courteous. Duan Fengqing said with a slight frown. You can cook? She inquired. Well, it has been many years since I have tasted a meal prepared by my students. They always invite me to restaurants. The more upscale the establishment, the less I seem to enjoy it. In contrast, Su Zhengfan's eyes sparkled with interest. We will return around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Please make a list of the dishes you need, and we will bring them back the following morning. At precisely 5 o'clock, Zhao Chang'an tidied his study and quietly departed. Upon arriving in the classroom, he was surprised to find Li Yinqiu already present, softly reading English. I said I would be one of the earliest. Zhao Chang'an playfully slapped his large hand on Li Yinqiu's shoulder. Get your paws off me. Li Yinqiu shot him a glare before returning to her reading. Zhao Chang'an's fleeting feelings of frustration from the previous night dissipated, and he prepared to withdraw his hand and resume his studies. Yinqiu, I knew you would be the first, he exclaimed. Just then, Fan Chao, bursting into the classroom, spotted Zhao Chang'an's hand resting on Li Yinqiu's shoulder, and his eyes turned red with envy. Zhao Chang'an removed his hand from Li Yinqiu's shoulder, pinched 3 fingers together, and dramatically flicked them onto the floor, stepping on them. With a nonchalant demeanor, he remarked, that was a close call with the hidden winged insect. Otherwise, you would have been disfigured. How do you intend to thank me? Li Yinqiu shot him another glare, and Zhao Chang'an gasped as he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his right toe. Looking down, he saw Li Yinqiu's left foot positioned in the aisle, mercilessly stomping on his toe. I will treat you to ice cream, all right? She said with a bright smile that struck Zhao Chang'an as both charming and fierce. With his left foot continuing to stomp down fiercely, the knight remained silent. Zhao Chang'an glanced at the clock. It was nearly midnight. In the classroom, only he occupied the northeast corner of the last row, alongside Zeng Xiaoxiao, who sat in the 3rd row ahead. During this precarious time, Zhao Chang'an wished to avoid excessive contact with Zeng Xiaoxiao, fearing it might provoke the irrationality of the troublesome Qiao Sanxia and Wu Yu. Moreover, too much interaction could provide Qiao Jinwei with a pretext if she were to exert pressure at school, claiming a romantic involvement with her daughter and compelling Zeng Xiaoxiao to return home. It would undoubtedly lead to complications. Xiaoxiao, stop lingering in the classroom. It's already the 29th. In just a few days, after the 8th, we will have all the time in the world. Zhao Chang'an urged her towards the dormitory. Brethren, at this hour, is Principal Su still in his office? Zeng Xiaoxiao expressed her concerns, evidently worried that Zhao Chang'an might have matters to attend to there, which explained his late hours. Principal Su and the others have gone to the Tao Huajiang Reservoir. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to stay at his house. I'll squeeze onto Louis Hui's bed later. Zhao Chang'an reassured her with a comforting smile, gently urging her to return to her dormitory and rest. Be obedient. I still have some questions to tackle, so please don't distract me. Chapter 63, A Hill of Weasels. When Zeng Xiaoxiao reluctantly departed from the classroom, Zhao Chang'an extinguished the lights within, leaving the final row of ceiling fans still whirring. He lit a coil of mosquito repellent beside his seat and applied some floral water to his neck, arms, and ankles. In truth, mosquitoes on campus were not particularly bothersome. However, the presence of invisible pests was remarkably high, with 7 or 8 unfortunate students in each class suffering from red, swollen skin on their faces and necks. As the gentle moonlight streamed in, Zhao Chang'an gradually drifted into slumber. At 5 in the morning, as the eastern sky began to reveal the soft blush of dawn, Zhao Chang'an tidied up the ashes from the mosquito coil and quietly left the classroom. He arrived at the high school bicycle shed and rode his bike to the back gate. Shortly thereafter, he reached the construction site, where Zhong Yuanqiang was dozing at a table, while his parents and Fang Yinglan busied themselves in the kitchen. Mom and Dad, Xiao Fang, is there any chilled mung bean porridge? Zhao Chang'an entered the kitchen with a smile. After the oath-taking ceremony had concluded, it was already midday. All participants congregated at the hotel and along the shaded lakeside to dine. Niu Mingyan, Ji Lianyun, and Tao Longrong chose a table of moderate size. Sipping tea while awaiting their dishes, their eyes gazing upon the serene, emerald lake. A refreshing breeze wafted through, bringing with it a sense of tranquility. Oh! At Tao Longrong's gesture, Niu Mingyan and Ji Lianyun turned to see Xiao Wenyang leading a few individuals toward them. Midway, he exchanged a few words with his subordinates before one approached. "Three of you, what a delightful gathering. Would you mind if I joined?" he inquired, his tone amiable, though his intentions remained ambiguous. "Your presence is most welcome, Mr. Xia. It has been a while since you graced Weijiang Tower," Ji Lianyun responded with a beaming smile. Rising to greet him, "I'll treat tonight at Weijiang Tower. How does that sound?" Xiao Wenyang replied, maintaining a smile that concealed the truth behind his words. Mr. Xia's generosity knows no bounds. Having rented 200 taxis from neighboring counties to support the students of Shanqing, Tao Longrong remarked, pouring Xiao Wenyang a cup of tea. After all, his mother-in-law and brother-in-law had enjoyed the benefits of Xiao Wenyang's generosity, receiving nearly $1 million without charge. A few days prior, Tao Longrong had called Xiao Jinwei to discuss repayment, but she had politely declined, stating that the matter pertained to her connections with Xiao Wenyang and had nothing to do with him. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, he felt compelled to show gratitude by pouring tea for Xiao Wenyang. A car costs 800 a day with unlimited refueling. Staying in my newly constructed brewery's vacant factory, the total expenses amount to merely 7 or 800,000, as long as it benefits the citizens of Shanqing. It is a small price to pay, Xiao Wenyang stated with a smile as he lit a cigarette, despite not being a smoker, always carrying a pack of Huazi in his pocket. Indeed, Niu Mingyan gestured with his lit cigarette, declining Xiao Wenyang's offer of a cigarette. "Allow me to extend my congratulations to the three of you in advance," Xiao Wenyang said as the four took their seats, his expression sincere. "Thanks to Mr. Xia for your generosity," Niu Mingyan remarked, prompting Ji Lianyun and Tao Longrong to furrow their brows slightly. "Are you deliberately picking at old wounds? Engaging in business is not merely a pursuit of wealth." Yet, on Xiao Wenyang's countenance, there was not a trace of displeasure. With a smile, he remarked, "Our Wenyang Group's brick and tile factory, sand quarry, stone mine, and hydropower installation company can provide all the high-quality cooperation needed for the construction on the north bank of the Fuhe River." Ji Lianyun and Tao Longrong exchanged glances. Was this the beginning of a business proposition? Meanwhile, Niu Mingyan snorted disdainfully, laughing heartily. "President Xia truly holds us in high esteem." The implicit message was clear. "You, Mr. Xia, overestimate yourself if you think you can oppose us and then turn around to seek our benefits. How ridiculous! Since ancient times, where there are grand rivers, there are bound to be lofty pavilions, like the Yang Tower, the Yellow Crane Tower, and the Tungwang Pavilion." Xiao Wenyang smiled at the three of them and continued, "And where there are pavilions, there must be bridges." Upon hearing this, Ji Lianyun and Tao Longrong felt a slight jolt. Niu Mingyan, however, wore a puzzled expression, unable to fathom the purpose of Xiao Wenyang's words. With the passage of time, the entire northern bank of the Taohua River had become densely populated with buildings, save for the narrow riverside area of the Weijiang Tower Park. Although the city had plans to gradually demolish these haphazard structures in the long run, just recently, when the pharmaceutical factory in the Western District sought to expand its premises to the riverside, covering an area of less than 150 acres, the estimated demolition cost reached no less than 200 million. And that was under the condition of smooth operations without any disturbances. Frightened, Old Fan had no choice but to abandon the idea and opted to build a branch factory in the outskirts, acquiring 200 acres of mountainous land adjacent to the national highway for 20 million. This incident greatly stimulated the residents along the riverside, leading to a surge in construction. Old single-story houses were being transformed into 3- or 4-story buildings. Wherever there was space, there were people seizing the opportunity to erect structures. Now, from the Western Pharmaceutical Factory to the Eastern Forestry School, a 30-mile stretch along the river, only the Weijiang Tower remains amidst the 200,000 to 300,000 square meters of forest. Moreover, this land had been incorporated into the city over a decade ago, leading to the establishment of a Weijiang Tower. For urban development, the optimal solution is to expand south across the river. Constructing a bridge here not only alleviates the burden of heavy compensation, but also allows for immediate project initiation, complemented by the iconic landscape of the Weijiang Tower. Hence, 2 years ago, I seized the opportunity to acquire 1,000 acres of land on the opposite bank. As this discussion progressed, Ji Lianyun's eyes sparkled with excitement. and Tao Longrong appeared equally intrigued, turning to Niu Mingyan. President Xia, if you have something to say, please do not hold back. We are all builders here. And considering the ongoing urbanization in our country, there is a vast market filled with people eager to buy homes. Niu Mingyan, maintaining a neutral stance, reiterated his position. I remain uninterested in collaborating with you, nor do I wish to confront you. The market is expansive. We can each pursue our own paths without interference. Indeed, President Xia, please enlighten us, urged Tao Longrong. What sort of win-win situation do you propose? Ji Lianyun, having once contracted the Yuejiang Tower, had considered the prospect of this park but wisely chose to withdraw upon learning who had overseen its construction. Xiao Wenyang chuckled, for as a businessman, as long as the interests were substantial enough, there was nothing that could not be negotiated. I possess an 84 stake in Taohua Mountain Villa, and I can demonstrate ample sincerity. Haha, old Xia, you are quite generous. I must admit, I have misjudged you. The matters of bricks, sand, gravel, and construction are trivial. Niu Mingyan laughed heartily. However, Ji Lianyun and Tao Longrong gazed at Xiao Wenyang in astonishment, bewildered that he would transfer his most vital high-quality assets merely to sell something. Is this truly Xiao Wenyang? He mused. I seek to exchange for corresponding equity in your company for the land parcel on the north bank of the Fuhe River. Xiao Wenyang articulated his intent. From now until the development of Taohua Mountain Villa, it would optimistically take around 3 years. During this interim, he not only needed to amass significant capital but also retain the talented artisans of Wenyang Group. The north bank of the Fuhe River represented the best option at hand. What? Niu Mingyan, Ji Lianyun, and Tao Longrong were left speechless. Initially, it was Xiao Wenyang who intended to monopolize the 260 acres of land on the north bank. Then it morphed into a competition between Xiao Wenyang and Niu Mingyan. Subsequently, Niu Mingyan enlisted Ji Lianyun, while Xiao Wenyang brought in Tao Longrong. The scandal surrounding the recording of a love child incited Tao Longrong's fury, leading him to switch allegiance to Niu Mingyan and Ji Lianyun. Qiu Jinhui made a trip to Mingzhu, and Tao Longrong's betrayal unfolded. In the direst moment, Zhao Chang'an delivered a decisive blow. Once again, Tao Longrong infiltrated back into Niu Mingyan and Ji Lianyun's camp. Yet, now, as events had seemingly reached an irrevocable conclusion, Xiao Wenyang astonishingly proposed relinquishing some long-term benefits to amicably sit down and play mahjong with them. How utterly absurd. Yet, strangely enough, it appeared quite reasonable. At 4 in the afternoon, Zhao Chang'an awaited his parents at the back door. His mother had meticulously washed and prepared all the ingredients, neatly packed into small bags. Zhao Chang'an then rode his bicycle straight to the number 3 teacher's residence. Drenched in sweat, Zhao Chang'an ascended to the 3rd floor, where Su Zhenfan and Lu Chui had just returned, while Duan Fengqing had left for work midway due to official duties. Without exchanging pleasantries, Zhao Chang'an plunged into the kitchen. By a little past 5, the pressure cooker in the kitchen began to hiss and steam. Even with the rain turned on, the aroma of stewed old hen wafted into the living room. At approximately 6:10 in the evening, Duan Fengqing returned home. By then, the dining table was adorned with cold dishes, marinated century eggs, garlic cucumber, stuffed chili peppers, steamed eggs, salt-baked peanuts, sweet and sour pork, and several other appetizers. Upon seeing Duan Fengqing, Zhao Chang'an immediately began to stir-fry vigorously, preparing salt-edged Shanghai greens and peppered bean curd with shredded meat. Lu Chui, come help. The chicken soup is simmering on the stove, and the beer and grass jelly in the fridge need to be brought out. Zhao Chang'an called towards the living room. Coming. Be quick. We must head downstairs no later than 6:53. Lu Chui, who had been salivating with hunger, sprang into action like a coiled spring, nimbly dashing into the kitchen. Careful. It's hot. Seeing Lu Chui's clumsy attempt to reach for the safety valve of the pressure cooker startled Zhao Chang'an. With his left hand, he quickly grasped Lu Chui's delicate hand while his right hand continued to deftly stir-fry the dishes with a satisfying pitter-patter. How hot could it be? It had been a while since they moved away from the coal fire. Just a quick touch wouldn't be that scorching. Lu Chui gazed at Zhao Chang'an with curiosity, wondering if someone so skilled in cooking could truly lack such common sense. At that moment, she realized that Zhao Chang'an's strong hand still held hers firmly. Her cheeks flushed, and in a fluster, she attempted to break free. Yet, deep within her heart, an unfamiliar flutter surged unexpectedly. How about that? I've tasted it. The colors, aroma, and flavor are all exquisite, and I can barely match his skill. When Zhao Chang'an's wife, fresh from washing her face, entered the dining room to check on the dishes, Su Zhenfan followed, a smug expression adorning his face. He mused that not only did women prefer handsome men, but with Zhao's achievements, his culinary skills surpassed all the students they had ever taught. Duan Fengqing peered toward the kitchen through the frosted glass, unable to discern clearly but catching glimpses of the two busy figures. She let out a soft sigh, choosing silence instead. In the summer twilight, even as the clock approached 7 in the evening, the sky remained bright. Zhao Chang'an and Lu Chui descended the stairs together, opting to traverse the small grove. Zhao Chang'an intended to take a shortcut, and Lu Chui, her cheeks slightly flushed, couldn't help but glance back at the third-floor window. At that moment, her uncle was likely washing the dishes while her aunt was probably unoccupied. Thankfully, her aunt was not acting as a watchful radar. This left Zhao Chang'an momentarily bewildered. He had assumed Lu Chui would part ways with him here. Hurry up, Lu Chui urged, surpassing the dazed Zhao Chang'an and darting into the small grove first. Cuckoo, cuckoo. The grove suddenly darkened, filled with the sounds of chirping birds. A few pairs of wild mandarin ducks, noticing the approaching figures, quietly retreated. Lu Chui, feeling shy, blushed and fell behind Zhao Chang'an. By the way, I saw Xiao Wenyang and Tao Longrong dining together with Yingming and a middle-aged man I didn't recognize at noon today. They were laughing and drinking merrily. Lu Chui suddenly remarked. She had seen Xiao Wenyang and Tao Longrong frequently during her time living in the high-tech zone, while Yingming had transferred from another school and had visited their home with his family. Zhao Chang'an froze in place, stunned. Oh no! Lu Chui, slightly nearsighted and without her glasses left behind in class, stumbled in the dimming light of the grove and bumped into Zhao Chang'an's back, letting out a startled cry. Take it easy, let me think. The ringing of the class bell pierced the air like a flash of lightning, illuminating the fog before Zhao Chang'an's eyes. What a flexible character Xiao Wenyang was, and how straightforward and blunt Yingming was. What a pure businessman Ji Lianyun was, and how duplicitous Tao Longrong turned out to be. Zhao Chang'an's countenance was darkened, his anger boiling over as he cursed vehemently. You are all a bunch of scoundrels. Chapter 64. The transformative summer of Wenyang. On June 29th, the first and second year high school students commenced their 2.5-day final examinations. On the same day, the bidding for the 260 acres of land on the north bank of the Fuhe River reached its conclusion. A consortium comprising Yingming, Ji Lianyun, and Tao Longrong effortlessly outperformed the lackluster bids from Erjian and Xianglong Construction, securing the development rights for the north bank. Simultaneously, Xiao Wenyang acquired an additional 160 acres from the other 5 partners of Tao Washanzwang at the price of 140,000 per acre, amounting to a 16th stake. The 5 partners, aware of Xiao Wenyang's precarious situation involving repeated mortgage crises, were pleased to see their investment appreciate from 100,000 to 140,000 per acre over a year and a half. Even after accounting for the high-interest bank loans, they would still net a profit of 25,000 per acre, leading them to readily agree and sign the contract. On July 1st, Yingming, Ji Lianyun, and Tao Longrong publicly formalized an agreement with Xiao Wenyang. The Wenyang Group would participate in the construction of the Fuhe North Bank, taking on 60 acres of land while covering initial expenses and a land cost of 20 million. Concurrently, Unju, Levaiyuan, and Shanxing Real Estate invested in the Tao Washanzwang project, acquiring 200 acres of land in the alluvial zone on the eastern side of Yujiang Tower for 30 million. This direct transaction method protected the 3 companies from the potential fallout of Xiao Wenyang facing a debt crisis with the credit union. Although it seemed at first glance that Xiao Wenyang was at a disadvantage, trading 60 acres for 200, the burgeoning development at the Fuhe North Bank promised immediate financial returns. While the project for the Tao Wajiang Bridge remained in its infancy, akin to a distant pie in the sky. Furthermore, the 200 acres of land, held for just a year and a half, had already appreciated from 100,000 to 150,000 per acre, yielding a 50 premium and a profit of 10 million. Even after deducting the exorbitant bank interest, he would still be left with 7 million. Meanwhile, the 60-acre plot at Fuhe was secured at its original price of 290,000 per acre. On July 2nd, with the high school students on vacation, the campus fell into a serene silence. On that day, Xiao Wenyang once again exchanged 160 acres of Tao Washanzwang land for 80 acres of Fuhe North Bank land from Ji Lianyun and Tao Longrong. This maneuver astonished Yingming. Ji Lianyun explained to the enraged Niu that the Levaiyuan Group was currently focused on expanding the northern industrial region, placing greater value on Shanxing's future development. For the time being, they had no intention of diverting their funds or manpower southward. Thus, the remaining 20 acres would serve as Ji's personal investment under the Liuyuan banner. Tao Longrong provided a similar justification, stating that Shanqing Real Estate was engaged in large-scale projects in Guangzhou and Puzhou, and to maintain the rapid progress demanded by Yingming and the Eastern District, they could only manage the development of 20 acres. Receiving these insipid explanations, Yingming resorted to drowning his frustration in alcohol. If they had no interest, why had they handed the land over to Xiao Wenong? In a fit of regret, he lamented that he should never have partnered with these two ungrateful wolves. In that moment, he began to comprehend the feeling of betrayal experienced by Zhao Chang'an. Thus, through the machinations of Xiao Wenyang, the plot on the north bank of the River Fu was acquired by Wenyang Group, securing 140 acres, while Anju obtained 80 acres. And both Liuyuan and Shanqing Real Estate acquired 20 acres each. Xiao Wenyang deftly dismantled Zhao Chang'an's painstaking plans through a process of benefit exchange, thereby granting Wenyang Group a promising opportunity for rapid development over the next 2 to 3 years. The shareholders of Tao Washanswang transitioned from Xiao Wenyang and 5 local entrepreneurs to Liuyuan, the top-ranked real estate firm in the province, holding 14 of the 140 acres, Wenyang Group. The leading firm in Shanqing, holding 64 of 640 acres, Shanqing Real Estate, the second-ranked firm, holding 14 of 140 acres, and the emerging provincial real estate company Anju Construction, holding 8 of 80 acres. This development sent ripples through Shanqing, as the 4 real estate enterprises converged upon Tao Washanswang. Such a conspicuous signal was evident even to the most oblivious observer. In no time, rumors about the construction of a cross-river bridge at Yuejiang Tower began circulating throughout Shanqing. Numerous small business owners with idle capital shifted their focus toward the vicinity of Tao Washanswang, preparing to stake their claims. That afternoon, after school, Zhao Chang'an encountered his parents at the back entrance, carrying a change of clothes. He sensed a slight unease in their demeanor and inquired, though he could not discern the reason. Later that evening, upon returning home from evening study, Zhao Chang'an found Su Zhengfan and Duan Foqing seated in the living room. Principal, Aunt Duan, he greeted warmly. Su Zhengfan hesitated, casting a glance at Duan Fengqing. It was better to address the matter now than to have it brought up during the college entrance examination. Zhao Chang'an's heart sank, wondering, what trouble is this? Lu Chui, who had been in the washroom, emerged upon hearing the conversation. Your small calligraphy piece is set to be posted on the 21st, which clearly signals an assault on Xiao Wenyang's bidding, she remarked. Duan Fengqing gestured for Zhao Chang'an to take a seat, then glanced at Lu Chui, who had just dampened her hair. Aren't you going to wash your hair? I have short hair. A quick blow-dry will suffice. I'm just curious to hear what is happening. Lu Chui pouted, reluctant to return to the washroom, citing the damage a blow-dryer could inflict on her hair. This afternoon, Ji Lianyun, Tao Longrong, and Xiao Wenyang signed a land exchange agreement, trading 160 acres of Tao Washanswang for 80 acres from their 2 families. Duan Fengqing informed Zhao Chang'an, her gaze fixed on him. The 4 families on the north bank of the River Fu are collaborating on a public area investment model, which will then be divided into several independent communities for individual management. Xiao Wenyang secured 140 acres, Yingming 80 acres, while the other 2 families acquired 20 acres each. Duan Foqing sighed, noting, Xiao Wenyang is quite formidable. Lu Chui listened with a look of bewilderment. Didn't Zhao Chang'an only write a small calligraphy report exposing Xiao Wenyang? How did it escalate to bidding in the land on the north bank of the River Fu? Zhao Chang'an, you must understand that you are a student, and your future hinges on the college entrance examination. Su Zhengfan earnestly reminded him. Principal Su, Aunt Duan, I understand that to accomplish anything, one must first possess absolute strength. Without such prowess, no matter how brilliant the design, it will inevitably succumb to the interference of the short-sighted and foolish. The cunning strategist, with his dog-like demeanor, might even serve as a delicacy for the celebrants during their festivities. Zhao Chang'an smiled, albeit with a hint of bitterness lingering in his mouth. His words were sincere. Since that fateful night of the 28th in the Grove, Zhao Chang'an had resolved to withdraw entirely from the affairs of Yingming, Xiao Wenyang, Ji Lianyun, and Tao Longrong. For not only was Xiao Wenyang a shameless scoundrel, but the other 3 were equally untrustworthy, each more duplicitous than the last. His aspirations were twofold. First, to devote himself wholeheartedly to the Gaokao, and second, to soar to greater heights. Once he had spread his wings, he would return to exact revenge. On July 3rd, the mountain city issued a stringent freeze order, mandating aerial surveillance over a 30-mile stretch along the southern bank of Tao Huajiang, prohibiting any ground excavation. Simultaneously, it forbade land transactions by any state-owned, collective, or public enterprises. Once the news broke, the phones of Xiao Wenyang and Ji Lianyun were nearly inundated with calls. As land prices surged from 150,000 to 250,000 yuan per mu in the blink of an eye. On July 6th, the day before the Gaokao, the examination room assignments were announced. Zhao Chang'an remained at the first high school, placed in Class 7 of the second year. Zeng Xiaoxiao also stayed on campus, assigned to Class 15 of the first year, while Lu Chui was in Class 9 of the second year. Old Zheng and Lui Hui were assigned to Laoqing No. 1 middle school, and Wu Yu to the high-tech district foreign language school. Anzi, you are quite impressive. Your photograph still graces the honor roll in the propaganda hall of the first middle school. Lui Hui gazed at him with admiration, recalling how old Zheng had once said he didn't believe it. 4 provincial first prizes in mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology competitions, truly remarkable. Heroes seldom boast of past glories. Meanwhile, Fan Xiao, with a sardonic tone, clearly harbored resentment over Zhao Chang'an's previous interaction with Li Yanxiu. Zeng Xiaoxiao, intolerant of any disparagement towards Zhao Chang'an, especially with the Gaokao looming, could not help but retort. Not only in the past, even now, for some princes, it remains an elusive and unattainable realm. Fan Xiao stared at Zeng Xiaoxiao in bewilderment, pondering, is she complimenting me as a prince? Yet, this sentiment feels rather odd. Haha, the frog prince. At that moment, no one could have anticipated that Qi Xiangfeng would unravel the mystery directly. Chapter 65. I shall prevail, the frog prince, inaccessible to the lofty realms. Do you deem me a frog at the bottom of a well? Fan Xiao gazed incredulously at Zeng Xiaoxiao. Zhao Chang'an's achievements, his own accomplishments, and what of Zeng Xiaoxiao's? Who, truly, is the frog at the bottom of the well? Be confident. Remove that questioning tone and transform it into a statement of affirmation. Having packed his bag, Zhao Chang'an stood up, his expression brimming with enthusiasm as he looked at Fan Xiao. In late May, at Taohua Lake, I encountered Qinjing, Tianshui, and Guansini, those academic elites organized by the school for a lakeside gathering. Do you recall what I proclaimed? You said, haha, that we are all but mediocre. Li Zining, seated ahead and engrossed in a novel, chuckled until his eyes nearly closed. Indeed, I shall reiterate my words today, to all present, including every senior high school student across the entire Shanxing region, encompassing 3 districts and 6 counties. In my eyes, you are all mediocre. Haha, how audacious. All the so-called demons and phantoms are but mediocrity. Zhao Chang'an's declarations ignited peals of laughter throughout the class. With the Gaokao looming tomorrow, indulging in bravado felt rather pleasant. Well, I'm a frog at the bottom of the well. Let us see just how high you, the black swan, can soar. Engaging in mere banter is futile. The Gaokao is upon us. I shall not speculate on how well you, Zhao Chang'an, will perform. Hush, do not place bets. Once the results are in, we shall likely not meet again. The stakes are too high. Why burden yourself? At this juncture, post-Gaokao, one first estimates their scores before submitting their college applications. Once those applications are submitted, fate shall take its course. In a class, unless relationships are particularly close, the opportunity for reunion is scarce. Zhao Chang'an gazed out of the classroom, murmuring softly, "It is snowing." The others followed his gaze, witnessing countless snowflakes cascading from the sky, accompanied by an uproarious cheer. The annual book-ripping celebration, preceding the Gaokao, had commenced. Soon, a flurry of snowflakes filled the air. Several waste paper collectors, each clutching large bags, awaited with smiles that stretched from ear to ear. On the 3rd floor of Yuejiang Tower, in the Xiangfei room, Xiao Wenyang, Xiao Qiqin, Xiao Wenjue, and Xiao Jianwei gathered to welcome Xiao San and Xiao Weiyue, who had come to celebrate the upcoming Gaokao for Xiao Wenjue. Mr. Xia, the director of the credit union in Luzhou and Shangbei, has been waiting for quite some time. Xiao Jinhui entered the room. Xiao Qingqin's previously radiant demeanor darkened instantly, a cold snort escaping her lips. No rush, let them stew for a moment. Xiao Wenyang glanced at his wife and said to Qiu Jinhui, "Wait outside for 10 minutes before you go in. They need us now. Brother-in-law, you are truly remarkable." Zhao Shubin and Zhao Chang'an, this pair of field mice, dashing about, haha, have ultimately become a source of amusement. Xiao San, adjusting the strap on his bag, cast a covetous glance at Qiu Jinhui as she exited the private room, joyfully raising his glass and downing its contents. At that moment, He remained unaware that Zeng Xiaoxiao had already severed ties with her mother. Regrettably, the likes of Yingming, Ji Lianyun, and Tao Longrong have taken advantage of the situation. Xiao Wuyue harbors lingering discontent. If they had not interfered, he could have acquired 140 acres of land that would yield immediate financial returns, and without their involvement. Could the Taowan Mountain Villa appreciate to 250,000 per acre, even accounting for a year and a half of interest? This 640 acres could generate an 80 million profit for the group. Without their participation, could Zhou Guangfu and Duan Camwen have endured such neglect and waited in frustration for your father? Their accountants have long since arrived to scrutinize our accounts. Xiao Wenyang has always been dissatisfied with his son, who knows only how to be aggressive and combative, chastising him for his lack of ambition. Remember, one must use their intellect. Look at you two. We are not just any commoners. Qinghua, do you think you can clash with a rough bull without using your brain? As for Zhao Chang'an, for now, it remains as it is. Feeling truly indignant, he vows to use money to ensure he can never recover from this setback. Xiao Wenjue silently sipped his red date rice wine soup, his thoughts drifting to that embrace and those words. The game has just begun. How could I be a coward? Yet, even if he refuses to be a coward, he remains an ordinary pawn, no matter how resentful or furious he may feel. How much of a ripple can he truly create? A sense of sorrow enveloped Xiao Wenjue. As the saying goes, killing and arson bring gold belts, while building bridges and roads leave no corpses. Whether she acknowledges it or not, her current privileged life is a result of her father. On the 4th floor of the Yuejiang Tower, in the Quju Hall, when Xiao Wenyang pushed the door open, Zhou Guangfu and Duan Cannon rose with beaming smiles. Their obsequious demeanor was not merely due to the 35 million they had borrowed from each of them. Although 35 million is a considerable sum, it hardly justifies the subservient behavior of the directors of 2 county credit unions. In fact, they had initially come with a mindset of seeking trouble. However, within a few days, the tides had turned. Now, they were keenly interested in the nearly 100 million required for the development of the 140 acres on the northern bank of the Xia family's estate, as well as the vast funds needed for the future construction of the Taowan Mountain Villa. I wonder if Chang'an is asleep. It's so hot in the dormitory. I've heard that many students from senior high have been staying in hotels these past few days. Being on the 16th floor, the night breeze is cool and comfortable. Zhang Lishan lay on a simple bed, restless as she pondered her son's upcoming college entrance examination. She glanced at the man sleeping on the cool mat on the floor. Xiao San and Xiao Wuyue's detention period has ended. They are out today. As a father, the thought of being unable to ensure his son's safety fills Zhao Shubin with anguish. Jiang Jie told me to advise Chaman not to apply to the Shanqing Agricultural College, but to consider other agricultural colleges instead. Just thinking about it troubles me. You may not know, but Chang'an is involved with Zeng Xiaoxiao. Contemplating her son's situation with Zeng Xiaoxiao, Zhang Lishan felt a deep sense of frustration. If Zeng Xiaoxiao were truly to become his daughter-in-law, the mere thought of Zeng Chunming and Xiao Jinhui's expressions would cause Zhang Lishan's blood pressure to soar, leaving her dizzy. If he genuinely likes her, I would acquiesce. Furthermore, Chang'an is intelligent and should focus his heart on his studies. He can still pursue further education, first through a bachelor's degree and then by taking the graduate entrance examination. Zhao Shubin lit a cigarette and remarked, the couple, Xia Changhai and his wife, are truly beyond words. Yet, have you not noticed that Xia Momo has no interest in Chang'an? It would be unwise to force a situation that could lead to conflict. Do you think Chang'an can succeed? Zhang Lishan asked, her face etched with concern, eager to hear reassuring words, fearing her husband might speak unfavorably. He has been studying diligently these past few months. As long as he does not aim too high and apply haphazardly, he should have no trouble with a diploma, right? In truth, Zhao Shubin felt uncertain as well. Why do you need to add a perhaps to your statement? Zhang Lishan retorted, her anger flaring, sensing trouble brewing. The night fell silent. At Su Jingfan's persistent insistence, Zhao Chang'an left the door open while he slept. Unable to find rest, he gently pushed open the window and lit a cigarette. Even in the dark, the warm breeze swept in. Zhao Chang'an opened his mouth and laughed silently. After such a long wait, it appeared that many of the plans and calculations were merely trivial details. The crucial battle for his future lay in tomorrow's college entrance examination. Tomorrow, Zhao Chang'an softly declared, I shall prevail. Chapter 66. The injury of Zhang Yong on the following morning, Zhao Chaman, unusually, slept until 6 o'clock, awakened by sounds from outside. Through the beaded curtain, he observed Su Zhengfan clad in an apron, busily carrying items to the dining room. Shortly thereafter, the four of them, Zhao Chang'an, Lu Chui, Su Zhengfan, and Duan Fengqing, gathered around the dining table. The table was adorned with vegetable pancakes, ham and fried eggs, millet porridge, and pickled vegetables. These are your stationery during the examination. They will be your weapons, Su Zhengfan declared as he placed 2 bottles of hero ink for fountain pens, for 2B pencils, 2 sharpeners, 2 erasers, a complete set of compasses, rulers, triangles, protractors, and 2 boxes of essential oil on the table. An atmosphere of gravity enveloped the dining room. Even Zhao Chang'an, who had experienced an examination before, felt a weight in his heart. "Uncle, are you going to let us eat or not?" Lu Chui glared in frustration. Even Duan Fengqing shot a disapproving glance at Su Zhengfan. "I'm just anxious. You two will head to the exam hall after 8:30. Arriving too early is futile," Su Zhengfan remarked, glancing at the clock which indicated it was nearly 7. With a swift gulp, he finished the millet porridge and devoured a vegetable pancake in a few bites. "Don't be nervous. Present your best selves." After relaying his instructions, he hurried out the door. At 7 o'clock, Duan Fengqing instructed Zhao Chang'an not to compete with her over the washing of dishes. After cleaning up, she cast a glance at Zhao Chang'an and then addressed Lu Chui, saying, "Treat it like any ordinary exam. It's nothing to fret over." However, both Lu Chui and Zhao Chang'an could detect a tremor in Duan Fengqing's voice. As she departed, silence descended upon the living room. Zhao Chang'an smiled at Lu Chui and stood up, preparing to return to his study. "How can you still read at a time like this?" "I've felt my heart racing ever since I woke up this morning," Lu Chui expressed, reluctant to let Zhao Chang'an leave, feeling an inexplicable urge to converse with him. "You are experiencing pre-exam anxiety. Have a warm cup of tea and turn off the air conditioning to acclimatize," Zhao Chang'an suggested as he poured 2 cups of strong tea and switched off the air conditioning. "You are the one who is anxious. It's merely an exam. I am confident and calm," Lu Chui encouraged herself, prompting Zhao Chang'an to stifle a laugh. "Don't laugh." Lu Chui pouted adorably, her cheeks puffing up in indignation as she glared at Zhao Chang'an. He handed her the cup. "Thank you," she said, her composure faltering. "You're welcome," he replied. Lu Chui accepted the strong tea from Zhao Chang'an, lowering her gaze to observe the tea leaves gracefully unfurling in the hot water. Seemingly casual, she inquired, "Which school are you planning to apply to?" "I haven't decided on a specific one yet, but I have chosen the city, Mingzhu." Taken aback by the unexpected answer, Lu Chui expressed her surprise. "Aren't you considering Qingbei?" "I want to earn money, lots of it, and Mingzhu appears to be the most suitable place for now." "Oh." Lu Chui fell silent, and the two sat quietly in the corner of the sofa covered with bamboo matting. Zhao Chang'an gazed upward, lost in thought, while Lu Chui pondered silently with her head bowed. At 8:15 in the morning, unable to contain herself, Lu Chui tugged at Zhao Chang'an's left hand, who was lounging unwillingly on the sofa, urging him to prepare to head downstairs. Lu Chui's small, delicate hand was almost engulfed by Zhao Chang'an's larger grasp, a charming fit that felt quite comfortable. By 8:26, the two descended, seamlessly navigating through the tranquil little grove. Upon exiting the woods, they were met with the sight of a throng at the eastern entrance of the campus, where students were orderly making their way into the examination hall. "Zhao Chang'an, do your best," Lu Chui called out, extending her hands towards him, her cheeks flushed with a radiant smile. Taken aback, Zhao Chang'an smiled and raised his hands to meet hers with a resounding clap. "You too, do your best." He then watched as Lu Chui, unusually spirited, skipped joyfully towards the classroom building, her youthful exuberance infectious. A warm feeling enveloped Zhao Chang'an's heart. In this world, there were indeed despicable individuals like Xiao Wenang, Xiao San, and Xiao Wuyue, as well as the treacherous Niu Mengyan and Chen Jing, who had no qualms about severing bridges after crossing. There were the cold-hearted Ji Lianyun, the fickle Tao Longrong, and those who took pride in their underhandedness like Zeng Chunming and Xiao Jinwei. These were all rather distasteful characters. Yet, there were far more warm-hearted individuals such as the couple Xia Chonghai, Su Zhengfan, and Chang Yoli, alongside Lu Chui, Wen Ming, Zhang Shun, Zhong Lianwei, Lu Hui, Wu Yu, Old Zhang, Shan Kai, and Zeng Xiaoxiao, who brought him comfort. As Zhao Chang'an gradually moved with the crowd to the front of the first-year teaching building, he ascended to the second floor. There, in the corridor of Class 7 of the second year, stood Zeng Xiaoxiao, adorned in a pink dress purchased by Mingzhu. Her slender waist, crystal sandals, and cascading long hair were strikingly eye-catching. To be fair, Zeng Xiaoxiao's appearance was slightly inferior to that of Lu Chui and Li Yinqiu, and she was easily outshone by Xiao Wenjue and Shan Kai. However, This girl excelled in makeup and fashion, and combined with her fair complexion, shorter stature, and well-proportioned figure, she belonged to the ranks of beauty, exuding a hint of youthful charm. Among the inexperienced high school boys awaiting entry into the examination hall, she had an allure that could surpass even Lu Chui, Li Yinxiu, and Shen Jing. Inside the examination hall, the male students outside, waiting to enter, cast envious glances. Why aren't you heading upstairs to take your seat? There's no rush, really. Zhao Chang'an approached, aware that Zeng Xiaoxiao's examination room was on the 3rd floor. Brother Chang'an, do your best. She beamed, extending her hands towards him. Zhao Chang'an was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected gesture. Giggling, Zeng Xiaoxiao tilted her head, looking at him with a mysterious smile. Do your best. Zhao Chang'an reached out, and with a clap, their hands met, eliciting a chorus of playful lamentations from those in the corridor in the examination hall. What a radiant young maiden, yet she has been caught by a swine. The first exam was Chinese. As the papers were distributed, a flicker of memory stirred within Zhao Chang'an. However, after years of working in single-color education, aside from English, Zhao Chang'an has taught various high school subjects, including Chinese, mathematics, physics, and chemistry, as a distinguished teacher. Moreover, in this life, endowed with extraordinary memory and keen analytical abilities, Zhao Chang'an quickly skimmed through the material from beginning to end, finding it mostly unobstructed. After completing the Chinese exam, he continued to review his answers until the bell rang, and only left the examination room when the proctor came to collect the papers. Upon exiting, he was met with a cacophony of voices. Some exuberantly claimed the questions were easy, while others wore grim expressions, asserting their difficulty. There were even disputes over the questions. Zhao Chang'an stood for a moment until he saw Zeng Xiaoxiao descending from the 3rd floor and approaching him. How did it go? He inquired, noticing her complexion appeared satisfactory. I don't know. I found it quite challenging, but I finished without leaving any blanks. Zeng Xiaoxiao smiled at Zhao Chang'an. It's no big deal. I never had high hopes for this exam. Brother Chang'an, I've already decided to apply to a vocational school, as long as you are in that city. Come. Let us give a high five. Zhao Chang'an observed Zeng Xiaoxiao extending her small hand towards him, her face adorned with a bright smile, feeling a slight sense of unease. It's just a high five, he replied ambiguously, uncertain whether Zeng Xiaoxiao had noticed his hesitance. It's merely a high five. I didn't think much of it. Zeng Xiaoxiao's playful laughter rang out, her delicate wrist adorned with a necklace featuring a dangling crystal, swaying gently and stirring a twinge of excitement within Zhao Chang'an. Zhao Chang'an initially intended to decline lunch at the Su residence. However, Su Zhengfan had elevated the matter of whether he would dine at their home to a matter of honor. Reluctantly, he acquiesced, pushing open the slightly ajar security door. The kitchen buzzed with the sound of the exhaust fan, and the clattering of utensils echoed as dishes were prepared. The aroma of various delicacies filled the living room. Lu Chui sat alone watching television, wearing ice silk shorts that revealed her fair knees and slender legs, coupled with a short-sleeved ice silk pajama top. Why are you so slow? How did the exam go? Lu Chui stood up with a smile, then, with a peculiar expression, shushed Zhao Chang'an. With a slender, pale finger, she discreetly pointed towards the kitchen. My mom. Zhao Chang'an, taken aback by the sight of Lu Chui's mother admiring a ballet champion's graceful figure, felt an urge to turn and flee as far away as possible. You must be Zhao Chang'an. I'm Lu Chui's mother. Go wash your face. Dinner will be ready soon. At that moment, a woman in her 40s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, emerged from the kitchen. Her nearly wrinkle-free face bore a habitual sternness as she scrutinized Zhao Chang'an. Hello, Auntie. Thank you for your hospitality, Zhao Chang'an internally lamented, as he particularly disliked interacting with women like Duan Foqing, too exhausting. Behind her mother's back, Lu Chui stuck her tongue out at Zhao Chang'an. In the afternoon, it was time for the mathematics exam. Unlike Chinese, mathematics demanded Zhao Chang'an's careful attention, and he meticulously reviewed the entire paper, spending nearly 10 minutes on it. Almost half of the questions stirred his hazy memories. Even in the absence of these recollections, these questions posed no challenge to Zhao Chang'an. With full marks in sight, Zhao Chang'an felt a surge of confidence, silently encouraging himself as he picked up his pen and began. Cheng Yueyang sat at the podium, observing Zhao Chang'an, who was busily flipping through the exam papers. Nearly 10 minutes had passed since the examination commenced, yet this once promising pupil had yet to write a single word. This sight filled him with deep discomfort and disappointment. Despite having not seen Zhao Chang'an for 3 years since his departure from the first high school, the moment Zhao Chang'an handed his admission ticket to a nearby teacher, recognition struck him. The boy had grown taller and considerably more handsome. The lively spark and reckless ambition in his eyes had been replaced by a calm demeanor. However, the most striking change was that the once esteemed prodigy had diminished to an ordinary student, reduced to the lowest ranks in his studies, merely drifting through his days. In the past 2 years, including during the last lesson with the 8th grade class, Cheng Yuelyang had used this modern-day cautionary tale to admonish the overconfident top students, urging them not to waste their summer break and to remain grounded as they transition to high school. What a waste! Angered by this unfulfilled potential, Cheng Yuelyang averted his gaze, unwilling to look at his former protege any longer. Even when Zhao Chang'an finally immersed himself in writing, Cheng Yuelyang lacked the interest to glance over. On one occasion while patrolling, he deliberately avoided looking at Zhao Chang'an, fearing that his impression from middle school might be shattered. At 3:50 p.m., Cheng Yuelyang passed by Zhao Chang'an once more and, unable to resist, stood behind him for a moment. Just a fleeting glance. And he was taken aback. Chapter 67. The last 2 nights of high school, the examination commenced at 3 p.m. After spending 10 minutes reviewing the questions, by 4:10 p.m., Zhao Chang'an had completed the entire paper in one breath. He glanced back at the invigilating teacher behind him, feeling a sense of admiration. The man had stood there for 20 minutes without so much as a shift. To his astonishment, he recognized a face that had accompanied him throughout his 3 years in middle school. Fortunately, Zhao Chang'an was astute. Had he blurted out "Teacher Chu," it would have certainly posed a problem. Chu Yuelyang's gaze reluctantly shifted from Zhao Chang'an's answer sheet. Although he taught middle school mathematics, his foundation from the mathematics department of the Provincial Normal University remained intact. His daughter, Chu Yurong, had only recently been admitted to Nanjing University, and he believed that at least half of her mathematical prowess could be attributed to his guidance. Thus, upon analyzing Zhao Chang'an's expressions, derivations, and calculations on the final paper, Chu Yuelyang was certain he had answered correctly. What excited him further was the realization that, had he attempted questions 24 and 25 alone, he might have managed to solve them, but certainly not with the fluidity and speed that Zhao Chang'an exhibited. What was going on? Wasn't he supposed to be a poor student? If he were indeed a poor student, then the entirety of Gao Yi would be filled with such academically challenged individuals. Confused, Chu Yuelyang nodded slightly at Zhao Chang'an and returned to the podium. His emotions a tangled mix of profound perplexity and delight at seeing his beloved pupil maintain his former brilliance. Zhao Chang'an had initially considered submitting his paper early, but memories of being reprimanded by Chu Yuelyang for doing so in middle school left him hesitant. Thus, he decided to review the paper once more, aiming for a secure completion. In truth, apart from the third question of question 23 and the considerable difficulty of questions 24 and 25, the exam was manageable. The real challenge lay in the final multiple-choice question of the first paper, which pertained to a tetrahedron valued at 5 points. This question, alongside a 9-point pressure problem from physics that had yet to be examined, had become notorious in that academic year. Remarkably, fewer than 10 students in the entire school had achieved full marks on the 9-point physics question. Ironically, those who had erred often believed they were correct, attributing the mistakes to their peers. As for the multiple-choice question, nearly a quarter of the candidates managed to secure the 5 points. It was particularly bizarre that the best mathematics student in the class, Lu Dapeng, failed to answer it correctly, while the academically challenged athlete, Old Zheng, guessed correctly. Even Xiao Wenhua, who consistently excelled in mathematics, faltered on this question. As a result, the original score of 150 was reduced to 145, and the standardized score plummeted from 900 to a mere 830. In the college entrance examination, no subject achieved the coveted 900 mark. Their total score relegated them to 7th place in the entire district of Shanqing. Moreover, with Chunjing ranking 11th in the district, neither could break into the top 10. This year's college entrance examination saw the high school in the city suffer a crushing defeat at the hands of Gao Yi in the West District, Guangzhou No. 1 Middle School, and Pengzhou No. 1 High School, leaving them in a state of despair. For this familiar and intricate multiple-choice question, Zhao Chang'an's impression was indeed profound. Without even glancing at the question, he directly opted for D, 141 options. As the bell rang upon exiting the examination hall, a chorus of lamentations filled the air. Unbeknownst to these mournful souls, there lurked another lethal question awaiting them. After exchanging a few words with Zeng Xiaoxiao, Zhao Chang'an returned to Su Zhengfan's residence. It was evident that during this crucial college entrance examination period, these two exceedingly busy individuals had not returned home. Suing was diligently occupied in the kitchen, while Lu Chui sat on the sofa, sipping orange juice and chuckling at a comedy show. "Aren't you feeling hot in that attire?" Zhao Chang'an remarked with a smile upon noticing Lu Chui had changed into cotton long pants and a thick, opaque short-sleeved nightgown, devoid of much embellishment. Lu Chui's cheeks flushed slightly as she gestured towards the kitchen. My mom fears I might catch a chill from the air conditioning. Indeed, that makes sense. I shall wash my face, Zhao Chang'an replied, refraining from further comments as he retreated to the bathroom. After freshening up, he noticed Su Ying was preparing dishes for the dining table. He hurried over to assist her in serving the winter melon and pork rib soup. The spread was lavish, far surpassing the hurried meal Su Ying had prepared at noon. Delicious. The last question was exceedingly difficult. How did you manage it? Zhao Chang'an inquired. No talking while eating. Su Ying interjected, cutting off her daughter's question. Once the exam is over, it becomes a matter of the past. Instead, why not contemplate tomorrow's examination? After dinner, Lu Chui and Zhao Chang'an took turns bathing, and then they planned to head to their classroom. Meanwhile, Su Ying also wished to take a stroll to revisit her old campus. Zhao Chang'an bid farewell first, leaving Lu Chui, who wore a dejected expression, to wait for her mother to finish washing the dishes. Upon arriving at the classroom, he found most students already present, engaged in lively conversation. Their expressions a tapestry of emotions. The homeroom teacher, Mr. Chang, was writing today's standardized answers for the Chinese examination on the blackboard. What is the point of writing the answers now that the exam is over? It only dampens tomorrow's mood, Zhao Chang'an mused, shaking his head. However, given Mr. Chang's character as an old literary enthusiast and a somewhat disgruntled individual, his actions were understandable. As Zhao Chang'an entered the classroom, Mr. Chang was nearing the end of his writing. Zhao Chang'an, do you recall the answers to the exam? Not quite accurately. I have the paper here. Let us see how many you got wrong. Mr. Chang had evidently been waiting for Zhao Chang'an's arrival. Upon catching sight of him, he beckoned Zhao Chang'an to the podium to review the answers. Zhao Chang'an read the answers on the blackboard softly, then quickly scanned his paper. His eyes sparkling as he looked at Mr. Chang and declared, I got all the multiple choice questions correct. Haha, such bravado. You're reaching for the stars, Mr. Chang exclaimed, somewhat bemused. Although it was a bit puzzling, considering Zhao Chang'an had scored 130 in the previous test, it was somewhat understandable. Yet, what audacity! All correct on the multiple choice questions? Truly a boastful claim. Seated below, Fan Chao scoffed. Unable to contain himself, Zhao Chang'an, the higher you boast, the harder you may fall. Below are the revised and polished contents of the provided text. The students, seemingly oblivious to the various sounds around them, were captivated by Lao Chang's slightly agitated demeanor as he gestured animatedly. Zhao Chang'an continued to examine the answers to the second volume. The classroom fell into a hushed silence, each student eager to hear more of his boastful discourse, save for the essay portion. Zhao Chang'an subtly nodded towards Lao Chang, lowering his voice to a whisper. In an instant, Lao Chang's face radiated with uncontainable joy. He swiftly seized the eraser and, with a few deft strokes, obliterated the answers from the blackboard. Turning back, he proclaimed loudly, regardless of the outcome, let go of your thoughts about the exam, for it is futile and may hinder your performance tomorrow. A chorus of disbelief erupted among the students, particularly those who felt disheartened. As Lao Chang's lengthy monologue came to a close, the mathematics teacher, Li Xiaolin, entered the classroom. Please refrain from providing answers today, as the math is exceedingly difficult. If you keep writing, we may be unprepared for tomorrow's exam, protested Li Zeng, his voice filled with playful defiance. I just want to know one question. Raise your hands if you selected D for question 15. To his dismay, fewer than 20 students raised their hands. Li Laosher, what does this mean? Don't frighten me. It's worth 5 points. Li Zeng's playful demeanor faltered, replaced by anxious trepidation. You're not aiming for the top math score in the province, are you? Zhao Chang'an, step forward, Li Xiaolin instructed as she exited the classroom. What? Is this some sort of trick? Did I mishear? Calling Zhao Chang'an? The students were baffled. After all, while Zhao had scored 130 in Chinese, had he ever surpassed 100 in mathematics? Their memories danced around the 90-point threshold. Could it be he has a hidden talent? One mused. You must be joking, right? This ISNTA film where one conceals their identity and masters extraordinary skills for a stunning revenge. The classroom erupted into a cacophony of excitement. As Zhao Chang'an emerged from the classroom, he spotted Li Xiaolin waiting under a lamp post, holding a paper. Li Laosher, she said, her voice tinged with anxiety. The answers from the research office have just been compiled. I've copied a set for you to verify. The tension in her voice was palpable. Among the top math students, Xiao Wenjua, Chen Jing, Shun Hongkai, Jiang Ying, not one had achieved a perfect score. Particularly disappointing was Xiao Wenjua, who faltered on question 15. Zhao Chang'an took the exam paper, his gaze scanning it intently. In less than 5 minutes, he had completed his review and exhaled deeply. How was it? Zhao Chang'an's sigh lifted Li Qiaolin's spirits momentarily. The advanced mathematics exam had seen a score of 903 years, a first in the province for individual subjects. To claim that the math department was under no pressure would be a falsehood. With Li Qiaolin's anxious eyes fixed on him, Zhao Chang'an stated calmly, "If my memory serves me correctly, I believe all my answers are correct." Observing Li Qiaolin walk away with an exuberance that seemed to buoy her steps, Zhao Chang'an realized he could not return to the classroom. It would be too overwhelming. He resolved not to enter again, even the following evening. He cast a glance at the boisterous classroom, then at his watch, deciding to spend the remaining time in the playground, indulging in a final moonlit stroll of his high school years. At 9 p.m., Zhao Chang'an returned to the home of Su Zhenfan, where Lu Chui had just arrived, while the Su couple remained absent. The following morning, at 6:30 a.m., the Su family of 4 sat at the dining table with Zhao Chang'an for breakfast. "Chang'an, how did you perform yesterday?" Su Zhenfan inquired. "It's all in the past now. Why ask? Surely one should wait until after the exam to discuss the results," interrupted Duan Fengqing, displeased. "I was just anxious," Su Zhenfan replied with a sheepish smile, refraining from pressing further. "It's nothing. If there was a blow, it was last night." Zhao Chang'an claimed he answered every question in Chinese correctly, and those in the front row mentioned he got everything right except for the essay. Moreover, Mr. Li called him out separately regarding the exam paper, which sent the entire class into a frenzy, utterly baffled by the situation. Thankfully, he was wise enough not to return. Lu Chui beamed at Zhao Chang'an. "Last night, I asked him, and he said he answered every math question correctly too." "Really? Both Chinese and math correct?" Su Zhenfan exclaimed with delight. For academic prodigies, achieving full marks in math and science is not an insurmountable challenge, as each year there are several students who tie for first place in these subjects across the province. Last year, one student from Yigao achieved a perfect score in chemistry. Thus, the significance of such a feat pales in comparison to being the top scorer in total marks for both arts and sciences. Nonetheless, it is still a remarkable achievement. "According to my memory, it should be fine." Zhao Chang'an preferred to say little, but upon seeing the hopeful gaze of Principal Su, he felt compelled to speak the truth, especially after having troubled him for so long. "That's wonderful," Su Zhenfan exclaimed, excitedly pounding the table. "Chang'an, give it your all today. Strive to become the top science student in the province." Lu Chui also cheered him on, her delicate features showing no signs of having been disheartened. Duan Fengqing and Su Ying exchanged glances, silently acknowledging the vibrant spirit of Lu Chui. They each discerned the other's face had turned pale. After 18 years of nurturing, such a tender and promising young bud was now showing signs of impending tribulation. Chapter 68, Lightning on July 8th. The morning was consumed by an English examination, followed by a physics test in the afternoon. As the physics exam concluded, Ni Yan and Lu Dapeng hurried to Su Zhenfan's residence to seek out Zhao Chang'an, having not eaten dinner by that time. At this juncture, the standard answers for the English test had already been released. Upon comparison, Zhao Chang'an had erred on a 1-point multiple-choice question and a 1-point correction. The focus now shifted to assessing how many points he could garner from the English pictorial diary. Ni Yan's face was clouded with disappointment. Even with a perfect score on the essay, his chances of achieving a perfect score in the college entrance examination were slim. Nevertheless, it wasn't all bleak. Xiao Wenjua had made a mistake on a 2-point multiple-choice question and a 1-point spelling error. The outcome of their competition hinged primarily on their essays, although Zhao's handwriting was considerably superior to hers. Observing the astonished expressions of Zhao Chang'an and Lu Chui, Lu Dapeng remarked, and Ni Yan, with a bitter smile, recounted how both mistakes were due to homophones. "This girl has always resisted rote memorization, and now she's paying dearly for it. She's in jeopardy of falling short, not just in the province, but also within the district's top 3. Estimating her score in Chinese at 76, Ni Yan noted that her handwriting was quite mediocre, a critical factor for essay evaluations. Previously, her high scores in Chinese were attributed to the recognition of her papers by the school's language teachers, a luxury not afforded during the college entrance examination grading. Lu Dapeng furrowed his brow and stated, "There are whispers from Shitsuno, one high school that Xiao Kaigao estimated an 83 in the basic Chinese questions and missed a 4-point fill-in-the-blank in math. Zhao Chang'an, what about you?" Until now, Ni Yan and Lu Dapeng had been preoccupied with their own examinations, neglecting to inquire about Zhao Chang'an's scores in English and mathematics. But now they began to survey the broader landscape. 90, 150, exclaimed Lu Chui, who had been observing the unfolding drama with delight. This prompted Su Ying, who was seated behind Lu Chui and had prepared dinner, to cast an irritated glare at her daughter for an extended moment. I asked what he scored, not. You. Suddenly, Lu Dapeng fell silent, realization dawning upon him as he gazed at Zhao Chang'an in shock. Zhao Chang'an smiled and nodded in confirmation, eliciting gasps from the two. It was crucial to note that this was the college entrance examination, not a mere practice test. Lu Dapeng's face lit up with elation. Splendid. That means at least a top score in the province. The answers for physics were still being worked on by Lao Sun and Lao Chang, who would deliver them shortly. Let us review them together first. Meanwhile, Ai Yan, from the elite class 5, expressed her dismay. In her prior calculations, Tao Jiao was virtually guaranteed to secure the top score in the district for science, while the competition for second and third places was among her peers, Xiao Wenjua, Qiao Kaigao from Shizhou No. 1 High School, Bai Hongyuan from Guangzhou No. 1 Middle School, Su Zimo, and Wang Wei from Prizhou No. 1 High School. Suddenly, Zhao Chang'an emerged as a formidable contender, disrupting the anticipated rankings. With Xiao Wenjua faltering in Chinese and her strongest subjects, English and mathematics, failing to yield perfect scores, it appeared that she was now unlikely to secure a position in the district's top 3. Ai Yan had taught Xiao Wenjua for 2 years, cultivating not only a profound bond but also harboring the hope that her beloved disciple would secure the prestigious honor of achieving a perfect score in English across the province. However, the current outlook was grim. Not only was a perfect score in English unattainable, but even the prospect of securing third place in the district appeared increasingly bleak. Meanwhile, Lu Dapeng found himself caught in a whirlwind of excitement and apprehension, the reasons for which were evident yet mundane. He did not teach Class 5, the key class, nor did he have any interaction with Xiao Wenjua. Instead, he had devoted 3 years to teaching Zhao Chang'an physics. During their first year, he had even encouraged Zhao to join the Olympiad physics class, only for Zhao to squander the opportunity and be subsequently dismissed. This had incited Lu's ire, leading him to scold Zhao for his lack of ambition. Time passed swiftly, and who could have anticipated that immense joy often follows profound disappointment? Teacher Lu and Teacher Ai must not have eaten yet. Perhaps they could dine before proceeding? Su Ying jested, urging them to leave. She felt no hunger herself. As old Chang awaited in the physics research room, eager to head to the barbecue restaurant for food and drinks. Teacher Ai, you and Teacher Li must join us. Teacher Su is coming too, and tonight, Teacher Li will treat us. As a perceptive individual, Lu Dapeng clearly understood Su Ying's intentions. However, he had resolved to cast aside his pride for the evening. He would not leave Su Zhengfan's home without obtaining Zhao Chang'an's predicted physics score. Chang'an, serve yourself some rice and come to the study. You can tell me what to write, he instructed. I have nothing to do tonight, nor am I hungry. I'll just fetch some water for you in the study. With respect to the 3 subjects, Chinese, mathematics, and English, Zhao Chang'an had only lost 2 points in English, achieving full marks in the others. If he could maintain this momentum in physics, it was highly likely that this year's top science student in the province would emerge from their school. As a participant in this endeavor, Ai Yan was wholly absorbed. Deciding to cast aside her reservations, Zhao Chang'an smiled at Su Ying, hurriedly served himself rice, and grabbed a few dishes within a minute. After swiftly washing his bowl, he joined old Lu in the study to tackle the final few challenging problems together. Before long, Lu Chui, having finished her meal, stealthily entered the study while her mother was busy in the kitchen. This infuriated Su Ying, causing her to scrunch her nose in annoyance. The second paper progressed smoothly. And indeed, the pressure problem initially ensnared old Lu as well. Under Zhao Chang'an's swift writing and explanation, old Lu's expression began to shift. It was crucial to note that this was merely the 22nd question. In stark contrast to the teacher's sentiments, Xiao Wenjua, having completed her 4 examinations, felt no anxiety whatsoever. In her mind, she did not even entertain the thought of competing with that neurotic Tao Jiao for the top spot in the district. She anticipated scoring around 130 in Chinese, 145 in mathematics, and over 143 in English. Although her physics exam had not gone entirely smoothly, she had struggled with the second part of the last question. She estimated that her overall performance would still yield a satisfactory score. Surely I can achieve around 140? She pondered as she made her way to the senior physics office, eager to ascertain her physics score as swiftly as possible. With a light heart, she thought to herself, as long as she scores above 130 in chemistry tomorrow, she could ensure a raw score of 685. which would secure her admission to certain less competitive programs at Tsinghua or Peking University. However, half an hour later, Xiao Wenjue sat at a desk, her complexion pale and her spirit dejected. 9 points short, and with those 2 and 4 points lost, how could she be so foolish? She incessantly berated herself in her mind. At that moment, her estimated physics score had been released, 9 points for question 22, 6 points for question 25. A 2-point deduction for omitting an option in a multiple-choice question, and a 4-point error in a fill-in-the-blank question. The estimate stood at 129 points. Consequently, she needed to score above 140 in chemistry the next day to secure her 685 score, although she held some confidence in her chemistry abilities. Today's physics results were a stark reminder of reality. Just earlier, she had felt particularly confident. What had been the outcome? Copy faster, mister. Lu is still waiting for the answers. She heard her homeroom teacher, Chang Yoli, calling out amidst a group of physics teachers. Why was he in such a hurry for the answers? To be frank, other than Lu Zhenning, who might scrape a score of 130 to 140. The rest of Class 6 and Mr. Lu's Class 3 had little hope. The expression on Zhui Yuanji's face, the physics teacher from Class 5, was not particularly pleasant as he noticed Xiao Wenjue's distress. He approached to offer some consolation. Your score isn't too bad. Besides, it's unlikely they won't give you some points for questions 22 and 25. Your estimate of 129 points seems a bit conservative. 135 points is more likely. Just as Zhui Yuanji was trying to encourage Xiao Wenjue, Chang Yoli, unable to wait any longer, snatched the unfinished paper and dashed away. Old Chang, why the rush? Where are you off to? Exclaimed Sun Wenji, the head of the senior physics department, in frustration. I'm going to the principal's house. Are you coming or not? Stop shouting. The exams are over. You're just eager to see if a perfect score can be achieved. What do you call that? With a dismissive tone, Chang Yoli strode away. Going to Principal Su's house? What does that mean? Are we really pinning our hopes on Lu Chui achieving a perfect score in physics? Sun Wenji fumed. Suddenly, a lightning bolt of realization struck Xiao Wenjue. Half a month ago, after Zhao Chang'an had written that small essay, he had moved into Principal Su's residence and hadn't stepped outside the school gate since. In the eyes of her parents, this could be vaguely interpreted as Principal Su harboring a benevolent heart for the students of the first high school. However, if that were the case, among the over 4,000 students, 400 to 500 teachers, and 300 to 400 retired faculty members, there were many who were suffering far more than Zhao Chang'an during this period of economic transition. Yet, Principal Su had never invited them into his home for altruistic support. Thus, Xiao Wenjue had always harbored doubts in her heart. Nonetheless, the warm embrace from Zhao Chang'an that had made her heart flutter, along with her fond memories of a time when she had been innocent and carefree, compelled her to remain silent, unwilling to delve deeper into the concealed complexities. I merely wish for Zhao Chang'an to safely secure a place in a vocational institution, to soar far and wide, and to lead her own life. However, she has now come to realize. No wonder Xiaolan jested last night, remarking that Zhao Chang'an boasted before old Cheng in class about achieving full marks in Chinese, excluding the composition. Mathematics teacher Li Chaolin also called him aside to review his paper. It turns out that these two teachers, unaware of the circumstances, assumed that Zhao Chang'an's residence in Su Zhengfan's household was merely a result of flattery from a relative of Principal Su. How enlightening. Yet, why has he endured such profound restraint over these 3 years? Xiao Wenjue's face turned ashen, and the anguish in her heart made even the act of breathing feel excruciating. Chapter 69. The gentleman values wealth acquired by righteous means suppressing the dramatic change in his expression. Xiao Wenjue reluctantly bid farewell to his teacher and departed from the office of the senior physics group. Alone in the campus, he wandered aimlessly beneath the gradually emerging starry sky. But why had he endured such deep-seated frustration over the past 3 years? Was that even a question worth asking? The play has only just begun. How could I possibly be a coward? But even if you refuse to be a coward, you remain merely an ordinary soldier. No matter how reluctant or enraged you feel, how much of a storm can you truly stir? It turned out he had never truly fallen. Persistently navigating through the dark cave without ever losing his way, remaining remarkably resilient. Sister, let me show you a few photos. These are the few I can bear to share with you. Just like his father, he is nothing but a scoundrel, a corrupt individual, seeking the company of women at such a tender age. That little rascal received a beating, turning him into a swollen mess. And they dragged him to the filthy ditch outside the pig farm in the northern suburbs, giving him a bath in pig excrement. Huh. Wasn't he supposed to be exceptionally bright and talented? You cannot fathom how foul he smelled, covered in pig filth. It wasn't until his second year of high school that Xiao Wenjue learned of a technique called photo stitching. However, aside from a tinge of guilt and regret, it ultimately mattered little. This included the incident in March when the wall collapsed, witnessing Zhao Chang'an and Lu Chui playfully teasing each other. He felt a deep-seated disdain for Zhao Chang'an. How could someone with such poor academic performance and whose parents toiled in the fields find time for flirtation? He didn't hesitate to devise a scheme to create discord between Zhao Chang'an and Lu Chui by leveraging a significant mistake against him. However, at that time, Lu Chui resolutely smoothed things over, allowing the matter to fade into obscurity. Yet today, he realized the narrow-mindedness of his own selfishness. A 15-year-old boy, academically outstanding, even capable of competing in international Olympiads in physics and mathematics. In this wild and carefree season of youth, he chose to endure 3 long years in the shadows due to the ruthless nature of his family, silently striving and rising against the odds. In that moment, Xiao Wenjue could not help but shudder. What unforeseen and terrifying retribution would the future hold? Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Wenjue found himself at the teacher's residential area, gazing at the window of Building 3 under the night sky. The light was bright, and through the curtains of one room, he could discern the silhouettes of 2 or 3 figures. Is that you? His heart raced, and tears streamed down his face. I'm sorry. This is an apology long overdue by 3 years. At the top of the Wejiang Tower, following the establishment of the joint project team on the north bank of the Fuhe River, several cars transported the team members to celebrate at the tower. On the rooftop, Yingming, Ji Lianyun, Tao Longrong, Xiao Wenyang, Shan Chang, Zhao Qingqin, and Li Yongzhang gathered joyfully. Old Tao remarked, "You have raised a wonderful daughter. Unlike my own troublesome son." Li Yongzhang raised his glass towards Tao Longrong, indicating that this year, the top science student in Shanxing was a certainty. The only question was whether they could secure the provincial champion. And old Xia, your Wenjue is remarkable as well. I believe he has secured the city's top spot. He continued, we must also toast to Mr. Niu. His daughter is exceptional too. Having achieved the highest score in science across the 3 districts and 6 counties in the recent sophomore examination, Xiao Wenyang smiled and raised his glass towards Yingming. You two ought to share a drink separately. This year, Mr. Niu's 30,000 reward will surely find its way to your daughter. Next year, Xiao will also reciprocate with a grand prize for Mr. Niu's daughter. Ji Lianyun chuckled, instigating the atmosphere. He was oblivious to the conditions Yingming had set for this reward. High school seniors in Shanxing must achieve the top score in the entire district. All right. Next year I shall contribute 50,000 to support Mr. Niu. Xiao Wenyang readily agreed. In truth, he had overlooked the prerequisite. Only aware that Yingming had pledged 60,000 to reward the city's college entrance examination students. What you're doing is rather unfair. This condition effectively sidelines my Tao Jiao. Tao Longrong laughed heartily. If Tao Jiao secures the provincial champion this year, I will support our Shanxing education initiative with a generous 30,000. Xiao Wenyang promised with a smile. Yingming and his wife, Shan Chang, exchanged glances, then averted their eyes. On the 3rd floor of the Wejiang Tower, in the Peony Garden, Qiao San, Xiao Weiyue, Yin Xiaoyang, Mo Haier, Zhang Xiaobing, Shan Xiaowei, Xiao Jianwei, Xiao Jiai, Chu Fei, and Li Xiang were gathered in the spacious private room, where the clinking of glasses resonated. After several rounds of drinks, since the beginning of the meal, Qiao San and Xiao Weiyue had been at odds with Yin Xiaoyang, exchanging barbed remarks while challenging each other to drink. Yin Xiaoyang's uncle, the old leader of the city construction, known as Old Eagle, was now an assistant to Li Yongzhang, while the notorious troublemaker Mo Haier and the infamous Yin scholar Zhang Xiaobing were his close associates. Yet, they showed no fear of Qiao San and Xiao Weiyue. Consequently, under Zhang Xiaobing's discreet instruction, Mo Haier opted for neutrality. As the tension escalated among Qiao San, Xiao Weiyue, and Yin Xiaoyang, they gradually became more heated. Yin Xiaoyang, you are utterly unscrupulous. You have no idea how much trouble your betrayal on the bridge caused us, completely tarnishing my reputation. Qiao San glared at Yin Xiaoyang. Regardless, Zhao Chang'an has called me brother for over a decade, and Yin Wan even phoned me yesterday to inquire where Zhao Chang'an reported. I may not possess any special abilities to assist him, but if I cannot even utter a single honest word at that moment, am I still a person? Yin Xiaoyang met Qiao San's glare without flinching. If you're truly dissatisfied, I won't take advantage of you. Once your hand heals, choose the place, whether for a duel or a group fight. I'll be waiting. You dare. Watch your mouth. Qiao San retorted. Do you believe I want to take you down right now? All right, all right. Brothers are all in the same pot now. Why ruin our camaraderie over a trivial matter? Zhang Xiaoxiao smiled as he stood up. If the brothers would grant me this favor, raise your glasses. Let us drink to forget our grievances and meet each other with smiles, burying past enmities. The infamous grimace of Mo Hair and the feigned smile of Zhang Xiaoxiao are well known in the circles of the mountain city. As Qiao San and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, he realized he could not confront Yin Xiaoyang directly. Rather than escalating the situation, it would be wiser to take a step back. A gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. Xiao Jiayi was driving, with the inebriated Shan Xiaowei slumped in the passenger seat, while Niu Mingyan and Shan Chang occupied the back, heading home. Do you think what Zhao Chang'an said that day was true? If so, it would be quite amusing to deliver 2 slaps to the face. Despite Xiao Wenyang's overtures towards Niu Mingyan that evening, the latter remained unsettled by the earlier slight. Upon inquiring, I discovered that Tao Jiao was exceptionally talented academically. Zhao Chang'an might have potential, but he has never faced a rigorous examination of high standards. Youth often exudes arrogance, believing themselves to be unparalleled, the best in the world. When one masquerades as a fool for too long, even a tiger, steeped in the inertia of habit, can never truly embody its primal essence. Shan Chang, suppressing her disappointment in men, murmured, "Do not quarrel with Xiao Wenang. We are merchants, seeking profit, not conflict." Moreover, even if Zhao Chang'an doesn't secure the top spot in the district, the 300,000 will still be awarded to him. If not him, then the 80 acres of Fud and 80 acres of Teo Washanswang offer no real hope. Sister Shan, Mr. Niu, I'm a bit confused. Isn't Zhao Chang'an a poor student? How does this relate to being the best in the district? Xiao Jiayi, driving ahead, appeared bewildered. Don't ask, don't speak, just consider it unknown. The truth will soon be revealed. Shan Chang's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Tomorrow is the final chemistry exam. As long as he finishes it, if he truly is that extraordinary, no one in the entire mountain city will dare to challenge Zhao Chang'an for at least a few years, unless someone has truly lost their mind. Whether he is a mere donkey or a thoroughbred, we shall observe quietly. On the morning of the 9th, the last chemistry exam. At 6:30 a.m., the Su family, including Zhao Chang'an, gathered around the breakfast table. Today is the final exam. We must conclude perfectly. Chang'an, come for a relaxed meal at noon. If you return, we shall toast together. Seeing Zhao Chang'an take his backpack and a bag of clothes from the study and place them on the tiled floor, Su Zhengfan instantly grasped his intentions, feeling a twinge of melancholy. Before his college entrance examination, he had married Duan Foqing and welcomed a pair of twin sons. One pursuing a master's degree at Yunnan University, while the other, after graduating from Huazhong University, had gone to Tokyo with his girlfriend. It had been over a year since he last saw either of them. In truth, he preferred a lively household. When the results are out, principal. If I achieve the top score in the province, the school must acknowledge my efforts in some grand manner, right? Zhao Chang'an said with a cheeky grin, rubbing his hands together. Duan Fengqing and Su Ying exchanged disapproving glances. They could not tolerate such a mercenary demeanor. Honor and your bright future should be your primary concerns. One must not overly value wealth and material possessions, for it can lead to a loss of self. Su Zhengfan sincerely instructed Zhao Chang'an. One day, when your name is inscribed upon the mountain of celebrities, that will be true glory. The 3 of us hail from the same prestigious high school, though I am 2 years junior. After graduating and gaining admission to a key university, we found ourselves before the mountain of celebrities, brimming with youthful ambition. Going to have our names etched there. Su Ying, with a nostalgic glance, remarked, in the blink of an eye, 20 years have passed, revealing my own absurdity and naivety. Rest assured, Mom, I am here for you, Lu Chui cheerfully retorted, returning the sought-ed bitter melon her mother had given her, earning a disapproving glare in return. You should focus on your studies at the normal university, pursue your graduate studies, and remain as a diligent candle. Su Ying had little faith in her daughter as prospects, yet turned to Zhao Chang'an with a serious tone. Chang'an, you must understand, a gentleman values wealth acquired through righteousness. He is already quite principled. What about that hefty reward of 300,000 from Yingming? This was a question that Duan Fengqing had long to pose to Zhao Chang'an. After contemplating the possibility that they might never meet again after this morning's departure, she could not help but inquire. This was a condition I proposed to Yingming. I cannot simply take money from him directly, so I had to resort to this method, Zhao Chang'an replied with a smile. What? Lu Chui exclaimed, her face a portrait of shock. Su Zhengfan and Su Ying mirrored her astonishment. Where does your confidence to claim the top position in the district come from? Moreover, you are merely a high school student, while Yingming is a multimillionaire. Not to mention, Xiao Wenyang is the wealthiest in the mountain city. You not only successfully thwarted Xiao Wenyang, removing him from his position as general manager of EGN, but you also convinced Yingming to partake in this grand spectacle of a 300,000 reward. Can you be any more outrageous or extraordinary? Chapter 70. After the exam, unashamed of revealing familial misfortunes, at the end of last year, our household was on the brink of starvation. My mother pawned her wedding ring, which allowed us to scrape through the new year. When the semester commenced, lacking funds for tuition, I borrowed 1,000 yuan from a former colleague. Thankfully, due to Yingming's construction of the Zhuangyuan mansion, my parents managed to secure work through Uncle Xia, borrowing money to do so. They earned 600 yuan a month, amounting to 1,200 for both. Of course, that has now risen to 800. Without Xiao Wenyang's presence, my parents would never have found any job related to the construction industry in Shanxing. Zhao Chang'an smiled as he recounted, at the end of last year, the school requested 11 yuan for winter vacation assignments, but we rummaged through our home and could not gather the amount. I will never forget the look of despair in my father's eyes and my mother's resolute composure as she stood tall, suppressing her strength. A gentleman values wealth, acquiring it through rightful means. Thus, my parents labored diligently on the construction site, and I take pride in them. I shall not accept Yingming's 300,000 yuan without merit. I will strive for it through my own capabilities. As Zhao Chang'an finished speaking with a smile, he lowered his head to sip his porridge, feeling a wave of emotion wash over him, his eyes moist and heavy. He fought back tears, unwilling to reveal his vulnerability before others. Meanwhile, Su Zhengfan, Duan Fengqing, Su Ying were visibly moved, while Lu Chui's eyes glistened with tears. Rest assured, even if you do not become the top scholar in the province, should you gain admission to Tsinghua or Peking University, the school will offer rewards. Coupled with incentives from various departments, you will surely receive at least 20,000 yuan, sufficient to cover 4 years of tuition and living expenses, Su Zhengfan reassured Zhao Chang'an. How much did that ring fetch? After your exams today, come to me. I will lend you money to redeem it, Su Ying said, her earnest gaze fixed on Zhao Chang'an. The sharp blade is honed through grinding, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from enduring bitter cold. This is also a precious experience in your life. Thank you, Aunt Su, Zhao Chang'an replied regretfully, shaking his head. My mother's ring was likely crafted in the early Qing dynasty. She intended to sell it for a high price, but let it go for 800. When I attempted to redeem it on May Day, it had probably already been sold. I offered 3,000 but to no avail. Where would you procure 3,000 yuan? Duan Fengqing astutely noted the contradiction in Zhao Chang'an's words. Su Zhengfan and Su Ying also looked at him, awaiting an explanation. Cousin, you truly have a knack for nitpicking. Lu Chui defended Zhao Chang'an. He merely said he would offer 3,000. He never claimed to actually possess it. Duan Fengqing ignored Lu Chui, and both Su Ying and the visibly exasperated Su Zhengfan remained silent, waiting for Zhao Chang'an to clarify. This was, indeed, of utmost importance. Without a reasonable explanation, everything Zhao Chang'an had previously uttered would be deemed mere fabrications aimed at garnering sympathy. From that moment onward, they would not welcome him into their home and would sternly prohibit any contact between Lu Chui and Zhao Chang'an. I wrote a song titled The Witness of Heaven and Earth, which was purchased by the provincial station through Yingming's wife, Dan Qing, for 5,000 yuan. This revelation exceeded Lu Chui's wildest imagination, leaving her staring blankly at Zhao Chang'an. Last time in class, Li Yinxiu inquired, and subsequently, Fan Xiao engaged in a debate with me. I had already stated, I am indeed Zhao Chang'an, yet no one believed me. Zhao Chang'an set down his bowl and declared, Principal, Aunt Duan, Aunt Su, Lu Chui, I am full now. Please enjoy your meal. The terms provincial station, buyout, composed songs, and 5,000 yuan were uttered. Not only Lu Chui, but even Su Zhengfan, Duan Fengqing, and Su Ying gazed at Zhao Chang'an in bewilderment, their expressions reflecting sheer incredulity. Heaven and earth witness? Su Ying strained to recall, feeling a sense of familiarity with those three characters, but could not immediately place them. You don't watch television? The opening theme of Historical Tides and Mountains, hosted by Shan Zhang, is quite melodious, setting sail with the mountains, a millennium adrift. Lu Chui explained with a slight tremor in her voice. Even singing a line, looking at Zhao Chang'an with admiration, Zhao Chang'an, you are truly remarkable. Even I thought it was merely a coincidence of names. As Lu Chui sang the lyrics, Su Ying suddenly remembered. Although the song was not particularly melodious, it had stirred the campus for nearly half a month. Frequently played until recently, when the fervor had finally subsided. The lyrics indeed carried profound imagery. To be honest, she rather enjoyed it. Now, as Qian Zhongshu remarked, Su Ying was indeed fortunate. She not only savored the egg, but now sat alongside the very hen that laid it. With the ringing of the bell, Zhao Chang'an sighed deeply. The Gaokao had finally concluded. His high school journey was officially at an end. Submitting his papers, he entered the classroom, which buzzed with a mix of excitement and despondency. Shortly thereafter, old Shang strode into the room. This afternoon, the printed answers for 5 subjects will be affixed to the blackboard in the corridor walls. You will each estimate your scores and report them to me during evening study. I have detailed materials regarding your prospective schools, each priced at 20 yuan. Fan Xiao, please compile the statistics and report back to me tonight. Tomorrow morning, you will fill out your applications. Remember, if the Gaokao is the first hurdle, then filling out your applications is the second. After a lengthy address, Old Chang turned to Zhao Chang'an and said, Zhao Chang'an, accompany me to the chemistry department office. Class is dismissed. A murmur of confusion swept through the classroom as everyone looked quizzically at Zhao Chang'an, who sat in the corner of the last row. What was going on? Teacher, my parents are waiting for me at the back door. I'll go speak to them. Yes, you may go now. Hurry. Anzi. What is the situation? Louis Hui inquired. Have you finished writing your confession letter? I see that Li Tao has already delivered his love letter. If you delay any longer, Zhang Xiaoxiao will be swept away. Damn it, I'm writing it right now. Louis Hui instantly lost his temper. Anzi, don't change the subject. What do you mean? I have no secret crush. Your parents are at the school gate, anxious like ants on a hot pan. Shall we find a place to discuss this slowly? Damn. You're ruthless. Wu grabbed her backpack and dashed out of the classroom. Anzi, as a student of physical education, why are you concerning yourself with academic matters? Oh. I'm going out now. Zhao Chang'an initially believed that old Zheng was up to some mischief, only to discover that it was actually Wen Yi who was calling out to him. What do you think, Zhao Chang'an? Do you feel confident? Wen Yi inquired, their eyes meeting in a shared smile. Not particularly smooth sailing. I estimate I might land a spot in a second-tier university. I plan to apply to Mingzhu. You should consider it too. The specific school or major is of little consequence. The paramount concern is securing admission. Tao Zhao's handwriting is not as refined as mine. It all hinges on whether I can outshine her in Chinese. Zhao Chang'an waved at Wen Yi and strode purposefully toward the back entrance of the high school. Zeng Xiaoxiao, where are you applying? Lu Chui casually approached Zeng Xiaoxiao's seat, seemingly indifferent in her inquiry. Mingzhu, Zeng Xiaoxiao replied without hesitation. Lu Chui gazed intently at Zeng Xiaoxiao, who returned her look with a gentle, beaming smile. A soft chuckle escaped Lu Chui's lips. Hiki, Zeng Xiaoxiao responded, mirroring Lu Chui's smile. Upon reaching the back door, Zhao Chang'an found his parents, along with the Xia Chonghai couple, waiting outside for quite some time. How did it go? Zhang Lishan asked, suppressing the rapid thumping of her heart, her voice slightly tremulous. I'm certain I'll be the top scorer, Zhao Chang'an replied, his face alight with smiles. That is wonderful news, exclaimed Zhang Lishan, her relief palpable. Zhao Shubin recognized that his son was likely boasting. Yet the very act of boasting indicated that the exam must have gone reasonably well. Otherwise, such a light-hearted demeanor would be unfathomable. Xia Chonghai and Jiang Jia also joined in the laughter, sharing in the moment. Chapter 71. Brothers Parting Ways in Flight. When Zhao Chang'an arrived at the chemistry department office on the 3rd floor, he found it crowded with chemistry teachers and a group of academic elites engrossed in solving problems. Recalling that Xiao Wenjue was likely among them, Zhao Chang'an felt disinclined to enter and play the role of a pretentious show-off. Throughout, he had never entertained the notion of humiliating Xiao Wenjue. Even during the incident in early March, when Xiao Wenjue had uttered the words pointed out by Lu Chui. Could you refrain from saying that and instead mention Zhao Chang'an practicing his leg stretches against the wall, only to topple over with a mere touch? Zhao Chang'an had chosen to selectively forget. With grievances having their rightful owners, he only harbored desires to confront Xiao Wen'ang, Qiao Sanqi, and Xiao Wu Yue. How do you feel about the exam? Old Chang had been waiting in the corridor for quite some time. Upon spotting Zhao Chang'an, he hurriedly inquired. A score above 140 is guaranteed. Then let us go inside and compare notes. Teacher Chang, the results are already set in stone. Can we leave a bit of suspense? Zhao Chang'an replied. Moreover, it's not just about how I performed. Even if I attain a perfect score in chemistry, with Tao Zhao from Guangzhou around, I wouldn't dare claim the top spot. Zhao Chang'an earnestly looked at old Chang and said, actually, I wish to savor the anxious anticipation of waiting. Otherwise, wouldn't it render my college entrance examination incomplete? This peculiar statement, oddly enough, resonated with old Chang. He too had come to realize that beyond the honor of being the top in the district and province, with Zhao Chang'an's current estimated score, admission to prestigious universities like Tsinghua and Beida was quite within reach. In a few days, results would be released. Why fuss over it now? Furthermore, even if he could achieve full marks in chemistry, there were still formidable competitors like the once-in-a-decade Tao Jiao. And Zhao Chang'an wouldn't dare to assert his secure position at the top. Excellent point. Last night, teacher Li treated us, and tonight, old Lu has already promised to host. Your foundational problems are all perfect. I owe you a meal. Let's south head to my place for a couple of drinks at noon. Teacher, your invitation lacks sincerity. Zhao Chang'an remarked with a smirk. That doesn't count. Tomorrow night is my treat. Let us go. Chang Yoli and Zhao Chang'an descended the stairs. In the stairwell, old Chang mused. Your cohort of academic elites is quite peculiar. Both Xiao Wenjua and you are different. Oh, Zhao Chang'an responded without elaborating. I heard that after finishing her exam, she didn't even return to class, but left directly. Was that confidence or sheer audacity? Suddenly, Zhao Chang'an halted and, with a grin, suggested to old Chang, how about we compare answers? Chang Yoli first paused, scrutinizing Zhao Chang'an's mischievous grin for a moment before erupting in frustration. Get lost. We're going to drink. He strode down the stairs. It was only after the incident with the small script that he had learned of Zhao Chang'an's father, Zhao Shubin, who had been the deputy manager of Yue Construction, and the enmity between the Xia and Zhao families. Why has old Chang arrived yet? Did he run off as well? Li Jian and two students had recently completed a series of multiple-choice questions. Upon looking up, he noticed not only was Zhao Chang'an absent, but even Chang Yoli, who had been standing outside the window, was nowhere to be found. Who else hasn't arrived? Inquired Dai Kongji, the head of the chemistry department for the senior class 5, as he scanned the room. Aside from Xiao Wenjua, everyone else is here. Li Jian opened his mouth to speak, but refrained. If he were to express his desire to know Zhao Chang'an's score and whether he could attain the title of top student in a single subject, the entire office would likely burst into laughter. After all, it was said that Li Jian had taught for decades without ever producing a top scorer, and now, as he approached retirement, he seemed desperate for recognition, hoping for a miracle by randomly selecting an unfamiliar student. That afternoon, Li Kylie still had to go to work. She hastily prepared a meal, ate a bit, and hurried off. This left Chang Yoli and Zhao Chang'an to engage in a drinking contest. During the summer break, Chang Shan, with a sullen expression, cautioned, drink less. This prompted old Chang to deliver a profound inquiry. What was your final ranking in the school? How many places did Jin Shou surpass you? Why weren't you recognized as a city-level outstanding student? Infuriated, Chang Shan's face flushed crimson as she retreated in defeat. She secluded herself in her room, drawing circles and cursing Zhao Chang'an to hit a wall and get a big bump on his head, quietly nursing her wounds. After a bottle of Jian Nanchun, old Chang, now quite tipsy, disregarded Zhao Chang'an's protests and opened another bottle. Chang'an, I apologize. I have failed to show concern for you all these years. As old Chang became increasingly inebriated, he clutched Zhao Chang'an's hand, repeatedly expressing his remorse. Teacher, I am already grateful that you didn't reprimand me for skipping class and sleeping through lectures while reading novels over the past 3 years, Zhao Chang'an thought to himself, trying to withdraw his hand, but to no avail. Chang'an, your words only deepen my embarrassment, old Chang lamented. It's not that I ignored you. It's just that I considered you all as heir, as long as you didn't disrupt the learning of other students. Zhao Chang'an felt a wave of regret. Years later, he would realize that old Chang had always been this way, mistaking his behavior for youthful indignation, but in truth, he had never changed. From then on, he resolved to avoid drinking with him. You shouldn't get involved in the grievances of the previous generation. You have a bright future ahead. And it's not worth it. He thought of Xiao Wenjua, a lovely girl, and reminded himself that it was unreasonable to hold her accountable for the issues of the past. If you truly seek revenge, you ought to marry her instead. Just to infuriate Xiao Wenyang, your future father-in-law, haha. The increasingly incoherent Chang Yoli burst into laughter. That afternoon, a tipsy Zhao Chang'an stumbled into the dormitory of Class 6, chose an empty bed, and fell asleep. The boys' dormitory of Class 6 had 48 beds, of which 35 were occupied. That night, including Louis Hui, who was unable to wake Zhao Chang'an, a total of 16 students collectively decided to spend the night watching videos in the recreation room. The following morning, all the estimated scores submitted by the students had been compiled, particularly the estimated scores for the top 10 in both arts and sciences, which quickly circulated throughout the campus. In the realm of science, Xiao Wenjue estimated a score of 674, securing the top position. However, the final subject, chemistry, yielded a surprising estimation of 127. Shen Hongkai followed closely with an estimated score of 670, placing second, while Jiang Ying ranked third with 661. This ranking largely reflects the standings of the senior year in science. Nevertheless, the estimated scores are considerably low. In recent years, the admissions for Tsinghua and Peking University in the mountainous city have ranged between 10 to 20 students. This implies that only those within the top 15 in science and the top 5 in humanities stand a chance of being admitted to these prestigious institutions. To ensure a more secure position, a student in science must aim for at least the top 7, while those in humanities should target the top 3 to bolster their prospects. Given Xiao Wenjue's estimation, along with the reported scores of Qiao Kai Gao at 689 and Qian Yizhi at 681 from Shizui Gao, Xiao's initial confidence in securing a spot at Tsinghua or Peking University now appears precarious. Furthermore, Chen Jing, the first in humanities, has also estimated a disappointingly low score, indicating her likely unavailability for admission to these esteemed universities. This suggests that Yi Gao may face significant setbacks this year, potentially resulting in a notable decline in admissions to Tsinghua and Peking University. The campus is abuzz with concern, particularly among teachers and school leaders, whose expressions have grown somber. This includes Principal Su Zhengfan, who is troubled for 2 reasons. Zhao Chang'an's refusal to provide a chemistry estimation has prevented him from reporting an overall estimated score, and Zhao, having never produced a commendable exam result, leaves Su in a precarious position. Despite Su's high hopes for Zhao, without concrete results, he cannot publicly express any certainty. Should Zhao perform poorly, it would not only tarnish Su's reputation but also cast a shadow over the entire institution. Li Yinxiu, where is your first choice? University of Science and Technology of China. Fan Xiao was momentarily speechless, his face flushing red. He believed Li Yinxiu was concealing her first choice from him, thus fabricating a lie. It is worth noting that even Li Zining, who estimated a score of 621, dared not dream of such an institution. Disheartened, Fan Xiao filled out his application in under 2 minutes, casting a lingering glance at Li Yinxiu, who was engrossed in her English book. This could very well be their final encounter, perhaps forever. Fan Xiao approached the podium to submit his application to Old Chang, slowly exiting the classroom. Zhang Xiaoxiao. Which school did you choose? Provincial University of Finance and Economics. Then I will also apply to the Provincial University of Finance and Economics. Hearing the exchange between Zhang Xiaoxiao and Li Tao, Lu Yihui looked apologetically at Zhao Chang'an. Anzi, forgive me, but I am applying. Will you be able to get in? Zhao Chang'an, frustrated by the situation, attempted to salvage some dignity. There are plenty of women in the world. I will apply to the Textile Institute next to the Finance University. Wu Yu, what about you? Zhao Chang'an asked, somewhat irritated. I am applying to Muyi Medical College. Old Zheng, have you thought about exploring the international metropolis? There are tall beauties everywhere. I am applying to the Provincial Sports Academy. I still prefer girls from the mainland. Zhao Chang'an smiled wryly, akin to an individual burden with weight, encountering numerous souls along the way. Some were tempestuous, others remarkably gifted, and some were in opposition. However, each person harbors their own aspirations, and ultimately, it is those who strive together in pursuit of a shared direction who shall become the companions of one's future. Of course, it is unnecessary to bind all one's brethren to oneself, compelling them to run in accordance with one's own will and path. Wu Yu and Old Zheng exchanged their intentions, linking arms as they ventured forth to the arcade, eager to indulge in games without the watchful eyes of their parents. Lu Yihui, in a rush to catch the bus, hastily slung his backpack over his shoulder and approached the podium to submit his intention before waving goodbye to Zhao Chang'an and dashing out of the classroom to secure a seat. Ho Jiafeng and Xin Yueling also departed in quick succession. The classroom soon emptied, and by 10 o'clock, only Zhao Chang'an, Zeng Xiaoxiao, Lu Chui, Li Yinxiu, Li Zining, and Zhang Xiaoxiao remained. Additionally, there sat Chang Yoli at the podium, appearing wholly unperturbed. Chapter 72. Fate and fortunately Yinxiu completed her application and approached the podium to hand it to Old Chang. You're truly daring to apply to the University of Science and Technology of China? Your estimated score is only 631. For an ordinary 211 non-popular major, it's virtually guaranteed. With just a glance, Old Chang furrowed his brow and raised his voice. You will undoubtedly miss the mark for USDC. Think it over. I'll prepare another form for you. Li Yinxiu, you really applied to USDC? Zhang Xiaoxiao stepped up to the podium and submitted her application. Gazing at Li Yinxiao in astonishment, "I thought you were just joking. If I can't get in, I'll repeat a year and keep striving." Li Yinxiao smiled and insisted. "All right, I might need to lead a senior review class. If you join my class, all fees will be waived." Old Chang decisively concluded that Li Yinxiao had no chance this year and began recruiting students for his autumn review class. "Hey, weren't you applying to the Provincial Financial University? Why did you switch to Mingzhu Financial University?" Upon seeing Zhang Xiaoxiao's application indicating Mingzhu Financial University, Old Chang was bewildered. Just moments ago, he distinctly heard Zhang Xiaoxiao inform Li Tao of her application to the Provincial Financial University. How could it have changed so quickly? "I applied to the Provincial Financial University. It's my second choice." Zhang Xiaoxiao pointed to the second choice on her application with a delicate finger. "Your estimated score of 607 is quite a stretch. Mingzhu Financial University is a 211 school, albeit the least competitive. The Provincial Financial University also has a high score requirement with many applicants. If you hope for acceptance in your second choice, you need to score around 630 or 640 to have a chance." Old Chang was left speechless. He initially presumed that Li Yinxiao's USDC application was a mere jest and would change, while he believed Zhang Xiaoxiao's application to the Provincial Financial University was genuine and steadfast. Yet, it turned out, these girls, still in their youth, had already begun to spin grand tales. "I'm applying to their weaker program. If it doesn't work out, I'll return and accompany Li Yinxiao." Zhang Xiaoxiao remained resolute. However, her words clearly indicated she still believed in taking a gamble, while Li Yinxiao seemed entirely without hope. "Destined to repeat the year. Then, with you two as companions, my review class will take on a semblance of form." Old Chang produced a cigarette. Tossing one to Zhao Chang'an as he joked, "Zhao Chang'an, why not forego applications this year and keep me company for another year? I'll treat you to dinner every week, with fine wine and delicacies awaiting you." "Li Yinxiao, you estimate a score of 631. At that moment, Li Zhening, whose estimated score was 621, was utterly astonished by Li Yinxiao's claim. "Since I can't get into USDC, I might as well estimate randomly," Li Zhening thought. Feeling somewhat relieved upon hearing Li Yinxiao's declaration, "I simply lack the energy to go through the motions again. I'll apply to Zhang City University and resign myself to fate." Having spoken, Li Zhening finally resolved to fill out his application. "Zhening, think it over again. I feel your estimate is overly cautious. Apply to a Chu University of Technology and then consider pursuing a graduate program at Jiancheng University for better prospects," Old Chang urged earnestly. "Old classmate, you treat them differently. For me, you suggest repeating a year, yet you assist Li Zhening with his choices." Zhao Chang'an lit a cigarette and joked, "I'm impartial. Treating everyone equally." Lao Chang, with his mouth agape, spoke nonsense and clarified, "If you really wish to apply somewhere, just fill it in. Is there a need to consider your chances of acceptance?" Zhao Chang'an, could you share your score for the teachers to evaluate? Li Zhening believed he understood Lao Chang's remark to Zhao Chang'an, essentially implying that applying to any school would be futile, as acceptance was unlikely. With a half-smile, he glanced back at Zhao Chang'an. "Aren't you betting with Fan Chao? Estimating full marks for the basic Chinese questions. Come on, let everyone know your total estimated score." Li Yinxiao and Zhang Xiaoxiao also turned their attention to Zhao Chang'an, clearly eager to hear his estimation. Cough, cough. Chang Yoli felt his expression contort slightly, his throat itching as he cleared it twice. Although he was reluctant to witness Zhao Chang'an embarrass Li Zhening, Zhao Chang'an's grades had always been subpar. If he revealed his score now, not only would no one believe him, but he might also become a laughingstock, akin to a desperate fool. He chose to remain silent. Perhaps between 590 and 598. Zhao Chang'an hesitated briefly. If the scores for the essays in Chinese and English are heavily penalized, it should be above 580. Your handwriting is exquisite. Even my father praises it endlessly. Zhang Xiaoxiao felt a sudden rush of panic as Zhao Chang'an's bright gaze fell upon her. For it was her father who had become aware of Zhao Chang'an through the expo's letter posted outside the finance bureau. She quickly covered up, saying, "Your essay scores must be very high. Thank you. I appreciate your kind words." Zhao Chang'an contemplated informing Lu Hui that Zhang Xiaoxiao had changed her application to Mingzhu instead of the provincial capital. However, by now, Lu Hui's bus had already left the mountain city, and he had no idea where Lu's family resided, making it impossible to find him in time to amend his application. Of course, Lu Hui's future wife, Kong Duoren, was also remarkable, though whether he would encounter her in this lifetime remained uncertain. One could only attribute it to fate and fortune. Your score is impressive, if it truly is that high. You could basically gain admission to any non-competitive major at a regular undergraduate institution nationwide. Lu Dapeng clearly did not believe this, convinced that Zhao Chang'an was boasting. Old classmate. I believe he definitely has no problem getting into the provincial university. If not, you have 3 strong candidates lined up. Lu Chui and Zeng Xiaoxiao stifled their laughter. Feeling the strain. Fool, he is estimating the raw scores for 4 subjects. Lao Chang thought to himself. One could easily predict that when the actual scores were released, Lu Dapeng's face would undoubtedly flush with embarrassment. Lao Chang shifted the topic, asking Zhao Chang'an, have you decided which university and major to apply for? I'm still considering. Zhao Chang'an replied, taking his application form and sitting down a short distance from Zeng Xiaoxiao, with Lu Chui in between. Which school are you applying to? You go first. I'll see the distance before I decide. Zeng Xiaoxiao smiled at Zhao Chang'an, as Lu Dapeng observed the theatrical antics of the 2 clowns. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even Li Yinxiu and Zeng Xiaoxiao felt that Zhao Chang'an was being rather overconfident. It is worth noting that his usual scores barely exceeded 400, with his best performance barely reaching around 500 in the 4th mock exam. If he were truly capable of achieving scores in the high 500s, he would undoubtedly rank among the top 200 in the entire school. How could that be possible? Teacher, I am still leaning towards Zheng City University. It feels like a safer choice, plus a classmate from my hometown is also applying there. A female classmate, you say? Who is she? Old Chang suddenly expressed keen interest. Lu Dapeng merely smiled and remained silent. Soon after, Li Yinxiu and Zeng Xiaoxiao engaged in conversation before departing. Lu Dapeng filled out his application form and went to the dormitory to retrieve his belongings to return home. Thus, in the vast classroom, only Zhao Chang'an, Zeng Xiaoxiao, Lu Chui, and Old Chang remained. Old Chang, seated at the podium, gazed at the trio below with a furrowed brow. The affairs of youth are often perplexing. Not long ago, Zhao Chang'an and Zeng Xiaoxiao were quite the couple. Only for her to take a leave of absence to study at home. And now, it appears they're entangled once more? As for Lu Chui, she found herself in a predicament between Zhao Chang'an and Zeng Xiaoxiao, contemplating the difficulty of choosing. Old Chang, feeling a tinge of regret, remarked, it seems a pity for you to select the normal university as your first choice. However, since you've opted for the provincial normal university, your strengths lie in English and Chinese. If you desire a tranquil career for life, choose Chinese. But if you yearn for change, to break free from the ordinary, to strive for further studies or even study abroad, then English is your path. With these words, Old Chang offered Lu Chui what he deemed the best choice, provincial normal university, majoring in English. Teacher, I believe Zhao Chang'an's choice isn't merely a selection between 2 but rather 3 options. Renmin University? It has been gaining momentum in recent years. Yet its engineering department pales in comparison to that of Tsinghua or Peking University. With a single remark, Lu Chui diverted Old Chang's attention. Chapter 73. The Fate Beneath the Branches. As the sun approached noon, Zhao Chang'an glanced at the time, realizing it was nearly 11 o'clock, and thought of his parents anxiously waiting for him at the construction site. He murmured softly, lifting his wrist to pin his thoughts. Are you planning to attend FUTA? Lao Chang inquired, his expression one of surprise. Even if you truly wish to go to Mingzhu, I would recommend Jiada. Its engineering programs surpass those of FUTA. Each has its merits, Zhao Chang'an replied. Having committed his thoughts to paper, he had no intention of altering them. Alas, with your approach, our high school may very well be overshadowed by Qingbei this year. In the past, even when we were underperforming, we could still claim 1 or 2 spots. Lao Chang exclaimed, slapping his thigh, though his face bore no signs of regret. In truth, each of the 9 schools possesses its own strengths. Qingbei is not as formidable as it seems, and others are not inferior. Then I shall choose. Zeng Xiaoxiao examined the distribution map of Mingzhu University, pinpointing a college she felt confident about, one that was also closest to FUTA, Mingzhu Vocational and Technical College of Commerce. Zhao Chang'an and Zeng Xiaoxiao submitted their application forms to Lao Chang, the School of Engineering and Information, Department of Microelectronics. This major is acceptable. I recall it has its own focus, even surpassing Tsinghua's in certain aspects. Lao Chang nodded in approval of Zhao Chang'an's choice and advised him, once you go, do not remain low-key. Strive to carve your name upon the mountain of celebrities. At this moment, the ever-fair-minded Lao Chang showed no interest in the choices Zeng Xiaoxiao had made. As Zhao Chang'an and Zeng Xiaoxiao exited the classroom, despite the approaching hour, the campus remained lively with students reluctant to depart. Groups of boys and girls chatted among themselves, exchanging contact information. The subsequent admissions would commence in late July, with some receiving their acceptance letters, while others would continue to receive notifications until the end of August. Unless they lived nearby or made a deliberate effort to meet, many would likely never cross paths again. Standing in the corridor outside the classroom, just as Zhao Chang'an was about to speak to Zeng Xiaoxiao, he spotted Yingming weaving through the crowd, approaching them. Zeng Xiaoxiao's expression shifted, and she whispered to Zhao Chang'an, "And gee, do not interfere. I will speak with him and send him away. It is not worth engaging with this fool. I would rather take him down myself." Zhao Chang'an regarded Yingming, whose countenance had soured, with a cold gaze. As a man, he felt that for those who dared to covet his woman, a mere beating would be too lenient. "And gee, trust me, there is no need to sully yourself over a piece of trash. Wait for me at the back door. I will join you shortly." Zeng Xiaoxiao insisted with a smile. "It is nothing but a self-important fool." Leaving Zhao Chang'an behind, she approached Yingming. Upon seeing Zeng Xiaoxiao ignore Zhao Chang'an and walk toward him, Yingming's demeanor brightened. He cast a triumphant glance at Zhao Chang'an, thinking, a mere insignificant mutt. Does he truly believe I am powerless against him? Zhao Chang'an muttered under his breath. However, as Zeng Xiaoxiao remarked, it is indeed not worth stirring up a tempest over such trivial matters at this juncture. Besides, with so many people at school, even the fearless Yingming would hesitate to act recklessly. Casting a fleeting glance at Yingming, she turned and made her way towards the back gate of the campus. "How did you fare in the exams?" Zeng Xiaoxiao approached Yingming, her petite face illuminated by a radiant smile. "Why are you with him?" The mere mention of Zhao Chang'an ignited a firestorm within Yingming. He slipped his left hand into his pants pocket, gripping a fruit knife. Not that he possessed the courage to harm anyone. He merely brought it along to bolster his own bravado. He inquired about my plans, and I told him I was applying to Shanxing Agricultural College. Alas, I have not done well this year. Zeng Xiaoxiao's expression turned somber. "Where is he applying?" Yingming demanded, his anger palpable. "Shanxing Agricultural College. But I actually listed Wanyang Teachers College as my first choice," Zeng Xiaoxiao replied with a mischievous grin. Yingming's countenance brightened instantly. "Xiaoxiao, I too did not perform to my potential, and it is all due to that little scoundrel, who kept me from attending classes for months. I shall apply to Wanyang Teachers College as well." "All right, go ahead and apply. I will wait for you by the bike shed." Watching Yingming eagerly enter the classroom, Zeng Xiaoxiao's gaze turned icy. "You are the real scoundrel, fool, pig." With that, she recalled that Zhao Chang'an was waiting for her at the back gate, and skipped away with a sweet smile. In classroom 6 of the senior year, after Zhao Chang'an and Zeng Xiaoxiao exited, Li Chui hastily completed her application. A casual glance from old Chang caused her to freeze in place, as the first choice was boldly inscribed, Mingzhu University of Finance and Economics. The very same institution that Zhang Xiaoxiao had applied to, nestled next to Wujiacheng Vocational Technical College. Teacher, my estimated score is 619. Attending Provincial Normal University would be a disadvantage, as their admission score is merely 560. And even the best programs barely exceed 600. Li Chui's cheeks flushed slightly. "Well, no need to explain to me that Zeng Xiaoxiao is quite persistent. Adept at charming and dressing up, a formidable rival. Here's a piece of advice: never lose heart at any moment, do not get entangled in trivialities. For the world is vast, and there are good boys everywhere." Li Chui's face turned crimson, and she bowed her head as she walked out of the classroom. Brushing past Yingming, "Teacher, please proceed. Time is of the essence, and I must submit this soon. By the way, why didn't Deng Rui take the exam?" Noticing that Yingming looked equally bewildered, old Chang waved his hand dismissively. "You have 10 minutes, hurry up and fill it out." "Teacher, where did Zeng Xiaoxiao apply?" Yingming still felt a twinge of concern. "It seems to be a vocational college. Focus on your own application and ignore others." With his worries somewhat alleviated, Yingming couldn't help but ask again, "What about Zhao Chang'an?" "Zhao Chang'an." Old Chang gazed at Yingming with increasing scrutiny. The intensity of his stare made Yingming lower his head, evading old Chang's piercing gaze. "As your teacher on this final day, Yingming, I must deliver a stern reprimand. Within the confines of the school, there exist rules and regulations. Beyond the school gates, the laws of the nation prevail." What was promised to be a 10-minute discourse turned into a half-hour lecture from the loquacious Lao Chang. Upon stepping out of the classroom after submitting his application to Wanong Normal University, Yingming's face was ashen, his mind a cacophony of buzzing. His legs felt as if they were floating. "Curse you, old firebrand," he silently muttered in frustration, apprehensive that Zeng Xiaoxiao and the others might have grown impatient. He hastened towards the high school bicycle shed. Upon arrival, he found only a few bicycles left unclaimed, while the rest were devoid of any presents. Damn you, Lao Chang. Yingming assumed Zeng Xiaoxiao and the group had left without him. Enraged, he began to vent his frustrations aloud. He had meticulously planned the day's activities in his mind. With 300 or 400 yuan in his pocket for dining, shopping, and perhaps a short stay at a hotel, how delightful it would have been. But alas, it was all in ruins. In classroom 5 of the 3rd year, Xiaolan, Pei Xuezhe, Xiao Wenjue, and their homeroom teacher Dai Kongji deliberated for quite some time. Xiao Wenjue intended to apply to Fudan University as her first choice. Pei Xuezhe estimated his score to be 658, a rather weak prospect for Fudan. Yet he opted for a less popular major there. Xiaolan, estimating her score at 641, aimed for Xiamen University. What a pity. If only your chemistry score were higher. Sigh, Fudan is still a splendid choice, not much inferior to Chihua or Beida, Dai Kongji lamented internally, as he was the head of the chemistry department and the homeroom teacher for class 5. Alas, Xiao Wenjue had faltered in his subject. With a smile, Xiao Wenjue bid farewell to her teacher, and the three departed the classroom together. She cast a glance at the empty neighboring classroom, now locked, signifying an end to their shared journey. There was no need to remain in the same city. Xiao Wenjue was certain that Zhao Chang'an would choose Tsinghua or Beida. If she too were to attend either of those universities, the possibility of encountering him in their hometown, having graduated from the same high school, would lead to many unforeseen and awkward meetings. This torturous tension would serve no benefit to anyone. Sometimes, those who have shared tender moments must inevitably part ways. How much more so for her and Zhao Chang'an. Henceforth, may they each find peace in their own paths. Thus, she estimated her chemistry score at 127. With a total predicted score of 674, while her actual chemistry score was 146, leading to an estimated total of 693. This score would leave her well-positioned for admission into an ordinary program at Chihua or Beida. Since she wished to avoid sharing the same air in the city and desired not to meet again, apart from Yingming, only Mingzhu remained. The most dazzling city in the West Pacific. Never to meet again, Xiaowenj was silently vowed. Turning the page on past grievances and embracing the promise of a bright and ambitious university life ahead. Chapter 74, The Night of Results and the Subsequent Days. Zhao Chang'an immersed himself in the construction site. At his suggestion, Zeng Xiaoxiao and Wenyi donned coursework uniforms and safety helmets, joining him in laboring at the site. However, after early July, heavy rains began on the 11th, forcing the site to halt operations repeatedly. It was not until the 16th and 17th that work resumed for a brief 2 days, only to be interrupted once more by the relentless downpour. Rather than engaging in true labor, the trio of Zhao Chang'an, Zeng Xiaoxiao, and Wenyi found themselves merely lingering at the site, subsisting on the provisions available. During this time, Lu Chui visited Zhao Chang'an, informing him that she would be returning to Shandong Normal University, with her admission notice to be sent directly to her family and the provincial capital. In his mind, Zhao Chang'an envisioned a future where he would go to Mingzhu, and Lu Chui would remain in the provincial city, perhaps never to meet again for decades. It reminded him of his past life, where he, Louis Hui, and old Zheng would frequently gather in Zhang City for drinks and karaoke, with Fan Chao and Xin Yueling occasionally making guest appearances. Meanwhile, Lu Chui, now the dean of the foreign language college at Shandong Normal University, had never once made an appearance at their gatherings. The city was filled with such separations, not to mention the vast distances that lay between them. Qiu Jinhui and Zhang Chunming also visited the construction site twice, insisting that Zeng Xiaoxiao return home, leading to heated disputes. On the second occasion, an exasperated Zeng Xiaoxiao confronted Qiu Jinhui, exclaiming, "If you lack dignity, that's one thing. But to drag your daughter into the abyss as well, do you still consider yourself human? How can you be so base?" In retaliation, Qiu Jinhui struck Zeng Xiaoxiao across the face, declaring their mother-daughter relationship irrevocably severed. On July 26th, the long-awaited sun finally graced the city. The Fuhan North Shore Real Estate Project, developed collaboratively by Wenyang Group, Unju Construction, Shanqing Real Estate, and Lu Yuan Group, was ceremoniously inaugurated amidst the sounds of firecrackers and drums. Pei Pingjiang, Li Yongzhong, and leaders from the New East District attended the ceremony, delivering enthusiastic speeches and optimistic visions for the future. The following day, Zhang Shan, who had been absent for nearly 3 months, unexpectedly appeared at the construction site. Zhao Chang'an, Zeng Xiaoxiao, Wenyi, and Zhang Shun ventured once more to the small restaurant for a hearty meal. Zhang Shun revealed that his mother, Mo Tong, had divorced his father, Zhang Shuilong. And immediately after exiting the Civil Affairs Bureau, Zhang Shuilong had re-entered with his mistress, Guikiki, to formalize their marriage. This infuriated Mo Tong to the point of fainting, resulting in her hospitalization. Meanwhile, Zhang Shuilong, Mo Hire, Chiao-san, Xiao Yue, Guikiki, and Qiu Jinwei collaborated to establish Defugue, the most upscale entertainment venue in Shanxing, utilizing Guikiki's salon as a foundation for their investment. Zhang Shun also joined the venture, earning a guaranteed monthly salary of 3,000 yuan, significantly surpassing Zhao Chang'an's 600 yuan as a laborer over 5 months. Defugue was slated to open on May Day of the following year, with Zhang Shun tasked with overseeing a team of young women promoting beverages. As the revelry continued, Zhao Chang'an extended several invitations to Zhang Shun to embark on new adventures in Mingzhu, but each time, Zhang Shun declined. As he put it, he was not lacking in finances, thriving in Shanxing, and surrounded by countless beautiful young women awaiting his attention. Why should he endure hardship elsewhere? Zhao Chang'an gazed at Zhang Shun's exuberant visage, clearly untouched by the trials of society. He surmised that persuasion would be futile, thus deciding to set the matter aside for the moment, planning to revisit it 5 years hence, prior to the spring floods of the Peach Blossom River. On July 29th, Zheng Qi hosted a celebratory feast. He had been granted early admission to the Provincial Sports Academy and was to commence training on August 1st, vying for a spot at the upcoming National College Student Games in the autumn. That day, a torrential rain descended upon the mountain city, causing the river upstream to swell perilously, breaching a section of the embankment and inundating the entire area around the scholar's mansion. Although the breach was swiftly sealed, a substantial and hazardous area of stagnant water, 1 to 2 meters deep, formed around the mansion. Zhao Chang'an and Zeng Xiaoxiao embarked on a police boat to attend Zheng Qi's graduation banquet. August 4th marked the day for college entrance examination results. As Wen Yu's family lacked a telephone, he chose not to return home after work on the night of the 3rd, opting instead to remain in the construction office of Yingming Inn, awaiting the stroke of midnight. Overall, both Yingming Inn, who rarely made appearances at the scholar's mansion, and the site manager, Shan Xiaowei, treated Zhao Chang'an fairly well, even if they had played a trick on him. The office was brightly lit, anticipation thick in the air. Fang Yinglan, having sought refuge at the site due to the storm's impact on the embankments, glanced at the clock on the wall, her heart racing as if she were awaiting her own examination results. Do not be anxious. Whatever the outcome, it shall be what it is. And no score could bring the heavens crashing down. Zhao Chang'an passed around cigarettes to his father, Zhong Yuanxiang, Wen Yi, eliciting a disapproving glance from his mother, Zhang Lishan, who was too preoccupied with her own anxiety to engage in conversation. As the clock struck midnight, the chime resonated throughout the room, tightening everyone's hearts. Wen Yi, you go first. Grandma is likely unable to sleep at home, Zhao Chang'an suggested. All right. Wen Yi, unpretentious in nature, picked up the phone and began dialing. Beep, beep. Beep, busy signal. Try another number, Zhao Chang'an prompted. Beep, 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 frustration mounting. Switch again. Beep, 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 despite the system accommodating numerous calls simultaneously. It could scarcely withstand the onslaught of hundreds of thousands of concurrent attempts. After a relentless 10 minutes of dialing, Wen Yi's fingers grew weary, but finally, a melodious tone broke through. Hooray! Fang Yinglan leaped with joy. What a challenge! Zeng Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her voice tinged with wonder. Please enter your examination number. A sweet voice beckoned, and Wen Yi began following the prompts. Candidate name, Wen Yi. Examination number, Chinese 541, Mathematics 698, English 601, Physics 580, Chemistry 567, total score 638. To replay, please dial. Remarkable performance. Exceeded the first-tier line by 7 points. Zhang Lishan remarked, envy etched across her face, such as the child of another family. Congratulations. Zhao Chang'an joyfully punched Wen Yi's chest, exclaiming, with these results, Mingzhu law is secured. Wen Yi smiled, a glint of vitality evident in his eyes. Had it not been for those 3 months of self-destructive behavior, he would not have applied to this institution but rather to a prestigious 211 university. Uncle and aunt. I shall take my leave, Wen Yi announced, rising to depart. Be careful out there at this late hour, Zhang Lishan advised. I'll fetch you a flashlight. Zhang Yuanxiang chimed in. Aren't you going to heed my counsel? Zhao Chang'an smiled at Wen Yi, saying, whether it be 800 or 900. You are assured a place at Fudan. There's no need to squander time. Off you go. Wen Yi accepted the flashlight from Zhong Yuanxiang and strode out of the office. Outside, the night air was cool, and the stars sparkled brilliantly. "It's your turn now," Zhao Chang'an said with a smile towards Zeng Xiaoxiao. "I can manage, Brother Chang'an. You check first." Zeng Xiaoxiao's delicate figure trembled slightly, her voice quivering. Should her results be unsatisfactory, she would not proceed further. She could either join Zhao Chang'an at Mingzhu or retake the year. Both choices were daunting. At the very least, she wished for the capability of economic independence rather than merely being a vine that clings. My checking the scores holds no significance. If I perform well, I shall enroll. If not, it matters little. I can choose a full-time self-funded program at Mingzhu and still acquire knowledge. Zhao Chang'an felt a twinge of nervousness himself. However, he was confident about securing a spot at Wujiacheng Vocational and Technical College. Thus, he prioritized Zeng Xiaoxiao's scores over his own. "Did you apply to Mingzhu?" Zhang Lishan, who was nearby, expressed her surprise, having grown weary of the couple's constant affection for one another. Consequently, although Xia Chahai and Jiang Jie said nothing, the relationship between the two families had evidently cooled somewhat. "Did you not apply to a city university?" "Yes, Aunt Zhang, Brother Chang'an applied to Fudan. And I applied to Mingzhu," Zeng Xiaoxiao affirmed as she began dialing. Beep, beep, beep. Unsurprisingly, the line was busy. "You applied to Fudan?" Zhang Lishan exclaimed, staring at her son Zhao Chang'an in disbelief. "What kind of joke is this? On the 10th, didn't I tell you I was applying to Fudan?" Zhang Lishan was momentarily speechless, exchanging glances with her husband. She had assumed her son had not performed well and was merely seeking to retake the year. Little did she realize he was genuinely pursuing such aspirations. Having such ambition is commendable. "If you truly wish to attend Fudan, we shall support you in retaking the year." Zhao Shubin sincerely did not want Zhao Chang'an to idly drift through a specialized institution. With a chuckle, Zhao Chang'an envisioned the ecstatic reactions of his parents. After several more minutes, around 12:30 a.m., Zeng Xiaoxiao began to input her examination number with trembling fingers. Candidate's name, Zeng Xiaoxiao. Examination number, Chinese, 578, Mathematics, 513, English, 576. Physics, 498, Chemistry, 539, total score, 573. For a repeat, please dial, exceeding the vocational line by 30 points and just 10 points shy of the third-tier line. At the Pearl Business Vocational Technical College, known for its lackluster reputation, the jewelry department seemed to be a sure bet for Zhao Chang'an. He had performed admirably on the examination. With his parents nearby, he felt constrained from showing affection to Zeng Xiaoxiao and could only offer her verbal praise. He began to dial in to check his scores. After just one attempt, the call connected. "Please enter your examination number." A sweet voice resonated clearly through the speakerphone in the office. Beep, beep, beep. Zhao Chang'an swiftly input his examination number. Candidate name, Zhao Chang'an. Examination number, Chinese 900, Mathematics 900, English 880, Physics 900, Chemistry 900, total score 900. To hear this again, please press 1. Beep. Candidate name, Zhao Chang'an. Examination number, Chinese 900, Mathematics 900, English 880, Physics 900, Chemistry 900, total score 900. To hear this again, please press 1. Click. Zhao Chang'an gently hung up the phone. In the office, the silence was so profound that the drop of a pin could be heard. Outside, the night was pitch black, filled with the relentless chirping of summer insects vying for the attention of potential mates. Zhao Shubin, Zhang Lishan, Zhang Yuanqiang, and Fang Yinglan looked at Zhao Chang'an in disbelief, their expressions frozen in astonishment. "Chang'an, may you become the top scorer in the college entrance examination." Zeng Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed crimson with affection. Undeterred by the presence of Zhang Lishan and the others, as she leaped forward to embrace Zhao Chang'an, the night was silent, though it was already 2 in the morning. Zhao Shubin and Zhang Lishan were wide awake, their bodies brimming with vibrant energy. "Old Zhao, I still feel as if I am dreaming. Pinch me," Zhao Shubin said hoarsely without reaching out to his wife. "These past years have been tough on Chang'an. As a father, I feel utterly inadequate, unable to allow my son to shine in his studies. For 3 years, he has been misunderstood and ridiculed, and I have harbored nothing but disappointment towards him. I feel deeply remorseful." "Old Zhao, it's all in the past now. Everything is all right," Zhang Lishan attempted to comfort her husband. 3 years ago, Chang'an had returned home battered and soaked, reeking of filth, claiming he had fallen into a sewer. But how could such a foul odor stem solely from a misstep into a stinking ditch? What about the bruises? At that moment, I had been filled with a desire for vengeance against Qiao Sanxia and Wu Yu, yet I lacked the courage. My fear paralyzed me. and I worried that such actions would shatter our family. My son is a good son, yet I, as his father, have been sorely lacking. As he spoke, tears streamed down Zhao Shuben's face, while Zhang Lishan was already overcome with sobs. Chapter 75, Late Night Broadcast. The night was serene, adorned with a resplendent starry sky. Zhao Chang'an eagerly urged the exuberant Zeng Xiaoxiao and Fang Yinglan to retire early to the women's dormitory. Alone, he ascended to the 16th floor of the Zhuangyuan mansion. Beneath a canopy of dazzling stars, the gentle glow of the waning crescent moon cascaded softly upon him. The summer night was pleasantly cool, with a sweeping breeze stirring his spirit. At this moment, Zhao Chang'an gazed into the distance. In the remote southern and northern skies, flashes of lightning intermittently illuminated the dark expanse, casting a flickering light upon the heavy, boundless clouds, reminiscent of an inverted vast landscape. Recently, the southern river and the northern river, including the Taohua River in the mountain city, had succumbed to a once-in-decades catastrophic flood. Several individuals had tragically perished in the raging waters of the Taohua River, despite warnings against fishing. Consequently, along the riverbanks, temporary lanterns were lit to mark the perils and deter citizens from entering the waters. It was as if the mountain city was adorned with a necklace of luminous pearls. Not far to the south, a towering office building blazed with light, with every office aglow. This night was destined to be a moment of glory for these diligent gardeners, reaping the fruits of their labor. Suddenly, a loudspeaker blared to life, echoing through the stillness of the night. Lao Chang, I know you are delighted, but this is disturbing the peace and against the rules. A voice, filled with exasperation, resonated from the speaker, awakening countless slumbering souls. Director Fang, this is not only the first time in our school's history, but also a first for the entire mountain city. Can't I revel in this moment just once? A familiar voice clamored through the loudspeaker. All right, you're the one broadcasting without permission. You take responsibility for it. Hurry up. Zhao Chang'an. Are you at the construction site? Have you called the score inquiry hotline? Do you know how many points you scored? Zhao Chang'an distinctly recognized the voice of Lao Chang, his teacher. Within a 2-mile radius of the school, countless awakened citizens grumbled angrily. Upon hearing this, their complaints transformed from what is wrong with the school to a hushed anticipation, eager to discover the remarkable news being announced at such an ungodly hour. Many began to speculate about the day's college entrance examination scores, wondering if their school had achieved something extraordinary. Yet, who exactly was this Zhao Chang'an? Was he not the same individual who, just recently, had exposed Su Wenyang and removed him from the position of general manager at the construction company? What audacity this young man possessed. At that moment, Zhao Chang'an observed the surrounding residential buildings of the school as lights began to illuminate one by one. The workers' accommodations at the construction site also flickered to life. Zhao Chang'an, listen closely. Chinese, full score, 900 points. Mathematics, full score, 900 points. English, 880 points. Physics, full score, 900 points. Chemistry, full score, 900 points. The loudspeaker fell silent for 7 or 8 seconds. Yet, the scores announced were self-evident. Everyone could discern them. Countless individuals found their drowsiness dissipating instantly. Although this bore no direct relevance to their personal interests, the news of such commendable achievements from their mountainous city brought genuine joy to their hearts. One could fathom why the teacher broadcasting from the loudspeaker, despite facing opposition, felt compelled to express exuberance. 900 points, the highest in the province. Within the loudspeaker's reach, Chang Yoli's face glowed with pride as he shouted at the top of his lungs, "You are the science top scorer in this year's college entrance examination." Yet, the announcement from the loudspeaker did not conclude there. Lowering his voice, tinged with a hint of melancholy, Chang Yoli continued, "Zhao Chang'an, I, your teacher, Chang Yoli, wish to express my heartfelt gratitude to you. Thank you for enduring adversity and injustice without complaint or surrender, quietly amassing your strength in the shadows. Zhao Chang'an, I take great pride in having such an exceptional student like you." The early hours of August 4th were destined to see millions of Chinese citizens remain awake through the night. Cheers, disappointments, joys, regrets, anxious hopes, and uncertainties, all these myriad emotions intertwined chaotically. Su Zhengfan and several executive vice principals anxiously awaited in his office. This night, all the senior teachers at the high school had gathered in various offices, save for those who were far away or genuinely unable to attend. They utilized the office telephones and personal cell phones to dial in and check the top student scores. In fact, by the following afternoon, the Education Bureau would deliver a comprehensive summary of all student scores, including individual subject report cards. However, they were evidently too impatient to wait. They resorted to calling the hotline for results. Unbeknownst to Zhao Chang'an, prior to his call, Su Xingfan in the principal's office, Chang Yoli monopolizing the phone in the language department, and Ni Yan clutching her cell phone were all incessantly dialing the hotline, eager to input his examination number. Principal, Xiaowenjua's score has been released, 876, with her chemistry score at 870, equivalent to an astonishing 146 in raw points. The head teacher of Class 5, Dai Kongji, burst into the office, his face a mix of joy and frustration, repeatedly stamping his foot. How did she estimate her score? This performance undoubtedly qualifies her for Tsinghua or Peking University. How could this happen? After repeatedly encountering a busy signal, Su Xingfan paused to dial again, furrowing his brow. This year, the estimated scores of the school's top students were generally underestimated, and for the first time, no student had applied for Tsinghua or Peking University. He was aware of this fact. The current dilemma was that if Xiao Wenjua's chemistry score was indeed this high, it contradicted her estimated score of 127, which would translate to a standard score of less than 700. Suddenly, she had gained nearly 200 points. Unlike Chinese and English, it was inconceivable for a top student in mathematics, physics, and chemistry to have such a significant discrepancy in their estimated scores. It could only be inferred that she wished to apply to Fudan University and, fearing persuasion, had deliberately underestimated her score. Executive Vice Principal Duan Shuren astutely deduced the situation. Principal, Chen Jing's score has come in, 836. The head teacher of Class 1 in the liberal arts, Mo Guoqiao, strode in with an expression of utter defeat. With these results, admission to Yingming University is undoubtedly assured. However, the prospect of ranking first in the district, let alone the city, seems exceedingly bleak. Su Xingfan felt a heaviness in his heart as he gazed at the phone, losing the motivation to make any calls. He knew without a doubt that Chang Yoli and his peers were relentlessly dialing away. Zhao Chang'an, dear Zhao Chang'an, you must bring me some good news. Without the honor of being first in the province, the district, or even the city, I, Principal Fan, will find it difficult to maintain my position. Amid Su Xingfan's increasingly pallid expression, the results of the top 50 science students and the top 20 liberal arts students from the senior class began to emerge. Guansini, Tian Shui, Jiang Ying, Pei Shuezha, and Shen Hongkai, the Sea Army de la Sea Army of the school. Some individual subjects shone brightly, for instance. Guansini from Class 1 in the liberal arts achieved perfect scores in 3 subjects. However, his dismal performance in mathematics dragged his standardized score down to just over 500, plummeting his total score below 800. While these results, aside from Xiao Wenjua's exceptional performance, could be deemed satisfactory, they would suffice for admission to their chosen institutions. Yet, when it comes to vying for the titles and honors of Shanqing City and the entire district, such aspirations are mere fantasies. In the principal's office, discussions were rife, and not a single homeroom teacher or vice principal displayed any semblance of joy. Perhaps, in terms of overall acceptance rates and the number of students qualifying for first-tier universities, this year would still prove robust. However, the most crucial jewels, the provincial champion, district champion, and city champion, were nowhere to be found. Suddenly, a thunderous voice echoed from the rooftop loudspeaker outside the corridor, sending a shiver down everyone's spines.